Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Soul Society. This ancient world is divided into two parts, Rukonga and Jingling. Among them, Jingling is prosperous, while Rukonga is desolate and backward. As the guardian of the Soul Society, Godi 13 also lives in Jingling Court. At this time, in the deepest part of Jingling Court, there is a team building. An old man with scorching eyes was standing on the central watchtower. He was staring deeply into the distance, and a strange light flashed in his deep eyes from time to time. He is the captain of Godi 13. Yamamoto Genryusai. Captain Yamamoto squinted his eyes, calm in his heart. Over the years, Soul Society has been stable and prosperous, which not only reduced the pressure on Godi 13, but also made everyone get used to ease. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from Rukonga not far away. Bang! The deafening sound was accompanied by trembling vibrations. The ground shook, the houses vibrated, and the pavement of the street was constantly torn, and shocking cracks appeared. Hey? What's going on here? Commander Yamamoto's pupils suddenly contracted, and with his concentration, he also felt terrified. The energy fluctuations from Rukonga were extremely terrifying, and even caused spiritual disturbances, and all the houses collapsed and disappeared into nothing. This level of power is far superior to any captain-level figure, and even makes Captain Yamamoto feel ashamed. Could it be that Vasto Lord has appeared? This idea immediately popped up in Captain Yamamoto's mind. But he immediately shook his head abruptly, completely dispelling the idea. In fact, even Vasto Lord could not possibly possess such terrifying power. So, what happened to the sudden change? Is it a natural disaster? With complicated thoughts, Captain Yamamoto disappeared instantly. Captain's office. Captain Yamamoto stood by the window, frowning, looking preoccupied. Suddenly, with the sound of hurried footsteps, the door of the house was pushed open, and a figure poured in. "You're here, Kiraku." Captain Yamamoto turned around and said in a deep voice. The leader of the Beijing band responded softly, "Old man, what happened to call me so urgently?" Seeing Captain Yamamoto's dignified appearance, Kiraku Shunsui's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Captain Yamamoto raised his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You must have sensed the powerful wave that came from Rukonga just now, right?" Kiraku Shunsui nodded undeniably. Recalling the shocking fluctuation just now, he still felt terrified. It can be said that that level of energy fluctuations is even beyond his comprehension. Looking at the entire Soul Society, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to possess such power, even the strongest Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. Kiraku Shunsui pondered for a moment, then asked back, "Old man, what do you think? It must be Minos Grand's invasion." The captain shook his head and said, "Impossible, even Vasto Lord dare not rush into the Soul Society. Not to mention the existence of Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo is still unknown." He looked at Kiraku Shunsui and gave an order, "Well, you lead the members of the 8th Division to Rukonga to investigate the situation, and you must find out the situation as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Kiraku Shunsui's figure flashed and disappeared in place in an instant. On the other side, Rukonga. The source of the energy disorder did not appear to be Minos Grande. The originally spacious streets became fragmented, and all the surrounding buildings collapsed. Strangely, there was even a human-shaped pit on the ground. "Hey, did you accidentally time travel again?" Accompanied by a helpless sigh, a figure emerged from the deep pit. It was a 10-year-old boy with regular features, named Liu Yun. Liu Yun was originally an ordinary person, but got the ability of One Punch Man by accident. For this, he was deeply troubled, because no matter what he did, even a breath would cause a hurricane. Over time, Liu Yun was regarded as a monster and alienated by everyone. Because it was too strong, he felt lonely. This feeling made him feel very distressed. "Where is this place?" Liu Yun raised his head, looked left and right, feeling strange. "No matter what, this time, I must not easily expose my strength. I don't want to be treated as a monster again." While talking to himself, Liuyun put his hands on the ground and stood up slowly. But it seemed that due to excessive force, the surrounding ground could not bear the force and collapsed. Oh, what a hassle! Looking at the collapsed ground, Liuyun felt no fluctuation in his heart, and even took it for granted. Although this was just his inadvertent behavior, it was enough to cause huge damage. Grunt! Just as Liuyun was looking around, his stomach suddenly made a sound. Let's find food to fill our stomach first. Looking at the ruined scene around him, Liuyun couldn't help but shrugged and walked straight to the next street. At this moment, there was a commotion from behind. Liuyun turned his head and found that many figures were approaching quickly. It was the 8th team led by Kurako Shunsui. What? Kurako Shunsui paused, and then appeared in front of Liuyun in an instant. There are survivors. He frowned and kept looking around. When he saw the almost ruined neighborhood, his heart suddenly sank, but he felt very puzzled. What the hell is going on here? There is no black cavity, and there is no trace of Minos Grande. Is it really a natural disaster? What shocked Kurako Shunsui even more was that he suddenly found that Liuyun didn't show any signs of Ryutsu fluctuations, just like an ordinary Rukonga resident, but he survived by luck. However, just when Kurako Shunsui was surprised, Liuyun raised his head and asked back. Uncle, can you tell me where this is? Chapter 2. Uncle, where is this place? Liuyun's sudden question immediately stunned the members of Team 8. Where is this? Soul Society, of course. The members of the 8th Division looked at each other, wondering if this guy was scared to death. Even Kurako Shunsui was surprised. It stands to reason that a Rukonga resident would not have such doubts. Could it be that the boy in front of him is really Minos Grande? But, why is there no Ryutsu fluctuation on his body? Hey, uncle! Seeing the sluggish-looking members of Team 8, Liuyun pouted, feeling dissatisfied. I accidentally crossed over, the ghost knows where this is. Kurako Shunsui came back to his senses, stared at Liuyun solemnly, and asked, Boy, do you know what happened here? Is it a natural disaster? Then why are you the only one who survived? Facing Kurako Shunsui's questioning, Liuyun looked at a loss. This is obviously the damage caused by myself inadvertently, so it is not a natural disaster. Besides, this level of power is nothing to him, so why are these people so shocked? Oh, forget it. Liuyun quickly figured out that the power system in this transmigrated world is too weak, and with his power, it is enough to easily destroy this place. But what the hell is this Minos Grande they're talking about? Is it a monster? Geez, I don't want to be called a monster. Liuyun decided to disguise his strength, otherwise it would be uncomfortable to be treated as a monster. So, without thinking, he said, I don't know either. After waking up, I met you. Is that so? Kurako Shunsui's eyes flickered, and a hint of doubt welled up in the depths of his pupils. However, this look disappeared in an instant. A person without any Ryutsu fluctuations in his body can never be a Minos Grande, let alone have the power to threaten the Soul Society. Perhaps he really was a survivor. After thinking for a long time, I still can't find a reasonable explanation. In desperation, Kurako Shunsui also dispelled the idea of doubt. It seems that this accident is treated as a natural disaster. Homeless, poor child, what are your plans? Kurako Shunsui bent down, looked at Liuyun's slightly immature face, and there was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Uncle, haven't you told me where this is? Liuyun carefully looked at the black deadly costumes on the members of the 8th Division, and asked, what are these strange costumes? As soon as the words fell, the faces of the members of the 8th Squad, including Kurako Shunsui, changed. Didn't know the existence of Shinigami? Is this kid really a resident of Rukonga? At this time, Sanji and Joji Tatsubo came to Kurako Shunsui and whispered, Captain, what do you think? Kurako Shunsui looked solemn, and pondered, put him in place for the time being, and then report this matter to the captain. Perhaps, he is just a soul who just came to the Soul Society. However, Kurako Shunsui himself was somewhat suspicious when he said the last sentence. However, he still didn't change his face, and responded with a smile, we are the Shinigami who guard the Soul Society, and the black death suit is the symbol of the Shinigami. Shinigami. Liuyun was puzzled, and asked, what is Shinigami? So, you are the ones who take the lives of ordinary people. In his original world, Shinigami questioned death. Therefore, Liuyun mistook Kurako Shunsui for such an existence. Forward. Kurako Shunsui paused, and smiled awkwardly, Admiral, in a sense, we did take other lives. It's just that those were brutal menos grande. But... He changed his voice and asked back, little ghost, what's your name? Liuyun. Liuyun, are you willing to leave here with me? I can help you find a place to settle temporarily. Kurako Shunsui pointed to the back, not far from here is the 78th district of South Rukonga, its name is Inazuri, and I can help you find a suitable place to live. South Rukonga, garrison area. Liuyun didn't care, and said disapprovingly, there, can you guarantee that you won't be hungry? In fact, Liuyun's stomach was rumbling, and he had long wanted to taste delicious food. As long as you have the ability, you can definitely fill your stomach. Kurako Shunsui smiled and said, let's go, kid, it's getting late, I'd better take you to the garrison area as soon as possible to settle down. He came to Liuyun's side and put his palm on his shoulder, trying to use Shunpo to lead him away. However, this move made Liuyun break out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for his strong suppression, the body would instinctively resist Kurako Shunsui. At that time, just the momentum will be enough to blow him away. Liuyun doesn't want to hurt the innocent. Follow the 8th squad, and soon, they came to the Inazuri area. Along the way, Liuyun also learned about the general situation of the Soul Society from the members of the number 8 team. Rukonga is divided into 4 directions, southeast, northwest, from the 1st district to the 80th district. As the number increases, the public security and living standards continue to decline. As the 78th district of South Rukonga, Inazuri is the 3rd worst in Rukonga's law and order ranking. Arriving in Inazuri district, Liuyun was quite surprised by the poor environment here. The tattered costumes worn by the residents are in stark contrast to the deadly costumes. In front of a simple house, everyone stopped. No, kid, here we are. You can live here from now on. Kurako Shunsui looked up at the dark sky and said, it's getting late, and we have to rush back to Jingling Ting. So, let's say goodbye, kid. Just when Kurako Shunsui and others turned to leave, Liuyun asked, Uncle, can I follow you to Jingling Ting? Kurako Shunsui paused, turned around and said with a smile, do you want to go to Siraidai? Wait until the day you become a Shinigami. Becoming a Shinigami. Liuyun murmured in a low voice, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he murmured, it seems quite interesting. Chapter 3. Garrison Area. As the 78th block of South Rukonga, there is a serious shortage of drinking water, thieves are everywhere, theft is extremely frequent, drinking water is sold at a price, the security conditions are extremely poor, and the living standard is very low. Liuyun was walking on the street, looking around, the surrounding environment was extremely bad. The surface of the quaint building was covered with a thick layer of ash. A bit of housing even broken in the eyes. The fallen leaves are scattered on the ground of the block, in a mess. Is this one of the worst environments in the Soul Society? It's pathetic. Liuyun frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, in this way, it seems that even food and clothing are a problem. Through Kurako Shunsui, Liuyun learned a lot about Soul Society. For example, most of the residents living on Rukonga are ordinary souls who don't have Ryutsu in their bodies, so they can't become a Shinigami and can only live in this kind of place. As one of the last few blocks in the serial number, Shohang district is almost an uninhabited area, and even Godi I-13 seldom sets foot in it. After all, in this world where the jungle preys on the jungle, pain always exists. In addition to the situation of Rukonga, Liuyun also learned that most of the world is composed of spirits. Buildings, blocks, etc. Ordinary Rukonga residents will have Ryutsu if they accumulate enough Rishi in their bodies, and Ryutsu is one of the necessary conditions to become a Shinigami. Only then did Liuyun realize a serious problem. He doesn't seem to have Ryutsu. After coming here, although the body structure has not changed, but it is incompatible with this world. So, how to awaken Ryotsu? Liu Yun was having a headache. He was walking on the street while thinking about this problem. However, even he himself didn't realize that a little careless trampling caused all the blocks along the way to be shattered, causing a strong earthquake. After all, he was used to it, and Liu Yun quickly woke up, quietly left the spot, and quickly walked to the other end of the block. And after he left, there was another exclamation all around. My God, what's going on here? Has another natural disaster happened? An accident just happened in the 77th block, now it's the turn of the hanging area. This level of strength is almost only possessed by captain-level characters. Fortunately, it's just a block. If you are implicated, it will be bad. In a certain corner of the block, Liu Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the whispers around him. It seems that I have to hide my strength at all times, otherwise, the previous encounter may come again. On the other side, Jingling Court. A team, the chief team office. After Kurako Shunsui rushed back to Jingling Ting, he truthfully reported what happened in Block 77. Jingle, are you sure it's a natural disaster? Did you miss anything? Although the evidence is solid, Captain Yamamoto still feels skeptical. After all, in the past few decades, except for the original Hollow Knight, Rukonga has never had such a serious accident. Kurako Shunsui pondered dignifiedly, it should be a natural disaster. When I found that kid, I had carefully checked his body more than once, but there was no Ryotsu fluctuation on his body, let alone void. It's just he seems to have been frightened and has forgotten many things. Now I have placed him in the prison area, as for how he lives in the future, it depends on his fate. Call. Captain Yamamoto breathed out a foul breath, and said in a deep voice, if that's the case, then there shouldn't be any problems with this brat. But just to be on the safe side, you'd better send more members of Division 8 to patrol the garrison area to avoid accidents. Correct. Captain Yamamoto seemed to think of something, and then said, what do you think of this year's admissions at Maling Academy? Kurako Shunsui curled his lips, expressing his disbelief. He said with a little disappointment, although there is still half a year left, the quality of this class of students seems to be just so far. Although it is inevitable that there will be some dark horses, but the odds of that are really slim. Ugh. Captain Yamamoto also sighed, in recent years, the talents of the Soul Society have withered. An amazing talent like Ichimaru-jin has never appeared again. Don't worry, old man. Maybe there will be a surprise then. Kurako Shunsui smiled optimistically. On the other side, the garrison area. Just when the residents were in a mess because of the fragmentation of the street, Liu Yun also quietly came to the end of the block. No sooner had he arrived than his attention was drawn to a commotion. Hurry up, catch these 3 thieves, they dare to steal Lao Zi's things, they don't know what to do. Humph, if you can't even afford steamed buns, what right do you have to live? Get the hell out of the hanging area. This rough voice continued to curse. Liu Yun looked up, but saw a tall man in the middle of the crowd, chattering insults endlessly. And in front of him, stood 3 thin figures. Facing the man's abuse, the 3 figures lowered their heads and put on a pitiful look at the same time. Liu Yun stared, and suddenly realized that one of the figures turned out to be a girl. As the man continued to abuse, he gradually attracted other Rukonga residents. In the end, everyone criticized together, and relying on the support of others, the tall man kept pulling the 3 of them, and even threatened to keep them as slaves. Sure enough. The weak have no power to struggle when no one is in charge. It's just that it seems a bit too much to shoot at a girl. Liu Yun couldn't see it, and decided to stand up. Isn't it just a few steamed buns? As for being so aggressive. He continued to squeeze into the crowd, trying to stop the man's behavior. At this moment, the tall man suddenly raised his fist and slammed the 3 of them fiercely. It's a pity that before his fist landed, he was stopped by Liu Yun in midair. Uncle, your behavior seems a bit excessive. With some anger in his words, Liu Yun stared at the tall man coldly. Suddenly, the air was filled with disturbing fear. Chapter 4. Uncle, Your behavior seems a bit excessive. With some anger in his words, Liu Yun stared at the tall man coldly. Suddenly, the air was filled with disturbing fear. The moment the words fell, everyone's eyes focused on him. Suddenly, they seemed to have an illusion that the young man in front of them actually gave them a feeling of suffocation. At that moment just now, their backs were completely soaked in cold sweat. Oops, the inadvertent release seems to scare them. Liu Yun's heart sank, and he quickly restrained the momentum in his body. If his strength is revealed, he might be expelled as a monster again. Humph, boy. The tall man came back to his senses, looked at Liu Yun carefully, and found that he didn't have any Ryutsu fluctuations on him, so he regarded him as an ordinary Rukonga resident. His name is Kukas, and he was originally a bully in the prison area, so how could he endure the provocation of a young man? This bad breath must come out. Kukas crossed his hands, glanced at Liu Yun coldly, and shouted angrily, "What? You want to stand up for the three of them? They stole my things, could it be? You are their accomplice." With high-pitched shouts and fierce gazes, Kukas was as domineering as ever, not paying attention to Liu Yun at all. Sure enough, his remarks were supported by the surrounding audience. Yes, I think the four of them are about the same age, and he must be one of them. He must be punished, and this arrogance cannot be fueled. Yes. This is a garrison, and only fists are the only reason. Accusations and abuse came like a tide, as if they were being criticized by thousands of people. However, Liu Yun didn't care at all. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he took firm steps, walked out of the crowd resolutely, and came in front of the three figures. At this moment, he finally saw the girl's face clearly. Exquisite face, bright red cheeks, big bright eyes, deep purple pupils, a bunch of bangs hanging down in front of the cheeks. The first impression this girl gave Liu Yun was that she was pitiful and weak. Liu Yun was also curious about the two partners beside her. One of them has bright red hair, which is tied up into the sky by a headband. Although young, but somewhat heroic. The other has long, light-colored hair that covers the eyes with blue eyes and a pale complexion. The three are partners with each other, relying on each other, and struggling to survive in the chaotic garrison area. Due to excessive hunger, he was forced to steal. At this time, the moment Liu Yun saw the girl also happened to look up. The eyes are intertwined, but they reveal different emotions. The girl's eyes were filled with surprise and puzzlement. On the one hand, she was delighted that someone came to the rescue. On the other hand, she also has doubts about Liu Yun's identity. Why would a person who has never met come forward? For some reason, although I met Liu Yun for the first time. But this girl could feel the kindness hidden in Liu Yun's gaze, which illuminated her heart like the afternoon sun. On the other hand, Liu Yun's behavior completely angered Kukas, and at the same time, he became more determined that Liu Yun was an accomplice. Humph, how dare you be so arrogant about stealing in Rukonga? It seems that I haven't done anything in these years, and even a few little devils regard me as a soft persimmon. Kukas rolled up his sleeves, and with a movement, he rushed out like a beast. His arms trembled, and his clenched fists mercilessly hit Liu Yun. The huge fist flew across the air, whistling, and was about to hit Liu Yun's chest. There was a huge contrast in the size of the two, and Liu Yun seemed to have almost no chance of winning. However, Kukas's domineering behavior has instead won the support of the surrounding people. After all, in the chaotic garrison area, there are no rules. Only strength is the only criterion for maintaining order. Everyone held their breath. In their field of vision, Kuka's fist kept approaching, and he could easily knock Liu Yun's body into the air almost effortlessly. The ending can be imagined. However, what surprised them was that Liu Yun, who was obviously at a disadvantage, did not choose to dodge, but stood calmly on the spot, seemingly turning a blind eye to the coming fist. Just when everyone was at a loss, what happened in the next second left them dumbfounded. Indeed, Kuka's fist still hit Liu Yun's body, and there was a harsh sound of bones breaking. It's just that this piercing figure didn't come from Liu Yun's body, but from Kuka's fist. That is to say, Kuka's own fist shattered. At this moment, time seemed to have fallen into a standstill, and there seemed to be a stream of cold air constantly flowing around. The whole audience was silent, only the sound of the broken bones echoed continuously. What? Kuka's scream was the first to break the silence. He had a ferocious face, and the heart-piercing pain from his fist made him unbearable. At the same time, Liu Yun, who was supposed to be the victim, stood there unscathed, and even his expression didn't change at all, as if the punch had never happened before. How can that be? There were exclamations from the crowd, and everyone's minds went blank, and they all felt incredible. It was supposed to be Liuyun who ended up miserable, but it was Kuka's who fell to the ground. Is this guy's body made of steel? Why is Kuka's the one who fell to the ground? Terrible, he is a monster. With exclamation, everyone fled in all directions. In a blink of an eye, only Liuyun was left. Really? I told you not to do it lightly. Liuyun glanced at Kuka's, then ignored him, and turned to look at the girl behind him. Beneath the messy black hair was a warm smile. Liuyun took the initiative to stretch out his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine, can I tell you your name? The girl raised her head and responded softly. Rukia. Chapter 5. Rukia? What a nice name. Beneath the fine black hair was a hearty smile. Liuyun stretched out his arm and said with a smile, cheer up, this matter is over. Rukia froze for a moment, the sudden kindness caught her off guard. For as long as she can remember, she has lived a life of homelessness, often stealing to make ends meet. For this reason, he was often scolded. It wasn't until I met Abarai Renji and irate Tsuru that I settled down in a home in Shuhang district. But even so, she still couldn't solve the problem of food and clothing, and her long-term poor life made her instinctively resistant to strangers. Who are you? Abarai Renji frowned, stared at Liuyun vigilantly, and said coldly, why do you want to help us? What are your plans? After the words fell, Abarai Renji glanced at Kuka's who was crying in pain on the ground, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face became more serious. Able to crush opponents with physical strength. Looking at the entire Soul Society, only Shinigami can do it. When Ryutsu is rich enough, it can form a solid defense. Could it be that the stranger in the eyes is Shinigami? Abarai Renji gritted his teeth and quickly dismissed the idea. On the surface, Liuyun is in line with their age, and it is absolutely impossible to be a Shinigami, otherwise he would have been famous in the Soul Society. So why does he have such a powerful force? Is it just because of physical strength? Abarai Renji had complicated thoughts and couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Liuyun's voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother, you don't have to look at me like that. I just can't understand that guy's behavior, and I don't have any plans for you. Liuyun looked up, looked at the hazy night, turned around suddenly, waved, it's getting late, I should go back. After the words fell, he left directly. Just when Liuyun took a few steps, Rukia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, wait a minute. Okay. Liuyun paused and turned around suspiciously. Rukia hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, can you take us with you? In the hanging area, with the strength of the three of us, it is very difficult to survive. If we are not forced to, we will not steal. So, can you take us in for a while? Although Rukia's voice is not loud, it is very clear on the quiet street. Take you in. Liuyun pondered in a low voice, but didn't respond immediately. His actions immediately made Rukia's heart drop to the bottom. However, Liuyun's next sentence made Rukia hope again. Let's go, just right, I also lack a partner. Liuyun said these words from the heart. Indeed, in his original world, due to the fact that he was too powerful, he was alienated by everyone, and only loneliness accompanied him. Monster is what everyone calls him, this feeling can be imagined. Although he traveled inexplicably, but after coming to this strange world, he was finally able to completely abandon the past and put himself in a perfect disguise. No longer a monster, but living the life of an ordinary person. Perhaps, this is what Liuyun hopes for. Really? Rukia froze for a moment. Originally, she just hoped to follow Liuyun so as to get his protection, but she didn't expect the latter to readily agree. Aside, Abarai Renji and Kira Jingzuru looked at each other in blank dismay. Rukia, do you really want to follow him? Abarai Renji is always wary of Liu Yun. However, the predicament of life made him feel helpless. Okay. Rukia murmured, my intuition tells me that he is not a bad person. Oh, it can be done like this. Abarai Renji finally sighed helplessly and agreed with Rukia's proposal. The night was hazy. In the garrison area, the simple house was brightly lit. Although the room is not big, it is more than enough to accommodate 4 people. Fortunately, when Kiraku Shunsui left, he deliberately ordered his men to leave a lot of food. Therefore, Liuyun does not have to worry about food and clothing for the time being. The 4 of them sat around the wooden table, and the food on it was full of fragrance. Rukia, Abarai Renji, and Kira Jingzuru looked at the delicious food and their stomachs were rumbling. Eat, you're welcome. Liuyun waved his hand and started first. With his beginning, the 3 of them were in a turmoil. Not long after, the food was swept away, and the surroundings became quiet again. Are you from another neighborhood? Rukia asked suddenly. Probably. Liuyun thought for a while and responded without thinking. Can you tell me the name? Liuyun. Rukia stared into Liuyun's eyes, and said solemnly, Liuyun, with your physical strength, as long as you exercise a little, it may not be difficult to become a Shinigami. Becoming a Shinigami. Liuyun thought for a while, then asked, what's the benefit of being a Shinigami? Rukia said longingly, becoming a Shinigami is the dream of every Rukonga resident. Not only can you get rid of poverty, but also enjoy glory and status. To tell you the truth, the dream of the 3 of us is also to become a Shinigami. Oh! Liuyun asked, then how can one become a Shinigami? It seems that few Shinigami even set foot in the garrison area. Rukia nodded, indeed, the lower the block number, the worse the law and order. Under normal circumstances, Shinigami seldom come here. To become a Shinigami, you must first pass the admissions assessment of the Shinigami Academy. At that time, as long as successfully graduating from Maling Academy will be eligible to enter Godei 13 and become a powerful Shinigami. Main Soul Academy. Liuyun glanced at her lips, feeling very unfamiliar with this name. Rukia added, the Xinyang Academy conducts admissions every year, and today's admissions will be held in half a year. She stared into Liuyun's eyes for a long time, and asked happily, Liuyun, in half a year, would you like to participate in the college admissions with us? Chapter 6. Liuyun, after half a year, would you like to participate in the college admissions with us? Facing Rukia's doubts, Liuyun only thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. From what everyone says, being a Shinigami seems like a good thing. Great, one more partner. Rukia changed her voice and said solemnly, however, it is not easy to become a Shinigami. As far as I know, the most important part of the assessment at the Shinigami Academy is the Ryutsu assessment. Skills and body skills also need to be assessed. When these 3 items were mentioned, Rukia had a serious expression on his face. Although the 3 of them aspire to become Shinigami, they don't have the overpowering Ryutsu, and they are not good at cutting. To be honest, it is not easy to pass the student assessment. Physical technique? Technique. Liuyun was expressionless and didn't take it seriously. In fact, he only needs to use a little force to cause huge damage, and passing the test is almost a certainty. The only headache is how to have Ryutsu. While the 2 were talking, Abarai Renji looked out of the door and said in surprise, there happens to be a yard here, which is suitable for our training. He and Kira Izuru exchanged glances, and they came to a big tree in the yard at the same time. Brush! Abarai Renji swiped with his back leg and slammed heavily on the giant tree. Perhaps because of the lack of strength, the giant tree was towering and motionless, only the fallen leaves were scattered all over the sky. Hateful! Abarai Renji clenched his fists and roared in dissatisfaction, is it still not enough? How long will it take before I have enough strength? On the other side, Kira Izuru also swept a heavy kick, but the big tree remained still. Ugh! The 2 were discouraged, their eyes dimmed. A look of disappointment flashed in Rukia's pupils, but she forced a smile and said, don't be discouraged, there is still half a year to go, we will definitely succeed. For a while, the three were silent, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Liuyun came to his side, looked at the three silent, feeling confused. Isn't it just a big tree? As for being so frustrated? That. Liuyun coughed and said, why don't you let me try? Yes, with your physical strength, you must be able to shake this big tree, right? The three of them agreed, and their eyes were all focused on Liuyun with expectations and worries at the same time. Without Ryotsu, with brute force, can it really be done? The three of them were full of doubts in their minds. However, Liuyun's next actions deeply shocked their hearts once again. I saw Liuyun came to the giant tree casually, he didn't roar up to the sky, and at the same time, he didn't make any big movements, just stretched out a finger and tapped lightly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Bang! The giant tree seemed to have received a huge impact and collapsed in an instant. And Liuyun still had a nonchalant expression, which was in stark contrast to the collapsed giant tree behind him. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Rukia, Abarai Renji, and Kira Izuru looked at each other in blank dismay, their hearts agitated. What a joke! They tried their best and couldn't shake the big tree, but Liuyun only needed one finger. Can a person without Ryotsu really be able to do all this? The three of them were shocked and couldn't accept it for a while. At this time, seeing the dull expressions of the three of them, Liuyun felt baffled again. This only used less than 1/10,000th of the power, is it necessary to be so shocked? It seems that I have to be more low-key, and I must not easily expose my strength. Liuyun thought, just this level is enough to scare others. If more strength is exposed, it is likely to be regarded as a monster again. In this way, the rare friendship will also leave him. That's amazing, Liuyun. Rukia came to her senses first, and she exclaimed, I never thought you would be so powerful with just brute force. I'm sure the three of us are ashamed of ourselves. Yet, if it wasn't for Ryotsu, I think your current strength would be enough to pass the test. Kira Izuru envied, if I also had such a powerful force, I wouldn't be in Kukas today, and I would be able to run amok in the garrison area unscrupulously. Facing the amazement of the three, Liuyun remained unmoved. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, maybe it's because of my natural strength. I envy you all more, having Ryotsu, and I'm just an ordinary person. Ugh! Abarai Renji comforted, don't worry, Ryotsu can continue to accumulate. I think with your physical strength, you should be able to succeed within half a year. I hope so. In fact, I am also looking forward to the enrollment of students in half a year. Compared with the terrible environment here, I prefer the tranquility in Jingling Court. As soon as Liuyun changed his voice, he covered up the matter. Late at night. As night falls, the dark night sky is full of stars. In this quiet hour of the night, it seemed extraordinarily peaceful. Rukia, Abarai Renji, and Kira Izuru had already fallen asleep, but Liuyun sat cross-legged in the yard alone. Although he doesn't need other powers, since Ryotsu is the key to becoming a Shinigami, Liuyun desires it as well. Seeing that there was no one around, Liuyun stretched out his arm and finally exerted a little force. Click! The space is distorted and the spirits are disordered, all of which are held in the palm of Liuyun's hand. Is this the Lingzi? Liuyun carefully felt the blue aura in his palm, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the next second, with the thought in his mind, a huge force surged out of his body, and it surged out continuously, and it even knocked out this group of spirit particles. Wrapped and forcibly integrated into the palm. Call out! This spirit submerges into the body and merges with the original power. Under Liuyun's thought, it gradually turns into a spiritual power seed, which takes root deeply. Although it is a spiritual power seed that was forcibly condensed, in general, he finally has Ryotsu. Chapter 7. Ryotsu Molding. This means that Liuyun can finally hide his power perfectly. In Soul Society, under normal circumstances, the judgment of the enemy's strength is first of all Ryotsu's induction. With the weak Ryotsu just taking shape, anyone would regard Liuyun as a rookie. And he was also able to control his power within half a year, perfectly integrating into this world. So this is Ryotsu? But compared to my strength, it's too small. Liuyun shook his head and didn't take Ryotsu seriously. He can crush any Ryotsu if he wants to, with just a little infusion of power. Oh, let's find a job as soon as possible. Liuyun turned around and looked at the 3 sleeping people in the room, frowning slightly. Although there is still some food in the house, it is only enough to last for a few days. If I don't find a job as soon as possible, I'm afraid I will face food and clothing problems. The next morning, Rukia, Abarai Renji, and Kira Izuru wake up one after another. But the moment they saw Liu Yun, their mouths couldn't help but form an O. Although the 3 are not Shinigami yet, they have a particularly keen sense of Ryotsu. Although the Ryotsu on Liu Yun's body was very weak, it was still noticed by the 3 of them. Is this Ryotsu? Rukia exclaimed, Liu Yun, after only one night, you have Ryotsu. Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru both echoed, it's just too scary, this level of Ryotsu is even stronger than I was back then. The 3 of them stared at Liu Yun in unison, and asked in unison, Liu Yun, how did you do it? Facing the questions from the 3 people, Liu Yun waved his hands and said disapprovingly, I just slept for one night, so I naturally have zero pressure. What? The 3 shouted, looking at Liu Yun's innocent appearance, they were filled with helplessness. Sleep can also awaken Ryotsu? So how should these hard-trained people survive? Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. Even the stubborn Abarai Renji can't help but bow his head. Compared to Liu Yun, he is really ashamed. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting awkward again, Liu Yun changed the subject and suggested, why don't we find a job? There is still half a year before the enrollment of Shenyang Lingyuan College. We must first solve the problem of food and clothing. That's right. Abarai Renji agrees, stealing is not an option if you want to stay in the garrison area. Everyone agreed unanimously and went to the block. Although the law and order environment in the garrison area is poor, there are still many shops. And the most popular among them is the ironware shop. As we all know, Godi I-13 is the guardian of the Soul Society, and its weapon is Zanpakuto. The same is true of Rukonga, where the iron shop makes some long swords similar to sealed state. It's just that compared with the special sealed state made by Jingling Ting, the quality is a lot worse. In addition, these iron tools do not have any special abilities, they are just pure sharp weapons. As a result, the footprints of iron shops are all over Rukonga's most chaotic neighborhoods. Under the suggestion of Rukia and others, Liu Yun first set his target on the ironware shop. In front of the ironware shop, there were figures surging. In the dangerous garrison area, it is a must for manpower to have a good iron weapon. It's just that most people can't afford ironware because of the high price. On the other hand, having a good iron weapon has great benefits in the practice of chopping. Hence, the iron shop business partner. And every owner of an ironware shop has impressive strength, and can be regarded as one of the bullies in the hanging area. Liu Yun led the 3 of them into the ironware shop, and as soon as they stepped in, Liu Yun saw a dazzling array of ironware piled up on the shelves. The shapes of these iron objects are roughly the same, and most of them are long swords. It's just that compared to Zanpakuto, it seems very rough. Looking around, apart from a few sporadic customers, the most eye-catching one is the owner of the iron shop. It was a tall man close to 2 meters in size, with dark skin and a vicious look. His name is Tori, and he is one of the most famous bullies in the garrison. You are? Tori said in a deep voice, troublemakers are not welcome here. Seeing the weak appearance of several people, Tori was not polite at all, and looked at each other coldly. We're here to apply. Liu Yun didn't pay attention to Tori's gaze, but said straightforwardly, can we have a try? What? Tori was silent for a while, and then sneered, apply? What can you guys do? Don't talk about self-protection, I'm afraid you can't even move those iron tools. Tori taunted ruthlessly, while his face gradually became gloomy. He subconsciously thought that Liu Yun was here to make trouble. However, Liu Yun didn't leave consciously, but went on to say, if you don't give us a chance to try, how will you know that we can't move? Calm expression, firm gaze. Facing Tor's ridicule, Liu Yun was unexpectedly calm. Oh! Seeing Liu Yun's appearance, Torre raised his eyebrows, and said with a sneer, "It's really interesting. Over the years, no one has dared to challenge me face to face." He looked Liu Yun up and down, and snorted jokingly, "Well, I'll give you a chance." Pointing at the pile of iron objects beside him, Torre said in a deep voice, "As long as you can lift this pile of iron objects with one hand, I agree to keep you. If you can't, get out of the hanging area immediately and never show up again." In my Tor's field of vision, the pile of ironware he was referring to was made up of dozens of long swords. Not to mention a young man, even 2 or 3 strong men are needed to move it together. Obviously, for ordinary people, this is an impossible task. On the side, Rukia's face changed slightly, and a look of worry flashed in her eyes. He tugged at the corner of Liu Yun's clothes and persuaded him, "Liu Yun, let's forget about it, let's look for opportunities elsewhere." However, Liu Yun's response took her by surprise. "It's not necessary." Liu Yun waved his hand, and said disapprovingly, "Isn't it just a pile of scrap metal? It's so easy." Chapter 8. Isn't it just a pile of scrap metal? Liu Yun said he was very puzzled. Not to mention there are only dozens of pieces, even if there are hundreds of pieces, he can still pick them up effortlessly. For Liu Yun, it's almost as simple as drinking water. Speak wild words. Torre folded his hands, stared at Liu Yun with disdain, and sneered, "As long as you can move these iron objects, I will not only provide you with the opportunity to work, but also give you an iron object for free. On the contrary, if you can't, you will get out of the hanging area immediately." Rough tone, accompanied by arrogance. Torre looked down on Liu Yun from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, this pile of iron tools is a bit difficult even for him, let alone a young boy. After Torre opened his mouth, other customers in the ironware shop stared at Liu Yun, with a hint of sarcasm in their eyes. The people who can come to this house are not kind, and the garrison area is chaotic all the year round, so everyone has the mentality of watching. Everyone could see that Torre was deliberately making things difficult, and they thought Liu Yun would retreat in spite of the difficulties. However, Liu Yun surprised them once again. "I hope you can keep your promise." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Liu Yun confidently came to the pile of iron tools. Sure enough, just like yesterday's scene, without any unnecessary movements, Liu Yun just stretched out his arms, and picked up the dozens of long swords together as if nothing had happened. More importantly, his expression didn't change at all from the beginning to the end. "What?" everyone exclaimed in unison, their eyes widened in shock, and they saw more clearly that Liu Yun raised dozens of long swords above his head. This scene deeply shocked their hearts. Is he a monster? Is this something that a 10-year-old kid can do? Natural power? No, no matter how powerful a person is, it is absolutely impossible not to be out of breath. The guests kept whispering, with shocked expressions on their faces, and even Abarai Renji, Rukia, and Kira Izuru couldn't believe it. Is he really born with supernatural power? The 3 of them thought to themselves, even if Ryutsu is used, it is absolutely impossible to do it as easily as Liu Yun. With a flick of his hand, Liu Yun easily dropped dozens of iron swords on the ground. He turned to look at Torre, and said calmly, "Then, should you fulfill your promise?" Torre didn't respond immediately, he was still in shock and hadn't recovered yet. However, when he saw the scattered long swords on the ground, he took a deep breath and said with emotion, "I never thought that this is the first time that I, Torre, have been running rampant in the garrison area for so many years, and this is the first time I have met a monster like you. Having such great power at such a young age, I seem to see in you the figure of that genius in Kala district." The genius he was referring to was the current captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpeki. Back then, Zaraki Kenpeki was also young and frivolous, but he was the strongest in Kala district. Afterwards, he beheaded the previous 11th team captain in the duel, thus winning the supreme honor of Kenpeki and becoming famous in the Soul Society. Torre believes that Liu Yun's terrifying strength is not even inferior to Zaraki Kenpeki back then. In other words, Liu Yun has unlimited potential. Soon, Tori regained his composure. He looked at Liu Yun and asked, "Little ghost, can you tell me your name?" "Liu Yun." Liu Yun responded bluntly. He thought the matter was settled. Sure enough, Tor's face changed, and he praised, "I recognize your strength, so you can stay and do chores in the future. As for the ironware here, as long as you like it, you can choose it at will." Liu Yun nodded in satisfaction, and said immediately, "What about my friends? Can they stay too?" This. Tori kept looking at Rukia, Abarai Renji, and Kira Jingzuru, his face gradually became embarrassing. Reasonably speaking, the three of them looked weak and lacked convincing strength, so it was naturally difficult to keep them. However, for Liu Yun's sake, Tori finally agreed. "Let's stay together, from now on you will be the handyman of this iron shop." Tori said solemnly, "But let me tell you in advance, I don't raise idlers here. Once you are lazy, I will expel you immediately." These words were obviously addressed to the three of Rukia. Finally, when the dust settled, the four stayed in the iron shop as handymen, temporarily solving the problem of food and clothing. Night. When the four were about to leave the shop, Tori left them behind. "Are you planning to participate in the enrollment of Maoang Academy today?" Tori sensed the presence of Ryotsu from all four of them, but what puzzled him was that Liu Yun, who was the strongest, had the weakest Ryotsu on his body. "Yes, Mr. Tori." Liu Yun said heartily, "It is said that if you become a Shinigami, you will be able to solve the problem of food and clothing. This is what I am interested in." "Just for food and clothing?" Tori was taken aback, and said in amazement, "With your talent and strength, you must be able to pass the examination of the Shinigami Academy and successfully become a Shinigami, but your purpose is only to solve food and clothing. Liu Yun, don't you want to become a Shinigami? Is it strong?" "Strong?" Liu Yun shook his head, showing no interest. "What are the benefits of being strong? Treated as a monster, isolated everywhere, can only live alone. This taste is not good. Oh, what a pity." Tori shook his head and said regretfully, "Although I am not a Shinigami, I have been in the guard area all year round, and I have some accomplishments in the art of cutting. Originally, I wanted to teach you the art of cutting in person, so that you can pass the Shinigami more smoothly. The assessment of the spiritual academy. Now it seems that you may not be interested." The eyes of the three of Rukia erupted with brilliance. It has always been their dream to be able to practice chopping with a strong man. For the sake of the three of Rukia, Liu Yun thought about it, but in the end he didn't reject Tor's offer. "Mr. Tori, then let's do a few tricks." Chapter 9. Mr. Tori, then let's do a few tricks. Liu Yun came to one of the shelves and took down a sharp long sword. He waved it casually, and the long sword danced, making a piercing sound of piercing wind. At the same time, Tori didn't show any mercy. He carefully selected a sharp long sword, and with a shake of his arm, pointed the sharp point at Liu Yun's body. "Liu Yun, I won't show mercy, you have to be careful." Tor's eyes were sharp, and there was a faint rush of energy in his body. Although he is not a Shinigami, he has quite a strong Ryotsu, and has a superb attainment in chopping, and he has been in the guard area all the year round, which makes him experienced in hundreds of battles. Strictly speaking, this one is a tough enemy. On the side, after feeling Tor's aura, Rukia, Abarai Renji, and Kira Izuru sank. Whether it is momentum or combat experience, they are far behind. Although they had absolute confidence in Liu Yun, the three of them were shaken when they really felt Tori's terror. Can Liu Yun really defeat Tori? No one can tell. On the other side, Tori held up his long sword with a domineering aura. However, when he looked into Liu Yun's eyes, he couldn't help feeling a little turmoil in his heart. Why can't I feel any emotional fluctuations in his eyes? Faced with the suppression of momentum, can a teenager really remain calm? In a trance, Tori seemed to have an illusion. From the beginning to the end, Liu Yun did not take him seriously. In fact, Liu Yun really didn't take him seriously. No matter how high Tor's aura is, no matter how powerful his chopping technique is, he can easily defeat him with just a breath of air. In Liu Yun's view, this is a battle without any suspense. But Liuyun thought to himself, Uncle Tori is a good man, he is willing to leave us as handymen. If that is the case, I will show mercy. With this in mind, Liuyun said, let's do it, Mr. Tori. Tori held his long sword high and said in a high voice, Liuyun, don't waver at all, and don't be distracted. Because my sword will not show mercy. The moment the voice fell, Tori's figure disappeared instantly, rushing out like lightning. At the same time, the long sword in his hand streaked across the air like a ray of light, stabbing aggressively at Liuyun's body. At this time, there was no trace of peace in Tor's eyes, only the intense fighting spirit that was so strong as ultimate. Liuyun, be careful. Rukia's hands were tightly bound and her expression was dignified. Her mood fluctuated with every move of the two of them. But after seeing Tor's fierce and domineering slash, Rukia's mood instantly fell to the bottom. Although Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru didn't say a word, the serious expressions on their faces revealed their nervousness. You must resist, Liuyun. Although they had no hope for Liuyun, the two were still praying secretly. Brush! The sharp slash came as expected, and it flew across the air like a stream of light, gradually magnifying in Liuyun's eyes. The atmosphere is dignified, and there seems to be a suffocating crisis in the air. Relying on his confidence in his own chopping skills, Tori looked confidently at the entire garrison area, and few people could take his full blow. It has been so in the past, and it will not change now. However, to Tor's surprise, he didn't see Liuyun making any defensive moves. Huh? What's going on here? At this moment, there was a moment of hesitation in Tor's heart. From his point of view, Liuyun had obviously given up struggling. Once his slash penetrates the latter's body, it is very likely that Liuyun will be seriously injured. Such consequences are not what he wants to see. However, as one of the bullies in the garrison area, Tori's heart has always been cold and ruthless, even if his heart shakes at this moment. But it quickly fades away. Tori gritted his teeth, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and even increased the strength. If Liuyun really didn't intend to resist, he would be seriously injured, and he would have to blame himself. Don't blame me, Liuyun. Tori muttered to himself, kicked his feet, and quickly came in front of Liuyun. The sharp blade shone with dazzling light, sharp and domineering. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and the whole room instantly turned into a 10,000 years ice cave. However, at the critical moment, Liuyun remained motionless, letting the long sword continue to magnify in his eyes. Oops! Aside, Rukia gritted her teeth, her face flushed. She shouted hastily, Liuyun, what are you waiting for? Fight back quickly, Mr. Tori will not show mercy. Rukia's heart tensed like a bowstring. At this moment, she wished she could rush up and push Liuyun away, lest a tragedy happen. However, such a short distance was already too late. In just a few seconds, the long sword in Mr. Tori's hand would mercilessly penetrate Liuyun's body. Are you really going to sit still? Rukia was so distraught and desperate that she could only watch the tragedy that was about to happen. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance between Tori and Liuyun became shorter and shorter, and the atmosphere became more dignified. Just when everyone thought that tragedy was about to happen, Liuyun finally left. He looked at Tori calmly, his originally expressionless face curved. Liuyun said softly, Mr. Tori, although your slash is majestic and fierce. But, is it too redundant? What? Tor's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at the smile on the corner of Liuyun's mouth, he seemed to have a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next second, Liuyun raised his arm, stretched out a finger, and said lightly, to defeat the enemy, you don't need too many actions. Only this way, everything can be easily ended. Files. Accompanied by a crisp sound. Everyone's expressions instantly became stunned. They were astonished to see that the originally fierce long sword stopped in mid-air, as if it was subjected to a huge resistance. And what caused all of this turned out to be just a finger. Looking at the wonderful expressions on everyone's faces, Liuyun felt very confused. Isn't it a very common thing to block a slash with your fingers? He looked at the four of them and murmured in confusion, you guys, why are you making such a fuss? Chapter 10. Night is so hazy. The night was quiet, and the surroundings were silent, only Liuyun's voice kept echoing in midair. Why are you making such a fuss? This casual remark made everyone's expressions change in an instant. Blocking the slash with a finger, this kind of heaven-defying thing, why did it become a very common thing in Liuyun's mouth? Is this guy a monster? Tor's eyes were dull, and he hadn't even recovered yet. He stared at the finger in front of him for a long time, and his heart was turned upside down. He murmured in disbelief, "You actually blocked my slash with your fingers." In his memory, he has wandered through Rukonga for many years, and he has not even encountered such a monster. It would be understandable if it was a Shinigami with a powerful Ryutsu. However, what the hell is it, just a young man who looks weak on the outside? Am I dazzled? Toray still couldn't believe his eyes. He clenched his teeth and stabbed hard. The sword was as powerful as a bamboo. However, when the tip of the sword touched that finger, it seemed as if it had encountered a towering mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't move forward. Uncle Toray, is this the end of this competition? Liuyun put away his fingers calmly, but an inexplicable thought appeared in his heart. He didn't care about the shock of others, but felt relieved. Through this duel of cutting techniques, Liuyun once again clearly realized the strength of the residents of Rukonga. Fortunately, he did not reveal his strength, but instead controlled his strength at critical moments. Otherwise, the long sword in Tor's hand can be easily smashed just by counter-attacking in momentum. With the power of One Punch Man, he has the power to easily destroy Rukonga. Indeed, there is no need to continue this competition. Tori's arms dropped, sighing inexplicably. Facing Liuyun, he actually felt ashamed. This kind of thing hadn't happened for more than 10 years. But Uncle Toray went on to say, "Don't worry, you can stay here to work for the past 6 months. I believe that you will shine in the recruitment of Shenyang Liuyun after half a year." This slashing duel completely changed Tor's concept. He is still Liuyun is a genius who emerges once in a century, and his talent is not even inferior to that of Zaraki Kenpei back then. Therefore, he strengthened his determination to help Liuyun. In this way, half a year passed quickly. In the past 6 months, Liuyun has been able to fully control his own Ryutsu, coupled with the power of One Punch Man, he can even completely cover his breath. However, the only regret is that he still needs to restrain the power in his body at all times, so as not to accidentally go berserk and destroy Rukonga. One morning, when the sun had just risen, 4 figures had already occupied the door of the ironware shop. Liuyun, Rukia, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru. Liuyun, I believe you will be able to pass the assessment. After you graduate and join Godi I-13, you will also become a respected Shinigami. At the time of parting, Toray finally changed his previous indifference and cheered for Liuyun from the bottom of his heart. "Mr. Toray, I am grateful for your care during this time." Liuyun bowed slightly and smiled respectfully, "Don't worry, we will definitely pass the admissions assessment. Then, see you next time, brats." Toray just nodded slightly before turning back into the house. Since there is a chance to meet again, why waste too much time? Maybe the next time they meet, their identities will be different. Watching Tor's back gradually disappear, Liuyun felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Although half a year is not a long time, they have established a close relationship unconsciously. Perhaps, it was because he was regarded as a monster before time travel. In the past 6 months, Liuyun has truly experienced friendship. "Liuyun, don't be sad. Even if we become Shinigami, we can still return to Soul Society at any time, and we can meet Mr. Tori again." Rukia seemed to see the reluctance in Liuyun's eyes. She tugged at Liuyun's sleeves, smiling encouragingly. "Let's go, a better future is still waiting for us. After all, this place is just a stop along the way. We should give up unnecessary reluctance and try our best to pass the assessment." Abarai Renji patted Liuyun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "We must not disappoint Mr. Tori's expectations." Shinigami Institute, also known as Shinigami Institute, is a school for cultivating Shinigami in the Soul Society. It was created by Godei 13 First Team Captain and General Captain Yamamoto Genri Usai. It is worth mentioning that, among the many captains of the 13th Division of Ganin, Jushiro Yukitake and Kurako Shunsui are students of the first generation of Spiritual Arts Academy. Entering the Shinigami school to practice and become a Shinigami is the only chance for residents of Rukonga to change their destiny. Therefore, at this time of year, the registration places of the college are always extremely hot. After all, everyone has a dream of being a strong man, and becoming the captain of Godei 13 is the dream of most residents. Unfortunately, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Every year, there are countless people who sign up for the assessment of Shenyang Liuyun Academy, but very few people can actually pass the assessment. Even if you successfully enter the academy to practice, it doesn't mean you can sit back and relax. If you want to enter Godei 13 and become an officer, you have to go through multiple tests. This shows how difficult it is to join Godei 13. Even so, there are still many people who want to participate in the assessment. Because in this world, strength and power are always the most attractive things. Along the spacious street, the four of them walked all the way, and finally came to the registration place of Shenyang Liuyun Academy. Chapter 11. Registration place of Shino Academy. There are huge crowds of people here, and the scene is extremely hot. This time of year can even be said to be the annual event of Rukonga. Thousands of residents flock here from various parts of Rukonga just to take part in the assessment. Just judging from the appearance, you can know how attractive the assessment of the Shenyang Liuyun Academy is. Since there is no age limit, there are not only teenagers, girls, but also many middle-aged people and slightly old uncles who come to participate in the assessment. In the Tranquil Soul Society, becoming a Shinigami is arguably everyone's dream. However, it is precisely because of the large number of people that there is a long queue here, with no end in sight. The expressions on each candidate's face are different, including nervousness, excitement, anticipation, and even anxiety. It is precisely because of too much attention that such a complicated expression appears. In the Soul Society, Shinigami is the crowning glory and eternal dream. Finally here. Seeing this crowd of people, Rukia raised her eyebrows and smiled, and a touching smile appeared on her beautiful face. At this moment, she couldn't help recalling the hard life in recent years. Poverty, desolation, desolation. There is no love, no pity, only disgust. In the chaotic neighborhood at the end of the sequence, the only way to survive is to become a good Shinigami. Times have changed, and the dream of the past is close at hand. After years of hard work, the day finally came. Just by becoming a Shinigami, I can get rid of the past. Rukia clenched her fists tightly, and a glint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. On the other side, Liuyun's heart was also full of sighs. In the original world, he had already stood at the top with the power of One Punch Man, and saw the unique scenery that only he could see. However, it is a sad landscape. The only thing that usually follows is loneliness, loss, and even disappointment. Fortunately, God gave him a new chance through an accidental time travel. Time flies, fate reincarnates, everything returns to the starting point and starts again. Changing his identity, he is no longer a monster that everyone fears, but an unknown little person. This change in identity made Liuyun feel relieved. At least, his identity has a few more partners, and he is no longer a lonely monster. Life is always full of ups and downs, the key lies in will. At the top, he is defiant, but at the bottom, he does not lack courage. And Liuyun always has an optimistic attitude, and he even looks forward to the days after becoming a Shinigami. When the four of Liuyun stepped into the examination room and prepared to line up, an indifferent voice sounded in front of him, "Are you new candidates? Take this number plate and line up at the back of the line." In front of Liuyun was a middle-aged man in a black death suit. He had a haughty face and looked down on the candidates because of his status as a Shinigami, and the simple costumes of the four of Liuyun aroused his contempt even more. In fact, he does have arrogance, because in the eyes of Rukonga residents, every dead Shendu symbolizes dignity and strength. Liuyun stared at this Shinigami calmly, and ignored him after taking the number plate from him. As a time traveler, although he is very unfamiliar with Soul Society, he has learned a little bit from Toray and Rukia. Judging by the attire and Ryutsu, it's clear that this Shinigami is just a different character, one of the lowest status within Godai 13. Such people have no arrogance at all, they just pretend to be powerful in front of the weak Rukonga residents. What's more, only the weak will use ignorance as capital to show off. Shinigami, it seems a little different from what I imagined. Liuyun frowned slightly, he didn't understand why he had the arrogance to be knocked down with just one breath. I still overestimated the power of this world. Liuyun shook his head, and quickly turned his eyes away from the dragon-set Shinigami. He turned over the number plate, but saw the number on it was 521. This shows that he is the 521st person to participate in the assessment. It seems that we still have to wait for a long time. Liuyun put away the number plate and kept looking around while waiting. It's just that he doesn't care about the strength of his competitors, but looks forward to the days after becoming a Shinigami. Having companions and getting rid of loneliness is what Liuyun longs for. As for glory and status, he doesn't need it. With the long waiting process, time is gradually passing. Number 8. Number 20. Number 112. Number 230. As different numbers are called out, candidates gradually enter the examination room to accept the assessment. At the same time, the number of teams continued to decrease. Every time a new candidate enters the examination room, there must be a candidate who walks out of the examination room. It's just that the expressions on their faces are different. Excitement, ecstasy, loss, sadness. Different emotions come with different results. Once they pass the test, no matter who they are, they will be ecstatic. But once it fails, it can only be dejected. You can't blame others, you can only blame yourself for your poor talent. In fact, this admissions test is not difficult, but very simple. Candidates only need to detect the richness of Ryutsu on a special instrument. For ordinary souls, the strength of Ryutsu represents a person's potential. If a person is born with powerful Ryutsu, then there is no doubt that he must be a peerless genius. It's just that most Rukonga residents don't even have any Ryutsu, and aren't even qualified to take the exam. After several rounds of screening, several groups of people were eliminated one after another. In the blink of an eye, it was finally the turn of candidate number 600. No 521. The moment Liuyun heard her number, Liuyun opened her eyes, and walked into the examination room calmly under the eyes of the candidates around her. In the examination room. Candidate number 521, please state your name. Facing Liuyun sat a few men who were also dressed in deadly costumes. Their faces were expressionless, as if they had seen too many failures. Liuyun. Simple 4 words, calm. Liuyun didn't change his face, and didn't show any respect because of his identity as an examiner. Interesting, what a candidate with personality. Seeing Liuyun's appearance, one of the Shinigami spoke. It's just that there is no praise in this statement, but a kind of ridicule. Liuyun, next place your palm on the surface of this special instrument, and then you can detect the strength of your Ryutsu. The stronger the Ryutsu, the brighter the light of the instrument will be. Another Shinigami spoke, but he was not optimistic about Liuyun. Young people with strong personalities are not uncommon, but there are only a handful of people who can be called geniuses. It's that simple. A meaningful arc emerged from the corner of Liuyun's mouth. When he put his palm on the surface of the instrument, the examiners saw an unbelievable scene. Chapter 12. It's that simple. A meaningful arc emerged from the corner of Liuyun's mouth. When he put his palm on the surface of the instrument, the examiners saw an unbelievable scene. When the palm of the hand was placed on the instrument, an unexpected scene appeared. I saw a burst of dazzling light shining across the room, dazzling and captivating. This level of light, how is it possible? The pupils of those Shinigami examiners were filled with light, their eyes were dull, and they were so shocked that they even stuttered a bit. Originally they thought that Liuyun would be eliminated like the previous group, so they didn't take him seriously. However, the final result completely exceeded their expectations. No way! The examiners were dumbfounded, and even rubbed their eyes in surprise. Until this moment, they still couldn't believe it. To be reasonable, Liuyun is the 521 candidate. Although there are also those who passed the examination among the first few hundred candidates. However, no one has ever been able to condense such a rich ryotsu. And this ryotsu even scares the examiners. This level of ryotsu is rare even in the whole of Rukonga. Genius, well-deserved genius. Perhaps because the heart was too shocked, the examiners went blank and had to admit Liuyun's terrifying talent. With such a terrifying talent alone, Liuyun is definitely qualified to be assigned to the best class. And once you successfully graduate from Maling Academy, entering Godi 13 is almost a certainty. Maybe Liuyun will shine in Godi 13 in the future and become famous in the Soul Society. Thinking of this, the three examiners all gasped in unison. The three of them looked at each other, and they could all see the strange light in each other's eyes. Due to the withering of talents, there have been almost no dazzling talents in Soul Society in recent years. And a genius who comes out once in a century like Ichimaru Jin has become a luxury. Therefore, everyone did not have any hope for this class of students, but they did not expect Liuyun to appear in the middle. On the other side, looking at the examiners who were looking at each other, Liuyun was stunned. He just used a little bit of power in his body and integrated it into ryotsu. As for being so shocked? People in this world are really strange. Liuyun pondered in his heart, it's true to make a fuss over a little thing. Although in the past 6 months, Liuyun has tried his best to adapt to the life of Soul Society. But the gap in strength level still seems out of place. I have to report it to the captain immediately. A genius like this is unique. These examiners were also tactful people, so they immediately thought of reporting. If Liuyun can get the appreciation of the captain, then they will also be rewarded. Liuyun, which neighborhood are you from? One of the examiners asked curiously. In his opinion, it is almost impossible for ordinary Rukonga residents to possess such powerful talents. Perhaps, Liuyun is a member of a certain noble? Shocking area. Liuyun responded bluntly. What? Several examiners opened their mouths at the same time, and said in amazement, you come from the prison area? What kind of impoverished and barbaric place would there be a genius like you? The examiners were once again surprised. In their impression, as one of the last few blocks in the serial number, the garrison district not only has chaos in law and order, lack of resources, and even caused famine incidents. In a neighborhood where food and clothing are hard to come by, to have such a powerful talent. Could it be that Liuyun is really a monster? Sure enough, monsters are born in those places. While the examiners were feeling emotional, a murderous figure also appeared in their minds, the captain of the 11th team, Zaraki Kenpeki. One of the most vicious captains in Soul Society history, Zaraki Kenpeki hails from the harshest grasslands of Rukonga. Kala district is notorious for its viciousness, and the living conditions are very difficult. It is common for people to get into so many fights and deaths in this area, and Zaraki Kenpeki has been bathed in blood and killing since he was a child. It can be said that he is a rational beast, an out-and-out killing machine. Could it be? Liuyun will be as famous in the Soul Society as Captain Zaraki. Thinking of this, the examiners swallowed heavily, full of longing for Liuyun's future. However, Liuyun, who was the person involved, didn't care what the examiners thought. Instead, he asked impatiently, sorry, can I leave? My partner is still waiting for me. Several examiners came back to their senses and asked suspiciously, do you still have partners? They also came here. That's right. Liuyun nodded, Rukia, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru. If possible, I hope they can pass the examination as well. Hearing Liuyun's words, the eyes of several examiners flashed brightly. As old fried dough sticks, how could they fail to understand the meaning in Liuyun's voice? This is a good opportunity to curry favor with geniuses. After a while of silence, the examiners said, Liuyun, congratulations on passing the examination. As for your friend, although they didn't say it clearly, their eyes have already revealed their thoughts, as long as Rukia and others' talents are not too bad, they will be lenient. Outside the examination room, Rukia and the others waited anxiously. Everyone was worried because it took a long time for Liu Yun to enter the examination room. Rukia looked left and right, and finally saw Liu Yun's figure walking out of the house. Liu Yun, how are you? Have you passed the test? Rukia came to Liu Yun's side and asked eagerly, why does the assessment take so long? Liu Yun strolled to Rukia's side in a leisurely manner, and said with a smile, it's nothing, I just chatted with the examiners a little more. As for the examination, I finally passed it smoothly. That is to say, from today onwards, I will be a student of the Zhenyang Yun Academy. Chapter 13. The sun was setting. When Liu Yun walked out of the examination room, it was already dusk. Liu Yun said casually, from today onwards, I will be a freshman at Zhenyang Yun Academy. I can finally become a Shinigami. In fact, Liu Yun himself is also looking forward to Shinigami. A new partner, a new life, has a great new gravitational force for him. Congratulations Liu Yun. Rukia smiled sincerely, let me just say, with your ability, you can definitely pass the test easily. It's just a few of us, but maybe. Ugh. Thinking of the upcoming assessment, Rukia sighed sadly. Although she aspires to become a Shinigami, she is uneasy due to her lack of talent. Take it easy, Rukia. Liu Yun stroked Rukia's head affectionately, and comforted him, don't be discouraged, you will definitely pass the test. After feeling the temperature of Liu Yun's palm, Rukia blushed, lowered her head shyly, and whispered softly, well, Liu Yun, you have to wait for me, I will definitely not let you down. It's a deal. Under the setting sun, under the crumbly black hair, is a warm smile. At this time, from Rukia's point of view, the smile on the corner of Liu Yun's mouth was like the afternoon sun, blending into her heart. Next, the candidates entered the examination room one after another. Number 555. Number 583. Number 621. Soon, the assessment was coming to an end, and it was finally Rukia's turn. Encouraged by Liu Yun, Rukia plucked up the courage to walk into the examination room. Rukia, I hope you succeed. Looking at Rukia's back, Liu Yun's eyes flickered and he muttered inwardly. During the 6 months of getting along, he and Rukia have established a deep friendship. Perhaps because he is used to being looked at coldly, only when he gets along with Rukia can Liu Yun feel the long-lost care. Therefore, he cherishes this hard-won friendship very much. On the other side, following Rukia, Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru also entered the examination room one after another. They are also not confident, after all, the elimination rate of this assessment is too high, not everyone is a monster like Liu Yun. Ever since, there were only a few lonely figures left outside the examination room, and Liu Yun waited patiently. Time is passing. Finally, Rukia appeared at the entrance of the examination room. From a long distance, Liu Yun saw the joyful smile on Rukia's face. That smile said it all, she passed the test. Liu Yun. Rukia trotted all the way, and happily came to Liu Yun's side, her face was flushed, and she smiled happily, I really didn't expect that I also passed the examination. A blush appeared on Rukia's cheeks, eager to share this joy with Liu Yun. Congratulations. Liu Yun smiled heartily and patted Rukia's head affectionately. He knew very well that there was his reason behind this. But anyway, as long as the ending is happy, that's enough. Subsequently, Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru walked out of the examination room one after another, and they also passed the examination smoothly. Henceforth, they share a common identity. Freshmen at Shenyang Academy. At night, the night is filled with light and stars. In order to celebrate becoming a new student, everyone decided to go to Runlinen after discussion. As the number 1 block in Rukonga, Runlinen is the most prosperous place in the entire Seoul society except Jingling Court. The place is bustling, with many shops and crowded people, and the environment is almost comparable to that of Jingling Court. Walking on the spacious street, Liu Yun kept looking around. The bustling scene that caught his eyes made him feel the huge gap between different blocks in Rukonga. Sure enough, This place is more suitable for me. Liuyun's eyes flickered. The reason why he wanted to become a Shinigami was to get rid of loneliness and find a comfortable environment to live in, and everything here just happened to satisfy him. It's just that I can't easily reveal my strength here, otherwise it will be very troublesome. As a man who can destroy everything with one punch, Liu Yun is afraid that because of his own negligence, the peace here will be destroyed. Just as Liu Yun was meditating, under the leadership of Abarai Renji, the crowd stopped in front of a house. Liu Yun, here we are, in front of you is Lin An's famous izakaya. Abarai Renji said with full expectation, this izakaya is not simple. Not only are Rukonga residents often visiting, but Godai 13 can even be seen. Maybe we can meet the captain-level Shinigami here. Captain-level Shinigami? Liu Yun asked in surprise. Abarai Renji nodded, ah, that's right. Although those guys are powerful and mysterious, they will come here like ordinary people. Especially the leader of the Beijing band of the 8th Division is a regular visitor here. Kurako Shunsui. Liu Yun murmured in a low voice, it's the uncle who saved me that day. It turns out that he has such a high status. When we first met, although Kurako Shunsui revealed his identity, Liu Yun didn't understand the meaning of Shinigami in Soul Society at that time, so he just regarded him as an ordinary uncle. Only now did Liu Yun realize that Kurako Shunsui was actually one of the legendary 13 captains. However, uncle's strength seems a little weak. If anyone heard Liu Yun's words, they would definitely tremble with fright. A mighty century-old captain turned out to be a weakling in Liu Yun's mouth. If it gets out, it will definitely feel ridiculous. At the same time, under the leadership of Renji, Liu Yun stepped into the izakaya. Looking around, in addition to the exquisite tables and chairs, the tavern is also full of people, accompanied by lively noises. Liu Yun's eyes kept sweeping, but finally stopped at a tall and burly figure. He was wearing a pink feather-woven jacket embroidered with patterns, and often wore a hat on his head. Although he was wearing his back, his hearty and rough laughter attracted Liu Yun's attention at the first time. Uncle, I met you again. The corner of Liu Yun's mouth turned up, and he smiled slightly. He knew very well that this figure was the captain of the 8th Division, Kurako Shunsui. Chapter 14. Meet Kurako Shunsui again. Looking at the familiar figure from behind, the corner of Liu Yun's mouth curled up. It was because of Kurako Shunsui that he had the idea of becoming a Shinigami. It can be said that Kurako Shunsui was the first person he met in Soul Society, and he was naturally impressed. Perhaps because of the first impression, Liu Yun also has a good impression of Kurako Shunsui. While Liu Yun was staring, Abarai Renji also spotted Kurako Shunsui at the same time. Pointing at the back of the other party, he exclaimed, "Look quickly, it's really rare to be the leader of the Beijing band of the 8th Division." Abarai Renji's face was full of surprise and awe when he ran into the legendary big man. Not only him, but even Rukia and Kira Izuru's breathing gradually quickened, instinctively feeling awe. Only Liu Yun's face remained unchanged, and his mentality did not change because of Kurako Shunsui's identity. On the side, Rukia tugged at Liu Yun's sleeve, and asked in surprise, "Liu Yun, why didn't you respond at all? That's the legendary captain of 100 years. But Liu Yun said nonchalantly, "Ah, that uncle, we have met before." "What?" Abarai Renji exclaimed, "You have already met the leader of the Beijing band? How is that possible? As far as I know, he rarely goes to Rukonga." Liu Yun waved his hand and said, "It was he who rescued me half a year ago and brought me to the prison area, so we met once." "I see." Abarai Renji sighed, and regretfully said, "It's not enough just to meet. If we can get to know such a big man, it will be of great help to us joining Godai 13 in the future. Even, we can become members of the 8th team. Forget it, as we are not qualified to approach him." Kira Izuru shook his head, denying the thought. In his opinion, they are just unknown students, and they are people from two worlds with the high-ranking Captain Shinigami. For now, there is no intersection at all. Next, they found a few vacant seats in the corner and planned to taste wine quietly. However, just when Liu Yun was about to sit down, Kurako Shunsui, who had been facing away from him all the time, just turned around, and his vision also scanned for a week, and happened to land on Liu Yun. What? The moment his vision passed Liu Yun's body, Kurako Shunsui paused, and then murmured in a low voice, "This little brother, it turned out to be him." Kurako Shunsui raised his eyebrows, and a gleam of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although half a year has passed, he still has a deep memory of that mysterious natural disaster. Especially the blocks turned into ruins are vivid in my mind. As the only survivor of that natural disaster, Liu Yun naturally left a deep impression on Kurako Shunsui. Although there is no Ryutsu on him, he can survive the terrifying energy explosion until the end. Even Kurako Shunsui can only explain it with self-comforting reasons. It was precisely because of that unintentional encounter that Liu Yun cast a layer of mystery in his heart. Now meeting again, it instantly caught Kurako Shunsui's attention. He walked with meteoric strides, and soon came to the corner where Liu Yun was. When he felt the Ryutsu on Liu Yun's body, a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his pupils. Have such strong Ryutsu in just half a year. Kurako Shunsui clearly remembered that Liu Yun was an ordinary person half a year ago, but he did not expect him to improve so fast. Little brother. Kurako Shunsui didn't have the airs of a century-old captain, instead he took the initiative to greet him. Liu Yun turned around, but suddenly saw Kurako Shunsui staring straight at him, and couldn't help but be surprised. Uncle, long time no see. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Liu Yun actually called a century-old captain uncle, and everyone was stunned when he opened his mouth. Who is this guy? He's so rude, he's the leader of the Beijing band. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen someone call the leader of the Beijing band uncle. Anyway, bad luck is coming for that fellow. There were whispering voices in the tavern, and everyone sneered at Liu Yun, thinking he had offended Kurako Shunsui. However, Kurako Shunsui's reaction slapped them in the face. Ha, it's been a long time. Kurako Shunsui smiled heartily, but didn't take it to heart. Instead, he asked suspiciously, "Little brother, why did you come to Run Linen? Could it be, to participate in the assessment of Shenyang Lingyuan Academy?" He was just speculating, but actually thought that Liu Yun was just passing by Run Linen. After all, practicing for half a year is like passing the student assessment, but it is as difficult as climbing the sky. That's right, I did come to take part in the academy assessment. Before Kurako Shunsui could speak, Liu Yun went on to say, "Uncle, I have passed the examination, I think we may become partners in the future." Really? Hearing Liu Yun's words, Kurako Shunsui was still surprised even as a century-old captain. In his impression, in previous years, even if the talents withered, the assessment was still a threshold that Rukonga residents could not pass. Because of this, Shinigami enjoy a high status in the Soul Society. However, Liu Yun once again broke his notion and became a new student of Shenyang Ling Academy. It's really rare. Kurako Shunsui praised sincerely, "You have become a freshman at such a young age, little brother, you are really amazing. Maybe you are a dark horse among this class of students." Complimented by Kurako Shunsui, Liu Yun just nodded slightly without any pride, and this move was appreciated by Kurako Shunsui. Then, Kurako Shunsui's next words instantly caused an uproar. He stared into Liu Yun's eyes, and said with a hearty smile, "Little brother, do you want to join Team 8? Chapter 15. Little brother, do you want to join Team 8? Kurako Shunsui stunned everyone as soon as he opened his mouth. A rookie who just passed the admissions assessment actually received an invitation from Captain Centennial? All eyes were on Liu Yun, and they couldn't help wondering who Liu Yun was and why he was favored by Kurako Shunsui. Even Rukia and Abarai Renji were surprised. When they heard Liu Yun say that he knew Kurako Shunsui, they were still skeptical. The atmosphere was dignified, and the entire tavern was silent. Everyone stared at Liu Yun, expecting his response. "Uncle." Liu Yun looked up and said without hesitation, "I'm sorry, I refuse." As soon as this sentence came out, the audience fell silent, and everyone was instantly stunned. What, he turned down the invitation of the band leader in Beijing? Don't he know what that means? It's a great opportunity to be a Shinigami. Humph, it really is a down-and-out young man from the garrison area, who is so ungrateful. Whispering voices sounded from every corner of the tavern, including ridicule, regret, and even more jealousy. In fact, there are many people who aspire to become Shinigami, but they don't have the ability to pass the examination, let alone be invited by the captain. Rukia tugged at Liuyun's sleeve, and murmured in surprise, "Why? This is an opportunity that many people dream of." Liuyun shook his head and interrupted Rukia. He smiled heartily, "It's nothing, I just want to enter Godi 13 with my own ability, but through the back door. Besides, we are partners, and I can't leave you alone." "Liuyun, you." An inexplicable light flashed in Rukia's beautiful eyes, and after a little silence, she finally gave up the idea of persuading Liuyun. Being rejected in front of so many people, Kiraku Shunsui, the century-old captain, was not annoyed, but laughed heartily. "Interesting, you are the first person to reject me in person." He shook his head regretfully, "But it's a pity. Xiao Nanao will definitely like a genius like you. But since you insist, I won't force you. However, Team 8 will always welcome you." Kiraku Shunsui didn't do it impulsively, but after careful observation. He found that Liuyun was far superior to his peers in terms of aura and ryutsu, and he was a rare genius. If he can be trained well by his subordinates, maybe he will be the second Ichimaru Jin in the future. "Sorry, uncle." Liuyun bowed politely and declined Kiraku Shunsui's invitation. He didn't want to rashly choose the team before he had a thorough understanding of Jingling's situation. What's more, he learned from the Shinigami examiner that the most famous of the Godi 13 is the Battle Ban, Team 11. The captain of the 11th team is said to be a monster who doesn't know what sense of pain is, and this is what really attracts Liuyun. How lonely invincibility is, this is Liuyun's feeling before crossing. After coming to Soul Society, he also hoped to find an opponent who could compete with him. It's a pity that until now, I still haven't found it. "Then little brother, I will take my leave." Kiraku Shunsui waved his arms, and the members of the 8th Division followed closely behind him. As he left, he murmured in a low voice, "Liuyun, I believe Mr. Yamamoto will be interested in you." After Kiraku Shunsui left, the tavern resumed its hustle and bustle again, but the atmosphere was extraordinarily weird. Everyone's eyes on Liuyun completely changed. Their eyes are more envious. Even the tavern owner specially presented a jug of fine wine. A genius who is destined to become a Shinigami, maybe he will become their backer in the future. However, Liuyun ignored these gazes, he just tasted the wine quietly, and finally left the tavern with Rukia and returned to Maoang Academy. On the other side, the team building of the first team, the team affairs room of the chief captain. Although night fell, the lights were still bright here. At this time, Captain Yamamoto sat cross-legged in front of the wooden case, processing the documents in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a sound of heavy footsteps broke the silence. Squeak! The door of the house was pushed open. Captain Yamamoto looked up, only to find that it was Kiraku Shunsui. Captain Yamamoto's eyes narrowed, and he asked in surprise, "Jingle, you rarely come here on your own initiative. Could it be that Rukonga has another emergency?" Kiraku Shunsui waved his hands and smiled heartily, "Grandpa, do you still remember the survivor from half a year?" Captain Yamamoto raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Are you talking about the child who survived that natural disaster?" "That's right." Kiraku Shunsui said excitedly, "I just met him not long ago. To my surprise, in just half a year, he has a strong ryutsu in him, and he has passed the examination of this session of Maoang Academy. Maybe he will be the winner of this session, the most dazzling dark horse among the students." Oh! Captain Yamamoto was surprised. He knew Kiraku Shunsui's character very well. Although he was frivolous and playful on the surface, he would never boast. Being able to get the appreciation of Kiraku Shunsui shows how talented Liuyun is. It seems that the child is really not simple. Captain Yamamoto's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "However, just in case, you'd better send someone to watch him secretly. A genius who appeared for no reason is quite suspicious. It would be best if he had a clean background. Otherwise..." Captain Yamamoto didn't finish his sentence, but a cold light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Kiraku Shunsui nodded. I have already invited him to join the 8th Division, but unfortunately he was rejected. Whether it is in terms of talent or character, he is a rare talent. I see. The Yamamoto team said in a deep voice, if necessary, I will observe it myself. The next morning, the sun rose slowly. After a day's assessment, the enrollment of this year's Shenyang Liuyun Academy has been settled. And as freshmen, everyone will have their first class, Kido practice. Chapter 16. In the early morning of the second day, the freshmen came to the classroom early. Depending on the size and talent of Ryotsu, the classes they are assigned to are also different. As the dark horse among the freshmen this year, Liu Yun was naturally assigned to the top class. But what he didn't expect was that Rukia was assigned to the same class as him. Unfortunately, Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru are assigned to the lower-ranked class. After walking through the long corridor, Liu Yun and Rukia finally came to the assigned class. After finding an empty seat in the corner, the two sat down next to each other and became the same table. Liu Yun, this is really a top class, everyone's Ryotsu is very strong. Rukia looked around, her eyes swept over each student. She was surprised to find that most of them's imposing manner and Ryotsu made her feel intimidated. In comparison, she is the weakest person. Indeed, compared to the students outside, the people here can be called geniuses. He stroked Rukia's head affectionately, and encouraged, don't be discouraged, after all, we will practice here for a long time, and a high starting point does not mean a high final achievement. I will work hard, Liu Yun. Feeling the warmth of Liu Yun's palm, Rukia lowered her head shyly again. At this moment, a figure walked into the classroom, and the originally noisy classroom suddenly became silent. A black death suit with a Zanpakuto around his waist. Shinigami. There is no doubt that this Shinigami is the mentor in charge of teaching the students. Ahem. Dear students, I am your mentor, responsible for teaching you the most basic common sense and skills. The mentor stood on the podium and looked down at the audience. Although he was a high-ranking Shinigami, he didn't have the slightest airs, but was approachable. Liu Yun could tell at a glance that this Shinigami was not a bit stronger than the previous ones. After all, those who can serve as the tutors of Shenyang Academy are not ordinary people, and they have some skills. Students, if you want to become a Shinigami and successfully graduate from the Shinigami Academy, first of all, you must master 4 basic fighting skills. That is Kido, Shunpo, Zanjutsu, and White Hits. If you master these 4 skills proficiently, your strength can be greatly improved. Of course, you must also be very aware of Shinigami's most proud ability Zanpakuto. Speaking of Zanpakuto, the mentor smiled slightly. Zanpakuto is the saber used by Shinigami. Its shape and ability are modeled after Shinigami's own soul. By knowing the name of Zanpakuto that Shinigami gave itself, through spiritual communication with it, gain strength through dialogue. Born with the Shinigami and dying with the Shinigami, this is Zanpakuto. Because each person's personality and soul are different, the size, shape, and ability of Zanpakuto are also different. However, the original form of each Zanpakuto is a katana sword, and we call it the sealed state. The instructor pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and said loudly, "See? This is my Zanpakuto. Although it looks ordinary, it contains huge energy. You should pay attention, each Zanpakuto has its own thoughts and characters. So don't think of him as a weapon. At that time, each of you will have a different sealed state. During the practice at Maoang Liuyun Academy, you will sleep and eat with this sealed state. Through hard work, you will inject the essence of your soul into the sealed state, creating out own Zanpakuto." Hearing what the instructor said, most of the colleges showed longing. Owning a unique Zanpakuto is the first step to becoming a strong person. Zanpakuto with a soul? Seems interesting. Liu Yun murmured in a low voice, and he immediately thought of the power of One Punch Man he possessed. If Zanpakuto awakens, who would his Zanpakuto soul be? It's really exciting. Since Zanpakuto is built with its own soul, to some extent, Zanpakuto also represents the inner thoughts of a Shinigami. There is an unbreakable bond between Zanpakuto and Shinigami. This kind of bond is so ethereal that even Liu Yun himself can't touch it. But Liu Yun is very clear, is it the longing for a partner, or the boredom of loneliness? Liu Yun, what are you thinking about? Just when Liu Yun fell into deep thought, Rukia's voice woke him up from his deep thought. Nothing, just thinking about Zanpakuto. Liu Yun smiled slightly, returning to his usual approachable expression. Speaking of Zanpakuto, Rukia also sighed melancholy. Zanpakuto? Speaking of which, I am also looking forward to what my Zanpakuto will look like. As a homeless orphan, Rukia's heart is like an iceberg. Except for Liu Yun and the three of them, no one can easily contact them. Lonely, dark, and poor, Rukia's heart is full of dreadful desolation. As a result, she is conflicted between wishing and fearing to touch Zanpakuto's soul. On the other side, the teacher's voice sounded again, of course, even if you are powerful, it is not so easy to awaken Zanpakuto. This requires a process. It's just that this process varies from person to person, maybe 3 months, or even half a year. More likely a few years. All in all, the fit between talent and Zanpakuto is everything. But the instructor paused for a moment, and then said, it will take a few days to get the sealed state. Then let me teach you some theoretical knowledge first. The first is the Kido technique. Kido refers to the spells that we Shinigami can only cast. Different Kido techniques have different chants. The Shinigami tutor patiently explained, as we all know, Kido is divided into 2 types, Heido Bakudo. There are great differences between them. Among them, Heido has powerful power and is an important means of attack for Shinigami. The power of Bakudo is often not obvious, but it has played a supporting role. Therefore, Kido and Bakudo are indispensable, skills that a Shinigami must master. And next, I will teach you the most basic Kido technique. Chapter 17. And next, I will teach you the most basic Kido technique. These words from Shinigami teacher immediately pushed the atmosphere of the audience to a climax. However, there are only vague concepts in their minds, but they have never been exposed to Kido techniques. The students are still confused, excited, and looking forward to it. Instructor Shinigami looked at the puzzled faces below, smiled slightly, and said, I must have talked about so many conceptual things, and you must still be unfamiliar with Kido. It doesn't matter, I will start with low-level Kido and introduce them one by one. Show out. Whether it is Heido or Bakudo, the semicolons are from low to high, from 1 to 99 respectively. I think you are also very clear that the higher the number, the stronger the power. Of course, the degree of difficulty is gradually increasing. Especially Heido after number 90 has unimaginable terrifying energy. However, even in the entire Godi 13, there are only a handful of people who can master Heido above no 90. Mentoring the high-ranking Heido, the Shinigami mentor looked yearning. Although he is not weak, he still has not mastered the high-level Heido. And it is his lifelong wish to be able to master Heido who is above number 90. It's really exciting, Liu Yun. Rukia smiled happily, as early as Rukonga, I have heard the reputation of the Heido technique countless times. It is said that the power of Heido on the 90th can easily destroy one of the blocks in Rukonga. There was a strong yearning color in her beautiful eyes. Becoming a Shinigami, wielding great power, has always been Rukia's dream. Now that she finally has the opportunity to realize it, her heart is full of expectations. Number 90 Heido is so powerful. Liu Yun was a little surprised. After all, every block in Rukonga is vast, and it is really difficult to destroy a block with one blow. However, his mentality quickly returned to calm. Destroy the block in one hit? He can do the same, and it only takes one punch. As long as he wants, he can even blow up everything. On the other side, the Shinigami mentor is already ready. He raised his hands high, and his loud voice spread throughout the classroom. Then I will show Heido number 1 next, so you guys have to watch it. The fingers of the Shinigami teacher protruded from the sleeve robe. He volleyed a little, and a small shock wave condensed by Ryutsu shot out from his fingertips and slammed into another wall violently. One of Heido rush. Card wipe. Under the eyes of everyone, the center of the wall shattered out of thin air, and a hollow appeared. Wow! Suddenly, exclamation sounded in the classroom. The colleges were all amazed, as if they saw an incredible thing. While the students had already mastered Ryutsu, they didn't know how to control it, so just one of the original Heido was an eye-opener for them. Students, do you see? This is the power of Heido. The instructor withdrew his fingers and explained patiently, the essence of Heido lies in the proficiency in controlling Ryutsu. If you can retract and release freely, then the Ryutsu that can be used will be denser, and the power of Heido will be stronger. Okay, students. No matter how much I say, it's better for you to practice. Then you try to control Ryutsu, and then condense it into a punch. Remember to control the Ryutsu, that's the key to Heido, the instructor exhorted. As the voice of instructor Shinigami fell, many students were eager to try. Among them, the ignorant teenagers are full of longing. If they can learn such a cool Kido, then when they go back to Rukonga, they can also show their skills in front of the ignorant girls. At that time, the counter-attack will only be a matter of minutes. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. When the trainees tried to control Ryutsu with confidence, they felt very difficult. To them Ryutsu is like a flowing liquid and it is difficult to soften them. As they tried again and again, many people's faces were gloomy, and they had no choice but to give up even if they were unwilling. It's almost impossible, really. One of the students was sweating profusely, with a tired look on his face. He tried dozens of times but couldn't succeed, but his mentality exploded. Rukia also tried a dozen times, but all ended in failure. She was downcast and unwilling. In the end, except for Liu Yun, almost all the students tried countless times. Okay, students. You must have tried it many times. Then let each student come to the podium one by one to demonstrate. The teacher's words immediately caused the whole classroom to explode. Most of the students looked embarrassed because they hadn't mastered the first Heido yet. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to show off at this time? Instructor Shinigami stood on the podium, he glanced down calmly, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, even if you fail, it is a matter of courage, don't be discouraged." His eyes flicked back and forth, and finally landed on Liu Yun in the corner. The instructor was surprised to find that Liu Yun's eyes did not have the slightest fear or dodge, but dared to meet his gaze. Is he sure? The instructor was overjoyed, and said loudly, "Student, please come to the stage to demonstrate." For a moment, everyone looked sympathetically. To be honest, this is almost an impossible thing to accomplish. However, to their surprise, Liu Yun calmly walked onto the podium without just nodding slightly. "Liu Yun, you have to work hard." Looking at Liu Yun's back, Rukia cried out inwardly. For some reason, it was Liu Yun who was named, but Rukia felt even more nervous. This inexplicable emotion made her heart scramble. On the other side, under the gaze of countless eyes, Liu Yun came to the podium. "Student Liu Yun, show it to everyone next. Don't be nervous, I believe you can do it." Looking at Liu Yun's figure, a ray of hope flashed in the depths of Shinigami teacher's pupils. For some reason, he always felt that this confident young man might be able to create miracles. Chapter 18. Podium. Looking at Liu Yun's figure, a ray of hope flashed in the depths of Shinigami teacher's pupils. For some reason, he always felt that this confident young man could perform miracles. When hope is slim, he can only pin on Liu Yun. After all, geniuses often come by surprise. Liu Yun stood quietly on the podium, calm and composed. Tall and straight posture, steady pace, confident gaze. Invisibly, he gave everyone a feeling of certainty. This feeling is not sudden, but natural. That unique temperament left an indelible impression on everyone's hearts, and everything was natural. Can he really succeed? This idea popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. Although they instinctively expected Liu Yun to succeed. But the cruelty of reality and the tragedies of other students led them to remain skeptical. The atmosphere is oppressive, giving people a heavy sense of suffocation. The spacious classroom is like the dark night. And all the gazes focused on Liu Yun seemed to be looking for the dawn in the dark night. Liu Yun stood on the podium indifferently, his eyes passed over dozens of top students, and finally settled on Rukia's face. The eyes are intertwined, and everything is silent. Liuyun seemed to see the hope in Rukia's beautiful eyes. In addition, there is a hint of different feelings hidden. Ever since, the corners of Liuyun's mouth rose, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. This scene was seen by Rukia, like the warm sunshine in the afternoon, once again melting her iceberg-like heart. In the end, Rukia lowered her head shyly, her face flushed, and she didn't dare to meet Liuyun's eyes again. At this time, the Shinigami instructor spoke again, "Liuyun, let's do it." "Okay." Liuyun nodded, stretched out his fingers calmly, and pointed out in the air. "One of Hado, rush." Ever since, under everyone's unbelievable gazes, a blast of air shot out from his fingertips and quickly hit the wall. At this moment, everything was silent, and there was only deathly silence in the classroom of Nyoda. The students were silent, the instructor was silent, and even the air fell into silence. Time seemed to freeze, and there was no other sound. Only the silent emotion. He actually did it. It is precisely because the result cannot be guessed that the greatest shock will come. All the students had wonderful expressions on their faces. There was shock, there was horror, but more of envy. They didn't expect that Liuyun actually did it. However, that wasn't what shocked them the most. The next scene completely overturned everyone's concept. Card wipe. With a crisp sound, the wall actually cracked a gap. Cracks were densely covered, spreading around like a spider web. Wow! Suddenly, there was an uproar. All the students covered their ears and frowned. The sound of the wall breaking was too harsh, and there were signs of a crash. How is it possible? The instructor's face was dead silent. The original smile on the corner of his mouth was gone, replaced by unbelievable horror. If Liuyun had only cast one of Hado, it wouldn't have shocked him so much. But Hado's power is beyond the instructor's expectation. Is this something a freshman can do? I'm afraid I can't even do it myself. The mentor murmured in a trance. In his field of vision, the walls of the classroom shattered suddenly, shocking cracks continued to spread to the surroundings, and the floor and stone pillars were all shattered. Just an ordinary finger, actually destroyed the entire classroom. A disagreement blows up the classroom. The audience was in chaos, the students were shaking to and fro, and their feet were shaking like an earthquake. "Oh my god, what's going on?" He blows up the classroom. "Damn it, is this guy a monster? It's terrible, I'm afraid this place will be turned into ruins." All kinds of discussions came and went, and the screams of the students came and went. Many timid female students almost cried in fright. "Oh, it seems careless." At this time, Liu Yun, who was the culprit, scratched his head in embarrassment when he saw the scene in the audience. In fact, he didn't mean to blow up the classroom on purpose, but he didn't control the power in his body because of his carelessness. Fortunately, this is only the power of one finger. If it was a blowout with a punch, I am afraid that the entire Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy will be destroyed in an instant. Looks like I still haven't grasped the balance of Ryutsu and power. Liu Yun pouted helplessly, blowing up the classroom with a disagreement. If this matter got out, it might cause an uproar. At that time, the top management of Godai may 13th be alarmed. A newcomer on the first day of school, unexpectedly possesses monster-like power. This is simply unbelievable. On the other side, Instructor Shinigami didn't care about Liu Yun, but was busy taking the students out of here. "Don't panic, everyone, come with me, leave here as soon as possible, this place will soon become a ruin." The instructor was both helpless and pleasantly surprised. Although the classroom was overwhelmed, Liu Yun's strength was discovered, which made him very gratified. Just then, a boulder fell from the ceiling of the classroom, and the place where the boulder fell was just above Rukia. Oops! Instructor Shinigami's heart sank. At such a short distance, once Rukia was hit by a boulder, the consequences would be disastrous. At the same time, Liu Yun found this dangerous scene on the podium. And just when Mentor Shinigami was going to save Rukia with Shunpo, he saw an unbelievable scene again. I saw Liu Yun on the podium stepped out and appeared beside Rukia in an instant, with a single finger, he easily smashed the boulder. And to accomplish all of this is just a blink of an eye. My god, I read it right. Instructor Shinigami was extremely shocked in his heart, and was frightened by Liu Yun's performance one after another, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Chapter 19. A random step, even faster than Shunpo? Instructor Shinigami was so shocked that he even suspected that he was hallucinating. How can a freshman who has just entered school for one day do it? Could it be, is he really a monster? Instructor Shinigami murmured in a low voice, doubts filled his mind. Only on the surface, although Liuyun has a majestic Ryutsu in his body, it is slightly inferior to him. To be reasonable, with this level of Ryutsu alone, it is absolutely impossible to burst out such terrible energy. More importantly, it doesn't matter if Kido is talented, so what the hell is this speed beyond Shunpo? As one of Shinigami's 4 basic skills, Shunpo can move to the opponent's side or farther away at a speed that the opponent cannot see, and it is almost a must-have skill. However, not every Shinigami possesses high attainments on Shunpo. Therefore, Shunpo is also divided into fast and slow. The fastest of them all is Shihaorin Yoryuki, known as Flash Goddess. Although the Shinigami mentor is not as good as the captain-level characters like Yoryuki, he is also one of the few strong players compared to the Dragon Set Shinigami. But Liuyun's speed crushed him abruptly. It's really scary. This level of talent may be able to create miracles. Instructor Shinigami's eyes flickered, and a thin figure appeared in his mind, Ichimaru Jin. This man, always squinting and with a fox-like smirk on his face, once broke history and created an insurmountable miracle. Graduated from Maoling Academy in 1 year. At the beginning, this incident caused the shock of Soul Society, and Ichimaru Jin also began to emerge, becoming the most dazzling new star of Godai 13. After decades, this record is still unbroken. Gradually, everyone realized that 1-year graduation has become a legend. Before this morning, Master Shinigami thought so too. But until he met Liu Yun, he completely changed his mind. The mentor believes without doubt that Liu Yun is likely to be the one who broke the legend. In any case, he must be carefully cultivated. Instructor Shinigami made up his mind to cultivate Liu Yun with all his strength. On the other side, after smashing the boulder with one finger, Liu Yun stood up and stood in front of Rukia, protecting Rukia's weak body in his arms to prevent her from being hit by stone chips. Liu Yun. Rukia was terrified at first, but when she recovered and found herself in Liu Yun's arms, her face turned red and she whispered shyly. Liu Yun stroked Rukia's head affectionately, and comforted, Rukia, it's all right. I'm sorry that I ruined the classroom due to my negligence, and it also made you worry. He sighed helplessly, it would be great if I could control the power in my body, what a pity. The power he was referring to was not Ryutsu, but the power of One Punch Man. It's just that Rukia didn't understand the meaning, instead she smiled and said, Liu Yun, you don't need to blame yourself. In fact, you have only been in charge of Ryutsu for half a year, and it's pretty good to be able to do this. Besides, you should be proud to be the first in the top class to use Heido. In the past 6 months, Rukia has witnessed Liu Yun's growth from an ordinary person to a genius with huge Ryutsu, and she is really happy for Liu Yun from the bottom of her heart. This wonderful feeling was even more joyful than her own progress. Well, you too, don't be discouraged. With Rukia's encouragement, Liu Yun finally turned his sorrow into a smile. The two left the ruins and returned to the crowd. On the other side, seeing all the students evacuate safely, Teacher Shinigami finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the classroom has been destroyed and the class cannot continue. For this reason, he had no choice but to say, Dear students, due to an accident, today's class will end here. Go back to the student dormitory, remember to practice Heido. Yes. Following the instructor's order, the students dispersed and returned to the dormitory. Not long after, the news that the classroom was blown up spread like a hurricane. Except for the new students, even the entire Maoang Academy's students knew about it. And when they learned that the culprit turned out to be a freshman, everyone felt incredible. Many people even sneered contemptuously, thinking that this incident was exaggerated. After all, no matter how strong a freshman is, it is impossible to blow up the classroom with one finger. However, apart from the students, this incident even alarmed the upper echelons of the Maoang Academy. In the depths of Maoang Liuyun Academy, in an empty room. It occupies a vast area, the light is transparent and bright, and the fresh air can be faintly breathed through the windows. In the very center of the room, there was a luxurious and long and narrow wooden table, and 4 Shinigami in black death suits sat behind the wooden table. Although their faces were expressionless, they all looked indifferent and indifferent, but if you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find the complex emotions hidden deep in the pupils. As we all know, although Captain Yamamoto is the nominal dean of Maling Academy, but due to the busy team affairs, he is only a nominal dean. And the real behind-the-scenes executives of the academy are the 4 black-robed Shinigami. They used to be a member of Godei 13, but due to various reasons, they retreated behind the scenes and stayed at Maling Academy as mentors. At this time, the room was silent, and there seemed to be a suffocating solemnity hidden in the air. After a long silence, a heavy voice finally broke the silence. "What do you think about this matter?" Another voice: "Since the instructor has confirmed it, the authenticity of this incident is not doubtful. But what surprises me is when such a monster will appear in the prison area. Do you need to report this to Captain Yamamoto?" "No, it is not necessary. Kido and Shunpo alone are not enough to prove his talent. Just wait, I will personally assess him after he gets the sealed state. When the time comes, I hope he won't let me down." Liu Yun didn't expect that one of his negligence would attract the attention of the senior management of the college. Things are getting bigger. Chapter 20. Late at night. In the dark night sky, the stars are shining brightly. After finishing a day of classes, Liu Yun and Rukia did not return to the college dormitory immediately, but went for a walk in the bamboo forest. The Shenyang Liuyun Academy is very large, except for the teaching building and dormitory, it is surrounded by open spaces. On weekdays, these venues are also places for students to practice privately. This time, at Liu Yun's suggestion, Rukia followed him to one of the empty fields. "Liu Yun, why did you bring me here? Don't you want to go back?" Rukia looked around suspiciously. In addition to weeds everywhere, there were also countless boulders standing here, which looked very desolate. Liu Yun stared into Rukia's eyes calmly, and said in a deep voice, "The reason why I brought you here is to help you in special training." "Special training?" Rukia asked in surprise. This barren place is almost indistinguishable from a classroom in ruins. "I'm afraid special training here won't be very effective, right? Besides, I haven't even mastered one of Heido." In the end, Rukia's voice was as small as a mosquito. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of unwillingness. Although she is a weak girl, Rukia has a strong heart. Helpless, the tragic childhood experience has unconsciously become an indelible shadow over the years. This also led to the fact that Rukia looks strong on the outside, but actually has a fragile heart. It can even be said that what hinders Rukia's progress is a lack of self-confidence. "Do you know why you didn't master one of Heido? It's because of your lack of self-confidence." Liu Yun strode forward and came to Rukia. Before Rukia could react, he reached out and lifted Rukia's chin. "Liu Yun, you..." Rukia was caught off guard, she raised her head flusteredly, and her eyes happened to be level with Liu Yun. The eyes of the two met again. Rukia originally wanted to break free from Liu Yun's palm, but when she felt the warmth in Liu Yun's gaze, the arm that was raised in the air fell down again. For a while, there was silence all around. The tranquility of the night, accompanied by howling cold wind. In the night, the two looked at each other affectionately, and even the beating of their hearts could be heard clearly. Bang 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 bang. With every heartbeat, many thoughts raced through Rukia's mind. Gradually, her cheeks flushed and she began to avoid Liu Yun's gaze. "Liu Yun, what on earth do you want?" Rukia whispered shyly. She didn't understand what Liu Yun was thinking. At this time Liu Yun finally let go, smiled slightly, and said, "Rukia, in Kido class today, I found that you have a common problem like other students, that is, lack of self-confidence. When the instructor was about to roll the roll, I found that everyone lowered their heads in unison, or deliberately avoided the instructor's gaze. In fact, from that moment on, you were doomed not to succeed. A real strong person should be brave and fearless. Instead of being afraid, and escaping. What you lack is not the gap in Ryutsu, nor the gap in strength, but the heart of a strong man. Do you understand? Although Liuyun's voice is not loud, it is particularly loud in the quiet night. Before possessing the power of One Punch Man, Liuyun used to be an ordinary person. But it is precisely with the spirit of never giving up that he overcomes difficulties and experiences setbacks before he possesses great strength. Liuyun seems to see his original self in Rukia. Average talent, not confident. In other words, if Rukia can overcome the inner demons, he can also morph into a butterfly like him, and transform into the most dazzling star. And now all Liuyun has to do is to help Rukia regain her confidence. I understand what you said. But... Rukia sighed helplessly, I don't have a prominent background, nor a shocking talent, nor a strong body. In the eyes of most people, I am just a weak woman after all. Even I myself didn't expect to be able to pass the Mu spirit. The Academy's assessment, alas. The shadow of childhood lingers in Rukia's heart like a nightmare every moment. In her unbearable memory, she was abandoned in the grass when she was still a baby. If she hadn't met Abarai Renji, she would have starved to death in Rukonga. These are not important. Liuyun shook his head and said word by word, you are too obsessed with the past. Don't forget, you are now a freshman at Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy. As for the past, it has passed with time after all. All you need to do is looking to the future. The best way to cut off the past is to make yourself stronger. At this moment, an incomparable aura emerged from Liuyun's body, as shocking as the bright moon above the 9 heavens. Affected by this momentum, Rukia's expression was dull, and she seemed to have a clear understanding in her heart. Forget the past and make yourself stronger. Rukia kept pondering, and her originally confused eyes gradually became clear. Finally, she suddenly raised her head and asked in a loud voice, Liuyun, I seem to understand. Indeed, the past experience made me think that I am inferior to others in my heart, and this also caused me to lack self-confidence in everything I do. That's right. Liuyun encouraged, don't forget, we will practice for a long time in the Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy. Even if we lack talent, as long as we have enough confidence, we will definitely succeed. Rukia nodded solemnly and said, I understand. From now on, I will never try to avoid it again. However, the special training you mentioned is probably not just talking to me, right? You still understand me, Rukia? Liuyun glanced around, pretending to be mysterious with a smile, I think you must be wondering why I have such a strong power. In fact, this is the result I have accumulated over the years, and this method is simple and easy, but difficult, but more importantly, persevere. Rukia, would you like to practice with me? Chapter 21. Rukia, would you like to train with me? Speaking of special training, Liuyun's face gradually became serious and dignified. For a moment, the ambiguous atmosphere dissipated, and the air seemed to be filled with a heavy atmosphere that made people breathe. Even Rukia saw Liuyun put on such a serious look for the first time. She looked at Liuyun's eyes in surprise, and found that they were different, as if they contained some special magical power. Confident, powerful, defiant. This is the first time Rukia feels such aura from Liuyun. Maybe it's... Serious men are always the most handsome. Infected by this atmosphere, Rukia said without hesitation, of course I am willing, Liuyun. As long as I can become stronger, no matter how hard the training is, I can persevere. Rukia clenched her fists tightly, her face was solemn, and she vowed to prove herself. It's not as difficult as you think. Liuyun encouraged, the so-called special training is first of all about physical training and fighting spirit training. Given your current weak strength, the first thing we will do is physical training. Physical training. Rukia frowned slightly, although in Rukonga, people with strong physiques tend to have an advantage in fighting. However, once you have Ryutsu, the advantage of physical fitness will become negligible, and you will rely more on Ryutsu. After all, this is a Ryutsu-focused world. In a way, Ryutsu is to Shinigami what Haki is to One Piece. Not only can Ryutsu be given to the surface of the weapon to strengthen the power of cutting, but also form an invisible armor. And the duel before the slash and the slash is essentially Ryutsu directly colliding with each other. That's why Rukia was puzzled. Even though her body is strong, her weak Ryutsu is always her Achilles heel. In this way, what is the point of special training? On the other side, Liu Yun seemed to see Rukia's doubts, and said with a smile, Rukia, you must be very confused, right? Maybe you think I'm born with a powerful Ryutsu, right? Okay. Rukia nods. She has always believed that Liu Yun is a special talent. Even without deliberate exercise, the Ryutsu in the body will increase day by day. In fact, she was wrong. The Ryutsu on Liu Yun is actually an illusion and a means of covering up. He relies more on the power of One Punch Man in his body. In the final analysis, physical fitness is the secret of Liu Yun's strength. Rukia, you are wrong. The Ryutsu in my body didn't grow for no reason, but because of my deliberate exercise in the past 6 months. Liu Yun said in a deep voice, think carefully, where have I been in the mornings of the past 6 months? Rukia tilted her head and kept thinking. She exclaimed, morning exercise. That's right. Liu Yun solemnly said, it is precisely because of my perseverance for half a year that I can gradually control Ryutsu. Whether it is Shinigami or ordinary Rukonga residents, for everyone, the body is the greatest treasure house. You may not know that everyone's body contains endless energy. Once you can control this power, you can do everything you want. Rukia, you are watching. Liu Yun swung his hand back, and his arm stretched out from the sleeve robe. He volleyed a little, and the power in his body surged, and he roared out with Ryutsu. One of Hado, rush! After a loud drink, Liu Yun tapped lightly, and a wave of air gushed out along the fingertips. This time, Liu Yun did not restrain his strength, but showed the power of One Punch Man as much as possible. Bang! The moment the airflow hit the ground, a deafening sound suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the night in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook violently, like a devastating earthquake. Sand and gravel were flying, giant trees were shaking, and countless shocking cracks appeared on the flat ground. Wow! Rukia's expression changed, she clearly felt a powerful wave of energy spreading under her feet. Even though she gritted her teeth, she could barely stand. Boom! Eventually, the earth shatters. Except where Liu Yun and Rukia were standing, all the other places collapsed and were completely destroyed. In just a few seconds, this piece of open space was turned into ruins. See? This is just the power of my finger. Liu Yun withdrew his finger and said casually, if you persevere like me, you will be able to master this kind of power someday. Rukia's expression was dull, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. She looked around and asked fearfully, then what should I do? Liu Yun smiled slightly, raised his third finger, and said pretending to be serious, it's very simple, you only need these points, plus a life and death struggle with me, to break through the limits of the human body and possess the strongest strength. What exactly is that? Rukia's eyes were wide open, and she held her breath, not daring to take a breath. The atmosphere became dignified, as if a gust of cold air was constantly flowing between the two. For Rukia, this moment is very meaningful, because this method has the potential to change her destiny. However, what Liu Yun said in the next moment left Rukia dumbfounded. Adhere to 1,000 squats every day. Adhere to 1,000 sit UPS every day. 1,000 push UPS every day. Insist on a 10-kilometer long distance run every day. Liu Yun looked up at the night sky, his eyes flickering, and said in a deep voice, this is the biggest secret in me, and it is also the power that makes me stronger. And I call this power the power of the bald head. Chapter 21. Adhere to 1,000 squats every day. Adhere to 1,000 sit UPS every day. 1,000 push UPS every day. Insist on a 10-kilometer long distance run every day. Under the hazy night, Liu Yun's voice kept echoing. However, Rukia was dumbfounded, not because of how amazing these exercises were, but because they were too simple. Rukia has always believed that Liu Yun hides an amazing secret. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for mere ordinary geniuses to make rapid progress like him. However, when Liu Yun revealed the truth, it made Rukia feel at a loss. 1,000 squats, 1,000 sit UPS, 1,000 push UPS, a 10-kilometer run. What the hell is this? Could it be, is the secret of Liu Yun becoming stronger so simple? And that bald power, what the hell is going on? In an instant, countless black question marks appeared on Rukia's face. To be fair, although the physical exercises mentioned by Liu Yun are harsh, they are not difficult to do. Not to mention Shinigami, even any Rukonga resident can easily do it. It just takes time and effort, it's not hard. However, can this kind of exercise really stimulate the potential of the human body and control powerful strength as Liu Yun said? Rukia is skeptical. Liu Yun, stop joking. Rukia shook her head, her face flushed, and she said angrily, the method you mentioned is applicable to almost everyone. If it is really that simple, then how can Rukonga be weak? Ugh! Seeing Rukia's angry appearance, Liu Yun shrugged and sighed helplessly, I knew it, you wouldn't believe it, and this is not the first time someone has been suspected. In the original world, someone once asked Liu Yun about his powerful secret. However, the same answer, but in exchange for the same question, it seems that in the eyes of everyone, this special training method is just a joke. But no one knew that Liu Yun persisted for 5 full years before finally controlling the power of One Punch Man. Fortunately, not only did he not go bald, but he became stronger. But, no one would believe it, right? Rukia frowned slightly, she felt more and more that Liu Yun was just joking with her. Oh, there's no way. Liu Yun shook his head helplessly, and said in a deep voice, Rukia, besides Kido, Shunpo is also one of the fighting skills Shinigami has mastered, right? Rukia nodded undeniably. Then take care, we have never practiced Shunpo with our mentor. But with my strong physical strength, my speed can surpass Shunpo. The moment the voice fell, Liu Yun took a step forward. Brush! In the next second, his figure disappeared instantly like a ghost, and there was not even a sign of the whole process. When Rukia reacted, Liu Yun had already appeared 100 meters away, and a huge deep pit appeared under his feet. How can that be? Rukia opened her mouth wide in amazement, and her heart was turned upside down. It's not that she hasn't seen Shunpo before, but it's the first time she's seen Liu Yun's teleportation while also bursting out with huge abilities. See? This is the potential that the body can explode. With the power that explodes from the body, I can easily surpass Shunpo. Liu Yun raised his arms high and took another step. With a swipe, he returned to Rukia. This dazzling scene made Rukia unable to calm down for a long time. Now, you should believe it, right? Liu Yun gazed into Rukia's eyes sincerely and said, trust me, Rukia. A simple sentence, but it completely moved Rukia. Yes, I should trust you, Liu Yun. Feeling the softness in Liu Yun's gaze, Rukia finally cast aside her doubts. She took the initiative to say, Liu Yun, let's start, just follow what you said, I believe it will definitely work. That's right. What's more, this is only the first stage. Under the leadership of Liu Yun, Rukia followed him for physical exercise. A long night passed in long talks and exercises. Although exhausted after the night, Rukia did not feel significant results. However, it was a good start, and it allowed her to regain her confidence and hope. In the early morning of the second day, Liu Yun and Rukia came to the academy early. Because the old classroom was blown up by Liu Yun, they were specially arranged by the school in the new classroom. What made all the students look forward to was that, perhaps because of the last accident, the old tutor was temporarily transferred away, and the senior management of the college would arrange a new tutor for them. It is said that this mentor is from Godi 13. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar among the students. A mentor from Godi 13 is undoubtedly something to look forward to. In the classroom, in the corner, Liu Yun and Rukia sat down side by side. He kept looking around, but he never saw the figure of the new mentor. Whispering voices sounded from every corner of the classroom, and everyone was discussing the mysterious new mentor. Have you heard? This new mentor seems to be a girl. Really? Female tutor? That would be wonderful. I'm afraid that the female instructor has a bad temper. All the students discussed happily, with thoughts floating in their minds. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the classroom. Da-da-da. Suddenly, the classroom became silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the door of the classroom. Time passed by every minute and every second, and everyone's eyes were fixed on it, full of expectations. Pat. With a steady step, a Maoman figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. She has long black wavy hair, a mole on her lip, open clothes, and a necklace with a silver ring on her chest. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of big breasts. This Maoman figure turned out to be the vice captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Rangiku. Chapter 22. New Mentor, Matsumoto Rangiku. When Matsumoto Rangiku stepped into the classroom, the audience was silent, and all eyes were on her. To be precise, it was on those proud big breasts. Such a shocking amount of milk is like a beautiful landscape, which makes everyone feel pleasing to the eye. Many students' cheeks were flushed, and they remained motionless as if petrified, with strong excitement emerging from the depths of their pupils. I thought that the new mentor would be a rigid old man, but I didn't expect it to be a big-bust girl. In an instant, the silent atmosphere disappeared, and everyone was enthusiastic. My God, is she really our mentor? That's great, it will give me more motivation in my practice. Such a beautiful mentor, and those proud big breasts. I think even if you look at the Soul Society, there are only a handful of them. Compared with my mentor, I really feel inferior. Whispering voices resounded all over the classroom. In addition to the male students whose eyes are shining, even the female students have to marvel at Matsumoto Rangiku's figure. On the other side, it seems to feel the strange eyes of the students. Matsumoto Rangiku frowned displeased, and strode up to the podium. She glanced down with a serious expression, and said loudly, "Dear students, due to the special arrangement of the college, I will be your new tutor during this period. My name is Matsumoto Rangiku. I think you all know my identity very well. Yes, I am from the 10th team and I am currently serving as the vice captain." After introducing himself in a few words, Matsumoto Rangiku asked in a deep voice, "Do you have any questions?" There was a hint of majesty in her words, and her eyes did not have the gentleness of ordinary women, but looked like a woman. Matsumoto Rangiku was born in the extremely poor area of Rukonga, and has known the captain of the 3rd Division Ichimaru-jin since childhood. When she was on the verge of starving to death when she was young, Ichimaru-jin gave her persimmons to satisfy her hunger, and set the day when she met her as her birthday. Later, due to poverty, Matsumoto Rangiku gradually developed a bold and strong character. It's just that due to accidents and persecution by Aizen, childhood tragedies were left behind. And when Ichimaru-jin became a Shinigami, Matsumoto Rangiku also followed in his footsteps and became a Shinigami, until today the vice-captain of the Juban team. This time, being the mentor of the freshman top class is not only the request of Captain Yamamoto, but also her original intention. After all, she used to be a member of Shenyang Liuyun Academy, and taking this opportunity, she happened to be able to recall the time back then. What a bunch of lecherous brats! The corner of Matsumoto Rangiku's mouth raised a playful arc, and she naturally didn't bother to care about the strange eyes of the students. This time, I am in charge of teaching you in the 4 aspects of Kido, Zenshu, Shunpo, and White Hits, but I have a free time as a mentor for 1 year. That is to say, after 1 year, you will welcome a new mentor. Matsumoto Rangiku continued, but don't worry, I will teach you carefully this year. The only thing I hope is that you can cooperate with my teaching, so that you can graduate from the Shinigami Academy as soon as possible and become a real Shinigami. She puffed out her chest and got straight to the point. Okay, this class is about Shunpo. As far as I know, you've already had your first exposure to Kido, and I'm going to teach you about Shunpo. The so-called Shunpo is a skill that moves the body quickly and instantly, and can move to the opponent's side or farther away at a speed that the opponent cannot see. Of course, this explanation seems a bit vague. Then you guys look forward to it, and let you see the real Shunpo. There was a moving smile on Matsumoto Ranjiku's beautiful face, and the moment her voice fell, her figure disappeared instantly, and instead appeared in the aisle in the middle of the classroom. The speed is far faster than the color of the previous mentor. In fact, the person who can serve as the vice-captain of the fan team is naturally not an ordinary person. Although Matsumoto Ranjiku is not a genius, but with the perseverance in her bones, she still achieved impressive achievements. Even Shunpo, who is not good at it, is far above ordinary Shinigami. It's so fast, it's almost like teleportation. There is no sign. Once you encounter such an enemy in battle, it is difficult to fight back. The trainees were amazed that Matsumoto Ranjiku was indeed more flawless than the previous instructor, Shunpo. On the other side, in the corner, Matsumoto Ranjiku's speed also surprised Liu Yun. Is this the strength of the vice-captain? It really is different. Although surprised, this mood quickly calmed down. Although other trainees could not capture the movement of Matsumoto Ranjiku. But in Liu Yun's view, it is like slow motion. Therefore, he was just surprised. One random step can overtake Matsumoto Ranjiku if he wants to. Students, Shunpo cares more about the control of Ryutsu. The more subtle, the better the coordination of the body, and the more perfect Shunpo will be. Pointing to an open space outside the window, she said with a smile, "This classroom is too small for you to show your hands and feet. Let's go, that open space is where you will be really assessed." The open space outside the classroom has a special terrain. It is connected by two small open spaces, and there is a clear stream in the middle. To be reasonable, it is not so easy to cross this creek. After all, there are almost 10 meters between the two banks. That's why Matsumoto Ranjiku chose this place. On the other hand, if a student can succeed, it also proves that he has initially mastered Shunpo. Led by Matsumoto Ranjiku, everyone came to the clearing together. She pointed to the insurmountable creek, pretending to be mysterious, and said with a smile, "What you have to do is very simple, that is to use the Shunpo skills you have mastered to cross this creek. Of course, in order to make you more motivated, as long as whoever can succeed, I will invite him to run lin and to eat ramen tonight." Chapter 23. If anyone can succeed, tonight, I will treat him to ramen. Matsumoto Ranjiku smiled kindly, and threw out a condition that made all the students very interested. "Can I eat ramen with my beautiful tutor? It is worth looking forward to." This is of course the dream of all students. It's just that, apart from the excitement, when the students saw the insurmountable creek, they were most frowning. According to visual inspection, even if you jump with all your strength, you can only cross the creek at most, and you can't reach the opposite side. If it is Shunpo who has not yet mastered it, it will be even more difficult. Ugh! Thinking of this, many people have retreated in their hearts. To be fair, this is simply impossible. However, in order to get close to Matsumoto Ranjiku, many students are still eager to try. After all, they are a group of young and energetic teenagers, so naturally they will not give up lightly. So, who's going to start first? Matsumoto Ranjiku held a student list in his hand and stared up and down. Suddenly, the atmosphere became solemn again, as if a cloud of gloom enveloped all the students. The embarrassing thing is that the students want to try, but are afraid of failure, and even more afraid of being outstanding and ruining the impression in Matsumoto Ranjiku's mind. Ever since, the scene of déjà vu appeared again. Whenever Matsumoto Ranjiku looked, the students lowered their heads, or avoided, or were not confident. As a mentor, Matsumoto Ranjiku saw this scene, although his expression remained unchanged, a hint of disappointment inevitably appeared in the depths of his pupils. After all, it's just a group of children. It seems that my requirements seem a bit harsh. But... She paused, and then said, "Isn't that what I was back then? If you are timid, afraid of failure and refuse to try, how can you see the dawn of hope?" Matsumoto Ranjiku did not pay attention to the feelings of the students, but named one of the students. "Hayes Nakamura. It's up to you to try first." Called by Matsumoto Ranjiku, a teenager who was chatting and laughing at the rumors had a dull expression. He opened his mouth in surprise, his face pale. God seemed to have made a joke with him, and he became the first person to try. Of course, this is an opportunity that seems to be able to show off, but everyone knows very well that the ending often ends in tragedy. Time passed by every minute and every second, and there was silence in the surrounding area, revealing a depressive atmosphere that made people breathless. Long Valley Village. Seeing that no one came out of the crowd, Matsumoto Lunjun frowned slightly, as if a little displeased. She sternly swept across the faces of every student, and finally settled on the pale-faced Haze Nakamura. "You are Chang-gu Nakamura, right? It's your turn, don't hide any more." As a female man, Matsumoto Lunjun did not show any kindness to Kato Taka, but reprimanded him in full view. Haze Nakamura lowered his head enough to feel the mocking eyes around him, his cheeks were flushed, and he felt ashamed. "Oh, really, why did you get me first?" With helpless sighs and abuse, Haze Nakamura finally stood up. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly came to the shore. On the side, countless discussions sounded. "Do you think he will succeed? Do you still need to ask? The word failure is already written on his face. Even I haven't mastered it yet, just rely on him? Save it." Everyone is speculating whether Kato Taka can succeed, but the result is surprisingly consistent. He must fail. Student Haze, be more confident. As the first student to try, you are attracting attention. Matsumoto Rangiku smiled slightly. She came behind Haze Nakamura, and comforted her kindly. Haze Nakamura's face was flushed, and Matsumoto Rangiku's encouragement brought him even more pressure. At this time, although Haze Nakamura tried his best to restrain himself, his feet were trembling uncontrollably. "Fear from the bottom of my heart." In the end, he clenched his teeth and drank as if using all his strength. Shunpo. Haze Nakamura tried his best to mobilize Ryutsu, and with the power of his feet, he jumped. Brush! His figure streaked across the air like a long rainbow, and quickly came to the top of the creek. At this moment, the audience was silent, as if time had also stood still. All eyes were on the figure in midair. However, only 3 seconds passed. Haze Nakamura's feet were trembling, Ryutsu was in disarray, he couldn't control his balance, and fell with a plop into the creek. The water splashed everywhere, the stream flooded his body, and Chang Guozongkan was in a mess like a drowned rat. He failed. "Unfortunately, Haze-san, it seems that you have not been able to master Shunpo." Although he had expected the result, Matsumoto Rangiku still shook his head in disappointment. And Haze Nakamura's eyes were dull, he climbed ashore dejectedly, silent. With examples of failures, the students are even less confident. However, Matsumoto Rangiku didn't pay attention to their feelings. She picked up the student list and shouted, "Next one." In this way, every student who was named by Matsumoto Rangiku tried it. However, they failed without exception. Gradually, there are not many students left on the list, and it can be said that there is little hope. At the end of the day, even Matsumoto Rangiku lost patience and even wondered if the test was too difficult. Thump! With countless water splashes, another student failed. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku sighed helplessly. She picked up the list of students, and couldn't help frowning slightly. She found that there were only 2 names left on the list. Rukia, Liu Yun. Well, we can only pin our hopes on these 2 brats. If even they fail, then the quality of this class of students is really disappointing. Matsumoto Rangiku shook his head regretfully, and finally said loudly, "Next, Rukia." After being called, Rukia raised her head with a mixture of worry and joy on her face. "Rukia, remember what I said that night? To be successful, you must have a heart that goes forward. Go ahead, believe in yourself and you will succeed." Behind Rukia, Liuyun's figure came, like a warm current, which immediately filled Rukia with confidence. Chapter 24. Rukia, believe in yourself, you can do it. The moment Liuyun's voice came from behind, Rukia felt as if an inexplicable force injected into her body. "Come on, Rukia." In a trance, there seemed to be a voice in the depths of my heart that kept shouting. Rukia's eyes gradually became clear, and she no longer avoided like last time, but raised her head resolutely, and walked to the shore with her head held high. "What? A hint of surprise flickered deep in Matsumoto Ranjiku's eyes, although she couldn't see Rukia's expression clearly. But her intuition told her that this little girl seemed different. Is it true that surprises are always discovered at the end? In the last hope, Matsumoto Ranjiku kept looking at Rukia's body. She was surprised to find that Rukia was not like the previous students, her body showed no signs of trembling, but was as steady as a rock. This alone is enough to win her appreciation. Student Rukia, it seems that she is very sure. Could it be that she has really mastered Shunpo? Impossible? Didn't she fail the last time she practiced Heido, and I think this time is no exception. Even we failed, she is a weak woman, why? The students continued to discuss, and they were more mocking. Rukia's low profile on weekdays makes them instinctively think that Rukia is also an underdog, so everyone dislikes her. On the other side, Rukia turned her back to the crowd, she lowered her head and stared at the water with her heart like Shisui. The gossip behind her didn't disturb her mind, but what Liuyun said that night was what kept coming back to her mind. It's not talent, it's not strength, it's a lack of self-confidence that bothers you. So, Rukia, let's go. As long as you have faith, you will go forward. Gradually, Liuyun's face with a gentle smile appeared in Rukia's mind. After getting along for half a year, Rukia subtly developed a kind of dependence on Liuyun. Liuyun seems to be one of the most important people around her. I will definitely not let you down. Rukia took a deep breath, quickly mobilized the ryotsu in her body under everyone's gaze, and then jumped. Brush! In an instant, her back became the most charming figure, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight until she appeared in mid-air. Amazing explosive power! In the back, Matsumoto Ranjiku's eyes flickered, and he praised from the bottom of his heart, compared with those students before, she is more proficient in using skills in Shunpo. However, whether she can really cross this stream depends on the next performance. Matsumoto Ranjiku wasn't completely relieved. After all, he hadn't actually crossed the creek, and no one knew what the result would be. Besides, many students fell on the most critical step. Not only her, but other students had the same idea. They are eager to witness the miracle. At this time, the atmosphere became extremely dignified, no one said a word, only the cold wind whizzed past in mid-air. At this critical moment, Rukia did not lack stamina like other students. She still controlled the balance very well, even if her body was suspended in mid-air, she was still not afraid. 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters. Finally, Rukia's body crossed the entire creek perfectly and landed firmly with a thud. She did it. Although there were some setbacks in the process, it was always safe and sound. How is it possible? She succeeded. It wasn't until Rukia's figure appeared on the other side that everyone realized that a miracle happened. The male students were all amazed and ashamed, while the female students even showed jealous eyes. At this moment, Rukia was under the spotlight and completely stole the limelight. Rukia, who used to be timid and ordinary, finally overcame the shadow of her heart and became the most eye-catching newcomer. Attack on Rukia. Let me just say, as this year's top class, there will always be a genius. Matsumoto Ranjiku nodded in satisfaction, but also heaved a sigh of relief. If all the students failed, then she would feel disappointed. And Rukia's counter-attack also ignited the dawn of hope. At this moment, she turned sideways and aimed at the last student. Student Liuyun, it's your turn this time. Matsumoto Ranjiku encouraged, even Rukia has succeeded. As her desk mate, you will not show weakness, right? While there was a hint of provocation in the remark, Matsumoto Ranjiku had great hopes for Liuyun. On the other side, facing Matsumoto Ranjiku's gaze, Liuyun's face was calm, and after a polite smile, he came to the shore calmly. His composure caught Rukia's attention right away. He should be the legendary student who blows up the classroom with one finger. It's really exciting. Matsumoto Ranjiku looked at the thin figure and muttered in a low voice. She had known the legend about Liuyun long before. Kido is highly talented and Ryotsu is huge, this is her first impression of Liuyun. However, Matsumoto Ranjiku wanted to see Liuyun's strength with his own eyes just because everyone spoke too highly of Liuyun. Whether it is a real genius or just a vain name, it depends on this time. After Liu Yun came to the shore, he looked at the opposite bank, intertwining eyes with Rukia. Although the two were silent, he could feel the trust and encouragement in Rukia's eyes. This feeling is very strange, but it is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. At this time, Liu Yun kept recalling the scene when Matsumoto Rangiku cast Shunpo that day. After constant thinking, he is clear about every movement and signs of Ryutsu flow. In the end, Liu Yun stepped out of the scene calmly, and his figure disappeared in front of everyone without warning. Brush! Suddenly disappeared, but reappeared like a ghost. When everyone reacted, Liu Yun had already appeared on the other side. He did the same. Chapter 25. Liu Yun did the same. Reasonably speaking, this result is both reasonable and unexpected. After all, when Liu Yun cast Hado for the first time, everyone was stunned by Liu Yun's expression. However, what people didn't expect was that Liu Yun was able to do it so easily. Compared with Rukia, who is doing his best, Liu Yun can be called effortless. Even the whole process is just a moment of breathing. Based on this alone, his performance is enough to crush the audience. As a mentor, Matsumoto Rangiku thought he was ready, but Liu Yun was so fast that even she couldn't react. The whole process was done smoothly and without any sloppiness. So the question is this really something a freshman can do? Matsumoto Rangiku shook his head, extremely shocked inside. She thought back to herself back then, although she was barely successful, she could never be as easy as Liu Yun. And looking at the entire Soul Society, there are only a few people who can do this in the freshman period of enrollment. It's really surprising. A charming smile appeared on Matsumoto Rangiku's face, and she became interested in Liu Yun. If one amazing performance is just a flash in the pan, then multiple amazing performances are enough to prove Liu Yun's talent. It seems that this trip was not in vain. Being able to cultivate a genius can be regarded as the fulfillment of a dream for many years. Matsumoto Rangiku, as the vice-captain of the Juban team, has been trying to train outstanding new players this year. It's a pity that the talents are withering, and the young and old are not accepted, which has become a regret in her heart. However, the appearance of Liu Yun made Matsumoto Rangiku see the light. On the other side, perhaps because the heart was too shocked, the other students were speechless. They could only look enviously at Liu Yun's figure, and at the same time lamented that almost monster talent. In addition, many students felt intense jealousy in their hearts. After all, mastering Shunpo means eating ramen with Matsumoto Rangiku. This is a great time for a solo date. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Matsumoto Rangiku smiled wryly and said, "Okay, you two come back." This time, only Liu Yun practiced. Both Rukia and Rukia succeeded. Since it surprised me, it also disappointed me. Matsumoto Rangiku stared at the faces of the other students, and said in a deep voice without hesitation, "As the top class of this year's freshmen, your performance really disappoints me. This is only a preliminary practice, but it has become an insurmountable challenge for you. If this continues, even if you successfully graduate from the Xinyang Academy, you will never be able to gain a foothold in Godi 13. But..." Matsumoto Rangiku paused, and then said, "Fortunately, there are still surprises. I am really satisfied with the performance of Rukia and Liu Yun. I also said before that as long as anyone can do it, I will treat him to ramen." Matsumoto Rangiku turned around, looked at the two, and said with a sweet smile, "Liu Yun, Rukia, let's go to Linen tonight, my treat." Just when everyone was envious, the accident happened again. Rukia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up and declined Matsumoto Rangiku's invitation. "I'm sorry, Matsumoto-sensei." Rukia lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "I'm so tired, I want to go back to the dormitory to rest tonight." In fact, Rukia was exhausted from the all-night special training and today's hard work, and she had already been to run Linen once, so she wasn't too interested. "It's okay, you can go back and rest as soon as possible." Matsumoto Rangiku is also a generous person. She was not angry when she was rejected face to face, but smiled with concern. The class ended, and the students left one after another, returning to their dormitories. Night. As night falls, the stars shine brightly in the dark night. The Runlinen neighborhood is as lively as ever. On the bustling street, there are endless streams of people. In the middle of the street, Liu Yun and Matsumoto Rangiku walked side by side. Although this is Liu Yun's second visit to the Runlinen neighborhood, his feelings are quite different. In addition to the change in identity, it is more recognized by other people. He only showed an insignificant trace of strength, and he happened to be regarded as a once-in-a-century genius. Not only that, but also won the respect of peers and the care of mentors. This feeling is something he has never experienced before. Suddenly, Matsumoto Rangiku asked, Liu Yun, are you really an orphan? Yeah, from childhood to adulthood, maybe the only thing that accompanied me was loneliness. Recalling the unbearable past, Liu Yun frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. In the past, I was regarded as a monster and could only be accompanied by loneliness and darkness. This painful feeling is really unforgettable. I see. Matsumoto Rangiku exclaimed in amazement, at first, I thought your identity was not simple, maybe you were a nobleman of Jingling Ting. To be fair, I have never seen Rukonga have such a strong genius as you in these years. Well, except for him. Mentioning that person, a complex look flashed across Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes. He. Liu Yun asked back, Teacher Matsumoto, who exactly are you referring to? Matsumoto Rangiku said in a deep voice, the current captain of the third team, Ichimaru Jin. Silver is younger than me, but he has enviable talents. He has also created many miracles. After graduating in 1 year and entering Godai 13, he immediately became the third seat. These records are still unmatched today. Humans can transcend. But Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes were gloomy, and he sighed regretfully, originally we were partners who depended on each other. Since he became the captain of the 3rd division, I feel that the relationship with him has gradually become estranged, as if there is an invisible barrier between us. While the two were talking, they also walked into the ramen restaurant together. But just as he stepped into the gate, Matsumoto Rangiku exclaimed loudly. In her field of vision, a man with a thin figure, wearing a black death suit and a black feather kimono just happened to be standing in the aisle. And on the back of that feather weave, San Fan Squad was written impressively. Chapter 26. Black Shiba outfit, light white Captain Haori, and a short sword on his waist. When seeing this figure, Matsumoto Rangiku was surprised and felt warm at the same time. Over the years of getting along, this figure has penetrated into the soul. That's right, he is the man who has always existed in the legend. Captain of Division 3, Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin is a poppy-like man with short light purple hair, small eyes and light blue pupils. Usually always show people with a smiling face, with a fox-like sly smile on his face. This is a mysterious man. Ichimaru Jin was born in the extremely poor area of Seoul Street, and was a childhood friend of Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice-captain of the 10th squad, and the relationship between the two is unusual. When Ichimaru Jin was wandering on a certain mountain in the Seoul society as a child, he met Matsumoto Rangiku who was hungry, and gave her a piece of persimmon to satisfy her hunger, and then set the day when she met Rangiku as her birthday. Ichimaru Jin possessed superhuman talents since he was a child. He graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy in only 1 year and is known as a gifted child. He's been known to the Seoul Society for decades. After graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy and joining Godai 13, he even killed the 3rd seat officer of the 5th team at that time, and replaced him, becoming the youngest seat officer in history. Today, Ichimaru Jin has become the captain of the 3rd team. Not only Matsumoto Rangiku was surprised, even Liu Yun himself did not expect to meet the legendary figure in an unassuming ramen restaurant. As early as half a year ago, Liu Yun heard the name Ichimaru Jin mentioned by Uncle Torei. Liu Yun can even feel his admiration for Ichimaru Jin from Tor's eyes. Since then, the name Ichimaru Jin has been deeply rooted in Liu Yun's mind. But after coming to Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy, this name was mentioned again and again, as if linked to the word genius. Over time, Liu Yun became more and more interested in Ichimaru Jin. What kind of person is a genius who can be remembered by everyone, and what kind of talent and strength does he have? These questions have been puzzling Liuyun like a mystery. And this time on a date with Matsumoto Rangiku, I ran into Ichimaru Jin by chance. Matsumoto-sensei, that guy is Ichimaru Jin, right? Liuyun recognized Ichimaru Jin's identity at a glance through the special captain's Hayori. Yeah, he's the best talent the Soul Society has ever seen. Matsumoto Rangiku praised without hesitation. Although he is young, his strength has been recognized by the captain of Yamamoto. In addition, Yin is an approachable guy. Don't be afraid of him because of his captaincy. Matsumoto Rangiku raised his eyebrows and smiled, quietly came behind Ichimaru Jin, and said loudly, "Silver, what are you doing here?" Hearing Rangiku's voice, Ichimaru Jin turned around abruptly. He squinted his eyes, and there was an unpredictable smile on his young face. Ichimaru Jin chuckled, "Oh, really, it's Rangiku." While speaking, Ichimaru Jin's gaze immediately shifted to Liuyun. He looked Liuyun up and down, and asked in surprise, "Hey, there's a brat with you, is he?" Ichimaru Jin tilted his head and always squinted his eyes, making it unpredictable. Matsumoto Rangiku quickly introduced, "Silver, he is the freshman of the Shenyang Lingyuan Academy, Liuyun. Don't underestimate Liuyun, he has a powerful talent that is not inferior to yours." "Oh." Ichimaru Jin's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, "It seems that Rangiku is not easy for you to value him so much." "Of course." Matsumoto Rangiku said proudly, "Whether it's Kido or Shunpo, Liuyun has superb talent. He can do what you did back then. I think once he can graduate successfully, he will definitely become Godai the best of the 13. Matsumoto Rangiku kept praising Liuyun, which attracted Ichimaru Jin's attention even more. "Hey, Rangiku, that's your word." Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes, stepped in front of Liuyun, and said with a familiar smile, "Student Liuyun, I wonder if you are interested in joining the third team? A genius like you, I want to accept it before Captain Aizen what?" However, no one noticed that an inexplicable light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Facing Ichimaru Jin's request, Liuyun refused as always, "I'm sorry, I will talk about joining the fan team after I graduate from the academy." Hey, he was rejected, what a funny kid. Ichimaru Jin raised his head and squinted his eyes like a fox and smiled, "You have to think about it, this is a rare opportunity." Although Ichimaru Jin was smiling, there was a ryotsu gushing from his body. Feeling the oppression of this ryotsu, Liuyun only frowned slightly, and his expression remained unchanged. For a time, the atmosphere became extremely dignified. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku stood in front of Liuyun and scolded, "That's enough, Yin, don't force others to do what you want." Immediately, the oppression given by Ichimaru Jin disappeared. "Oops, I was just joking with him, Rangiku." Ichimaru Jin waved his hand, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "What an interesting kid, no wonder I can get your praise. Speaking of which, it's getting late, I have to go back to deal with team affairs. Then, let's bid farewell, Liuyun brat." Ichimaru Jin waved with his back to the two, and walked straight to the gate. And the moment he stepped out of the noodle shop, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by an inexplicable smirk. What an interesting kid, Captain Aizen will be very interested if he knows about it. Chapter 27. Noodle House. Ichimaru Jin left abruptly, leaving Liuyun and Matsumoto Rangiku in place. "Liuyun, are you okay?" Matsumoto Rangiku explained with concern, "Don't worry about it, Jin just likes to have a bad taste, and doesn't really want to oppress you with ryotsu." Earlier, even Matsumoto Rangiku could clearly feel the ryotsu coming from Ichimaru Jin. In order to prevent Liuyun from being victimized, she stepped forward and scolded Liuyun. "It's okay, Master Rangiku, I'm fine." Liuyun's face was calm, and he couldn't see his inner thoughts at all. "Oh, it's all my fault." Matsumoto Rangiku sighed remorsefully, let's sit down over there, I will treat you to ramen tonight as compensation. As for what happened just now, don't worry about it. Well, I happen to be hungry too." There was a bright smile on the corner of Liuyun's mouth, as if he had forgotten the unpleasantness that happened just now. In fact, it was just his forced smile. From the beginning to the end, Liu Yun kept recalling the scene that happened just now in his mind. Especially Ichimaru-jin's smile surprised him even more. That fox-like smirk is full of mystery, which is always unpredictable. What surprised Liu Yun the most was that Ichimaru-jin's smile did not make him feel any goodwill, but instead gave him an illusion, as if he was facing a lion majesty. A snake with cold skin and no emotion that just seeks out its prey and swallows it in one gulp. Facing Ichimaru-jin's eyes, Liu Yun instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Although he can't figure out Ichimaru-jin's mind. But this encounter left a deep impression on Liu Yun. The legendary genius is an extremely dangerous guy. This is also the first time Liu Yun really felt the crisis after coming to Soul Society. He had a vague intuition that perhaps Ichimaru-jin was following him. While Liu Yun was meditating, 2 bowls of ramen were placed on the wooden table. The fragrant smell immediately woke him up from his contemplation. Liu Yun, don't think so much, eat it while it's hot. Matsumoto Rangiku took the lead. After showing a wry smile, Liu Yun also picked up the chopsticks to taste the food. In the hazy night, the lights in Jingling Court are bright. In the pitch-black night sky, the soft moonlight shone on the team building of the 5th Division, giving people a hazy illusion of dizziness. Ichimaru-jin appeared in the aisle of the 5th team building. Ichimaru-jin was walking on the veranda, and his figure cast a long oblique shadow on the ground. When the cold wind blows through his body at night, the cold feeling spreads to the skin through the Black Death Tyrant's suit, making his body tremble uncontrollably. At night, the air is getting colder and colder, and there is a burst of fallen leaves hanging up. Not long after, Ichimaru-jin finally came to the house where the captain belonged. Boom boom boom. Ichimaru-jin had just knocked on the door when the familiar voice came from inside. Come in, Silver. Whether it's daytime or dark, Aizen's voice always exudes a gentle feeling, which makes people can't help but feel good. Squeak. The sound of the door being opened was very clear in the silent night. The moment Ichimaru-jin stepped into the room, he stared straight at Aizen who was sitting at the wooden table. In the cold night, Aizen wears a coat, the bangs fluttering in front of his forehead, and the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of the nose add a touch of scholarly atmosphere to him. Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, Captain Aizen, here I come. Aizen looked up at him and smiled slightly, you are here, Yin. Ichimaru-jin closed the door with his backhand, and deliberately slandered, tisk tisk, Aizen vice-captain is still putting on airs as always. It's so cold outside, but I came here at this time, don't you think I'm just here to say hello to you bar? Although Ichimaru-jin is a once-in-a-century talent, he is a maverick within Godai 13. He was able to sit as the captain of the 3rd team at such a young age, always smiling, cunning and treacherous. Everything about him is like a mystery. Ichimaru-jin always maintains a neutral attitude, neither alienating anyone nor getting close to anyone. It seems that only Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th Division, gave Ichimaru-jin a sense of belonging. Aizen didn't answer immediately, he just stared deeply into Ichimaru-jin's eyes, as if observing his heart. After a long time, Aizen said, Silver, what happened to arouse your interest? Ichimaru-jin let out a sigh, shrugged his shoulders, and said in a mysterious way, Captain Aizen, I heard that Mao's freshman class has a great talent. In addition, I can see it in him. It smells like a secret dot. There was an inexplicable arc on the corner of Aizen's mouth, and he smiled and said, Really? To make you think so, it seems that guy is not simple, right? Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes, leaned against the wall, and said calmly, I can perfectly master the 4 major skills of Shinigami, and I still don't change my face under the pressure of my deliberate ryutsu. Captain Aizen, if this is a freshman you probably don't believe in what you can do. Maybe. Aizen gently pushed the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said with a gentle smile, Soul Society is so big, it's only natural for geniuses to appear. But, for such an interesting guy, you must be very interested, Silver? Ichimaru-jin waved his hand, pretending to be innocent and said, Hey, I never said that, Captain Aizen. I think you should be interested, right? The two looked at each other without saying a word. After a long time, the gentleness on Aizen's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an evil smile that had never appeared before. Really? Sure enough, you have seen through it. Then, can I entrust you with a task? Silver. Chapter 28. Liuyun gradually forgot about Ichimaru Jin as he left Runlinen and returned to the Xinyang Academy. He didn't know that because of this unintentional encounter, he had been targeted by Aizen. The entrance of the student dormitory. Matsumoto Rangiku said goodbye, then I will go first, Liuyun. You performed very well today, I hope you can continue to work hard and strive for graduate in 1 year and go beyond silver. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, I am looking forward to that day. In a blink of an eye, the college dormitory. In the dead of night, Liuyun sat alone in the center of the dormitory. He crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Although it has been a while since he came to Xinyang Academy, he still doesn't understand the whole Soul Society, and the powerful Godai 13 is just the tip of the iceberg. Is it 1 year to graduate? Liuyun groaned in a low voice, then smiled freely. It's not difficult to do with his ability, but in this way, the gap between him and Rukia, Abarai Renji, and others will become bigger and bigger, and they will be separated again. At that time, nature will be alone again. However, if you blindly restrain your own strength, unnecessary things will happen. Therefore, it is the most perfect way to be called a genius and then join Godai 13 as a matter of course. No matter what, I will cherish this rare time. Liuyun lay down on his side with his eyes closed. As for which team to join, we will make a decision at that time. Since he has been invited by the captain many times but politely declined, in his opinion, it doesn't matter which team he joins, what is more important is to be able to integrate into Godai 13. For the past 6 months, Liuyun has enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility, as if he had found a warm home. Although his relationship with others is not close friends, it is always a good start. Time flies, and before you know it, a month has passed. In addition to daily control of power, Liuyun also gradually adapted to the life at Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy. More importantly, his relationship with Rukia and Matsumoto Rangiku has also taken a step further. Friends are more than lovers. Although the two are not lovers yet, they have established an invisible bond. Once this kind of bond is established, it will only become ingrained over time and will not disappear casually. After all, friendship is the most precious only when it is the most desperate. In addition, with Liuyun's help, Rukia's special physical training has not been left behind. Although there was no particularly obvious effect, Rukia's heart became stronger. One day, the sun was setting and evening was approaching. The cold wind howled, and the open space outside the Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy was silent. It's just different from usual, Rukia's figure is missing, only Liuyun stands alone in the center of the field. Hey, that's really strange. Counting the time, Rukia should have come back here long ago, why haven't I seen her yet? Liuyun frowned slightly, rarely showing a puzzled expression. This month, rain or shine. The late-night special training has almost become an agreement between the two. But why was there an anomaly tonight? Maybe it's time to take a break. Liuyun thought for a moment, then said calmly. In his opinion, Rukonga is not in any danger at all. It is far away from killing, away from the hustle and bustle, and you can enjoy moments of peace and tranquility every day. It can even be called paradise. However, if he disappeared without saying a word, shouldn't he be in real danger? Liuyun's face was gloomy, and his heart was beating suddenly, as if something bad was about to happen. Inner torment, seconds seem like years. Finally, Liuyun couldn't sit still. He pondered anxiously, no, I can't wait here, I want to find Rukia as soon as possible. His intuition told him that Rukia might be in crisis. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Immediately, Liuyun took a stride, and his figure disappeared instantly, leaving a huge deep hole in place. As Rukia's closest partner, Liuyun knows her well. He knew very well that Rukia seldom left the Maling Academy except for the place of special training. Other than that, there was only the grove outside the academy. This forest is very remote, usually deserted, and it is a secluded place, and Rukia also likes to come here for a walk alone. On the other side, with ultimate speed, Liu Yun quickly arrived at the small forest in less than a while. However, he saw a strange scene. A black passage appeared in midair. This passage is dark, long, and has no end, and there is a suffocating silence everywhere. In the passage, apart from the turbulent airflow, there is also a violent riot. Black cavity. Although Liu Yun saw Haikyang for the first time, he instinctively felt a strong uneasiness in his heart. His intuition told him that something unexpected happened to Rukia. Sure enough, when he stepped into the woods, a huge monster appeared at the end of his vision. It's an ugly monster. With a ferocious face and distorted figure, a huge void appeared in the upper body. Even with a mask, it can't hide that ferocious face. Especially its eyes, without any emotion, only the most primitive rage. What the hell is this monster? Liu Yun was startled. He had been in the Soul Society for half a year, and he seemed to have never heard of such a monster. What surprised him even more was that the riotsu on the monster tended to be more violent, which was completely different from the gentleness of Shinigami. Roar! Falsely looking up to the sky and roaring wildly, the roar shook the sky. It didn't notice the existence of Liu Yun, but greedily stared at the ground below, where a graceful figure was lying on the ground, unconscious. Liu Yun looked over, and suddenly found that it was Rukia. At this moment, his expression paused, and immediately became extremely angry. Liu Yun's face was not as calm as before, let alone a smile, and his eyes even burst out with blazing anger. "Monster, who allowed you to appear here?" An angry voice came out of his mouth, and even the space gradually became trembling. This was the first time Liu Yun got angry after coming to Soul Society. The consequences could be disastrous. Chapter 29. Roar. The Berserk Minos Grand's eyes glowed red, and he lost his mind like a beast. Void refers to some undead who, due to their nostalgia for the present world or other hindering factors, cannot ascend to heaven and linger in places that attract them. Some of them, after years of mourning and torment, or were accelerated by external factors, eventually degenerated into nothingness. Xu's characteristics are obvious, that is, the hollowness on the body and the thick mask. Because it is an evil soul, Xu generally grows himself by devouring other souls. For them, fighting is even more commonplace. In general, Xu's existence poses a great threat to the Soul Society. Unfortunately, although Shinigami's Zanpakuto can purify Hollow's soul, in order to maintain the balance of reality, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo, Shinigami cannot drive Hollow out. Otherwise, the balance of the three will be broken, and the world will collapse. Since the Hollow Knight incident that year, Xu has gradually faded out of everyone's field of vision. For at least the past few decades, the Soul Society has never had a false intrusion accident. However, without warning, a larger Hollow came to Soul Society through the black cavity, and almost swallowed Rukia. Because of this, Liu Yun got angry for the first time. "Monster, who allowed you to appear here?" An angry voice came out of Liu Yun's mouth, and even the space gradually became trembling. This was the first time he was really angry after coming to Soul Society. The consequences could be disastrous. As his voice came out of his mouth, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly, turning into a 10,000 years ice cave in an instant. Not only that, every cell in Liu Yun's body seemed to be screaming, and a breath of despair gushed out from the depths of his blood, and finally spread along his feet. Click, click. With Liu Yun's feet as the center, the cracks clearly visible to the naked eye spread rapidly to the surroundings. The originally flat land was torn apart like a spider web. The earth trembled and the space trembled. It was just an aura, but it caused an earthquake-like power. If Rukia wakes up at this time, she will be surprised to find that Liu Yun in front of her seems to be a little different from the gentle boy she usually knows. There is no emotion on Liu Yun's face, his eyes are ancient, there is only that coldness that rejects people thousands of miles away. Seriously, Liu Yun seemed to have become a stranger. Apart from his strong aura and power to make people despair, what made people more desperate was Yu Yang's sneer that overflowed from the corner of his mouth. A devilish smile from hell. Anyone who sees this smile will feel their hearts shake and their souls tremble. Bang! The ground shook, and all the forests within a radius of 100 meters collapsed, and the surrounding area was almost turned into ruins. On the other side, perhaps feeling the powerful aura coming from Liuyun's body, the virtual instinct that had roared to the sky took a step back, and a touch of fear from the soul emerged in the depths of his pupils. In fact, besides being an evil soul, Su is also divided into several levels. Under normal circumstances, if a void continues to devour other voids, it will embark on the path of evolution and may eventually evolve into a Minos Grande. Minos Grande, on the other hand, has such powerful abilities that he can even tear the sky apart and enter the world. The one who appeared at the Xinyang Academy was Jillian, who was the weakest. Although most Jillians have a common appearance, a black outer body with a long white nose mask. And they are huge in size, but their movements are very slow, and their IQ is similar to that of wild animals. But this Jillian is different. Although it is huge, it is only 2 or 3 meters high. And being able to tear the black cavity to come to the Soul Society also proves that it has a stronger power. For the chief of Godi 13, it is not difficult to kill this Minos Grande. But for the mentors of Shenyang Liuyun Academy, it may be as difficult as climbing the sky. Unless the mentors work together, it will be impossible to slay Minos Grande. However, such a troublesome existence was overwhelmed by Liuyun's aura. When it was stared into by Liuyun's eyes, it didn't even dare to move. Intuition told it that if it acted rashly, Shunpo might be reduced to ashes. Liuyun stepped towards Rukia, and with every step he took, his momentum continued to rise. He came to Rukia's side and took her in his arms. But seeing Rukia's pale mouth and unconscious appearance, Liuyun felt heartache. If it was one step too late, Rukia would have been swallowed by the Minos Grande. Liuyun caressed Rukia's forehead and said apologetically, "Sorry, I'm late." A simple sentence, but it shows the guilt in his heart. On the other side, Minos Grande still did not give up even though he was oppressed by the momentum. While Liuyun was hugging Rukia, Minos Grande once again opened the abyss and roared angrily. Roar! For a moment, Ryotsu condensed in its mouth. That is, a unique ability of Su, Siro. The red energy, accompanied by the powerful Ryotsu, unscrupulously condensed, seemed to declare the strength of this Jillian. Siro, virtual unique ability. Under normal circumstances, only Minos Grande level or above can be used. The essence is a ray flash formed by highly concentrated spiritual pressure. Now in a desperate situation, this Jillian is so pd off that he pulls out Siro. Suddenly, a red flash blasted out, passing through the air with a sense of extinction. The red light was getting closer and closer to where Liuyun was, and gradually enlarged. However, at the critical moment, Liuyun did not panic. He gently put Rukia down, then turned around suddenly, staring at Minos Grande coldly. Under the black hair, there is a desperate look, as if it is declaring that the life of this Minos Grande is coming to an end. I said it before. Liuyun raised his left hand and gradually clenched his fist. Who allowed you to appear here? In the next second, the fist suddenly blasted out. Boom! An indescribable terrifying energy gushed out like a tsunami, instantly flooding the surrounding area. The dark clouds dissipated, the space trembled, and everything died. And Minos Grande's body disappeared at this moment, forever. One Punch Supreme. Chapter 30. With just one punch, a Minos Grande was killed in an instant. Even after killing Minos Grande, the anger in Liuyun's eyes still did not subside. Although after coming to Soul Society, Liuyun has been restraining his strength. Rather than saying that he is an ordinary person, it is better to say that he is more like a sleeping lion. The temporary deep sleep is only because no ants can touch his bottom line. Once it touches his bottom line, it will lead to monstrous anger. There is no doubt that Rukia is Liuyun's bottom line. If he hadn't arrived in time, Rukia's life might have been at stake. A girl who can't even count Shendu's death has no strength to resist Minos Grande. However, the tragic experience made Rukia stronger. It's a pity that he finally became a freshman at Maling Academy and fulfilled his childhood dream, but was almost swallowed by Minos Grande. Bad luck. Liu Yun stretched out his palm, stroking Rukia's cheek compassionately. When the fingertips touched the fragile skin, Liu Yun's arms couldn't help increasing their strength, holding Rukia tightly in his arms. Rukia, from today onwards, I will never let you get hurt again. Liu Yun clenched his fists, sincerely wanting to protect Rukia. After all, when he was most lonely and helpless, it was this strong girl who walked into his heart and made him realize the meaning of the word partner. Early the next morning, after a night of recuperation, Rukia, who fell into a coma, finally woke up. She was still in shock, and couldn't even tell whether it was a nightmare or a real accident, because she fell into a coma due to excessive fear the moment Sue appeared. Rukia, are you finally awake? Rukia turned around, only to find that Liu Yun was already guarding her side. That's right, that wasn't a nightmare, you did encounter a monster. Liu Yun did not lie, but took the initiative to tell Rukia the truth. He said with a reproachful tone, in the future, try not to go to such remote places alone. But what about that monster? Rukia was puzzled. In her impression, that Minos Grande gave her an unrivaled feeling. So how did he escape from death? Rukia's mind was in turmoil. It was killed by me. Liu Yun waved his hand and said indifferently, okay, this matter is over, don't worry about it anymore. But Rukia was about to speak, but there was a pain in her body. She lowered her head and suddenly found that her wound had been cleaned. On the other hand, the scene of the accident where Minos Grande appeared caused a huge sensation. When everyone saw the land that was almost in ruins, their hearts were turbulent. They even thought that a natural disaster had appeared again. As time passed, this incident gradually spread to the Maoling Academy, and even alarmed Captain Yamamoto. Chapter 31. And as time went by, this incident gradually spread to the Zhenyang Liuyun Academy, which not only caused an uproar, but even alarmed Captain Yamamoto. Jingling Court. As night fell, there was an uneasy atmosphere in the hazy night. In the middle of the night, the cold wind was surging, exuding a depressing atmosphere everywhere. Due to the seriousness of the situation, Captain Yamamoto issued an emergency order. As the panic spread, figures running in a hurry could be seen everywhere in the spacious aisle. In the peaceful night, everyone's faces were full of haste and anxiety, and they seemed helpless. Urgent assembly, urgent assembly. Please gather the captains and vice-captains of each team at the team building of the first team immediately. Due to the use of Bakudo S77, Tian Ting Kong Luo's sake, the majestic voice of Captain Yamamoto came from the first team building again, resounding throughout the Jingling Ting. After the news of the natural disaster appeared again, it immediately attracted the attention of the captain. He got a general understanding of the situation through the descriptions of the high-level students. Afterwards, the captain decided to hold an emergency meeting. After all, there was a virtual figure in this incident. A team house. Suddenly summon everyone, I want to tell you about the virtual things in the Zhenyang Academy. Captain Yamamoto's old voice resounded like thunder, resounding throughout the room. This voice was both heavy and contained an undeniable majesty. His sharp knife-like eyes swept over everyone's faces. Sui Feng, Egg Flower, Byakuya Kokaki, Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukatake, Tuan Kaname, Komamura Seijin. In addition, there is Kuratsuka Mayuri, the captain of the 12th division, and the vice-captain of each division. They stood side by side with serious expressions on their faces. Whenever I face Captain Yamamoto's eyes, I can always feel an invisible oppression. Okay. Captain Yamamoto frowned slightly, and said displeasedly, where's Zaraki Kenpeki? For a while, the atmosphere fell into embarrassment. As the captain of the 11th team, Zaraki Kenpeki has never liked to participate in the captain's meeting, which is also a well-known thing. He seems to be still sleeping. Kiraku Shunsui shrugged and said helplessly. Humph. Captain Yamamoto snorted angrily, but he didn't mean to blame him. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and two figures stepped into the room. Silver, I'm so sorry for that. Oh, it's all Captain Aizen's fault, otherwise, how could I be late? Everyone looked around, only to find that Aizen and Ichimaru-jin were late. Everyone, I'm sorry I'm late. Under the black-rimmed glasses, there was a gentle smile. Aizen is humble, polite, and approachable, which makes people feel good about him. Okay, everything that should come is here. Captain Yamamoto nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, as for the captain of the 10th squad, he didn't attend the meeting this time because he was unwell. Then, let's get started. Presumably you are also aware of what happened at the Zhenyang Academy this time, right? Captain Yamamoto said solemnly, since Urahara Kisuke and Hirako Shinji rebelled, the Soul Society has not seen a ghost for decades. So, this incident is extraordinary. His deep eyes turned to Kuratsuki Mayuri, and he asked, Captain Mayuri, what's the progress of your investigation? Kuratsuki Mayuri walked out of the crowd, raised his head slightly, and said casually, Captain, according to the investigation of the Technology Development Bureau. At the scene of the accident, not only was there a faint breath left, but there were also signs of black cavity. His eyes flickered, and he speculated boldly, because I guess, this incident is not a coincidence, maybe it has something to do with Zhenyang Liuyun College. Captain Yamamoto raised his eyebrows and asked solemnly, you mean? Kuratsuki Mayuri shrugged and said calmly, maybe it's a student, but it might be a mentor. In short, there must be a black hand behind this matter. A student. Captain Yamamoto didn't say a word, he couldn't help recalling what Kuraka Shunsui had said to him some time ago. Could it be him? Captain Yamamoto immediately thought of Liu Yun. When the first natural disaster occurred, Liu Yun was the only survivor. And the scene of the natural disaster this time happened to be in the academy. Is all this really a coincidence? After some thought, Captain Yamamoto suddenly raised his head and said in deep thought, during this time, you will lead the team members to patrol more, and you must ensure the safety of Jingling and even the Soul Society. Okay, let's dismiss it. He looked at the crowd, and said, Jing Le, you stay here, as for the others, go back to the team. Following the command of the captain, everyone left one after another. On the other side, after leaving the team building, Ichimaru-jin and Aizen are walking in the aisle. All night, the cold wind was fierce, and the two walked side by side without saying a word. In the hazy night, there seems to be a hint of conspiracy hidden. Finally, Aizen spoke first, breaking the silence. Silver, what do you think about this? Aizen gently pushed the black-rimmed glasses, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister arc. Hey, is Captain Aizen finally interested? I thought you forgot about it. Ichimaru-jin put his hands in his pockets, squinted his eyes, and said with a mysterious smile, I didn't expect this incident to cause such a big sensation. But... Ichimaru-jin paused, a burst of light burst out from the depths of his pupils, and said with a smile, although I lost a jillion, I found something very interesting. Oh! Captain Aizen stopped in his tracks, turned slightly sideways, and asked, could it be that the prey you were interested in was also present on the night of the incident? Oh, I can't hide it from Captain Aizen. Ichimaru-jin waved his hand, pretending to be innocent and said, I just wanted to scare these brats, but I found out. His expression changed instantly, there was no smile on his face, but a solemnity that had never been seen before. That kid named Liuyun is very strong. Chapter 32. This guy Liuyun is very strong. Ichimaru-jin changed from normal, there was no smile on his face, but a dignified expression. Looking at the entire Soul Society, there are not many people who can make you so afraid. An inexplicable light flashed deep in Aizen's eyes, he knew the strength of Ichimaru-jin. Although the latter's seniority in Godi 13 is not that old. However, with his extraordinary talent, Ichimaru-jin awakened Bankai very early, and later became the leader among the captains. Apart from the captain Yamamoto, Ichimaru-jin is probably the only person who can make Ichimaru-jin afraid. Now there is an extra Liuyun, which surprised Aizen. So, do you think this freshman named Liuyun is hiding his strength? Aizen didn't change his face, he was a person who was good at disguising, no matter what happened, he couldn't shake his state of mind. That's right, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru-jin said in a deep voice, that night, in order to observe this brat, I deliberately sneaked into the Zhenyang Liuyun Academy. Of course, Jillian was also attacked rashly under my instigation. It's just that the brat appeared, but it took me by surprise. Recalling that night in his mind, Ichimaru said, I thought that kid would fight Jillian to the death. But, I guessed wrong. How? Aizen frowned slightly, he could feel the change of Ichimaru-jin's expression, as if he was telling something unbelievable. He then asked, could it be that he beheaded that Jillian? If it's just that, you're making too much of a fuss. The fight between ants and ants is not worthy of our admiration. There was a hint of contempt in Aizen's words. In Soul Society, except for Captain Yamamoto, the others are no different from Fusion. Do not. Ichimaru-jin interrupted Aizen rarely, and said in a deep voice, it can't be described as a fight. That kid Liuyun defeated Jillian with just one punch. What? Hearing this sentence, Aizen, who has always been calm, also had a look of surprise in the depths of his pupils. A freshman who has been enrolled for less than 3 months, unexpectedly killed Minos Grande with one punch? This is too exaggerated. Aizen's eyes flickered, and he asked suspiciously, what about the traces of fighting at the scene? It is said that the open space was almost turned into ruins. Ichimaru-jin took a deep breath and sighed, the power that destroyed that piece of ground spread from his fist. To be honest, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. But Ichimaru-jin didn't continue, but his expression said it all. Unexpectedly, Aizen still didn't change his face. The corners of his mouth raised, forming a sinister arc, and chuckled lightly, so that's how it is, it's really interesting. Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes, regained his mysterious look, and chuckled lightly, Captain Aizen, what do you think? Silver, don't you think? Aizen turned around, stared into Ichimaru-jin's eyes, and said calmly, is such a kid a good test subject? On the other side, there is a team building. After many captains left, only the Captain Yamamoto and Kiraku Shunsui were left in the room. Jing-le, what do you think about this matter? Captain Yamamoto's old voice sounded, and he sat cross-legged in front of the wooden desk, frowning. Kiraku Shunsui was taken aback for a moment, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally said hesitantly, old man, did you think of it too? You mean Liu Yun? That's right. Kiraku Shunsui said in a deep voice, you specifically asked me to stay, probably because of Liu Yun. Indeed, when I heard the news about another natural disaster, Liu Yun was the first thing that came to my mind. The Soul Society has been calm for so many years. It stands to reason that there should be no so-called natural disasters. However, the accident in Rukonga half a year ago is still unexplained today. However, this natural disaster happened in the Shenyang Academy. And the connection between the two is Liu Yun. Captain Yamamoto nodded, and said in a deep voice, indeed, half a year ago, he was just an ordinary person, and later, he passed the Academy's assessment easily. Jingle, do you think, the so-called natural disasters were caused by that brat? Grandpa. Cold sweat broke out on Kiraku Shunsui's forehead. If Liu Yun could really cause a natural disaster, it would be too scary. I think it should be impossible. In the end, Kiraku Shunsui shook his head, denied the idea, and said solemnly, even the vice-captain can't have that level of power, let alone a brat. But, this matter is too strange. Besides, although there is no evidence to prove that this matter is related to Liu Yun, it also cannot be proved that it has nothing to do with him. The only way is to force him to use all his strength. Captain Yamamoto raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, oh? Do you have a good suggestion? That's right. Kiraku Shunsui smiled heartily, Grandpa, have you forgotten? Every year, Shenyang Liuyun Academy will hold an assessment meeting. In addition to assessing the strength of new students, it will also assess the students who are about to graduate. If you can make a big splash at the meeting, if you have been recognized by many mentors, you will be able to graduate early and enter Godi 13. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He went on to say, at that time, it will be the first anniversary of the freshmen's enrollment, and they will also participate in this conference. We can arrange for Liu Yun to arrange a strong enemy, step by step to force him to exert his full strength. At that time, the truth will naturally come to light. On the other hand, if Liu Yun really hides his strength, then it is not a bad thing for Godi 13. At least, after so many years, there is another highly anticipated talent. Kiraku Shunsui smiled and looked at Captain Yamamoto intently. Not long after, Captain Yamamoto nodded slightly and approved. Well, this method is good. It just so happens that I haven't been to Mao for many years. Then I will personally watch the freshman assessment conference half a year later. Chapter 33. With the convening of an emergency meeting, although the Soul Society is calm on the surface, there are undercurrents surging in the dark. On the one hand, Godi I-13 has stepped up the vigilance. On the other hand, the college has also deployed additional staff to ensure that the accident will not happen again. But with the passage of time, this matter gradually faded out of people's field of vision, as if it was just a flash in the pan and disappeared in the long flow of time. In the blink of an eye, 5 months have passed. It has been more than half a year since Liu Yun joined the Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy. In the past 6 months, under the careful teaching of Matsumoto Rangiku, all students have achieved remarkable results in Kido, Shunpo, and white hits. It's a pity that after more than half a year, the students still haven't really touched the chopping technique. After all, they lack the most important thing, Zanpakuto. Fortunately, on the day of half a year of enrollment, Matsumoto Rangiku finally decided to teach the students the real chopping technique. True Yangling Academy. It was still the familiar classroom, but the atmosphere was completely different. If the students came to this classroom for the first time with a curious and unknown attitude, then this time it is with an expectant attitude. In fact, both Heido and Shunpo are just combat skills that Shinigami need to master, and only Zanpakuto is the real core of Shinigami. Different Zanpakuto have different abilities. Just like the strongest Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka of the Fire Department, the strongest Zanpakuto Hyarin Meru of the Ice Department, Zanpakuto Shinso of the Physics Department, and so on. The Zanpakuto are divided into factions with different abilities. Dear students, I think you are also looking forward to today. Yes, from now on, you will have your own Zanpakuto. Although awakening still needs a process, as long as you work hard enough, I believe this process will not be too difficult. Long. On the podium, Matsumoto Rangiku's beautiful face was filled with a warm smile, and she could see strong expectations from these young faces. This scene made her mentor feel emotional. Unknowingly, Matsumoto Rangiku recalled the scene of youth. He was also in the same mood at the beginning, when she held the handle of the sealed state sword. She couldn't restrain her inner emotions and was ecstatic. Times have changed, decades have passed, and Matsumoto Rangiku has grown from a hungry little girl to an independent vice-captain, and now he distributes the sealed state himself. The sealed state is Zanpakuto's name before Shikai. For every Shinigami, the sealed state is just a prototype, not the real Zanpakuto. Unless it is imbued with its own spirit and belief by its owner, it becomes the only Zanpakuto. Each sealed state is a standard samurai sword, with different lengths and sharpness. For the students of Shinigami Academy, being able to have a sealed state means that they are officially on the road to becoming a real Shinigami. As long as you have a sealed state, you can inject your own soul. With the accumulation of time, the power of the soul will continue to increase, until one day you can call out the name of Zanpakuto, which means that Zanpakuto is truly awakened. Corner of the classroom. Rukia said with great anticipation, Liu Yun, the day has finally come. I heard that only one who owns a Zanpakuto can be considered a real Shinigami. It's really exciting. I'm looking forward to it too. Liu Yun nodded and said softly, it is said that everyone's awakened Zanpakuto is different and has different abilities. I am looking forward to what kind of abilities my Zanpakuto will have. I'm not too sure about this, but isn't it better? There is hope only when there is hope. Rukia raised her eyebrows and smiled, a moving smile appeared on her beautiful face. In the past 6 months, her mentality has undergone a huge change. Like a phoenix, she was reborn from nirvana, and gradually transformed into a strong and confident woman. At this time, there was a clear and loud noise on the podium. Kong dang! With a backhand swing, Matsumoto Rangiku pulled back the cloth on the table. In an instant, dozens of sealed states of different colors were neatly placed on the wooden table. Pointing to the sealed state on the wooden table, She smiled and said, "These sealed states are only temporarily lent out so that you can awaken Zanpakuto during the years of practice at Mu Academy. Only at the moment of graduation will this sealed state be truly it belongs to you. I believe that by then, you must have awakened Zanpakuto. Next, I will hand over these sealed states to your hands. And from today, I will lead you to practice the real cutting technique." Matsumoto Rangiku picked up the list of students and said solemnly, "Once the students whose names are called by me, come up in order to receive the sealed state. The first student, Usse Rina. The second student, Rumi Ito. The third student, Junko Asamiya." As the names sounded one after another, the students walked onto the podium with indescribable excitement, and then excitedly took over the sealed state from Matsumoto Rangiku. Touching the blade, "I can't put it down." After receiving the sealed state, every student showed a bright smile on his face. The long-awaited moment, this feeling is the most wonderful. Gradually, most of the students also received their own sealed state. Rukia. After being named, Matsumoto Rangiku happily took over the sealed state from Matsumoto Rangiku, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Later, as Rukia's desk mate, Liuyun was also named. Liuyun. Liuyun came with a calm face, the sealed state from Matsumoto Rangiku's hand. After returning to his seat, Liuyun gripped the handle of the knife tightly, with an inexplicable emotion constantly surging in his heart. There was a time when, to the Soul Society, he was nothing more than an inaccessible stranger. No relatives, no partners, nothing. Fortunately, he came to the garrison area and met new partners. From being unaccepted to now mingling with the academy, Liuyun gradually got rid of the past and perfectly integrated into Soul Society. In the future, he will have a new identity. That's Shinigami. Chapter 34. Obtaining the exclusive sealed state is undoubtedly the first step on the road to glory. In addition to being able to master the fourth combat technique of chopping, it is more important to be able to awaken Zanpakuto. Only one who controls Zanpakuto is a true Shinigami. Students, this morning, you will be familiar with your sealed states first. And the class in the afternoon is naturally the long-awaited class of cutting techniques. Seeing the joyful look of every student, Matsumoto Rangiku smiled gratifiedly. To be fair, this time of year can be called the most eye-catching. And on this day, all freshmen will usher in a transformation. Time flies like quicksand at the fingertips. The flames hung high in the sky, and under the warm sunlight, the surface of the building of the Maoang Academy was covered with a halo. In the afternoon, the much-anticipated chopping technique class finally came. As a Shinigami, chopping is a must-have technique. Although compared to the gorgeous Kido, the slashing technique seems unremarkable, but it contains a power that cannot be underestimated. As Matsumoto Rangiku said, mastering one of the four techniques can make you famous in Gotei 13. Therefore, beheading is also an important means of attack. This is a brightly lit classroom. Compared with before, not only is the area wider, but piles of stones are placed all around, and these piles of stones seem to be like bunkers, allowing students to confront each other on it. Fighting. In the center of the stone slab, Matsumoto Rangiku stood tall and straight, and her voice sounded again. Students, this is the cutting technique class that you have been waiting for a long time. I think you are also very clear that the students at the same table are divided into groups and compete with each other in cutting skills. This is the purpose of this course. She cleared her throat and said loudly, before Zanpakuto awakens, the sealed state is just an ordinary weapon for you. Therefore, the chopping technique is particularly important at this time. Having a skilled chopping technique, one can often launch the fiercest offensive, and even kill with one blow at critical moments. And the beheading technique is also divided into two-handed beheading technique and one-handed beheading technique. Matsumoto Rangiku patiently explained, the one-handed slashing technique is suitable for Shinigami who are more agile, and they tend to be perfect on Shunpo. The combination of the two is amazingly powerful and has an advantage. The two-handed slashing technique is suitable for people with strong ryotsu. Only in this way can the ryotsu in the body be released as much as possible, and rely on the advantage of strength to defeat the opponent. In the Soul Society, there are many Shinigami who practice one-handed and two-handed slashing techniques. However, the most extreme of them are Xuye, the captain of the 2nd Squad, and Zaraki Kenpei, the captain of the 11th Squad. Xuye, as the captain of the 2nd Division, also serves as the commander-in-chief of stealth maneuvers. Her speed is the best in Soul Society. As a Shinigami who specializes in assassination, Xuye Zanpakuto Suzumibaki Shikai is a slender hidden weapon. Therefore, when combined with ultimate Shunpo, her combat ability is extremely powerful, and she can often kill the opponent with 2 hits. As the captain of the battle team, Zaraki Kenpei is known as a beast with reason. Due to the huge size of Ryotsu, he even had to rely on a special eye mask to seal the Ryotsu in his body. And because of the trouble, Zaraki Kenpei has been wielding the sword with one hand. However, once he fights with two-handed swords, he even has the power to kill Espada in one hit. Immediately afterwards, Matsumoto Rangiku smiled slightly and said, "In general, the two cutting techniques have advantages and disadvantages, depending on your respective conditions. Then without further ado, let's get in touch." When her words fell, the atmosphere of the entire classroom was pushed to a climax. At the gesture of Matsumoto Rangiku, the trainees took off the Zanpakuto worn around their waists and practiced with each other. Clang! In an instant, the collision between the blades made a series of crisp sounds. On the other side, in the corner of the classroom, 2 figures stood facing each other. "Liu Yun, I didn't expect that, I just got the sealed state and I will fight you." Rukia stood opposite, holding the handle of the sealed state tightly with both hands, and said with a serious expression. Although she and Liu Yun have a close relationship and are inseparable. But the powerful Liu Yun has always been the object of admiration in her heart, and Rukia's goal is to surpass Liu Yun. It seems a bit embarrassing. But Liu Yun pulled out the sealed state, and said with a hearty smile, "I won't show mercy, Rukia." Rukia's eyes flashed, and he asked solemnly, "Liu Yun, according to teacher Rangiku, there are 2 kinds of cutting techniques. So, which one would you choose?" Liu Yun smiled meaningfully, "Well, of course it's a one-handed slashing technique. Have you forgotten that my speed is not inferior to that of teacher Rangiku? In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to use a two-handed sword, it's not that he dares." Liu Yun was afraid that if he couldn't control the power in his body for a little bit, he might repeat the same mistakes and blow up the academy if he didn't agree with each other. And using the one-handed slashing technique can help him control the strength more and prevent the power from running wild. Liu Yun put on a parry posture, and said loudly, "Rukia, do it, attack me with all your strength." "Okay." Rukia nodded heavily, fierce battle flames ignited in her beautiful eyes. She held up the sealed state with both hands, and her figure surged out like lightning. She raised the knife in her hand and slashed at Liu Yun's body. Brush! The sharp blade was like a ray of white light, shining brightly in mid-air. Facing Rukia's all-out slash, Liu Yun smiled slightly, and just raised his arms lightly, without even any intention of fighting back. Clang! There was a crisp sound when the blade collided with the blade. However, the seemingly menacing force was disintegrated in an instant, and Rukia's body also received a recoil force, and instantly flew upside down. "Well!" Rukia struggled to get up, and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Just now I went all out to slash with both hands, and I couldn't even make you take a step back. Liu Yun, is this really the first time you have practiced chopping?" Chapter 35. Liu Yun, is this really the first time you have practiced chopping? Rukia exclaimed in disbelief, "I tried my best just now, and I couldn't even shake you a step. And from your sealed state, I can feel that you haven't tried your best, right?" Rukia lowered her head and sighed sadly, "It seems that half a year has passed, and the gap between us has not narrowed, but has grown wider." It's no wonder that Rukia was discouraged. In the past 6 months, she has always set Liu Yun as the goal of surpassing. Both admiration and desire to surpass. This idea intensified as the two grew closer. Rukia wants to follow in Liu Yun's footsteps all the time, she doesn't want to hide behind Liu Yun's back and be an unknown woman. It's a pity that the cruelty of reality knocked her down again. The gap between the two was like an insurmountable moat, which could not be overcome with will and hard work alone. Don't get discouraged, Rukia, you've done enough. Liuyun put away the sealed state, came to Rukia, and comforted him. The reason why what happened just now is not the difference in cutting skills, but the difference in strength, so you don't have to worry about it. Compared with other students, your talent in chopping technique is already enough advantage. Liuyun turned sideways and observed the classroom. Looking around, the students in the same group were fighting each other. The sound of fierce collision between sealed states continued to sound. Bang bang bang! The scene seemed to be hot, and each student seemed to be trying his best, eager to crush the opponent in the chopping duel. However, if you observe carefully, you will inevitably find that many students even hold their swords very reluctantly, and when the impact generated by the collision of the blades is transmitted to their wrists, the sealed state in their hands is even shaky, almost falling ground. Therefore, what is concealed under the hot scene is actually chicken pecking at each other. It's not that their talents are not high enough. As the best of this freshman class, everyone naturally has good talents. But the cutting technique is not simply reflected in talent, but also includes strength and will. The three are indispensable. The showdown between chopping and chopping is, on the surface, a collision between Ryutsu and Ryutsu. And the deeper level is the confrontation between wills. A slash that incorporates will is enough to sever everything. Because of this, the freshmen were still unable to display the best power of the slashing technique. On the one hand, it is because the chopping technique needs to be accumulated over time, and more importantly, it lacks the will to sharpen through life and death. In the final analysis, these children are just flowers in the greenhouse. Daily campus practice is like living in a comfortable ivory tower, but they have never experienced life and death trials. If you have dreams, but lack tempering, you will never be able to temper a strong will. Liu Yun, I think that although other students can freely display the sealed state, they are still not as good as you. In this way, you are far ahead in Shinigami's 4 major combat skills. Rukia sighed sincerely, if this matter gets out, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar again. Not only that, but what I'm even more afraid of is. Halfway through her words, a trace of sadness flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes, and there was even a strong look of reluctance. Afraid of what? Liuyun asked in bewilderment. Rukia stared into Liuyun's eyes and said disappointedly, actually, I can clearly feel that with the passage of time, the gap between you and us is getting bigger and bigger. In the final analysis, you are a genius born once in 100 years. You have a wider sky. Perhaps after today's freshman assessment meeting is over, you will graduate and join Godi 13. And what I'm afraid of, is losing you, Liu Yun. This sentence has been buried deep in Rukia's heart, and she never dared to say it. Unknowingly, even she herself didn't realize that with her company day and night, she had a special dependence on Liu Yun, and poured all her emotions into it. Once you have it, you are afraid of losing it. Rukia knew very well in her heart that with her talent and strength, if she wanted to successfully graduate from the Zhenyang Academy, she would have to go a long way. But Liu Yun is different. He has impressive strength. As long as he emerges in the freshman assessment meeting at the end of the year, he can break the record and easily join Godi 13. At that time, the two will be separated again. Rukia is conflicted and struggles all the time. She hopes that Liu Yun can break history and become a new legend, and at the same time, she wants to be by his side all the time, but unfortunately there is no such thing as the best of both worlds. For a while, the two were silent, only the thoughts in their hearts kept surging. Rukia lowered her head shyly, her cheeks were flushed, she didn't dare to look into Liu Yun's eyes at all. It took her courage to say that. To some extent, it can be regarded as an alternative confession. After a long time, the corners of Liu Yun's mouth lifted, and a gentle smile appeared on his delicate face. He stretched out his hand, stroked Rukia's head affectionately, and said with a pitiful smile, "Don't be stupid, how could you lose me? Joining the academy, becoming a freshman, and becoming a Shinigami in the future is all because of you, Rukia. I don't want to hurt you anymore, I don't want to make you cry anymore, and I don't want to see you sad. I know your past experience very well. Although the past is powerless, the future can be firmly held in your hands. Only when I become stronger and even become the pillar of the soul society, will you be free from sorrow forever. Liu Yun stroked Rukia's cheek, and said affectionately, whether I graduate early or not, I believe that with your hard work, we will meet again soon, so why should you worry? Well, I see. Rukia pondered softly, it's because I think too much. I shouldn't be worried, but I should work harder to catch up with you. But, Liu Yun, you have to promise me one thing. Promise you what? I hope you never leave me. Chapter 36. Affectionate Confession, Emotional Talk. The two looked at each other affectionately, without saying anything. The fierce sound of blade clashing all around did not hinder the tranquility of this moment. The two were immersed in it, and the two hearts comforted each other. On the other side, in the middle of the classroom, Matsumoto Rangiku kept looking around while nodding in satisfaction. After interacting with the freshmen for a long time, she gradually lowered her requirements. As long as the trainees can initially master the skills of the sealed state, that's enough. However, she still found many surprises. What? When Matsumoto Rangiku looked at a certain corner of the classroom, she let out a little surprise. She suddenly found that that group of students was different. Whether it was the mastery of the sealed state or the strength of the slash, they all surpassed others superior. Atsuko Miura. Teramoto Shuri. Matsumoto Rangiku chanted the two names softly, and murmured in a low voice, these two were born in Rukonga's lower nobles, and they have extraordinary talents. It is a matter of course that they can be ahead of other students. Only. The corner of Matsumoto Rangiku's mouth curled up in a playful arc, and he said expectantly, compared with Liu Yun, who is stronger and who is weaker. In Matsumoto Rangiku's view, Liu Yun is far ahead in Kido, Shunpo, and white hits, and deservedly crushed the audience. Only in the cutting technique has not yet emerged. Because she is looking forward to it, is there anyone who can challenge Liu Yun? Thinking of this, Matsumoto Rangiku raised his throat and said loudly, okay, students, the training time is over. Next, I want to announce a special thing. Hearing what Matsumoto Rangiku said, everyone formed a circle curiously. What the hell is going on? Many students were puzzled, they just got the sealed state not long ago, is Matsumoto Rangiku going to arrange for them to fight? Sure enough, their guess was right. Matsumoto Rangiku went on to say, although the training just now worked well, I was not very satisfied. After all, your training objects are your own desk mates, so it is inevitable that there will be some imagination. So, I decided to play mess up your groups and have a one-on-one slashing duel. What? One-on-one? The students shouted in unison, with different expressions on their faces. Atsuko Miura and Juri Teramoto are full of confidence and don't worry about a one-on-one competition at all. Most of the students were worried, for fear of being defeated in the duel and making a fool of themselves in public. Don't worry, only this kind of duel can fully stimulate your potential. Immediately afterwards, Matsumoto Rangiku took out the list of students as always, and said loudly, the ones I name next will go to the center of the venue for a duel. First, Atsuko Miura. Second, Jiayang Aiko. Called by Matsumoto Rangiku, the two stepped out of the crowd and into the middle of the field. On the one hand, Atsuko Miura was arrogant. After all, he was very talented and had a grandmaster cutting technique, so he was full of confidence. On the other hand, Jiayang Aiko, like Rukia, came from the impoverished neighborhood of Rukonga. She has no extraordinary talent, and she was able to come to the academy to practice because of her extraordinary efforts. However, this duel has not yet begun, and the two are completely different in momentum. Brush. Atsuko Miura pulled out the sealed state suddenly, and aggressively provocatively said, although Master Matsumoto arranged for the two of us to fight. But, Aiko Ko, you will never beat me. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Atsuko Miura provoked arrogantly, not paying attention to the other party at all. His appearance immediately made Jiayang Aiko burn with anger. Jiayang Aiko gritted her teeth and roared angrily, stop joking, the duel hasn't started yet, what right do you have to mock me? TCH, let's wait and see. Atsuko Miura grinned, and the figure rushed away, taking the lead. He held the handle of the knife tightly with one hand, swung his backhand, and the sharp blade slashed down the air. Brush! The light of the knife flickered, and the momentum was compelling. Oops! Jiayang Iko's heart sank, he could clearly feel the power contained in this blow. If he was hit from the front, he might be seriously injured. However, although he was shocked in his heart, he still didn't panic. Jiayang Iko clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, her arms trembled, and the slender sealed state lay in front of her, blocking the slash just right. Clang! The sharp blades collided with each other, and the piercing sound of swords spread all around. At the same time, a huge impact continued to spread outward along the bodies of the two. Well! Iko Jiayang groaned, affected by the impact. Even though he forcibly stabilized his footsteps, his body still flew upside down. On the other side, Atsuko Miura only took a few steps back before stabilizing her body. It's just a slash, whoever is stronger and who is weaker, the judge will be judged. On the side, Matsumoto Rangiku had a panoramic view of everything. She shook her head regretfully, and said in a deep voice, "It's a pity. Although Kayang Iko worked hard enough, she was far behind in talent. With brute force alone, she still can't win. I'm afraid, he will lose soon." Matsumoto Rangiku saw through the result at a glance. Sure enough, just as she guessed. Next, relying on the suppression of momentum, Atsuko Miura took the opportunity to launch an offensive. The fierce slash was like a pear blossom in a rainstorm. Swipe swipe! Every slash made Jiayang Iko's face darken. Despite his hard work, defeat is inevitable. In the end, the sealed state fell off Jiayang Iko's hands and fell to the ground. There is no doubt that he lost. Hateful! Jiayang Iko picked up the sealed state and returned to the crowd dejectedly. He had to admit that his skills were not as good as others. After defeating the opponent, the smile on Miura Atsuko's face became even brighter. Later, he took the initiative to come to Matsumoto Rangiku and asked, "Matsumoto, I have a request." "What request?" Matsumoto Rangiku's eyelids twitched, she had a bad feeling. The next moment, Atsuko Miura's words surprised her. "The other students are too weak, it's pointless to fight against them. If possible, I would like to challenge Liuyun." Chapter 37. I want to challenge Liuyun. Atsuko Miura looked at the crowd and finally settled on Liuyun's face. His eyes were burning, and a fanatical fighting spirit emerged from the depths of his pupils, and he actually challenged Liuyun in front of everyone. Since he smashed the classroom with one punch half a year ago, Liuyun has become the goal that everyone wants to surpass. Later, in addition to Kido, Liuyun also showed great talent and strength in Shunpo and white hits, which convinced most of the freshmen. However, while admiring him, many people are also eager to challenge Liuyun, and Atsuko Miura is one of them. Although he is not as eye-catching as Liuyun, he is also a good seed. After half a year of tempering, his strength has surpassed most people. Therefore, competing with Liuyun has become his greatest wish. "Oh? You actually took the initiative to challenge Liuyun?" Matsumoto Rangiku said in surprise and anticipation, "But in this way, the rules will be broken. My original intention is to let you fight immediately." "But..." Matsumoto Rangiku smiled with great interest, "From the confrontation just now, you are obviously in the upper hand and have overwhelming strength. I think everyone can see this. Since even Kayang Iko is your subordinate, if you are defeated, the other students will surely not be your opponents. Thinking about it this way, it is reasonable for you to think that Liuyun will challenge you." Matsumoto Rangiku did not stop Atsuko Miura's reckless behavior, but instead had a special sense of anticipation in his heart. Reasonably speaking, Atsuko Miura can be regarded as one of the few freshmen who satisfied her, and he is probably the only one who can shake Liuyun's status. Go, Atsuko Miura. Do your best to challenge. I am looking forward to the scene where Liuyun is defeated. Matsumoto Rangiku raised his eyebrows and smiled, and finally agreed to Atsuko Miura's request. Then she turned around and said to Liuyun, "Liuyun, come out, face the challenge of others, I don't think you will refuse." In the crowd, Liuyun didn't say a word. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him, expecting his response. One is a recognized genius, and the other is a confident challenger. Everyone is looking forward to this duel, which one is stronger and weaker. Liuyun, are you willing to accept Itsuko Miura's challenge? Matsumoto Rangiku asked again, seeing Liuyun's delay in responding. For a moment, the audience was silent, as if Liuyun's every move would draw everyone's heart. Then, under the eyes of everyone, Liuyun finally took a step. Pat! The footsteps landed steadily, resounding all around. Liuyun calmly came to the center of the venue, and said with a blank expression, Itsuko Miura, do you want to challenge me? That's right. Itsuko Miura's fighting spirit was rising, and because of her emotional excitement, her arms that were holding the sealed state tightly were covered with veins, making her look very ferocious. Today, I will defeat you in front of everyone. I want to prove who is the real genius. Itsuko Miura's voice was high, roaring hysterically, as if as long as she defeated Liuyun, she would get all the honors. For a moment, his momentum was high and he seemed to have the upper hand. At the same time, the atmosphere of the audience was ignited, and everyone cheered for Itsuko Miura's courage. At this moment, in the crowd, as Itsuko Miura's table-mate, Teramoto Shuri fanned the flames. He sneered disdainfully and said, "Oh? I really didn't expect, Itsuko Miura, you actually want to fight Liuyun? He is a person who has created many miracles, even I have to be afraid, just rely on you." Itsuko Miura sneered and said, "If you haven't tried it, how would you know the result? Could it be that Liuyun is afraid?" Finally, Liuyun, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He looked at Itsuko Miura calmly, and said indifferently, "I am willing to accompany you." Just 4 words, but it contains an unparalleled haki and self-confidence, and also represents Liuyun's invincible will. On the other side, Matsumoto Rangiku saw all this before his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Where there are challenges, there will be progress. Even after this battle, one person will fail. However, this is an opportunity to stimulate potential. In the middle of the field, Liuyun and Itsuko Miura looked at each other. Although the two are both freshmen, their images are quite different. Liuyun was tall and straight, calm, and never made any provocative words from the beginning to the end, and his defiant eyes said everything. From the very beginning, he did not put Itsuko Miura in his eyes. And Itsuko Miura's arrogance, no matter how you look at it, she looks unpleasant, and it makes people feel unfavorable. Coupled with the deep impression left in the first half of the year, most people support Liuyun from the bottom of their hearts. Itsuko Miura provocatively said, "Liuyun, you have to be careful, my slashes are not so easy to dodge." Facing his provocation, Liuyun remained expressionless, and said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you use a sword with one hand, or chop with 2 hands. Either way, the result will be the same." The veins on Itsuko Miura's arm burst out, and he sneered coldly, "Really? Then let you experience my true strength." Brush! In an instant, his figure disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of Liuyun in an instant, waving the sealed state with all his might. This slash contained most of the Ryutsu in Itsuko Miura's body, and even caused a sonic boom in the air, causing waves visible to the naked eye in midair. However, even in the face of such a powerful offensive, Liuyun's expression did not change at all. From the beginning to the end, he had that calm expression. When approaching Liuyun's side, Itsuko Miura could clearly even see the contempt in his eyes. At this time, Liuyun pulled out Zanpakuto unhurriedly, waved the blade lightly, and then stepped out in one step, casting Shunpo. At this moment, it seems that the whole world has fallen into a stillness, leaving only the traces of the sealed state waving. A second later, Liuyun's figure appeared behind Itsuko Miura. Brush! Itsuko Miura's body was stiff, and her eyes were full of horror. I saw a huge scar on his chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. On the other side, Liuyun put away Zanpakuto calmly, and said calmly, "I said it, no matter which way, the result will be the same." Chapter 38. The duel ended, and the whole process was only a few seconds. From Atsuko Miura's arrogant shouting to his blood all over his body, the whole process was so sudden that everyone was caught off guard and didn't even react. Well. Atsuko Miura staggered, and after walking a few steps forward almost precariously, she barely stabilized her body. He turned around abruptly and stared at Liuyun in horror, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Although a shocking wound appeared on his body, Atsuko Miura knew very well in his heart that he could clearly feel Liuyun's mercy in the moment of the fight just now. If Liuyun really wanted to kill, he might have become a corpse by now. Thinking of this, Atsuko Miura was filled with unwillingness and remorse. He recalled all the things he had done just now, whether it was the arrogant provocation, or clamoring to use slashing techniques for a duel. These actions seemed so ridiculous in the face of failure. Indeed, once he fails, all disappears and all glory will be far away from him. Atsuko Miura could finally understand the meaning of this sentence. Under the eyes of many students, he felt his face was hot, as if he had been slapped in the face. Although it was just a silent gaze, Atsuko Miura had an illusion in his heart, as if he was ridiculed by everyone. With his face flushed and his face turning into anger, he sighed heavily, and finally said a desperate sentence helplessly, "I'm defeated." After saying these words, Atsuko Miura felt weak all over her body, as if she had lost her soul and turned into a walking dead. The status of a genius, the glory of a newborn, the hopeful future. With the passing of this duel, only endless regrets are left. All around the venue, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't realize that Liuyun's strength was far beyond their imagination until they heard Miura Atsuko admitting his defeat. Both freshmen, mastering the slashing technique at the same time, but defeating the opponent with a simple slash. How terrifying is this kind of strength? No one knows, nor dares to imagine. Even Matsumoto Rangiku, who is the mentor, looked sluggish, and it took him a long time to recover. She murmured in disbelief, "Is this really the strength of a freshman? I'm afraid, many of the officers in Godiai May 13th not have such power, right? Liuyun's slash is domineering and fierce, not fancy, but it contains infinite power." What was even more shocking was that Liuyun's expression remained unchanged from the beginning to the end, as if he had expected the result long ago. That delicate face is full of confidence, as if fearless. For a while, the classroom was silent. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Only the scarlet blood kept oozing out along the wound, and the sound produced by dripping on the ground kept echoing. Terrible fellow! Matsumoto Rangiku's expression was dignified, and he sighed sincerely. At least for so many years, she has not seen a new student who is close to a monster. Immediately, her words were like a stone stirring up thousands of waves, causing an uproar. Even the instructor was shocked, let alone the freshmen who were already inferior in skills. At this time, Juri Teramoto sighed, "I've said it all, how can someone who can blow up a classroom with one punch have no confidence? No matter what aspect it is, we can't surpass Liu Yun." Indeed, in Shinigami's 4 major fighting skills, Liu Yun perfectly proved himself. He is the real genius. Okay, let's end this showdown. Matsumoto Rangiku waved his hand and signaled loudly, "There is no need for the next one-on-one competition. You can go back to the dormitory and familiarize yourself with the chopping technique. As for Atsuko Miura, you and I will go to the infirmary bar." "Yes." The students responded in unison and left the classroom one after another. In the aisle, Rukia and Liuyun walked side by side. After experiencing what happened today, Liuyun didn't say a word, with a preoccupied look. "Liuyun, what's wrong with you?" Rukia asked with concern. "Ugh." Liuyun sighed, "Rukia, in today's duel, did I strike too hard?" Liuyun was very distressed. Although he had tried his best to restrain his strength, the slash still left a shocking scar on Atsuko Miura's body. Therefore, he feels very guilty. "It's okay, I heard that with the help of the medical class, Atsuko Miura's injury has recovered, so you don't have to worry too much." Rukia smiled sincerely, "Maybe others don't know, but I know that you have tried to be as merciful as possible. Besides, it was Atsuko Miura who provoked you first, so you don't have to blame yourself. Maybe, I will pay attention in the future." Liuyun nodded slightly, still full of helplessness in his heart. Sometimes, the power is too strong, and it is also a headache. Immediately afterwards, Rukia seemed to remember another thing, and said with great interest, Liu Yun, do you still remember Obari Renji, Kira Izuru? Of course I remember, what's wrong? Liu Yun shrugged his shoulders and asked in surprise, they were assigned to the ordinary class at the beginning. After half a year, I don't know how much progress they have made. Hey, that's the main point I want to say. Rukia grinned and said strangely, it has always been a regret for the two of them not to be able to enter the top class. In the past 6 months, with their hard work, they have become the best in the ordinary class. A few days ago, Obari Renji he even made an agreement with me. Oh? Then I really want to congratulate them. Liu Yun asked, however, when is the agreed time? Tonight. Rukia raised her powder fist and said confidently, I deliberately set the location in the open space where we practice every day. Liu Yun, just wait and see, I will definitely show the results of the special training in the past 6 months. Chapter 39. Night. The starry sky is bright and the breeze is blowing. On the outskirts of Shenyang Liuyun Academy, in the middle of the open space full of boulders, 2 figures stood side by side. Rukia, Liu Yun. Liu Yun, how about we warm up? Seeing that Obari Renji and Kira Izuru hadn't shown up for a long time, Rukia couldn't bear her temper and suggested. Fine. But I won't show mercy, Rukia. He pulled out the sealed state worn on his waist, and said with great interest, well, Rukia, if your blade can touch my clothes, then I will lose, how about it? In Liu Yun's view, this is just a game without warm-up, and it doesn't even need to be serious. Rukia simply couldn't catch him moving as long as he wanted to. However, his unintentional words aroused Rukia's strong fighting spirit. Liu Yun, you are too confident, even teacher Rangiku dare not say such words in front of me. Rukia frowned slightly, with a fierce fighting spirit burning in her heart. She has a strong personality, and the more she can't do things, the more she wants to try. It is this unyielding spirit that brought her to where she is today. Rukia held up the wooden sword and said in a deep voice, Liu Yun, you have to be careful, I'm going to attack. Then, with a swipe, her figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, Rukia quietly appeared behind Liu Yun, and the wooden sword slammed down fiercely. However, an accident happened. Too slow, are you swinging your sword into the air? Rukia's pupils contracted suddenly, and at some point, Liu Yun's figure appeared behind her. Her heart sank, and she exclaimed, this speed, isn't it too fast? Wasn't he still in front of me a second ago? Rukia frowned, held the wooden sword with his backhand, and stabbed fiercely backward. However, this time the slash still failed. Rukia, I'm here. Liu Yun's voice sounded from behind again. Rukia gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, damn. Liu Yun, I don't believe I can't touch your clothes. Rukia raised her pink fist angrily, her face was flushed, and she looked very cute. She raised the sealed state again and stabbed at Liu Yun. With a swipe sound, the sealed state pierced the body of Liu Yun like a streamer. However, a strange scene appeared. Although the sealed state pierced his body, Liu Yun's clothes were not cut and remained intact. Huh? What's going on here? Rukia was taken aback for a moment, and just when she was puzzled, her pupils shrank suddenly. She was horrified to find that the Liu Yun in front of her kept blurring, dimming, and finally disappeared. It turned out to be an afterimage. At this time, Liu Yun's voice sounded like a ghost again. Okay, that's all for this warm-up, Rukia. Liu Yun suddenly appeared behind Rukia, patted her on the head affectionately, and comforted her, you lost. Humph. Rukia put away the sealed state, and hummed softly unwillingly. She said helplessly, compared to a genius like you, I really feel ashamed. Don't be discouraged, Rukia. I can clearly feel that your Shunpo is much faster than before in the past 6 months, far surpassing most of your classmates. You should be proud. Liu Yun changed his voice and asked, however, do you have confidence in the next duel with Obari Renji and Kira Izuru? Have. Rukia responded without hesitation, although I am weak compared to you. But relying on the special training for half a year, I can feel that my body is constantly changing, and the strength in my body is also increasing. Although this enhancement is not obvious, but it should be more than enough to deal with the two of them. Rukia smiled confidently. Once upon a time, she needed to hide behind Abarai Renji, relying on his strength to barely survive. But times have changed, and Feng Shui has taken turns. On the one hand, it is the gap caused by the half-entry score, and on the other hand, it is the huge impact of special training. Before he knew it, Rukia had surpassed Abarai Renji and possessed more power than him. Seeing Rukia becoming more and more confident, Liuyun nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps it was because of him that Rukia continued to transform, from an ignorant and timid little girl to a woman capable of being independent. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the woods not far away. Da-da-da! Liuyun and Rukia looked around, but found two tall figures in the hazy night. They were Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru. Ha! Are you already here? Abarai Renji smiled heartily. After half a year, we meet again. But, this time is not a simple chat. According to our previous agreement, I will challenge you, Rukia. Abarai Renji untied his development belt, and his sky-like long hair was immediately scattered behind his back, which added a touch of fierceness to him virtually. You must be too impatient, Abarai Renji. Rukia smiled and said, you challenged me as soon as we met. It seems, you still care about the original class assignment. Cut. When mentioning the classification, Abarai Renji sneered disdainfully, whether it's a top class or an ordinary class, I will use my strength to prove who is the real genius. After passing the examination, due to various reasons, Abarai Renji was finally assigned to the ordinary class and was forced to separate from Liuyun and Rukia, which also made him feel bitter. In order to prove himself, in the past 6 months, he trained desperately, overwhelmed everyone, and became the best student in the ordinary class, but this did not satisfy his ambition. He wants to really beat the top class, and Rukia is the first to bear the brunt. Abarai Renji has a tall and straight body, with red hair fluttering, and he aggressively said, Rukia, do it, use all your abilities, and attack me with all your might. Also, facing Abarai Renji's provocation, Rukia remained calm and said calmly, let me show you the effect of the special training in the past 6 months. Chapter 40. Just let you see the effect of the special training in the past 6 months. Facing Abarai Renji's provocation, Rukia calmly said inwardly. Abarai Renji held up Zanpakuto and smiled meaningfully, I knew that the girl who had to hide behind me to survive had finally grown up. However, Rukia. His eyes were burning, and he said loudly, even if it is for the sake of going through adversity in the past, I will be even more merciless. Brush. Before Abarai Renji could finish his words, his body appeared in front of Rukia instantly as fast as lightning. A powerful aura rose from the ground, Abarai Renji looked serious, and the veins on his arms burst out. This blow and slash almost gathered all his strength. You've become stronger too, Renji. Rukia's affection gradually became dignified, and the distance between the two was less than 2 meters. She could clearly feel the fanatical fighting on Abarai Renji's body, especially the unyielding fighting spirit that moved her even more. However, as a woman, Rukia is not so easy to admit defeat. It's not enough, Renji. Show your full strength, otherwise, you will only be more disappointed. Rukia unhurriedly pulled out Zanpakuto, swung his backhand, and easily blocked the slash. Boom! The blades collided, and the white sword body reflected the eyes of the two people, like the cold moon hanging high in the sky, showing their sharpness. The tragic childhood experience made the two meet unexpectedly. Poverty and wandering around, the two once depended on each other for life, and made an oath to become an outstanding Shinigami in the future. Now, many years later, they have all taken the first step and become freshmen of the Maoang Academy. However, the life trajectory between each other has changed. Before he knew it, the role he had played at the beginning was completely overturned. After this confrontation, Abarai Renji's heart was turned upside down. How can that be? Abarai Renji leaps to keep some distance from Rukia. He muttered in disbelief, the slash just now has almost absorbed all my strength, even if you look at the whole ordinary people, there are very few people who can take it. But, why is Rukia able to take it so easily? Could it be, is the gap with the top class really that big? Obrai Renji's heart was shaken. He was a leader in the ordinary class, especially in the aspect of slashing. He was praised by the instructor. He thought that with his chopping skills and superiority on Ryutsu, he would be able to defeat Rukia easily, but the outcome surprised him. Rukia's body didn't move at all, but he took a few steps back. Hateful! Obrai Renji couldn't help clenching his fists, and roared in dissatisfaction, Rukia, don't think that stopping the slash just now is the end of the game. In addition to slashing, I am also very strong in terms of Shunpo. Brush! In an instant, his figure disappeared like a ghost. In the middle of the dark and gloomy field, only Rukia was left. Time passed by every minute and every second, and there was no sound around, only the cold wind whistling past. Finally, not long after, the figure of Obrai Renji reappeared. Brush! The blade danced, and the sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Obrai Renji waved the sealed state with his right hand, and pointed out with his left hand. Heido number 4, Shirai. A beam of thunder shot out along his fingertips, illuminating the night like a streamer. On one side is the fierce and domineering slash, and on the other side is the extremely fast Kido. For a while, Rukia seemed to be at a disadvantage. On the side, Liu Yun and Kira Izuru stood on the stone platform, quietly observing the battle situation. Kira Izuru said with emotion, Obrai Renji has a wealth of experience and can perfectly combine the 4 major skills to exert the most powerful combat power. I think Rukia is far inferior to her in this regard. He turned his head and asked, what do you think? Liuyun. Liuyun was unmoved. He folded his arms and said calmly, you are right. Judging from the current situation, Obrai Renji has indeed done a good enough job. It's just, you underestimate Rukia too. Hey, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Rukia hasn't gotten serious yet? I don't think it's possible. Kira Izuru frowned slightly, shook his head, and denied, even if the top class has a big advantage, the talents of the two are evenly matched. I don't think Rukia can have overwhelming power. Liuyun didn't refute him, but just smiled slightly and said, let's wait and see. The past 6 months have been special, and there's more than just this achievement. In the middle of the field, Rukia seemed to be in a desperate situation, but there was no panic on his face. At some point, the sharp Zanpakuto disappeared again. I saw Rukia sideways with her back to Renji. Her left sleeve was raised, and her right hand was hidden in the other sleeve, making it impossible for Renji to see through her movements. Brush! Suddenly, a bright light pierced Rukia's sleeve robe and stabbed Obrai Renji along the lower arm. This almost sneak attack method immediately caught Renji off guard. Boom! The fierce slash bombarded the sealed state, and the huge impact generated instantly knocked Obrai Renji's body into the air. Not only that, Rukia turned around quickly, her hands overlapped, and chants came out of her mouth at the same time. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, fluttering wings, and the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, across the sea to the south, step forward. 31 of Heido, red cannon. Rukia folded her hands and gave a high drink, a beam of fire blasted along her palm. Bang! The scorching fireball rolled forward in a mighty way, and finally, under Obrai Renji's horrified gaze, it ruthlessly bombarded his body. At the same time, this also means that this duel is over. Almost overwhelming battle, no suspense. Rukia put away the sealed state, said in a deep voice with burning eyes, Renji, did you see it? This is the effect of the special training for half a year. Chapter 41. As night fell, there was silence all around. In the center of the venue, a hot flame was burning, as if the air had been ignited, making crackling sounds. Obrai Renji collapsed by the fire, out of breath and in tatters, in stark contrast to the previous image of high momentum. The duel between the two has come to an end. Well. Obrai Renji struggled to get up, his expression was in a daze, and there was still a look of disbelief deep in his eyes. He shook his head and muttered hesitantly, Rukia, I really didn't expect that in just half a year, your speed has improved by leaps and bounds, and even the cannon can be used at will. To be fair, as a beginner, being able to master the Kido technique below number 40 is already a remarkable thing. It is even more difficult to be able to sing in full and unleash the full power of all Heido. And Rukia not only did all this, but also performed it in actual combat with the enemy, which shows how shocked Abarai Renji's heart is. Whether it is speed, Ryutsu, strength, Rukia is completely above him. In just half a year, earth-shaking changes have taken place, which makes Abarai Renji unacceptable. He has always regarded himself as Rukia's brother, and the two depend on each other for life. He has a special affection for Rukia. For this reason, making yourself stronger and protecting Rukia forever is the principle of Abarai Renji. However, this battle disappointed him greatly. The once weak girl has become an eagle soaring with wings and no longer needs his protection. The cruelty of reality led to a change in mood. Abarai Renji lowered his head in frustration, dejected, strong unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and he even blamed himself a bit. It seems that I am the frog in the bottom of the well. It turns out that the gap between the top class and the ordinary class is so big. Abarai Renji clenched his fists. Once again the regret of not being able to join the top class appeared in his heart. At this time, Rukia put away the sealed state and came to him. Seeing that Abarai Renji was downcast and lost his fighting spirit, Rukia couldn't bear it, and extended a friendly hand to him. Although this arm is slender and tender, Rukia's sincere emotions are poured into it. What does a person who has dreams but experience setbacks need most at this moment? It's warmth, love, and encouragement. Only by extending a friendly helping hand when the heart is traumatized can the inner pain be healed completely. Rukia firmly believes that Abarai Renji will be able to bounce back. At this moment, Abarai Renji stopped lamenting. He looked up with a pale face, but was stunned by the scene in front of him. Rukia's face was filled with a kind smile. This smile is like the afternoon sun, enough to melt away the haze in his heart. Rukia, I lost. Abarai Renji said with dejection and annoyance. Rukia shook her head, looked into Renji's eyes, and smiled sincerely. No, the gap between us is not what you think. Seeing the smile on Rukia's face, Abarai Renji hesitated. What do you mean? Isn't all this caused by differences in teaching? Although there was a little doubt in his heart, out of trust in Rukia, Abarai Renji instinctively stretched out his palm and touched the slender hand in front of him. The moment the two held hands, Abarai Renji felt a warmth that he had never felt before. This feeling seemed to energize him. For Abarai Renji, who has been living with self-blame and unwillingness all year round, this feeling is undoubtedly embarrassing. Get up, this is just an ordinary duel, you don't have to take it to heart. Rukia let go of her palm, smiled and said, Renji, I think you must be very puzzled. Why is it only half a year? Why my strength not only surpassed yours, but far surpassed yours? Abarai Renji nodded irrefutably. Actually, it has nothing to do with the tutor's teaching, and it has nothing to do with the class assignment. Rukia smiled slightly, pretending to be mysterious and said, all this is due to Liu Yun. She turned around, her gaze rested on Liu Yun, and she said sincerely, it is because of the special training methods taught by Liu Yun that I have achieved rapid progress in the past 6 months. Huh? Liu Yun. Abarai Renji looked confused, and asked in bewilderment, what does this have to do with Liu Yun? And what is the special training you are talking about? Suddenly, Abarai Renji found that he couldn't see through Rukia, as if there were many secrets in the latter. At this time, the figure of Liu Yun, who was the party concerned, appeared beside the two of them. Liu Yun said calmly, the so-called special training is the method I specially set up for Rukia in the past 6 months. This method is both common and difficult. What is difficult is that it requires long-term persistence and accumulation over time. In addition, every day in the past fighting Rukia every single night makes her feel like she is on the verge of life and death. So, after more than half a year, the gap between you will become wider and wider. After a simple explanation, the eyes of Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru erupted with brilliance. Accumulated special training? A duel between life and death? It sounds like fun. At this time, Rukia seemed to see through the minds of the two of them, and urged, "Renji, Kira, do you two want to join us for special training? There is still more than half a year before the freshman assessment meeting. From now on, it will be a while not late. Renji, what do you think?" Kira Aizen looked hesitant, he was both curious and embarrassed. But Abarai Renji didn't say a word. If the so-called special training is really so useful, maybe the counter-attack will not be a dream. After some deliberation and familiarization, Abarai Renji finally agreed to Rukia's invitation. He said with burning eyes, "Then it's a deal, starting today, Kira and I will join you for special training." Chapter 42. Time is like sand between fingers, passing away quietly inadvertently. Soon, half a year passed. With the passage of time, the end of the year is gradually approaching, and there is a fiery atmosphere everywhere in the Zhenyang Yun Academy. The much-anticipated freshman conference will be held soon. As the annual event of the Soul Society, this conference naturally attracted much attention. The main reason is that the rules of this freshman conference have changed. In the past, the conference was mainly divided into two parts. In addition to the competition between the students who are about to graduate, it is the assessment of the new students, but the two are not related to each other. But because of the appearance of Liu Yun, Captain Yamamoto specially modified the rules. As long as they can stand out among the many freshmen, they have the right to recruit students from other grades. In other words, the freshmen's first place can even challenge the old students who are about to graduate. And once the challenge is successful, it can be replaced and graduated immediately. Not only that, Captain Yamamoto also set up a special session. Once that kind of dark horse really appears, the challenge will not end, and the challenge object is no longer the students, but the team members, vice-captains, and even the captain of Godi 13. The change of the rules, on the one hand, is conducive to stimulating the fighting spirit of the students, and on the other hand, it is to discover the real genius. If someone really crushes all the way, there is no doubt that they will be famous in the Soul Society. However, most people don't care too much about the change of the rules, and even think it is a difficult thing to do. After all, in the past few decades, there has never been a situation of down to top. In recent years, it has almost become a consensus that the talent of Soul Society has withered. True Yangling Academy. In the spacious aisle, one figure after another walked by. The closer it was to the freshman assessment conference, the more tense the whole college was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, and there were even endless discussions in every corner of the college. Have you heard of it? There seem to be some great freshmen this year. Yeah, besides Liu Yun, who is recognized as a genius, the girl named Rukia on the other side seems to be one of the best freshmen. In my opinion, the two of them have the most hope of becoming dark horses. However, if you want to leapfrog the challenge, the hope is still slim. Most people hold the same consensus. Although they are optimistic about the freshmen headed by Liuyun and Rukia, they don't think they have the strength to leapfrog the challenge. It may be possible to beat the senior students, but it is impossible to challenge the Shinigami of Godi 13. However, Liuyun and Rukia, who are the parties involved, don't think so. Not to mention Liuyun, relying on the special training in the past 6 months, Rukia's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If he emerges in the conference, he will definitely shock the audience. In the early morning, the sun shines and everything shines. Behind the Zhenyang Yun Academy, 4 figures appeared early and gathered here happily. Liuyun, Rukia, Abarai Renji, Kira Aizen. Quartet of 4. After half a month of special training, whether it is Ryutsu or strength, everyone has changed to varying degrees. Abarai Renji restrained his vigor and became more composed. During this period of time, because of my strong personality, I suffered a lot. It is precisely because of this that his xingxing has gradually changed. Abarai Renji is off to a good start, although he is still keen on being competitive. And Kira Aizen is still so calm. Although he didn't speak much, he was equally strong in his bones. Apart from the two of them, Rukia is beautiful and moving, and has become more mature. Because of the special training, his strength has become more and more not to be underestimated. Although she looks weak on the outside, she is very strong on the inside, and she has become a woman who can stand on her own. In addition, under Liuyun's special training, the cooperation between the three of them has become more and more tacit, and the confrontation between each other has its own winners and losers. Over time, the feelings between everyone become more intimate. From the moment they first left the garrison area, the four of them were an inseparable team. After more than half a year of getting along with each other, they are even more inseparable. All four of them poured their affection into each other and regarded each other as partners who could trust their backs. This kind of fetter was deeply ingrained and could not be broken. However, due to the difference in class placement and the rules of the freshman meeting, they had no choice but to temporarily disband. The top class and the ordinary class have to compete. Liu Yun, thanks to you for the past 6 months. Abarai Renji strode forward and threw a grateful smile at Liu Yun. Although he is eager to win, his strength is not top-notch, thanks to the half-year special training. Otherwise, Renji doesn't have the confidence to stand out in the conference. Liu Yun just smiled and didn't take it too seriously. In fact, assisting the three in special training is just a matter of effort, and it doesn't even need to consume any of his energy. And being able to help his partners become stronger, Liu Yun himself is also very satisfied. Seeing this scene of unity and harmony, Rukia on the side showed a crescent-like smile, charming and moving. She looked at Liu Yun silently, a strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes. Thanks to Liu Yun, their strength has changed drastically. And after half a year of getting along, the relationship between her and Liu Yun has grown even further. Today, things are going perfectly. The fighting power of the three is also one of the best among the freshmen. Therefore, they are confident that they can stand out and become the brightest dark horse. The freshman conference is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if you seize this opportunity, you can soar into the sky and make your mark in the entire Soul Society. Don't worry, Liu Yun has the same strength, and it's easy to stand out. Abarai Renji is full of confidence and full of expectations. Kira Izuru nodded in agreement, and said softly, "That's right, even if we fail in the end, Liu Yun will definitely succeed." "I hope so, and I'll take it seriously." Although Liu Yun's words were plain, they gave people an unquestionable feeling, as if he could do it if he wanted to. At the conference, we must do our best to prove that the down-and-out children from the garrison area can also become talents that everyone is looking forward to. Rukia raised her jade hand high and said loudly. The three of Liu Yun stretched out their palms and placed them on that flawless white jade hand. At this moment, the friendship between them seemed to last forever, turning into an eternal bond. There are 2 more, later. I'm out today, sorry. Chapter 43. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the day that everyone has been looking forward to has come. On this day, the Soul Society reached unprecedented prosperity. In the past, the broad streets were already full of traffic and crowds. Not just the Shinigami of Godii 13, but even ordinary Rukonga residents rushed to the streets, trying to be the first to get a seat so that they could watch the big shots. The 4 closed gates of the Jingling Court were completely opened, and the luxurious sedan chairs were lifted by 12 guards and walked towards the center of the Liuyun Academy. The people sitting inside are all prominent figures in Jingling Ting, who have a great reputation and are naturally worshipped by the residents of Rukonga. Godii 13, major nobles, etc. It is rare for them to leave the Jingling Court and go to the Liuyun Academy. The purpose of their trip is not only to witness the elegant demeanor of the students of all classes, but also to secretly see if there is a dark horse, so as to discover talents as soon as possible. And as the host, the Liuyun Academy naturally attracted the attention of all. The bustling road leading to the entrance of the college was not blocked by the residents of Rukonga, but kept in good order. Godii 13's walk-on players consciously stood on both sides of the street to maintain order and ensure that famous and prominent figures could reach the competition venue unimpeded. The atmosphere is unprecedentedly hot, and the real attention is on everyone. On a high tower in the center of the Shino Spiritual Academy, Captain Yamamoto stood quietly on the top of the tower, looking down at the lively scene below. Beside him is the deputy captain of the first team, Kojiro Sasakaibe, who is guarding every step of the way. It's finally about to start. Captain Yamamoto's voice is loud and powerful, completely different from his old vicissitudes, full of vitality. As the leader of the Soul Society, he also has great expectations for this freshman assessment conference. Among them, what he looks forward to the most is the mysterious Liu Yun. As long as Liu Yun can stand out in the conference, then his talent will undoubtedly be demonstrated. So taking this opportunity, the mysteries of this year will also disappear. In addition, history will be broken. Because, a genius is about to be born, and the entire Soul Society will be shocked. So this freshman meeting not only represents the honor of the freshmen, but also an opportunity to take off. Time passed slowly, and soon, all the famous figures had arrived at the competition venue. The square at the Maoang Academy. At this time, the atmosphere is hot and overcrowded. At a glance, it was full of dense figures. Although the entire square was extremely empty, it was still overwhelmed by all kinds of enthusiastic noise. All the students of the Zhenyangling Academy gathered here, except for a small number of freshmen. Almost all of them were the elites of the academy. In addition to the students, most of the elites of Godai 13 also gathered here. As seniors, they naturally wanted to witness the demeanor of the juniors. Once upon a time, most of the Shinigami also participated in this conference, and they stood out from it and entered Godai 13 smoothly. In addition to the seats of Godai 13, there are several figures in the high positions of the stands that are particularly eye-catching. Ichimaru Jin, Byakuya Kokaki, Zaraki Kenpei. Although these three people have the same duties as the other captains. However, all three of them are legendary. Ichimaru Jin, a once-in-a-century genius of the Soul Society, ascended to the throne of captain at a young age, and has become a legend that the younger generation cannot surpass. Byakuya Kokaki has a cold personality and rarely shows up on weekdays. As the captain of the 6th Division, he is at the same time as Ichimaru Jin. He has the blood of Kokaki nobles flowing through his body, and his status is lofty. Zaraki Kenpei, known as the most powerful warrior of the Soul Society, is like a beast, extremely fanatical about fighting. Since he is from Kala district, his deeds are widely circulated in Rukonga. Since the three of them seldom show up on weekdays, it was unexpected that they could appear here. In addition, other captains were also present. They are all big figures who have reached the pinnacle of existence, sitting on the highest floor of the entire stand, overlooking everything. No one dared to question their strength, the title of captain alone represented everything. And above the captains, is the captain of Yamamoto, who has the title of the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. Captain Yamamoto's eyes are piercing, but there is a majestic ryotsu in his body, which is as unfathomable as the roar of the deep sea. He sat calmly on the first seat, exuding an incomparably powerful aura that shocked all directions. Captain Yamamoto stood up slowly, with his hands on his back. He walked to the edge of the stands, and Ryotsu's booming voice echoed through the audience. Everyone, thank you for gathering here to participate in the annual Freshman Assessment Conference. According to the previous rules, the freshmen of this year will take the lead in the duel. Please enjoy watching it to your heart's content. Captain Yamamoto's words instantly ignited the atmosphere of the audience. Everyone cast their fiery eyes on the center of the field. Center of the playing field. This year's freshmen became the focus of attention. And Liu Yun, Rukia, Abarai Renji, and others are among them. They are eagerly waiting, gearing up, waiting to shine in the conference. They shoulder a heavy mission, this is a battle of honor. At this time, Shinigami, who was the referee on the side, announced the rules loudly. The rules of this game are very simple. Only when one side admits defeat or is unable to resist, the game will end. Do it, understand? Everyone nodded, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their eyes were firm. Afterwards, the magistrate took out 2 pieces of paper from the sleeve robe and read out the names on them. For the first duel, Liu Yun will face Yoshihiro Shimadzu. Except for the 2 of them, everyone else should step back and go to the viewing room. With everyone leaving, only Liu Yun and Yoshihiro Shimadzu remained in the center of the field. The much anticipated duel has officially begun. Chapter 44. The first duel begins. Liuyun vs Yoshihiro Shimadzu. As the referee's voice fell, the audience immediately burst into thunderous cheers. They waited for a long time just for this exciting moment. Although the identities of the two players are both freshmen, they are attracting a lot of attention at this moment. On one side was Liu Yun, who was recognized as a genius among the freshmen in this class, who once blasted the classroom with one punch. On the other side is Yoshihiro Shimadzu, a talented boy from Rukonga. The popularity of this duel has firmly attracted everyone's attention. Their eyes were locked on the two talented students, and they waited and watched intently. In the stands, Abarai Renji, Rukia, and Kira Izuru sit side by side. They watched Liu Yun's back nervously, their hearts beating rapidly, as if they were actually there. Abarai Renji was full of enthusiasm and kept shouting loudly, heartfelt Liu Yun cheering. He believes that this low-key and humble genius will easily defeat Yoshihiro Shimadzu and win his own honor. On the side, Rukia clasped her hands tightly, her eyes were as clear as autumn water. She kept praying for Liu Yun in her heart, hoping that he would win. When her eyes moved to Liu Yun, her little face was red, shy, and cute. And Kira Izuru didn't say a word, his eyes were fixed on Liu Yun, but the tightly clenched palms showed his mood. All three cheered for Liu Yun in their own ways, hoping that he can soar into the sky. On the other side of the stands, it belongs to the area of Godei 13. Matsumoto Rangiku's beautiful eyes always stay on Liu Yun's body. She has always had great expectations for Liu Yun, and she naturally hoped that he would stand out. Matsumoto Rangiku turned a blind eye no matter how the 10th squad members approached him. Her mind is all on Liu Yun, and she has no interest in the outside world. On the other side, at the highest point of the stands, the area that belongs to the captain, a fox-like sly laugh suddenly sounded. Oh my, I didn't expect it to be that kid who participated in the first confrontation. It's really interesting. Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes and smiled jokingly. He turned his head and asked sideways, Captain Aizen, what do you think? Silver. Didn't you already know the outcome of such a confrontation? With a calm face, Aizen said blankly, the real highlight should be the next leapfrog challenge, right? Oh? Captain Aizen is so optimistic about him. Ichimaru Jin shrugged his shoulders and said with a sly smile, leapfrog challenge is the record I kept back then. It seems that I have been underestimated. Oh, no matter, let's see what kind of surprise this kid can bring us. On the other end, Kiraku Shunsui stared at Liu Yun's figure with great interest, and smiled cheerfully to the side. Xiao Kigzu, you saw that brat, he is the accidental discovery I said before. I think he is very likely become the dark horse of this conference. Beside him, sat a charming figure. This woman has a beautiful face full of knowledge, short black hair, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, giving people a serious sense of intimacy. This woman is the vice-captain of the 8th Division, Nanao Ise. Facing the frivolous and troublesome Kiraku Shunsui, Nanao Ise responded coldly, that may not be the case. As far as I know, Yoshihiro Shimadzu is strong and has great potential. It is not so easy to beat him easy. Really? Let's wait and see. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flickered, and he smiled meaningfully, I always feel that Guy Liuyun will bring us unexpected surprises. The other side of the stand belongs to the area of the 11th team. TCH, it's really boring. A voice of disdain came from the mouth of a burly figure with a height of 2 meters. Is this the so-called confrontation between the freshmen of the Xinyang Spiritual Academy? It's rubbish. Disdainful words, merciless ridicule, but the members of the 11th squad around them remained silent and did not dare to refute at all. At this moment, a smaller figure jumped over the head of one of the Shinigami, and finally stepped on the shoulder of the burly figure. Standing on the shoulders, that petite said with a smile, Xiaojian, you can't say that, this is a matchup that even the captain is optimistic about. Yaqian Liu, what's the value of watching this kind of rubbish duel? I'm not interested in the weak at all. Accompanied by a disdainful and rough voice, the tall figure embraced his hands, and his face appeared in everyone's sight. He has a ferocious face, with a huge scar on the left side of his cheek. Although he had long black hair, it was braided into little bundles like barbs. What was even more frightening was that even though he was just sitting casually, he exuded a suffocating terror. Ryotsu, even the air was affected, as if stagnant. Captain of the 11th Squad, Zaraki Kenpei, the man who bears the title of Kenpei. Over his shoulder, Kuzujishi Yachiru laughed and said, "Okay, be patient, Xiaojian, this is a much anticipated event." Humph! Zaraki Kenpei snorted coldly and closed his eyes with disdain. Center of the field. Shimadzu Yoshihiro folded his hands, his eyes were like lightning, staring at Liu Yun. This is not the first time they have played against each other. Half a year ago, as a student of the same grade, Yoshihiro Shimadzu had a fierce battle with Liu Yun. Only that time Liu Yun won with overwhelming force. Time has passed, and half a year later he became an opponent again. Despite the painful experience in the past, Yoshihiro Shimadzu still has a glimmer of hope, hoping to defeat Liu Yun and prove himself. Liu Yun, I have always hated you for winning last time. No matter what, you will definitely lose this time. Yoshihiro Shimadzu's eyes were full of crazy fighting spirit. Especially after he saw Liu Yun's expression, that kind of fanatical fighting spirit completely permeated his heart. On the other side, Liu Yun's face was calm, he just watched Shimadzu Yoshihiro's provocative words quietly, and he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. And it was this arrogant attitude that completely angered Yoshihiro Shimadzu. Chapter 45. It was this indifferent expression that completely angered Shimadzu Yoshihiro. Reasonably speaking, the two are both freshmen, so they should be evenly matched. However, in the face of a strong enemy, Liu Yun remained calm, which invisibly made Shimadzu Yoshihiro angry, because he had a feeling of being underestimated. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? Yoshihiro Shimadzu clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his arms burst out. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Why? Everyone is from Rukonga, but you have attracted everyone's attention from the moment you stepped into the academy, but I can only train silently in an inconspicuous corner. Who gave you such rights, and what right do you have to override me? I don't agree." Yoshihiro Shimadzu roared hysterically, and the anger that had been accumulated for a long time in his heart poured out like a torrent. Liu Yun stood calmly opposite Yoshihiro Shimadzu. No matter how provocative the other party was, his expression remained unchanged. That indifferent look was like looking down on an insignificant ant. Click! Yoshihiro Shimadzu clenched his fists tightly, with a murderous intent on his face. His hands swung violently, and a powerful ryotsu rose from the ground and swept around like a storm. Influenced by this ryotsu, the sand in the center of the field is flying around with great force. With great momentum, he took control of the situation in an instant. On the contrary, there is a huge gap between Liu Yun's thin figure and the flying sand all over the sky, just like floating in the sea. At least visually, Shimadzu Yoshihiro gave everyone a shocking feeling from the beginning. Over the past year, he has been immersed in submerged cultivation all the time, constantly enhancing his strength. Yoshihiro Shimadzu has only one purpose, which is to stand out at this freshman conference and become the most eye-catching new star in one fell swoop. Finally, Liu Yun, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. "Do it so quickly? How impatient!" Liu Yun smiled slightly, still calm and composed, not paying attention to Yoshihiro Shimadzu, who ran away at all. It was this kind of arrogant look that made Shimadzu Yoshihiro's inner anger condense into ultimate. He stretched out his finger and volleyed a little towards Liu Yun. Heido number 4, Shirai. A dazzling thunder shot out along his fingertips, quickly attacking forward. This trick is simple and rude, at least it brings a crisis of being caught off guard. Is this the trick again? Liu Yun shook his head, his figure flashed, and disappeared in place after casting Shunpo. When the two met for the first time, Liu Yun used Shunpo to easily avoid Kido, but now he is doing the same trick again. Brush! Ballet streaked across the air, but missed. At the same time, there was an uproar in the stands. Both of them showed great strength from the beginning. Yoshihiro Shimadzu was aggressive, and Liu Yun's speed was equally astounding. I already guessed that you used this trick, show me. Shimadzu Yoshihiro drew a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. He folded his hands and said with a sneer, "No matter how fast you are, it is impossible to leave this limited playing field. As long as I completely wrap the entire field, I can still catch you." Shimadzu Yoshihiro smiled calmly, and at the same time chanted words came out of his mouth. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, fluttering wings, and the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, across the sea to the south, step forward. 31 of Heido, red cannon. Yoshihiro Shimadzu overlapped his hands and gave a high drink, a beam of fire blasted along his palm. Bang! The scorching fireball rolled forward mightily. Everyone in the stands felt their eardrums roar. When their eyes focused on the center of the playing field again, they found that the sky had been flooded by flames. Did he escape? At this moment, doubts emerged in everyone's mind. Many freshmen with a little strength were frightened by Yoshihiro Shimadzu's move. They asked themselves that if they faced Yoshihiro Kamishimizu, they might not be able to take this blow. After all, Kido is fully sung. However, the Shinigami of Godei 13 were dismissive. For them, using the red cannon is just commonplace, and only freshmen will be amazed. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the flames gradually dissipated. When the playing field was clearly visible, everyone was shocked to find that Liuyun's figure was still standing upright. Facing the bombardment of Bai and Chi cannon, Liuyun was unscathed, and what was even more shocking was that he didn't even move his feet. What, he's all right? There was an uproar in the audience. Just now everyone saw Liuyun being hit by 2 Kido spells with their own eyes. Unexpectedly, not only did Liuyun not dodge, but he was unscathed. In the stands, watching this scene happen, Kiraku Shunsui smiled with great interest. Tisk tisk, this is interesting, it seems that Liuyun is stronger than I imagined. Xiao Kigzu, what do you think? Ise Nanao frowned slightly, and responded solemnly, even though he was suppressed in momentum, he could easily turn the tide of the battle. What surprised me the most was that he hadn't even made a move yet. I think, he should be hiding his strength. That's right. Kiraku Shunsui nodded in agreement, and said, I noticed this as early as half a year ago. No matter in a duel with anyone, Liuyun always has a backhand. It seems that there is endless power in his body, which is always unpredictable. Just wait and see, I think the show is about to begin. In an instant, everyone's eyes were completely focused on Liuyun. They eagerly want to know what kind of surprise Liuyun will bring them. Under the attention of everyone, Liuyun jumped out of the range of the flames. He walked forward and approached Shimadzu Yoshihiro step by step, with a strange arc slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. Slap! When Liuyun walked to the middle of the field, he stopped. Feeling countless gazes resting on him, Liuyun smiled knowingly, stretched out his palm with a calm face, and said in a deep voice, Did you try your best? So next, it's my turn. I beg for flower evaluation votes, thank you all. Chapter 46. Have you tried your best? Then, it's my turn. Liuyun took a step forward and said confidently. How is this possible? That's Kang Huo Cannon in the singing state. You didn't even move your feet. How can you bear it? Shimadzu Yoshihiro's face changed and his lips turned pale. Although his strong self-esteem made him not allow himself to fail, Yoshihiro Shimadzu still bowed his head helplessly in the face of the cruel reality. Is the gap in strength between us really that big? Then why when we fought half a year ago, I had the illusion that you can defeat him if you work hard? Could it be, he is pretending to be strong? Why? Why exactly? The more Shimadzu Yoshihiro thought about it, the more frightened he became. His thoughts were confused and it was difficult to calm down. Being able to receive his Kido technique unscathed, how terrifying is Liuyun's strength? He dare not even think about it. Under the shining sun, Liuyun's tall and straight figure became the focus of attention. At this moment, his every move is concerned with countless hearts. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yoshihiro Shimadzu's momentum has declined, and it's Liuyun's turn to fight back. Pat! Accompanied by the sound of crisp footsteps, Liuyun walked forward calmly. With every step he took, his aura rose steadily. When Yoshihiro Shimadzu looked into Liuyun's eyes, he felt an inexplicable fear. That feeling is born from the heart, but it seems to be deeply rooted in the bottom of my heart, lingering. What made Yoshihiro Shimadzu even more terrified was that the huge ryotsu that usually existed in his body seemed to be suppressed by some kind of force, and it turned out to be slow and even stagnant. The superposition of many factors caused Yoshihiro Shimadzu to panic and feel inexplicably nervous. Not only him, but even some students in the stands felt inexplicably uneasy. Just relying on a strong aura, it can frighten the surroundings. They couldn't help but have a question in their minds: is Liuyun really a freshman? The stands. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes, and a bright light flashed in the depths of his pupils. He laughed and said, "Captain Aizen, this brat really hides very deeply. I'm afraid no one in Mu can stop his footsteps, right?" Aizen kept silent, with a sinister arc on the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, "Only in this way will this game be more interesting, isn't it? Silver. Oh, I'm afraid Aizen is thinking of some bad idea again." Ichimaru Jin leaned on the table and chair, his eyes locked on Liuyun, not letting go of any details. On the other side, in the area where the 10th squad is located, Matsumoto Rangiku clenched her jade hands tightly with a solemn expression. She kept murmuring in a low voice, "Oops, if Liuyun can't control the power in his body again, I'm afraid." She couldn't help but recall that 6 months ago, Liuyun undoubtedly blasted a small hill during a training session. Fortunately, she was the only one who witnessed this scene with her own eyes. Otherwise, once word got out, it would probably cause an uproar again. "Yoshihiro Shimadzu, I hope you will admit defeat as soon as possible. You will not be Liuyun's opponent." Matsumoto Rangiku clasped his hands, silently blessing in his heart. Center of the field. "That's the look. Why do you underestimate me? I'm a genius in Rukonga." Yoshihiro Shimadzu roared angrily, although there was no laughter from the entire square. But with all the attention he received, he still felt a lot of pressure. What's more, Liuyun ignored him face to face. This feeling was like being humiliated and intolerable. Finally, the anger in his heart was suppressed to ultimate. "Since you are self-righteous, let me smash your way forward with my own hands." The veins on Shimadzu Yoshihiro's face burst out, and the angry killing intent poured out from his body, sweeping all directions. Originally, he hated Liuyun's calm and supercilious eyes. Now Liuyun's behavior seems to him to be deliberately provocative, and it even aroused Yoshihiro Shimadzu's crazy killing intent. He swears that no matter what the price is, he must defeat this arrogant guy with his own hands. "Liuyun, in the past 6 months, I have not only mastered these 2 kinds of Kido. I want you to see my true power for yourself." Yoshihiro Shimadzu had a ferocious face, and chants kept coming out of his mouth. "The one who comes. The mask of flesh and blood, the Vientian, the thing that flies high and bears the name of human beings. Truth and temperance, the wall of the dream of guiltlessness, and only on top of it. Hados 33, Kanghuo Fall." Yoshihiro Shimadzu clasped his hands together, violent ryotsu poured out from his palms, and quickly turned into fiery explosions, rolling towards the center of the square like a tsunami. He tried to strangle Liuyun. In an instant, Yoshihiro Shimadzu regained his momentum by virtue of the huge explosion. Suddenly, the atmosphere became extremely solemn. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at the 2 figures in the center of the square. They are very clear that the victory or defeat of this duel depends on one action. Did Yoshihiro Shimadzu win, or did Liuyun fall? Everyone is looking forward to that scene happening. The explosion roared, and the hot wind swept across. Liuyun was on the verge of danger at this moment. Even though the flame explosion was constantly enlarged in his eyes, he remained motionless, as if he had given up struggling. Just when everyone was wondering, Liuyun finally left. I saw him stepping out, shaking his head, and said lightly, "Too weak." Just 3 words, not too many words, but it foreshadowed the ending. Liuyun took a step forward, raised his fist, and punched out. Ever since, under everyone's unbelievable eyes, a huge force blasted out from his fist, which not only swallowed Yanbo, but also directly blasted Shimadzu Yoshihiro's body into the air. At this moment, there was silence, everyone was stunned, and there was only deathly silence in the empty square. Mao's students were silent, Godai 13 members were silent, and even the air fell into silence. Time seemed to freeze, and there was no other sound. Only that tall and straight figure attracted the attention of all the people like the stars holding the moon. Chapter 47. At this moment, everything is silent, and there is only deathly silence in the empty square. The slightest punch shocked the audience again. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Yoshihiro Shimadzu's body flew upside down like a blank sheet of paper, and then fell to the ground in embarrassment. Boom! After a loud noise, Yoshihiro Shimadzu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, and finally he lost consciousness and fell into a coma. At the same time, the flame explosion that had ravaged the square had long since been shaken away by the fierce fist wind and disappeared completely. Just one punch easily turned the situation around. After the punch was finalized, Liu Yun withdrew his fist with a calm face. It was impossible to see his inner thoughts from his expression, as if this punch was insignificant at all. In fact, this is the reason why Liu Yun tried his best to restrain the strength in his body. Otherwise, this punch could not only easily blow up Shimadzu Yoshihiro's body, but also turn the entire Mao Ling Academy into ruins. As long as he wants to, he can easily do it. Sorry, I've already shown mercy. Liu Yun looked at Shimadzu Yoshihiro who was dying, curled his lips helplessly, and felt sorry at the same time. To be reasonable, Shimadzu Yoshihiro has a good talent, even if you look at this year's freshmen, they are outstanding and strong. It's a pity that Goddess of Luck is smiling, and he happened to meet Liu Yun in the first round, and the ending is self-evident. At this time, everyone was relieved. For a while, there were countless gasps in the stands. The audience was in an uproar. The Kanghuo pendant, which was completely chanted, can be blown apart with a single punch. Is this something that can be done by brute force? Countless people were dumbfounded, even some newcomers Shinigami, who had just joined Godai 13, were also dumbfounded. If it were them, I'm afraid they wouldn't have the courage to do so. However, some sharp-eyed people still found clues. In the stands, the area where the 11th squad is located. Okay. After the punch was thrown out, Zaraki Kenpei, who had been closing his eyes all the time, suddenly opened them, and gave a small gasp in doubt. At that moment just now, he clearly felt a mysterious and majestic force. Although this stock is fleeting, it is still keenly captured by Zaraki Kenpei. As a beast who is keen on fighting, Zaraki Kenpei is born with a keen sense of smell, especially in terms of strength, and has a fanatical pursuit. This man exists for fighting, and he regards fighting as more important than anything else, even ignoring all identities and status. Only fighting is the source of happiness. Zaraki Kenpei is full of blood, every cell in his body is boiling with battle. Only by encountering a strong enemy can the blood in his body be awakened. In that case, he will swing the blade recklessly, until one side falls down. Coincidentally, at the moment Liu Yun blasted his fist, Zaraki Kenpei seemed to feel the long-lost resonance. Xiaojian, what's the matter with you? Did you change your mind and become interested in this conference? On his shoulder, a smile appeared on Kuzujishi Yachiru's pink face. TCH, that's not it. Zaraki Kenpei sneered disdainfully, how could I be interested in this kind of garbage duel? It's just too boring to sit around. Even so, Zaraki Kenpei's gaze stayed on Liu Yun from the moment he opened his eyes, and never left from the beginning to the end. He vaguely felt that the resonance at that moment just now seemed to be from Liu Yun. On the other side, the height of the stands. A gleam of light flashed in Kiraku Shunsui's eyes, and he praised, sure enough, the result was exactly as I expected. Liu Yun's strength cannot be underestimated for being able to easily defeat the opponent. But he changed his voice and said in a deep voice, how did he manage to perfectly combine brute force and Ryutsu? As the century-old captain of the Soul Society, Kiraku Shunsui can clearly sense the power of Liu Yun's punch just now. In addition to Ryutsu, there is also an indescribable terrifying force, which he calls brute force. Captain, that punch just now was indeed amazing. It's just that his opponent is also vulnerable. It's not enough to judge his strength by this. Nanao Ise looked forward to it. If he can also display this level of strength in the process of fighting against the Godai 13 players, then he will be a well-deserved genius, and it is still too early. Kiraku Shunsui waved his hand, and said with a hearty smile, "Why, Xiao Nanao, you are not interested in that kid Liuyun, are you? This is really rare." Ise Nanao glanced at him coldly, and then ignored him, but her eyes were firmly fixed on Liuyun's back. Her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. Center of the square. It took a long time for the referee, who had been standing on the edge, to come back to his senses. He was unbelievably amazed at first, and then hurried to Liuyun's side, announcing in a loud voice, "I declare that Liuyun will win this duel." With the sound of his voice, the first duel finally came to an end, and Liuyun was successfully promoted to the next round, and then he just had to wait in the stands for the next round of opponents. "Student Liuyun, you can go back to the high platform to rest for a while." Perhaps because of the shock, the usually serious referee smiled at Liuyun. This has never been seen before. Liuyun turned around and walked up to the high platform. At this time, the eyes of the audience focused on him again. And when the distance between each other shortened, everyone could really feel Liuyun's aura. Even though he was stared at by countless eyes, he still walked steadily and his face did not change, as if he ignored the outside world and truly kept his heart calm. At this time, everyone couldn't help recalling the situation of the duel just now, and they suddenly found that Liuyun didn't seem to have moved his feet from the beginning to the end. In other words, it was a landslide victory. What surprised everyone even more was that the last time he did the same thing was the long-established captain of the third team, Ichimaru Jin. At this time, everyone really realized that maybe this boy could be called a monster. Chapter 48. With the end of the first duel, the atmosphere of this conference gradually became hot. Even the first battle is so entertaining, let alone the latter? With such a mentality, everyone gradually forgot the shocking scene just now, and devoted themselves to the upcoming duel. On the high platform, Liuyun walked along the steps and finally came to Rukia, Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru. "Liuyun, you're here." Abarai Renji recalled the scene just now, and said excitedly, "The punch just now was really fun, let everyone see your strength. But I think you should be merciful." As one of the closest partners, Abarai Renji is well aware of Liuyun's strength. That punch seemed powerful, but compared to Liuyun's full strength, it was insignificant. "Hey, for Liuyun, it's just hot." Kira Izuru echoed, with a sincere smile on his face, happy for Liuyun from the bottom of his heart. Rukia raised his eyebrows and smiled, and said, "I'm afraid it will be the turn of the three of us next. I hope we can shine like you. Our opponents are not limited to freshmen." Rukia looked to the other side of the high platform, her beautiful eyes glowed with strong longing. There sat the Godai 13 in their death suits. Each of them seemed unattainable to Rukia. It may not be too difficult to defeat freshmen at the same level, but it is as difficult as heaven to challenge and defeat these Godai 13 players. "Just wait patiently, I believe you will succeed too." Liuyun said calmly, his eyes also focused on the area belonging to Godai 13. In Liuyun's view, for Zhenyang Lingyuan College, whether it is a duel between freshmen or a leapfrog challenge between students, it is nothing more than pecking at each other after all. No matter how good a student who has not yet become a Shinigami is, he can only reach a certain level and then stay at the bottleneck. Only those Shinigami in black death suits will be his greatest opponents. Liuyun is more eager to fight against the strong, not only the ordinary players of Godai 13, but even the officers and captains. Only by defeating them in this square can they truly shine. Then, the duel continued. It's just disappointing that although the games went on one after another, there were no more amazing performances. Over time, everyone lost interest. Except for the students of Maoling Academy, the people of Godai 13 have almost no interest. As time went on, the freshman duel was drawing to a close. In addition to Liuyun, Abarai Renji, Rukia, and Kira Izuru also advanced smoothly and became the final 8. However, in the subsequent game, Liu Yun encountered Kira Aizen. As long as he can defeat the opponent, he can become the final four. In the center of the square, two figures faced each other. Liu Yun, Kira Aizen. As close friends, the two have a deep relationship, but once they come to the arena, they have to let go of their emotional shackles and go all out to fight. Liu Yun, I hope you will not show mercy. Kira Aizen took a deep breath and shouted with burning eyes, I know you are the most powerful among the freshmen, and you will become the dark horse of the tournament without any doubt. Even so, I still want to try defeat you. Although there is little hope, but I will definitely go all out. So, let me witness the gap between each other. Kira Aizen's momentum rose, even in the face of the mighty Liu Yun, he was still not afraid, just because of his burning heart. Although it has come to the end, it is only one step away from the freshman finals. However, what appeared in front of him was an insurmountable mountain, and it was not easy to defeat Liu Yun. After all, until now, no one has forced Liu Yun to use his full strength, not even to make him serious. Such a huge disparity has already doomed everything. Kira, I can feel your transformation in the past 6 months. The corners of Liu Yun's mouth raised, revealing a smile of praise. He praised, whether it's the aura or the Ryutsu, you have achieved enough proud achievements. I can even feel strong confidence in your eyes. However, in front of me, self-confidence alone is not enough. Liu Yun raised his eyebrows upside down, and his expression rarely became serious. He said in a deep voice, do you want to see my strength when I'm serious? This question, like a heavy hammer hitting Kira Aizen's heart, made him feel emotional instantly. Of course, I hope you can take this battle seriously, instead of just thinking about our relationship. Kira Aizen nodded slightly. Then do as you wish. Liu Yun's voice was high, that's right, the best way to respect an opponent is to try your best to defeat him. As soon as the voice fell, a majestic Ryutsu surged out of Liu Yun's body, sweeping all directions like a storm. In an instant, the entire square seemed to be immersed in a terrifying ocean of Ryutsu. This Ryutsu, what the hell is going on? Those who were closer to the venue let out a muffled groan. Facing the Ryutsu that swept in like a wave, everyone felt dizzy and had difficulty breathing, as if there was an invisible ocean of Ryutsu flowing in the air. This time, not only the students of the Shinigami Academy felt this way, but even most of the Shinigami of Godai 13 also changed their faces, frightened by the huge Ryutsu on Liu Yun's body. Before everyone could react, Kido chant came from Liu Yun's mouth. Beast bones scattered all over the place, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels, movement is like wind, stop is nothingness, and the sound of spears striking each other fills the void city. Hado 63, fiery lightning howl. Liu Yun overlapped his hands, and violent Ryutsu poured out along his palms, and instantly turned into a dazzling thunderstorm, sweeping the surroundings crazily. In less than a few seconds, the thunderstorm completely swallowed Kira Aizen's figure under everyone's horrified eyes. Chapter 49. In less than a few seconds, the thunderstorm completely swallowed Kira Aizen's figure under everyone's horrified eyes. The momentum was huge, and the thunder swept across. In an instant, the audience was enveloped in a majestic Ryutsu storm. The Ryutsu in Liu Yun's body surged out unreservedly, sweeping in all directions like an abyssal tsunami. Because the spiritual power was too thick, it almost condensed into substance, converging into a vaguely visible ocean of spiritual power. It was as if a torrential rain was pouring down from the sky. The terrifying Ryutsu turned into countless raindrops and fell on the ground. In an instant, everyone had difficulty breathing and felt an indescribable coercion. The freshmen of Shenyang Lingyuan Academy panted heavily, feeling as if they were suffocating. They didn't even have the courage to look up at the ocean of spiritual power. Because they can't move at all, being suppressed by strong Ryutsu. What's the matter, what happened? Many people's faces changed in surprise. Under the pressure of the endless spiritual power in Liu Yun's body, they felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. The stands. Is this the power he possesses in his body? Compared with other people, it is simply a world of difference. Aizen's eyes burst out with a flash of light. If the previous confrontation was just a small fight, it would not have attracted his attention at all. But Liu Yun, who was going all out at this moment, made him unable to keep calm anymore. Because as the ocean of spiritual power in the sky gradually shrinks, an amazing momentum is rising. It's so special, it's different from the usual Ryotsu, it seems to have merged into another force. The corners of Aizen's mouth rose, and he couldn't help revealing a meaningful smile. He felt more and more that Liu Yun was a suitable experimental subject. On the side, Jin narrowed his eyes and looked serious. What surprised him was not Liu Yun's ability to unleash the thunder cannon while fully singing, but the astonishing aura in his body. At this moment, Jin even felt a little crisis. Oh, what an interesting kid, and my instinct was right, after all. Jin grinned, and no one noticed that the arm hidden in the sleeve robe was already quietly holding the hilt of Zanpakuto Shinso. Obviously, Liu Yun's strength aroused Jin's fighting spirit. The other side. Ha! That's how it feels. Zaraki Kenpeki stood up abruptly, and said with a ferocious smile, "This is interesting. I didn't expect that the Ryotsu in this kid's body is even stronger than the chief officer. It turns out that there were such people in the hanging area back then. Great, Xiaojian is finally interested." The voice actor Xuye pouted, 2 cute dimples appeared on his smooth face, very cute. "Yakian Liu, the next step is the leapfrog challenge?" Zaraki Kenpeki asked excitedly. Xuye nodded cutely, and responded, "That's right, little sword. With his demonstrated strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find an opponent in the entire Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy. That's really worth looking forward to. Being able to fight with such a kid just happens to kill this boring time." Zaraki Kenpeki sneered coldly, and his usual quiet fighting spirit was ignited again. Besides, there was an uproar in Godi 13. Except for the vice-captains of each team, the faces of the other team members and even the chief executives all changed in shock. That huge Ryotsu actually made them feel strongly afraid. Is this something a freshman can do? You know, it's only been 1 year since Liu Yun joined the Zhenyangling Academy. Could it be that the miracle created by Jin will be broken again? The strange thing is that Byakuya, the captain of the 6th team, is not paying attention to Liu Yun at this time. His eyes shifted and instead stayed on Rukia in the new zone. Earlier, when he saw Rukia play, Byakuya's cold heart like an iceberg actually stirred up strong waves, as if he had been greatly stimulated. Why is it so similar? Who is she? There was a puzzled look on Byakuya's handsome face. At this time, his thoughts have returned to the past, and the figure that once fascinated him, Kokaki Fiajin, appeared in his mind. When Byakuya saw Rukia, he was stunned, because Rukia's appearance is so similar to Fiajin. Except for the difference in temperament, they are almost the same person. This near-impossible resemblance immediately caught Byakuya's attention. Anyway, after this meeting is over, I will definitely go to her. Byakuya was expressionless, thinking alone in his heart. The highest point of the stands. After feeling the Ryotsu from Liu Yun, Captain Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and his face gradually became serious. He said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, Jingle's guess is not wrong. The key to unraveling the natural disaster lies in Liu Yun. Judging from Ryotsu, he has the strength to join Godi 13. Aside, Kojiro Sasaki echoed, "That's right, the Ryotsu on this brat is even stronger than most of the officers. I think the difference between them is just combat experience. From this point of view, there is no need to conduct the freshman assessment." Captain Yamamoto stood up slowly, and said in a deep voice, "Let's proceed directly to the next link. I'm really looking forward to where he can go." The moment the voice fell, the figure of Captain Yamamoto disappeared instantly. At this time, a thunderstorm swept across, suddenly swallowing Kira Izuru's figure. Just when everyone thought that the latter would suffer fatal injuries, Captain Yamamoto appeared without warning. Brush! Captain Yamamoto stood in front of Kira Izuru, and he didn't even make a move, relying on the majestic Ryotsu to easily disperse the thunderstorm. "Okay, Liu Yun." Captain Yamamoto stared majestically into Liu Yun's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "This game is over. I am very satisfied with your performance. And your strength has also been recognized by me. You deserve to be the most outstanding genius of Shenyang Academy. This is just the opening. What follows is the main event." He asked, "Next I will give you the right to challenge Godai 13, do you want to?" The atmosphere was dignified, and the audience was silent. All eyes were on Liu Yun, expecting his response. Is it to go forward bravely and dare to challenge Godai 13, or is it to retreat bravely? No one knows what choice Liu Yun will make. Time passed by every minute and every second. Finally, Liu Yun raised his head and shouted resolutely, "Captain Yamamoto, I am willing to challenge Godai 13. Continue to ask for flower evaluation votes, thank you all." Chapter 50. Captain Yamamoto, I am willing to challenge Godai 13. Liu Yun's words instantly exploded, pushing the atmosphere of the entire conference to a climax. After many years, has there finally appeared a talented freshman who can leapfrog challenges? Everyone's thoughts can't help but go back to decades ago, when the boy named Ichimaru-jin was born in that place, which shocked everyone. Later, Ichimaru-jin even made a feat on the first day of joining Godai 13, he killed the third seat of the 5th division and replaced him as the youngest seat in history. Today, many years later, everyone seems to see that the scene that happened that year is about to reappear. Although the duel between Liu Yun and Kira Izuru was only the semi-finals, but when he gave his best, the following games were meaningless. Possessing a terrifying riot so comparable to that of an official, Liu Yun's strength is enough to crush all freshmen. The most well-deserved strongest freshman. The only suspense is how far can Liu Yun go? Very good, it's no loss that Mao is the most outstanding genius. Captain Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction, and said in a deep voice, "Liu Yun, the following rules are very simple. As a challenger, all you need is to challenge one by one to prove your strength. But there are a few points I want to make clear." He raised 2 fingers and said solemnly, "First of all, you must be very clear that Godai 13 has seats in addition to ordinary players. The difference in seats also represents the gap in strength. Therefore, you need to do the most important thing is to challenge from the weakest officer to the final captain. As for how far you can go, it depends on your own performance. In addition, the members of Godai 13 are powerful, but they are not comparable to Mao's students. Once you challenge, you will face unimaginable dangers, and you may even pay a heavy price for missing. Even so, you are still willing challenge." Captain Yamamoto's eyes were majestic, staring at Liu Yun like 2 sharp blades, as if trying to see through his mind. Invisibly, a strong coercion emanated from his body, pressing on Liu Yun from all directions. On the one hand, under the expectation of all eyes, and on the other hand, under the coercion of the captain, Liu Yun seemed to be at the crossroads of his life, and was forced to make a difficult choice. Is it soaring into the sky, or just let it go? If it were any other freshman, they would have chosen to shrink back under such enormous pressure. But Liu Yun is different. He made unpredictable choices as always. Liu Yun raised his head suddenly, under the black broken hair, there was a sunny and confident smile. His eyes were burning, and he said without hesitation, "Yes, even if I have to pay a heavy price, I am still willing to participate in the challenge. I am not a born king, but there is blood in my bones that will not let me bow my head. Don't you regret it?" "No regrets." Liu Yun is calm and composed. Even in the face of tremendous pressure, he still does not change his face and insists on his choice. Ever since, the most anticipated scene of this conference finally kicked off, a big show where Mao's best freshmen recruited Godai 13. When Captain Yamamoto announced the rules, the stands exploded. As for the area belonging to Godai 13, there have been countless discussions. 11 Team. "Captain, I didn't expect this kid to really have the courage to challenge Godai 13. From this point of view, we are underestimated by a newcomer." Behind Zaraki Kenpake, a vicious bald man complained dissatisfied. "His name is Madarame Ikeku, he serves as the 3rd seat of the 11th team, and he is also a fanatical militant. After seeing Liu Yun's amazing strength now, he is gearing up even more, wanting to dampen Liu Yun's spirit. Behind, a man with an enchanting face taunted, "Forget it, if you are defeated by that guy, wouldn't you lose the face of the 11th team?" This beautiful man is named Ayasukawa Yumichika, who is the 5th seat of the 11th team and is a friend of Madarame Ikeku. As early as in Rukonga, the two followed Zaraki Kenpeke, and then joined the 11th team together and became the chief officer. TCH, with such a brat, how could he be my opponent? Madarame Ikeku curled his lips and retorted dissatisfiedly. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeke, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. "Stop rambling, there is always a chance, but not now." Zaraki Kenpeke said impatiently, "Didn't you hear the rules? That kid has to challenge level by level. I just hope he won't let me down." On the other side, Ichimaru Jin came to Aizen and said with emotion, "Oh, I didn't expect him to have the courage to challenge Godai 13. Perhaps, the feat I made back then will be broken by him." "Oh? Do you think he has the strength to defeat the 3rd seat?" Aizen smiled slightly and asked meaningfully. Ichimaru Jin shrugged, pretending to be innocent and said, "Hey, I didn't say that, Captain Aizen. But I hope he can go that far. After all, it's a good thing to fight against such an interesting kid." "What about?" For a while, everyone was curious and speculated on how far Liuyun could go. As time passed, the atmosphere in the audience gradually became tense and dignified. After some discussion, Captain Yamamoto finally set the rules for the challenge, that is, to challenge in turn according to the number of the fan teams. Due to the particularity of the first team, the second team will be the first to bear the brunt. As we all know, the second team also serves as a covert maneuver, and is responsible for the assassination in the Soul Society. Therefore, the second division team members all have perfect skills on Shunpo. 8 seats in the second team, Oki Harika. Nu Mao, Liu Yun. In the center of the square, the two are facing each other. Under the eyes of everyone, they will start a duel. There is no doubt that this will be a competition of speed. Chapter 51. 8 seats in the second team, Oki Harika. Nu Mao, Liu Yun. The two faced each other, and their eyes were filled with fighting intent. On the one hand, it represents Mao's freshman, Liu Yun, who shoulders all expectations. On the other hand, it is Harika Oki who wants to defend the majesty of Godai 13. The confrontation between the two is of great significance. As we all know, the captain of the second division usually also serves as the commander-in-chief of covert maneuvers. Therefore, the second team is the same as the 6th team, with a special status. Among them, most of the chief officers of the second division held important positions in the Seeing Army, while the Seeing Army was responsible for executions, assassinations, and secret infiltration investigation tasks. Obviously, Shinigami, who is responsible for the assassination, will definitely master Shunpo, who is proficient in proficiency, and Oki Harika is no exception. Oki Harika is tall and thin. And his face seemed approachable, but there was a cold light in the depths of his eyes. The long-term work of execution made Amuyao develop a cold heart. Being selected as the 20th representative of the second team not only surprised Oki Harika, but also made him feel uncomfortable. The powerful strength that Liuyun displayed in the previous few battles was obvious to all. There are many people who think that Liuyun has the strength to compete with the Ziguan, and Oki Yao is naturally included among them. Although he is an 8th seat, he is not too strong in Ryutsu and combat. Where he is truly a grandmaster is using the fast Shunpo for assassination. This is the most common combat method for stealth maneuvers. But a person who can disperse the red cannons with one punch, and who can use the thunder cannons smoothly, even if he is close, it is difficult to assassinate him. This is Oki Harika's real concern. But, as a chief officer, he has his own arrogance. Even though he feels jealous in his heart, Oki Yao still keeps his expression on and stares at Liuyun coldly. "Boy, your strength is very strong." Oki Harika spoke first, and praised, "In just 1 year, you have performed flawlessly in Shinigami's 4 major combat skills. Your talent is indeed commendable. But, that's only for Mao's students." Dumweao waved his arm and shouted loudly, leaving aside the Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy, "At this moment on this battlefield, you and I are the same, and there is no particularity. Everything can only rely on strength. With my rich combat experience and skilled assassination skills, I can easily defeat you. He stared into Liuyun's eyes, and challenged coldly, you will definitely lose this battle. Dumweao was arrogant and did not take Liuyun seriously. After all, the identities and status of the two are there. No matter how powerful Liuyun's talent is, it will take time for it to turn into strength. For a moment, the atmosphere was dignified, as if a gust of cold air was constantly flowing between the two of them. Facing Mweao's provocation, Liuyun remained calm and composed, and his mood was not affected at all. It's just that when he stared at Mweao, a sharp light flashed in the depths of his pupils. This kind of look makes people shudder like a hunter staring at his prey. Hateful. Stared at by Liuyun's eyes, Mweao frowned tightly, as if he felt that two sharp knives were constantly stabbing his heart, making his back inadvertently covered with cold sweat. The chill seemed to penetrate deep into the bones, into the depths of the soul, but it was impossible to resist. Finally, Dumweao couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand suddenly, and roared angrily, it's obvious that he's just a newcomer, why should he pose like this? Without warning, Dumweao's figure disappeared instantly, and he took the lead in launching the offensive. As the chief officer of the second team, his speed is indeed beyond imagination, making it difficult for opponents to capture his movement trajectory. If it is against an ordinary strong person, relying on the advantage of speed, Yun can often win easily. However, he happened to meet Liu Yun. The moment Mweao's figure disappeared, Liu Yun's pupils also shrank suddenly. Although he couldn't see Okiharika's figure clearly, he could feel the subtle ryotsu coming from his body. The next second, Liu Yun turned around abruptly, pulled out the sealed state worn around his waist, and stabbed fiercely in the back. Clang! The blades collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Liu Yun shook his arm, and the force from the sealed state happened to shake Mweao's body away. PK. Oki Yao backed up and drew a trace on the ground of the square. TCH, I really underestimated you. After the blow failed, Yao sneered contemptuously, ordinary sneak attacks really can't defeat you, it seems that I have to go all out. Okiharika closed his eyes, held Zanpakuto with his left hand, and chanted words from his mouth at the same time. 30 of Bakudo, the mouth flashes 3 times. He swung his backhand, and 3 huge beak-shaped light beams shot out like lightning, flying towards Liuyun's body quickly. Swipe swipe. Under the traction of ryotsu, the 3 beams of light quickly closed, continuously oppressing the flowing body. What? Dumweao sneered coldly, now you have nowhere to escape, boy. He waved 480 with one hand, stood Zanpakuto by his side, and walked towards Liuyun step by step. The sharp blade shone brightly under the scorching sun, as if announcing that the battle was coming to an end. Indeed, you are strong. But you are still far behind in actual combat. Don't think you can break free from my Bakudo technique with brute force. Every time Oki Yao took a step, his momentum kept rising. At this time, he was full of confidence and thought he was in control of the situation. However, what puzzled him was that no matter how provocative he was, Liuyun's face never changed. Humph, at this point, are you still trying to stay calm? Dumweao came in front of Liuyun, held up Zanpakuto, and said coldly, stop making unnecessary struggles, everything ends here. With that said, he swung Zanpakuto violently. AJ. The sharp Zanpakuto finally stabbed Liuyun's body. However, an unexpected scene appeared. The moment Zanpakuto pierced through the body, Liuyun's figure unexpectedly became blurred, dim, and finally disappeared. What remained in place turned out to be the student coat on his body. On the high platform. When Sui Feng, the captain of the second team, saw this scene, a trace of unbelievable horror flashed in her beautiful eyes, exclaimed, how is this possible? He can use the empty cicada. Chapter 52. On the high platform. When Sui Feng, the captain of the second team, saw this scene, a look of unbelievable horror flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed, how is this possible? He can use the empty cicada? The empty cicada, a special escape technique, was once the unique skill of Shihaoran Yoryuaki, and even Byakuya Kokaki learned it from him. Its function is that during the rapid movement, the visual afterimage makes the enemy mistakenly think that the opponent has been stabbed, but in fact it just pierced the outer layer of clothes, and he escaped. Back then, when Shihaoran Yoryuaki had not defected from the Soul Society, Sui Feng had witnessed this move with his own eyes, so it left a deep impression on his heart. Unexpectedly, the long-lost Sky Cicada reappeared, and it was performed by a freshman who had only practiced for 1 year. This kind of visual shock undoubtedly made Sui Feng's heart shudder. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that he has something to do with Yoryuaki? In an instant, countless doubts surfaced in Sui Feng's heart. She is calm, cold and reticent. But when he encountered something about Shihaoran Yoryuaki, his temperament changed drastically. At this time, her 223 state of mind was strongly affected. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" A rough voice suddenly sounded from Sui Feng's side. "I saw a fat man with small hair, a broad face, wearing a gold chain and a gold bracelet obediently came to Sui Feng's side, asking with concern. He was wearing a dead bully suit with a purple stand-up collar, and he had a special status. This fat man with a rich appearance is the real rich second generation of Soul Society, and also the vice-captain of the second team. Omida Marekio." Seeing Sui Feng's abnormal performance, cold sweat covered his forehead the day before yesterday. He was often reprimanded by Sui Feng during the day, and at this time he was even more afraid of losing his temper. "Humph! It's nothing, it's really nosy." Sui Feng glanced at him coldly, and immediately returned to his previous cold and reticent image. However, she asked in a rare way, "Omida, do you know what's going on with that brat?" "Captain, are you referring to the freshman named Liu Yun?" Omida Marekio thought about it, scratched his head, and said embarrassingly, "I don't know much about him, I only know that he is from the Chenghang district. As for other situations, I don't know anything about it." Warring area. Sui Feng frowned slightly, then shook his head in disappointment. The reason why she was eager to inquire about Liu Yun's background was mainly because of Kong Chan. Sui Feng fantasizes that Liu Yun may be inextricably related to Yoryuaki. However, when she heard the word Inyazuri district, she gave up this idea. In Sui Feng's memory, even before defecting to the Soul Society, Yoryuaki rarely set foot in that neighborhood. At this moment, seeing Sui Feng frowning, Omida Marekio's heart sank, and he quickly bent over and offered courteously, "What, Captain, do you need me to investigate his identity?" "Investigate identity?" Sui Feng pondered for a moment, and unexpectedly nodded in agreement, saying in a deep voice, "Forget it, after this meeting is over, you should thoroughly investigate his identity and background." "Yes, Captain." Omida Marekio wiped the cold sweat off his brow with a sigh of relief. Center of the square. Where originally bound by 3 huge beaks, there was only an empty coat left, but Liu Yun's figure was nowhere to be seen. This weird scene immediately surprised Demweao. "What's going on? I clearly stabbed him at that moment just now." Amuyao's pupils shrank suddenly, and he kept recalling the scene that happened just now. In his memory, until the moment when Zanpakuto stabbed Liu Yun, he could still feel the look in Liu Yun's eyes. In a short, moment, it disappeared in an instant. This is simply unbelievable. Okiharika held Zanpakuto in his hand, and looked around vigilantly. It's a pity that even though his vision swept across the entire square, he still didn't find Liu Yun's figure. As time passed, it was his mentality that was shaken. As the chief officer of the second team and also a member of the secret maneuver, under the gaze of countless eyes, he lost to a freshman in the competition of Shunpo? For Demweao, this is simply a shame. And the way to wash away the shame is to defeat Liu Yun with his own hands. "Boy, come out for me!" Demweao kept looking around and roared angrily, "Don't think you can win by hiding. As long as I don't fall down, you have no hope of winning." Demweao's face was flushed, and his neck was covered with ferocious veins. He can't wait to knock down Liu Yun immediately to regain his honor. It's just that the more anxious he became, the more flustered he became. Time passed quietly, and 10 waves of dead silence seemed to flow in the air, which made it impossible to breathe. Finally, Liuyun's voice rang out behind Muao like a ghost. The really careless person should be you, Muao. At some time, Liuyun had appeared behind Muao. What? Muao's face changed in surprise, and he turned around quickly. However, Bakudo's chant came from his ears. Thundering carriages, gaps in the spinning wheel, this thing gathers light and divides the sky. 61 of Bakudo, 6 stick light prison. In an instant, 3 beams of light appeared out of thin air, turning into 6 paths light sheets and shooting towards Okihara quickly, binding his body firmly in mid-air. Damn it, let me go. Muao kept struggling, but in vain. He suddenly found that the surface of the beam of light was covered with rich ryotsu, making it unbreakable. Ever since, the situation has changed rapidly. Before, it was Liuyun's body that was tightly bound, but now, it was Muao's body that was firmly bound. In a trance, the identities of the hunter and the prey are completely reversed. From the very beginning, the evasion you speak of did not exist. Holding the sealed state in hand, Liuyun came to Muao step by step, and said calmly, I've been moving, but you can't capture my movement trajectory. Liuyun pulled out the sealed state, held it high in the air, and the sharp blade shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. Clang! A sword swung out without mercy. Under the scorching sun, with several blood flowers withering, Muao crashed to the ground. This battle, he lost. Chapter 53. Bang! Okiyao fell to the ground with a bang, announcing that the duel was over. 8 seats in the second team, defeated. A shocking wound opened on Muao's body, and scarlet blood continued to ooze out, gradually staining the ground red. In this attack, Liuyun did not show mercy. He was well aware that there was no mercy in a fair duel. If he hesitated for a moment, he might show his flaws, and at that time, the person who fell to the ground would become him. Only when one side falls to the ground, is the most fighting and most heavenly respect. You lost. Liuyun put away the sealed state and said calmly. Even though he defeated Bashi and created a miracle again, his heart was still calm. There is neither pride nor humility, as if victory is so natural. Well. Muao fell into a pool of blood, his breath was sluggish. Although the wound was not fatal, it also severely injured his body. It may take a long time to recover smoothly. His vision was blurred and dizzy, he could barely see Liuyun's figure. He lost this battle convincingly. No matter in terms of mentality or Shunpo, Liuyun crushed him with an absolute advantage. Even though the status of the two is very different, Okihara has no choice but to admit the facts. You win. After saying these words, Okihara seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He climbed up in despair, and tremblingly left the square under countless gazes. Ever since, Liuyun was left alone in the middle of the huge square again. He is tall and straight, calm and composed, and is worshipped by thousands of people like a king. After standing out among the freshmen, he made another feat, defeating the official as a freshman. Finally, Liuyun is getting closer and closer to the record set by Ichimaru Jin. As long as he continues to persevere, he can replace him and become the most eye-catching talent in the Soul Society for a century. Around the square. It wasn't until Muao's departure that everyone came back to their senses, and Liuyun's performance was once again beyond their imagination. As a freshman, he was able to crush the stealthy maneuvering member on the most Shunpo. This kind of record has to be amazing. On the other hand, after 3 battles, everyone realized a terrible truth. Whether it's Kido, Shunpo, sealed state, or chopping, Liuyun has performed flawlessly. If his identity is thrown away, no one will believe that this is just a rookie who has practiced for 10 years. For a while, Liuyun's practice aroused everyone's interest. Juban team. Matsumoto Rangiku sat on the high platform, with a touching smile on his beautiful face. As Liuyun's mentor, Matsumoto Rangiku was faintly proud to witness him shine in the conference. But she is very clear that the reason why Liuyun possesses such amazing strength actually has nothing to do with her. During the 1-year teaching, she only taught the 4 major combat skills of Shinigami step by step, and did not provide Liuyun with additional training. At this moment she is as full of doubts as anyone else. Why on earth is Liuyun possessing such great strength? Anyway, you've done enough, Liuyun. Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes stayed firmly on Liuyun's back, and there was a gleam in his beautiful eyes. The strong are often easy to move people's hearts, let alone achieve amazing achievements under the eyes of everyone. It can be said that Matsumoto Rangiku was completely moved by Liuyun's expression, coupled with the subtle emotional exchanges over the past year. As time accumulated, it poured out like a spring at this moment. Be sure to persevere until the end, don't forget our agreement. Matsumoto Rangiku clasped his jade hands tightly, praying silently for Liuyun because of his heart. Before the opening of this conference, she once made an agreement with Liuyun. As long as Liuyun can stand out and become the outstanding dark horse, she will reward Liuyun with something. And now, it is not far from fulfilling the promise. As long as Liuyun goes all the way until he defeats the third seat of the fan team, he can break the record set by Ichimaru Jin. 0 Looking for flowers. On the other side, the area where the 11th team is located. Captain, this kid is very strong. Madare Mikeko looked solemn, no longer as optimistic as before. If you observe carefully you can even see a raging fighting spirit in the depths of his eyes. Ayase Chuan echoed himself and said, that's right, how can I say that he is the 8th member of the 2nd division, and he is so vulnerable in front of him. From my point of view, no one seems to be able to force him to use his full strength. Isn't this better? The stronger the prey, the more exciting it is for me. Zaraki Kenpei grinned and licked his lips fiercely. He stared at Liuyun like a madman. Once he has the opportunity, he will personally fight with Liuyun. 0. In the center of the square, the figure of Captain Yamamoto reappeared. He looked at Liuyun with a complicated look. Even though Captain Yamamoto was prepared, he had to admit that he underestimated Liuyun's strength. With his eyesight, it can be seen that Liuyun is still retaining his strength. You really surprised the old man. Captain Yamamoto looked serious and majestic and said, the 8 seats of Godai 13 are so vulnerable in front of you. But, you will challenge a stronger opponent next, are you willing to continue? Why not? This simple sentence shows Liuyun's determination. Indeed, a mere 8 seats could not make him serious at all. Okay, I appreciate your courage. Regardless of the outcome of the subsequent battles, you will become a member of Godai 13. At that time, you have the right to choose a team at will. Captain Yamamoto nodded gratifiedly, and broke the rules, made a promise. From this moment, Liuyun's identity really changed. As soon as the tournament is over, he is no longer Mao's student, but a real Shinigami. But before that, the challenge must continue. Because, someone expressed dissatisfaction. Chapter 54. The challenge has to continue, because some people expressed dissatisfaction. After the defeat of the 8th seat of the 2nd Division team, it immediately caused an uproar in Godai 13. Many people with a strong sense of honor even think that this is a shameful thing. After all, it has been decades since Ziguan was defeated by a new book. In order to save face, many people are eager to fight Liuyun. But there is another problem in front of them. Anyone with a discerning eye can easily see that Liuyun didn't use his full strength in the battle against Demuiao, which means that he has the strength to surpass the 8 seats of the fan team. What's more, the secret maneuver is not a special team like the 4th team, and it has real combat power. Therefore, considering the gap in strength, many people retreated in their hearts. Since Liuyun can easily defeat Baxi on 7-17, he can also defeat them. As a result, the only ones who are qualified to be Liuyun's opponents are those with more than 8 seats in each team. Finally, after some deliberation, the next opponent appeared. He is the 4th seat of the 7th division, always in Bansilifang. Yuguanban Silifang is the younger brother of Sidon Fong, the guard of the West Gate. He was originally born in Rukonga. He bullied the good and feared the evil since he was a child. Then joined Godai 13 as a Shinigami. After years of hard work, he finally served as the 4th seat of the fan team. He can be qualified for the seat of Shixi, not only because of his extraordinary talent and hard work, but more importantly, because of his Zanpakuto Kama Itake. Kama Itake is known as Soul Society's strongest flying weapon. Once Shikai releases it, it can turn into hundreds of sharp flying blades. With the Ryutsu attached to the blades, Ichisaka Jiro can easily control these blades and cause a wide range of damage to the enemy. To a certain extent, Zanpakuto has extremely powerful combat power. It is precisely because of the particularity of Kama Itake that Ichisaka Jirobo was able to gain a foothold in Godei 13 and served as 4 seats. Center of the square. Liuyun stood with a calm expression, his eyes focused on the front door. The moment the door opened, a tall and fat figure came into view. It was Yuguanbanslefang. Yuguanbanslefang has a ferocious, vicious face, with an ugly and unpleasant face. Once one of Rukonga's bullies, he has a nasty riff-raff about him. What are you doing? Such a person can also become the 4th seat. Liuyun frowned slightly when he saw Yuguanbanslefang. In Liuyun's cognition, looking at the entire Godei 13, the 4th seat of the fan team is almost considered to be in a high position and shoulder heavy responsibilities. And such a person is undoubtedly an exception to be able to stand alone and be respected. But what the hell is this Yuguanbanslefang in front of me? Not only does he not have the slightest temperament, but he looks like a rascal. No matter how Liuyun observes, he still can't feel the slightest aura of a strong man in him. Instead, he has the idea of he is a rookie. Da-da-da. Yuguanbanslefang strides forward and strides forward. He gradually came to the center of the field, stared at Liuyun arrogantly, and said with a sneer, "Boy, it is your honor and tragedy to be my usual opponent. Because of this battle, you have no chance of winning." Before the two sides fought, Yuguanbanslefang took the lead and tried to intimidate Liuyun. However, what was embarrassing was that Liuyun was not only unmoved, but stared at him expressionlessly, as if staring at a gardener. It's not that Liuyun is high-spirited, but that the usual appearance of Banslefang is too out of character, so that people instinctively can't arouse the desire to fight. Immediately, Yuguanbanslefang was furious, and he snorted angrily, "Humph, boy, what kind of eyes are you looking at? My uncle is the 4th seat of the 7th team, and you are just a mere freshman. Fight me." Since the Soul Society has been calm this year, there has been almost no unrest. Therefore, apart from daily training, most of the team members have not experienced actual combat for a long time, and Yuguanbanslefang is no exception. He himself is greedy for life and afraid of death, bullying the good and fearing the evil. Since becoming the 4th seat of the 7th division, he has relied on his position to command his subordinates and never does it himself. Although it is said that there are 4 seats on the surface, I am afraid that his strength is the weakest one among the 4 seats in each team. Faced with the provocations of Yuguanbanslefang, Liuyun remained unmoved. With just a few words, he could already see that Guanbanslefang belonged to the kind of person who is strong on the outside but capable in the middle. And the best way to deal with this kind of person is to crush him with absolute strength. Before Yuguanbanslefang could speak again, Liuyun set off first. Brush! Liuyun stepped forward, and his figure disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared strangely behind Yuguanbanslefang, raised his arms high, and slashed down in the air. The fierce and domineering slash was directed at Yuguanbanslefang's back. TCH, Laozi has already seen through these tricks. Yuguanbanslefang was stunned for a moment, then sneered disdainfully. He turned around abruptly, waved Zanpakuto with his left hand, and chants came from his mouth at the same time. "O King of Kings! The mask of flesh and blood, the Vientian, the thing that soars high, and the name of man. Truth and temperance, the wall of the dream of innocence, stand only on it. 33 of Hado, fall." In an instant, a mass of scorching flames gushed out along the palm of Yuguanbanslefang, rolling towards Liuyun with a threatening aura. He was confident that he could hit Liuyun's body in one fell swoop at such a close distance. However, something unexpected happened to him. I saw Liuyun shook his head indifferently, his arm suddenly collapsed, and a powerful force surged out along the tip of the sealed state knife at 5.2. Click! The moment the blade swung down, Pyrobo was instantly wiped out, and even Yuguan Banslifang's arm was chopped off. Wow! Yuguan Banslifang let out a muffled groan, his figure flashed, and he quickly distanced himself from Liu Yun. At this time, cold sweat filled his forehead, and his heart was still in shock. At that moment just now, a strong life and death crisis emerged in his heart, as if he would be seriously injured if he was stabbed by that slash. Hateful! Yuguan Banslifang gritted his teeth, and became angry because of the defeat in the match. He roared up to the sky, while holding Zanpakuto with his backhand, he sneered coldly and said, "Boy, let me show you what is the real power of Shinigami. Fly your wings and fly high, split the crow." Chapter 55. Raise your wings and fly high, Piwo. With the Shikai words coming out of his mouth, the Zanpakuto and Yuguansaka Silifang's hand erupted with a burst of extremely dazzling light. The light continued to spread toward the outside world, and finally completely enveloped his figure. At the same time, the surface of Zanpakuto is condensed with brilliance, constantly changing, and finally turning into hundreds of tiny lights and shadows. On the other side, Liu Yun frowned slightly, and he was always calm. Finally, there was a slight change in his expression. This was the first time he had witnessed Zanpakuto's liberation, and it was Ryotsu's momentary outburst that aroused Liu Yun's curiosity. "Is this Zanpakuto's Shikai? It's different." The corners of Liu Yun's mouth rose, creating a meaningful arc. He couldn't help but recall what the Shinigami teacher had said when he first stepped into the classroom a year ago. The original form of Zanpakuto is the same, and they are all traditional Japanese samurai swords. It's just that the shape, size, and ability of the sword are different depending on each person's situation and personality. The most important thing is that each sword has its own name. During the battle, Shinigami can call out the name of his own sword to release the sword, releasing 20 more powerful forces to fight. In the days to come, you must remember that each Zanpakuto has its own soul, thought, and character. Don't think it is a weapon. Once you can summon the soul of Zanpakuto, you will be able to burst out with unimaginable power. This is the strongest power of Shinigami. Time flies, perhaps it is a fateful encounter. Today, a year later, Liu Yun finally has to face the liberated Zanpakuto. In the center of the arena, when the dazzling light dissipated, Zanpakuto finally revealed his true colors. I saw that hundreds of small flashes condensed and formed, turning into sharp blades. These blades are small and sharp, like willow leaves. Under the scorching sun, each blade shone with dazzling light. Swipe swipe. The blade fluttered like a whirlwind around Yuguan Banslifang's body, constantly blowing up strong winds. At this time, Yuguan Banslifang was full of momentum and triumphant. After Shikai, he showed his strongest state, confident that he could defeat Liu Yun with absolute strength. "See boy, this is what I, Zanpakuto, really look like." Yuguan Banslifang held the only remaining Zanpakuto knife handle with one hand, and laughed proudly. "Why, I seem to feel a little shock from your expression." "Ha, it's no wonder, I'm afraid you are just a newborn soul. Haven't awakened Zanpakuto yet." Banslifang always sneered disdainfully, and his words were full of ridicule. It's no wonder, as the fourth seat of the 7th division, he has always been aloof and admired by others. When did he suffer this kind of anger? What's more, in front of the entire Godi 13 team, he suffered at the hands of a freshman. If Liu Yun cannot be defeated with all his strength, then this kind of shame may be with him for the rest of his life, lingering forever. Indeed, the liberation of Zanpakuto took me by surprise. A hearty smile appeared on Liu Yun's face, and he said calmly, "It's just. In my opinion, even after your Zanpakuto is liberated, it doesn't seem to have too much power, at best it is composed of hundreds of blades bar." Liu Yun shrugged helplessly, expressing confusion. He was amazed only because of the energy released at the moment of Zanpakuto's liberation, not because of Zanpakuto who was always Zanpakuto. In his opinion, even if there are more blades, how can it matter? He only needs to wave the blade lightly, and he can defeat it in one fell swoop. Hateful! Yuguan Banslifang clenched his fists angrily, his face flushed with anger. He originally thought that Zanpakuto Shikai would intimidate Liuyun because of his powerful aura. However, Liuyun not only did not have the slightest fear, but expressed his hatred. In fact, although Yu Guanbanslufang hated what Liuyun said, he had to admit it in his heart. After his Zanpakuto Shikai, there is not much difference in essence except for the increase in the number of blades. For so many years, this has always been the regret in the heart of Yu Guanbanslufang. Since you speak wild words, let me show you the true power of Puwu. Yu Guanbanslufang waved his backhand, and the blades of the sky spun rapidly, circling his body in unison. The dust was flying and the wind was blowing. Under the control of Yu Guanbanslufang, dozens of blades slashed fiercely on the ground, leaving dozens of astonishing cracks, which shows the power of these blades. Immediately afterwards, Yu Guanbanslufang roared to the sky. He raised the hilt of his sword and pointed it at Liuyun's body. Go, smash this arrogant guy thoroughly, Puwu. In an instant, hundreds of blades swirled in unison as if possessing spirituality, piercing Liuyun from all directions. A storm-like blade attack is about to envelop his body. In the stands, watching Yu Guanbanslufang launch a fatal 120 blows, everyone held their breath and focused their eyes on Liuyun. They are looking forward to how Liuyun will respond to Zanpakuto Shikai. Whether to rely on the superb Shunpo to avoid it, or rely on Kido to fight against it. The atmosphere is dignified, life and death are at stake. At this critical moment, Liuyun finally set off again. He took a sudden step, raised his arms high, and let hundreds of blades gradually enlarge in his eyes. I've said it, even if your Zanpakuto is liberated, it doesn't seem to have too much power. At best, it is composed of hundreds of blades. With such an attack, I can easily crush him with just a slight swing of the blade. It didn't turn out the way everyone expected. On the contrary, Liuyun chose the most simple and rude method. He raised his arm high, gripped the sealed state tightly, and then slammed it down. In an instant, a slash like a stream of light streaked across the air, slashing forward aggressively. Wherever the slash hits, all the blades will be shattered. Brush! In the end, with everyone dumbfounded, the slash pierced through Guanbanslufang's body. This battle is over. Liuyun won again in an unexpected way. Chapter 56. Brush! In the end, with everyone dumbfounded, the slash pierced through Guanbanslufang's body. This battle is over. Liuyun won again in an unexpected way. After being slashed and pierced through his body, Yu Guanbanslufang didn't even react until his clothes were torn and a shocking scar appeared on his body, then his expression changed from arrogance to shock and regret. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret at this time. Because Liuyun showed no mercy, he received a fatal blow, his breath was weak, and he fell into a pool of blood dying. Boom! The obese body fell to the ground with a loud noise. When the voice spread to every corner of the square, everyone realized that the battle was over. The much-anticipated duel ended in this way, leaving everyone speechless. There was an uproar in the stands. Their eyes are dull, and their hearts are turned into turbulent waves. Although Yu Guanbanslufang's own strength is not too outstanding, but the identity of the fourth seat is there, how to say there is a bit of confidence, not to mention that he liberated Zanpakuto. However, even with all his strength, Yu Guanbanslufang still fell into a pool of blood. And Liuyun easily crushed him with just one slash. In the stands, in the area where the seventh team is located, a burly figure nearly 2 meters tall sat on the top. His whole body is covered under solid armor, making it impossible for people to see his true face. This mysterious figure is the captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seigen. Through 2 holes in the armor, Komamura Seigen watched the battle with his own eyes. When he saw the scene where Yu Guanbanslufang fell, his heart sank and he sighed in disappointment. Even 4 seats can't stop him? It seems that we all underestimated this brat. What do you think? Tuan Komamura Seigen asked beside him. Beside him, there was also a dark-skinned person who wore Captain Haori, and on the back of that Haori was engraved with 9th Squad. This is the captain of Division 9, Tuan Kaname. Long before joining Godi I-13, Tuan Kaname and Komamura Seigen were close friends. After becoming the captain, the relationship between the two has become closer, like brothers and sisters. In Godai 13, apart from the captain, only Tuan Kaname knows that Komamura Seigen's true identity is not a werewolf. He is very strong, and I am afraid that the ordinary 3 seats will not be his opponent. Tuan Kaname pondered for a moment, and finally expressed his thoughts. However, it aroused Komamura Seigen's amazement. What, do you think he has the strength to easily defeat the 3rd seat? Doesn't that mean that his talent surpassed that of Captain Ichimaru? Komamura Seigen was startled. He knew Tuan Kaname's character very well. If he was not fully sure, he would never draw conclusions lightly. The strength that can make Tuan Kaname think that the strength that can be seen has indeed conquered most people. Tuan Kaname shook his head, and gradually looked towards the area where the 11th team was located. He looked serious, and said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, even if you look at the entire Godai 13, apart from the vice-captain, I am afraid that only Madarame Ikeku has the power to fight." Is Madara the 3rd seat? Indeed. Komamura Seigen nodded in agreement. Although Madarame Ikeku is only the 3rd member of the 11th team, no one dares to underestimate him. Even in the eyes of most people, Madarame Ikeku already has the strength to be the vice-captain. It's just because of the oath made at the beginning, Madarame Ikeku refused to serve as the vice-captain of another team, but chose to follow Zaraki Kenpeki wholeheartedly. Indeed, in terms of actual combat, Madarame Ikeku is impeccable. After all, he has a fanatical and warlike heart. Once such a person devotes himself to the battle, he will enjoy the fight without any worries, even death. Essentially, Madarame Ikeku is just as crazy as Zaraki Kenpeki. On the other side, the area where the 11th team is located. Tisk tisk tisk. This moment has finally come. One corner, maybe it's your turn to fight next. Ayase Chuan said jokingly with an intriguing smile on his lips. On the side, Kuzujishi Yachiru raised his powder fist and said with a smile, "Yi, you have to work hard, don't lose the face of the 11th team. Otherwise, Xiaojian will be angry. It's annoying, how many times have I told you, don't call me Yi." Madarame Ikeku stood up suddenly, and shouted impatiently, "Isn't he just a brat? I won't be defeated by him like those idiots before." He straddled Zanpakuto over his shoulders and walked down the steps without looking back. The moment he was about to leave, Madarame Ikeku stopped in his tracks and said with burning eyes, "Captain, don't worry, I will definitely defeat that kid's spirit with my own hands. As for the task of enjoying the battle, leave it to me." Under that shiny big bald head, there is a confident smile. In the middle of the square, Liu Yun waited quietly. After defeating Guangguan Banslufeng, he is only one step away from breaking the legend. Next, he only needs to beat another 3-seater to become the most watched talent in the history of Soul Society. At this time, the front door was opened again, and a tall figure stepped out of it, gradually coming in front of Liu Yun. Okay, surprisingly, Madarame Ikeku did not shoot directly, but did a special set of tiptoe dance. Da-da-da. On one side, Madarame Ikeku danced to his heart's content. On the other side, Liu Yun stared at him awkwardly. Is this guy, is it a joke sent by a monkey? Liu Yun's face was full of black faces. It was obviously a passionate fight, but why did the style of painting change and it became an awkward dance? In the end, under Liu Yun's disgusting gaze, Madarame Ikeku quietly pretended to be coercive. Immediately, his gaze became sharp, staring at Liu Yun with full fighting spirit, and asked, "Before the battle, shall I know your name?" "Liu Yun." Liu Yun responded calmly. "Is that Liu Yun? My name is Madarame Ikeku." Madarame Ikeku pulled out Zanpakuto, roaring frantically, "I'm here to fight with you." Chapter 57. Is that Liu Yun? I'm fighting with you. Madarame Ikeku raised his arm, pointed the sharp Zanpakuto blade at Liu Yun, and roared with full fighting spirit, "Little brat, don't think that I am the same as those guys before, I am from the Zaraki team." There is a strong pride in his words, as if he is proud of being a member of the 11th team of the combat team. At that time, Madarame Ikeku lived in Rukonga for the first time and became acquainted with Ayasukawa Yumichika. As a militant, when he traveled to the notorious Kulu district, he even risked his life to challenge Zaraki Kenpeki. But the ending naturally failed. However, it was precisely because of this challenge that he thoroughly felt the charm of fighting, so he worshipped Kenpeki and became a person who lived under the influence of Kenpeki. As a Shinigami, Madarame Ikeku's dream wasn't to become a Bantei captain and go down in history. His only wish is to fight to the death beside Zaraki Kenpeki and enjoy the thrill of ultimate battle together. And the 11th team is the greatest pride of his life. Squad 11 is Soul Society's famous battle squad. Liuyun murmured in a low voice, a serious look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although he has not yet graduated from the Xinyang Academy, he has a certain degree of understanding of Godei 13. 360 all Godei 13 members are Shinigami. In addition to the captain and vice-captain, each team has several levels of officers. Seats are generally arranged in order of strength. The higher the rank of members, the more difficult tasks they need to undertake. In some teams, there will be a dozen to 20 people serving as the same officer. The main responsibilities of each team are also different, and the most famous one is the 11th team. The 11th Division, known as the Combat Division, is the champion of all divisions with its advocacy of martial arts and brave spirit. Most of the players' Zanpakuto are direct attack. The main thing is that since Zaraki Kenpeki itself does not have the ability to master Kido, only the purest chopping technique, so the team does not pay attention to Kido. The fighting methods of the 11th squad members are often simple and rough, most of them are ultimate slashing techniques, and Madarame Ikeku is no exception. His Zanpakuto Hojikamaru is a pure physics Zanpakuto, even after Shikai, it is still a sharp spear. But with Hojikamaru, Madarame Ikeku has extremely powerful combat power. Pat, kiss. Madarame Ikeku took a step forward, held up Zanpakuto, and said meaningfully, Liu Yun, you must be very confused, right? Why do I emphasize my name repeatedly before the battle? This is not a simple etiquette. His eyebrows hung upside down, and his eyes became as sharp as a sharp edge. Faintly, a powerful aura surged out of his body, enveloping the entire audience in an instant. Liu Yun didn't say a word, just watched Madarame Ikeku calmly. He felt more and more that the bald man in front of him had an indescribable unique charm, just as he himself said, different from those idiots before. Seeing that Liu Yun was unmoved, Madarame Ikeku curled her lips and smiled lightly. That's because reporting the name of the opponent you want to kill is the last rule that the guy who taught me how to fight will definitely say it. Because the guy who is sure to die on the battlefield will at least want to know who killed him. Remember, Madarame Ikeku, the third member of the Zaraki team, is about to end your challenge. The moment the voice fell, Madarame Ikeku's arm tensed suddenly, and Kong Wu firmly grasped the handle of the Zanpakuto knife, and the voice disappeared instantly like a ghost. Brush! In just a split second, Madarame Ikeku disappeared from Liu Yun's field of vision. Are you using words to distract your opponent? What a cunning guy! Liu Yun murmured in a low voice, looking around vigilantly, and at the same time, a flash of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Compared with Oki Harika, the chief of the second team, Madarame Ikeku is not a member of the stealth maneuver, but he is obviously better in Shunpo. I want to see how strong the so-called fighting team is. Liu Yun rarely took the initiative to raise a smile, a satisfied smile from the heart. In fact, although Liu Yun experienced several battles, he did not experience the joy of fighting from them. There is no other reason, just because his opponents are too weak. Whether it's Mui Ao or Yu Guanban's Feng, both of them are like soft-legged shrimps in front of Liu Yun. Liu Yun only needs a light knife to defeat them. However, Madarame Ikeku is different. After all, in terms of strength, he can be regarded as the strongest seat officer. Just as Liu Yun was meditating, behind him, Madarame Ikeku's offensive also arrived as expected. PK. Madarame Ikeku suddenly appeared in mid-air. He raised Zanpakuto high and slashed down in the air. The powerful force even caused a sonic boom in the air. Give up on Kido, and attack directly with the slashing technique? It's really interesting. Liu Yun turned around, seeing the blade enlarge in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc. Then let's compete in the chopping technique. Liuyun also pulled out the sealed state, held it with his backhand, and waved it upwards. Clang! The two sharp blades collided suddenly, and there was a piercing sound. Under the blazing sun, the smooth knife surface reflects the dazzling light, gorgeous and moving. The two men looked at each other intently, aggressively. Although Liuyun is on the defensive side, he can still feel the fanatical fighting spirit from Madarame Ikeka from the blade. That is the desire for fighting, the pursuit of fighting, the challenge of death. His first feeling was that the bald man in front of him was an out-and-out combat madman. Ha! Liuyun, do you know? Madarame Ikeka held Zanpakuto's handle with both hands, and said with full expectation, as early as when you first entered the court, I was eager to have a hearty fight with you, and now I am really satisfied with the fight. But... He leaped forward, retreated sharply, and at the same time held Zanpakuto with his backhand, and said in a low voice, just this level of fighting is not enough to make me feel happy. I have to admit that you are a formidable opponent. I will also give you the utmost respect. Stretch, bottle. Chapter 58. Stretch, Hojikameru. As the Shikai words came out of the mouth, the Zanpakuto in Madarame Ikeka's hand burst into an extremely dazzling light. The light continued to spread toward the outside world, and finally completely enveloped his figure. At the same time, the surface of Zanpakuto condensed its brilliance and continued to transform into a slender red-tasseled spear. This is the true face of Zanpakuto Hojikameru. Although the appearance looks very ordinary, it seems to be no different from ordinary weapons. But if you observe carefully, you can find a red fluorescent light on the surface of the spear, accompanied by a sharp breath. In addition, after Shikai, Madarame Ikeka's aura rose rapidly, and the Ryotsu in his body erupted like a volcano. At this moment, he is in the strongest state and has a combat power that is not inferior to that of the vice-captain. Roar! Madarame Ikeka screamed up to the sky, holding the handle of the red-tasseled gun with one hand, and waving the spear with the other. Swipe swipe! Wherever the tip of the spear went, a strong gust of wind was set off. In an instant, yellow sand danced in the center of the square, and Ryotsu filled the air. Madarame Ikeka is deep in the center of the Ryotsu storm, like an undefeated god of war, with fierce eyes and domineering momentum. Fortunately, it's the fighting team, it's really much stronger than them. After feeling the powerful aura coming towards him, a strange light flashed in the depths of Liuyun's pupils. That was the excitement before the beast woke up. Of course, even if Madarame Ikeka tried his best, it still only aroused Liuyun's interest. As long as he gets a little serious, he can also easily defeat the opponent. Brush! With a backhand grip, Madarame Ikeka slashed down with the red-tasseled spear, and the majestic Ryotsu spread along the tip of the spear to the surroundings. Click! The ground shattered, and a shocking crack quickly spread to the bottom of Liuyun's feet. Relying on pure slashing to have such powerful power, it really deserves to be a pure physics Zanpakuto. After witnessing the power of Hojikameru, Liuyun's eyes lit up. After all, what he holds in his hand is only a sealed state, and before he awakens, he cannot call it Zanpakuto. What's more, even Liuyun himself doesn't know what kind of power Zanpakuto will have after awakening. He couldn't help but think back to what the Shinigami mentor once said. Zanpakuto, its shape, state, and abilities, are modeled on Shinigami's own soul. Shinigami obtains the calendar area by knowing the name of Zanpakuto given to itself, and having a spiritual dialogue with it. Born with the Shinigami and dying with the Shinigami, this is Zanpakuto. Thinking of this, Liuyun groaned suspiciously, could it be that, only on the day when I become a Shinigami can I truly awaken Zanpakuto? If that's the case, that's really exciting. Just when Liuyun fell into deep thought, Madarame Ikeka's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. It's a foolish thing to be distracted while fighting an enemy. Liuyun suddenly came back to his senses, only to see that the tip of the spear glistening with cold light had gradually enlarged in his eyes. And it is almost impossible to avoid it at a close distance. Liuyun, you are too careless. Madarame Ikeka's eyes were fixed, he tightened his grip on the spear, and with a swipe sound, he stabbed Liuyun quickly. For a moment, the audience was silent, and everyone held their breath, staring intently at the two figures on the field. Could it be said that in just a short moment, this battle will be over? Many people felt sorry for Liu Yun, who was clearly passive. Whether it is momentum or offensive judgment, Madarame Ikeku has an absolute advantage. The only suspense is whether Liu Yun can withstand this blow. In the stands, the area of the 11th team. After seeing Madarame Ikeku launch a fierce offensive one after another, the members of the 11th team burst into cheers. After all, Madarame Ikeku is the last fig leaf. Once even he is defeated, then looking at the entire Godi 13, only captain-level characters can fight Liu Yun. Captain, he is really up to the mark, at least he didn't embarrass our 11th team. Ayasukawa Yumichika, a handsome man, praised with satisfaction. He turned around, only to see Zaraki Kenpeka shaking his head gravely. No, it's too early to be optimistic. Zaraki Kenpeka stared at Liu Yun's body, and said excitedly, "Didn't you notice? From his eyes, I can't see any panic at all." "Captain, you mean, he still has a backup?" Ayase Chuan asked in surprise. Zaraki Kenpeka responded, "My gut feeling is that Ikeku will not be his match." "What? How does even the captain feel?" Ayasukawa was taken aback, his forehead covered with cold sweat. He knew very well that Zaraki Kenpeka's intuition was rarely wrong, because it was a unique sense of combat. If even Zaraki Kenpeka thinks so, I'm afraid Madarame Ikeku is likely to lose. Center of the square. 00. The tip of the gun was shining, and the cold light was pressing. At this critical moment, Liu Yun still did not move his footsteps, his pupils shrank, and a chant came out of his mouth. 63 of Bakudo, chains and locks. Ryutsu spread, turning into a blazing light chain, quickly bound Madarame Ikeku's body. "Humph, I've been on guard against this trick for a long time." Madarame Ikeku snorted disdainfully, his arm shook, Hoshikamaru's spear tip quickly pierced the light chain, and lifted it up in the air. Click! The fierce wind, accompanied by the berserk Ryutsu, shattered the chain of light in an instant. The two backed away from each other, and their eyes met again. Although neither side had an advantage this time, Liu Yun deftly resolved the crisis, and the two sides once again returned to the equal line. "It's really tricky, none of this can knock you down." Madarame Ikeku frowned, feeling sorry for the missed opportunity. At this time, Liu Yun held up the sealed state and walked forward step by step. At this time, his expression changed subtly, there was no longer any smile on his face, and the calm expression disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. "Madarame Ikeku, you are a worthy opponent, so I will defeat you in the same way as you." Holding the sealed state with both hands, he slashed down in the air under the watchful eyes of everyone. "Take a serious hit." Chapter 59. Serious shot. Liu Yun's face appeared serious like never before. From the opening of the conference to now, he has always had a calm expression on his face. Whether it's the stealthy Shunpo or Zanpakuto's Shikai, nothing can make him serious. Just like blasting the classroom with one punch, he only needs to swing the sealed state knife to end the battle. But this time it's different. He saw a unique spirit in Madarame Ikeku, that is, he is willing to give everything for the battle, and everything he does is only to please the fighting spirit. This is true Bushido. Compared with the consistent Sakeji Lufang who is greedy for life and afraid of death, Madarame Ikeku's style is commendable. It is precisely because of this that Liu Yun is rarely serious. Because the most 137 courtesy to a fighter is to give him the most perfect ending, and a serious blow is the answer given by Liu Yun. Brush! The sharp sealed state streaked across the air, and under everyone's gaze, it quickly stabbed at Madarame Ikeku's body. At this time, Madarame Ikeku's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he was prepared to parry in advance, he could feel a trace of power in the oncoming slash that made his heart palpitate. Could it be that he didn't take it seriously until now? Madarame Ikeku looked dull, with cold sweat the size of peas covering his forehead. Looking at Liu Yun's sharp eyes, he seemed to feel an unprecedented fear, and this feeling was the same as when he first met Zaraki Kenpeka more than 10 years ago. That is a kind of fear that people worship with all their heart and soul, and they can never resist. Damn it, it's just a brat, why does it have such power? Madarame Ikeku clenched her fists tightly, her nails deeply embedded in her skin. Madarame Ikeku gritted his teeth, full of unwillingness. He has always considered himself the most powerful fighter in Godi 13 besides Zaraki Kenpeki, and he will never lose easily. However, Liuyun's serious blow hit his heart like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering his confidence, making him fall into an endless abyss, unable to see anything hope. Aura alone can give me the illusion that he is as much a monster as Captain Zaraki. Madarame Ikeku took a deep breath and swung Hojikameru as if using all the strength in his body. Come on, Liu Yun. Let's use a slash to decide the outcome. Madarame Ikeku roared at the top of his lungs, the red eyeshadow between his brows seemed to add a touch of momentum to him. He held the handle of the gun tightly, and swung a blow that injected all his faith. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. In Nida's square, there were only two tall and straight figures left. Under the gazes of countless eyes all around, the sealed state collided fiercely with Hojikameru. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, a wave of energy visible to the naked eye spread like ripples towards the surroundings, sweeping across the surroundings in a mighty manner, drowning the figures of the two in an instant. The flat ground suddenly shattered, and countless dense cracks appeared on it, centering on the area where the two were, spreading out like a spider web. Boom! Riots rioted, strong winds swept through, and in a short moment, the entire square was in chaos. The stands. Because the energy storm generated by the confrontation between the two was so frightening, countless screams resounded in the area of the Zhenyang Liuyun Academy. They are only weak students, and they simply cannot withstand such terrifying oppression. Many students even had thoughts of despair in their hearts, because once they were swallowed by this terrifying energy storm, they would die instantly. Is this really the power of a freshman? He was able to fight Madara to such an extent. This idea has popped up in the minds of countless people. Although at the opening of the conference, they poured all their confidence in Liu Yun. However, this is still far from enough. The strength shown by Liu Yun even surpassed their comprehension. And when Liu Yun got serious, they felt even more instinctive fear. On the other side, Godi 13 area. Most of the people stared at the square dumbfounded and remained silent. If before the leapfrog challenge, they still held the mentality of being superior, then after witnessing the battle between Liu Yun and Madarame Ikeku, everyone felt that they had been severely slapped in the face. From being underappreciated at the beginning, to challenging all the way, and even about to defeat Madarame Ikeku 0, I have to say that Liu Yun's stunning performance has left an indelible impression on the hearts of countless people. From this moment on, Liu Yun is no longer an unknown freshman, but a genius of the Soul Society. In the square, the energy rioted, and it was a mess. As time went by, most of the upper half of the square's floor crumbled and turned into ruins. At the same time, the energy storm that enveloped Liu Yun and Madarame Ikeku finally dissipated, and their figures gradually appeared in everyone's sight. A shocking scene appeared. I saw only Liu Yun's figure in the center of the square. Holding the sealed state with both hands, he stared at the front with scorching eyes, and there appeared a deep pit of arrogance. Everyone was shocked to find that Madarame Ikeku's body fell in the middle of the pit. And all the clothes on his body were torn, and his skin was covered with scarlet blood. It was too horrible to look at. At this time, Madarame Ikeku had already lost consciousness and fell into a coma because of his serious injuries. And the Zanpakuto Hojikameru in his hand had already been broken in two. Without a doubt, Madarame Ikeku lost. Liu Yun finally defeated him by virtue of his serious blow. At this time, everyone realized that without knowing it, Liu Yun had already done what Ichimaru Jin did at 4.3, which was to defeat the third seat of the fan team. In other words, Liu Yun is eligible to replace him at any time and become the youngest chief in history. However, Liu Yun was not satisfied after his fighting spirit was ignited. He took a step forward resolutely, and looked towards a certain corner of the stand, which belonged to the third team. In the center of Liu Yun's field of vision is Ichimaru Jin, who is squinting and smiling. The eyes of the two people meet, and they can feel the fighting spirit between each other. This is an inevitable battle. Because The best way to surpass the legend is to defeat him personally. Chapter 60. An inevitable battle, a duel between destiny, a battle of geniuses defending glory. For Liu Yun and Ichimaru Jin, this battle is inevitable. Because whenever a new legend is born, the previous glory will always be sacrificed, and in the end only one person can stand on the cloud. At this time, there was no sound in the square, no noise, nor any cheers. The only thing is the heart that is too shocked. You must know that what Liu Yun is holding in his hand is just an ordinary sealed state. Before he awakens, he can't even call it Zanpakuto. However, it was with this ordinary blade that he was able to make an incomparable slash. What is even more frightening is that Zanpakuto Hojikameru of the pure physics department has no power to fight back in front of it. True invincibility. In the center of the square, under the blazing sun, Liu Yun's body reflected a 20-degree shadow on the ground. When everyone's eyes focused on him, there was no longer the previous contempt, but awe from the heart. Soul Society is a world that respects the strong, where strength is the most respected, and strength determines the team's seat. Regardless of Liu Yun's freshman status, the courage to challenge Godai 13 alone is worthy of admiration. What's more, he took turns to challenge strongly defeated Madarame Ikeku, who is known as the strongest seat officer. Have to say, this is a miracle. Monster? Dark horse? Suddenly, everyone realized that even these words could not describe Liu Yun. Perhaps, his existence itself is a kind of miracle. And after Liu Yun defeated Madarame Ikeku strongly, the powerful strength he showed is also amazing. Kido, Shunpo, Slash, White hits. In Shinigami's 4 major combat skills, he has an impeccable and perfect performance. The most astonishing thing is that Liu Yun can perfectly integrate these several skills in the actual combat of Vice Admiral and use them freely. From this aspect alone, it would be impossible to think that he was just a freshman who entered school for 1 year. Now, after the defeat of Madarame Ikeku, the situation has changed. Faintly, Liu Yun seemed to be no longer a challenger, but a person waiting for the opponent's challenge. 8 seats, 4 seats, and even 3 seats were all defeated by him. Looking at the entire Godai 13, there are only captain-level figures who can become Liu Yun's opponent. However, even Madarame Ikeku, who was comparable in strength to the vice-captain, was defeated. Even if the other vice-captains had slightly better strength, they could not match Liu Yun. In other words, the only captain who can be Liu Yun's opponent is Godai 13. According to the rules of this conference, Liu Yun has the right to choose any captain as his opponent except for the captain Yamamoto. It turned out that everyone just regarded this rule as a joke. After all, in their subconscious mind, no matter how strong a freshman is, he cannot make it to the end. However, miracles are often unpredictable. Under the gazes of countless eyes, Liu Yun finally reached the finish line. Being a dark horse? Not enough. Breaking records? Not enough. Only by surpassing the legend can we truly stand on the pinnacle of glory. In the center of the square, the figure of Captain Yamamoto reappeared. Not only that, but a Maoman figure appeared beside him. Captain of Division 4, Anohanaretsu. As the captain of the medical team, Anohanaretsu immediately noticed how serious the injury on Madarame Ikeku was. If it is not treated quickly, it may leave unimaginable sequelae. After all, a serious blow almost cut off all the vitality in his body. Captain, I'll take Madarame Musanji away first. His injury is serious, and there is no further delay. Anohanaretsu came to the edge of the pit and said solemnly. Go, try your best to rescue Madarame Ikeku. He sacrificed too much for this battle. Even Captain Yamamoto had to praise Madarame Ikeku's dedication to the battle. Even if you risk your life, you have to give it a go. This is the most respectable thing about a soldier. After receiving the approval of Captain Yamamoto, Anohanaretsu placed his palm gently on Madarame Ikeku's wound. Ryutsu surged in the palm, a gentle force continuously covered the surface of the wound. After briefly using Kido to treat the wound, the figures of Anohanaretsu and Madarame Ikeku also disappeared instantly. On the other side, Captain Yamamoto shifted his gaze to Liu Yun, with a complicated expression in his vicissitudes of life. although he remained silent throughout the challenge. But Liuyun's every move was watched by him. As the captain of Godei 13, the captain of Yamamoto also has a heart of love for talents. Although he is dignified and steady, he is very gratified by Liuyun's performance. After all, in the past few decades, talent has withered, and Godei 13 has also experienced personnel turmoil. Now that Liuyun is born, maybe he can save Seoul society from its downfall. Captain Yamamoto praised sincerely. Liuyun, even the old man didn't expect you to come this far. Now that you have proven your strength at 143, I am afraid that no one in Godei 13 will be your opponent. But next you will face the captain of Godei 13, even so, do you want to continue to challenge? Although he had already guessed the answer in his heart, Captain Yamamoto still asked solemnly. Willing? Liuyun asked calmly, Captain Yamamoto, as far as I know, at this point I have the right to choose my opponent, right? That's right. Captain Yamamoto nodded, and said in a deep voice, you do have the right to choose your opponent. Whether it is the captain or vice-captain of the 13 divisions, you have the right to challenge them. Really? That would be wonderful. The corners of Liuyun's mouth raised, revealing a confident and expectant smile. His eyes crossed the Yamamoto team, looked at the third team's position on the high platform, and finally stopped on Ichimaru Jin. The only way to complete this challenge is to fight Ichimaru Jin. Captain Yamamoto asked solemnly, Liuyun, have you made a decision? Who do you want to challenge next? Liuyun raised his head, and his high-pitched voice spread to every corner of the square. Captain of Division 3, Ichimaru Jin. Chapter 61. Captain of Division 3, Ichimaru Jin. Liuyun raised his head, and his high-pitched voice spread to every corner of the square. In front of everyone in Godei 13, Liuyun declared his challenge grandly. A freshman blatantly challenged the team captain. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, everyone would think it was a fantasy. But this incident appeared in front of him so vividly that many people could not accept it. Could it be that the Seoul society has changed? When will new students have this qualification? Although they witnessed Liuyun's challenge all the way, when they heard this sentence, many people still shook their heads blankly, unwilling to believe it from the bottom of their hearts. As we all know, the people who can become the captain of Godei 13 are not ordinary people, and everyone has their own unique skills. Captain Yamamoto has the strongest fire element Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, known as the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. And Aizen has the unsolvable Kyoka Suijutsu, and can cast illusions at will. As for Ichimaru Jin's Zanpakuto Shinso, it is also unsolvable. It is also a pure physics Zanpakuto, but the power of Shinso far exceeds that of Oniwa. When Shinso is in the sealed state, it is similar to Wakaizushi. The blade is short and looks ordinary. Once Shikai is established, it can freely expand and contract, change its length, and enhance its attack speed and power. Of course, just looking at Shikai, it seems that there is not much difference from Hojikameru. However, once Bankai is behind, Shinso has heaven-defying abilities. Not only does it have 500 times the speed of sound, but it can also extend to more than 10 kilometers. What's more, in the process of retracting the blade, it will turn into dust for a moment, which contains deadly toxins that can dissolve cells. Once stabbed by Shinso, Takumai dies. In Seoul society, although no one has seen Ichimaru Jin's Bankai, no one doubts his strength. That is a genius who comes out once in 100 years, but Liuyun dared to challenge him. There was an uproar in the square, and everyone was surprised by Liuyun's decision. To be reasonable, although the captain of Godei 13 has a strong combat power. But there is also a clear gap in the strength of each captain. Similar to Kuratsuki Mayuri, the captain of the 12th division, his own combat power is not too strong, but relying on various black technologies, he can always defeat the enemy by surprise. However, Ichimaru Jin has an extremely powerful combat record. Whether it is Ryutsu or Kido, he has extremely high attainments. Not only that, but it is even more incomprehensible in terms of cutting techniques. Facing such a formidable opponent, what are Liuyun's chances of winning? So, subconsciously, everyone is not optimistic about Liu Yun. After all, they are both geniuses, but Ichimaru Jin has become the captain within a few decades. At this time, except for Liu Yun, most people's eyes focused on Ichimaru Jin. They are also looking forward to how Ichimaru Jin will respond. The stands. Stared at by countless eyes, Ichimaru Jin shrugged and pretended to be helpless and said, "Oh, what a pity that I was chosen by this brat." The tone seemed to show weakness, but Ichimaru Jin did not have the slightest expression of fear on his face, but instead had a strong expectation. Liu Yun's choice is exactly in line with his wishes. Yin, as expected, he will choose you. Aizen smiled slightly, and there was a ripple in his usually calm eyes. Ichimaru Jin put his hands in his pockets, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Oh, this can't be helped, Captain Aizen. Since this brat chose me as an opponent, then I will guard." His eyes became gloomy and sharp, and he said coldly, "Let him see the gap between us." Brush. The moment the voice fell, Ichimaru Jin's figure disappeared from the stands and appeared in the center of the square in an instant. In an instant, the atmosphere of the meeting was pushed to a climax, and the long-awaited scene finally appeared. A showdown between geniuses and geniuses is undoubtedly hot. Whether Liu Yun stood out and climbed to the top of Soul Society in one fell swoop, or Ichimaru Jin won strongly and defended the majesty of the captain. No one knows the ending. Because of this matchup is even more interesting. Ichimaru Jin, are you ready? Captain Yamamoto turned around and asked majestically, "The duel between you will be the finale of this conference. No matter what the outcome is, I hope to be merciful." This sentence was undoubtedly addressed to Ichimaru Jin. Although Liu Yun showed great strength, in the opinion of Captain Yamamoto, the winner will undoubtedly be Ichimaru Jin. "Don't worry, Captain. He's still a kid, and I'm not going to kill him." Ichimaru Jin waved his hand, and a fox-like smirk appeared on his face again, which was unpredictable. Just like the scene that happened in the tavern, Liu Yun and Ichimaru Jin looked at each other, and they could feel each other's thoughts. The difference is that Liu Yun was just a freshman who just joined Mao. And Ichimaru Jin is still the high-ranking captain, and the status of the two is very different. Today, just 1 year later, that gap no longer exists. Relatively again, Liu Yun is already a genius on the same level as Ichimaru Jin. He has attracted much attention, and he has openly defeated many officials, possessing convincing strength. This speed of rising like a comet is unexpected. Then, let's start the duel. After leaving a word, the figure of Captain Yamamoto disappeared in an instant and reappeared in the stands. Only Liu Yun and Ichimaru Jin were left in the center of the venue. "Liu Yun, I didn't expect you to make it this far." Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes and smiled, "When you were with Rangiku a year ago, you were still a weak brat." His words are calm and impermanent, making people feel no emotion at all, let alone guess his mind. Ichimaru Jin is like a mystery. He stretched out his sleeve robe and placed it on the hilt of Zanpakuto's sword. He smiled evilly, "You are already amazing enough to defeat so many officials. But there is one thing I know very well." At this moment, a cold light flashed in Ichimaru Jin's eyes, and he said meaningfully, "I'm afraid you are still hiding your strength until now. In this case, let me force out your full strength." Chapter 62. Then let me force you to use all your strength. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile on Mimi. Contrary to Liu Yun's calmness, Ichimaru Jin brings a very mysterious feeling. Like a cunning fox, and like a cold lion majesty lurking in the dark, it makes people shudder. What's more, you don't know when this lion majesty will be shot. This is the most difficult point to guard against. However, even though he felt the provocation in Ichimaru Jin's words, Liu Yun still had a calm expression on his face. His eyes were firmly locked on Ichimaru Jin, as if he was guarding against the opponent's sneak attack. No wonder, after all, you're a genius recognized by everyone by defeating Madara's third seat. Still smiling, Ichimaru Jin seemed to be afraid of Liu Yun. But in fact, not only did Ichimaru Jin's eyes not have the slightest fear, but there was a sense of joking on the contrary. Obviously, he didn't take Liu Yun seriously. It's purely a challenge and has nothing to do with other things. Liuyun didn't say too much, he just wanted to have a fair duel with Ichimaru Jin 060 to complete the final challenge. The corner of Ichimaru Jin's mouth curled up, and he slowly pulled out Zanpakuto, and said with a smile, "Oh, I can't help it. Since it's an invitation from a genius student, I have no choice but to play with you. This guy is really unpredictable." Liuyun's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself in his heart, when I fight against an opponent, I can feel a little bit of the opponent's thoughts from the eyes. Although I can't see through the opponent's mind, I can feel what kind of awareness the opponent is holding when he swings the sword. But, have to admit, I can't see through his eyes. Liuyun's eyes became serious. "Hey, don't look at me with such scary eyes." Ichimaru Jin raised Zanpakuto, said with a smile, "My Zanpaku is called Shinso, do you know how long it can extend? It is about the length of 100 swords, so I have been called 100 Swords Flow since I was a child." Liuyun remained silent and did not intend to respond in the slightest. "Oh, you really don't give me face." Ichimaru Jin shrugged and said casually, "Oh, there is no way. In order to make you understand clearly, I just need to wake you up with facts." He jumped and quickly retreated 100 meters away. At the same time, Ichimaru Jin's left arm retracted, and his right arm grasped Zanpakuto and stabbed forward. "Shoot him, Shinso." With the fall of Shikai, the short dagger in Ichimaru Jin's hand burst into a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, Zanpakuto Shinso turned into a beam of light and stabbed forward quickly. Sharp offensive, accompanied by strong wind. This blow seems to be able to cut everything. It's also pure physics. Zanpakuto. Liuyun's pupils shrank suddenly, and his gaze unconsciously moved to the short blade in Ichimaru Jin's hand. Such a fast speed is almost impossible to guard against. And the powerful energy contained in the tip of the sword can easily split the enemy in half. Liuyun's eyes were fixed, and he waved the sealed state with his backhand, placing it horizontally in front of him. At this time, Lu Guang followed closely, bombarding his sealed state heavily. Boom! A clear loud sound resounded, and the surface of the sealed state was continuously impacted by Ryotsu, and even dazzling sparks appeared. And the impact from the blade made Liuyun's body move backwards. Swipe swipe! Liuyun's feet left an obvious mark on the ground. Although he seemed to be at a disadvantage, he received the first slash after Shinso, cabbed, Shikai without any damage. "Oh, it looks like I'm showing mercy." Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and said, but his eyes stayed on the sealed state in Liuyun's hand, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face involuntarily. During the collision of the blades, he also felt the Ryotsu from the sealed state. Ichimaru Jin suddenly discovered that the Ryotsu coming from Liuyun's body actually gave him a different feeling, thicker and more domineering than other Ryotsu. At this time, Liuyun stepped forward and stood the sealed state by his side. The momentum continues to rise. His expression changed again, adding a touch of seriousness to the calmness. "Oh, you have to be serious, but the level of white hits is limited. It's still good." Pointing the Zanpakuto knife point at Liuyun again, the corner of Ichimaru Jin's mouth raised even more. It looks like a lion majesty about to strike. Shinso. Following Ichimaru Jin's shout, the streamer flashed across the air again, sharply stabbing at Liuyun's body. However, this time Liuyun did not sit still, but raised the blade on his own initiative, and said in a deep voice, "I have heard your name Ichimaru Jin many times since I was in Rukonga. The most powerful genius in the history of the Soul Society, he became the captain of the third team at a young age. I have to say that your deeds have long been famous in the Soul Society. But this doesn't stop me from challenging you. Whether it's history or the past, everything will be cut off by my sealed state." Liuyun stepped forward with a high momentum. He held the hilt of the sealed state sword tightly with both hands, raised it above his head, and slashed down in the air like a rainbow. Brush! A blow that contains determination and earnestness is also a slash that can cut through everything. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. In everyone's field of vision, there were only two brilliant slashes interlaced with each other, finally forming an incomparably dazzling streamer, which continued to spread towards the surroundings. The duel between the two must also be determined by a knife. Everyone is looking forward to. Liu Yun once defeated Madara Mikaku in the last battle, will he continue the miracle this time? Boom! Streaming light overflows, sweeping all around. At this time, a muffled hum suddenly sounded amidst the deafening explosions. Everyone looked along the track of the sound, and suddenly found that Ichimaru Jin's body was constantly retreating, and blood was overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, in this slashing duel, he was suppressed. Chapter 63. Everyone looked along the track of the sound, and suddenly found that Ichimaru Jin's body kept retreating, and blood was overflowing from the corner of his mouth. In this slash duel, Ichimaru Jin was actually suppressed. Even after Zanpakuto was liberated, Ichimaru Jin was still repelled head-on in a pure slashing duel, and even vomited blood from his body due to the recoil. Anyone who witnessed this scene with their own eyes went blank and their hearts were extremely shocked. In the unawakened state of Zanpakuto, Ichimaru Jin can be repelled by ordinary slashing. Such a stark contrast undoubtedly highlights Liu Yun's almost monster terrifying power. What's even more shocking is that even after achieving such an impressive result in a head-to-head confrontation, Liu Yun still didn't change his face, as if this was a matter of course. Of course, in Liu Yun's understanding, this should have been the result. With the power of One Punch Man, once he gets serious, even he is afraid of himself. Because he will destroy Soul Society once he disagrees. On weekdays, Liu Yun tried his best to restrain his power to prevent the power in his body from running wild. And in this year, he has perfectly mastered the balance between Ryutsu and power. Even if he has not awakened Zanpakuto, what he holds in his hand is just a sealed state, but he can use the sealed state to display the power of One Punch Man, so as to achieve a one-shot kill. It can be said that this unawakened sealed state is very extreme. It is one of the most powerful Zanpakuto even among ordinary blades Wenbai is among ghosts. Because it can crush everything just by slashing. Facing Ichimaru Jin's fierce pursuit, Liu Yun showed no mercy. A serious hit represents his attitude, which is to treat Ichimaru Jin as an equal enemy. Sure enough, even though Zanpakuto Shinso erupted with amazing power, it was still repelled by a single blow. Wow! Ichimaru Jin's body backed up uncontrollably, and in the process, the blood from his mouth splashed and stained the ground. Thorn! In the end, he held Zanpakuto with his backhand and stabbed fiercely into the ground before he managed to stabilize his body. It's a pity that his image is completely different from before, very embarrassing. After forcibly withstood the serious blow, Ichimaru Jin wore the captain's exclusive white haori that was completely broken, and even the word 3 engraved on the back disappeared. Not only that, but the Shiba outfit was torn from top to bottom, revealing white arms. He was panting continuously, his face was pale, and Ryutsu disordered inside. His slash is so terrible. Ichimaru Jin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he recalled the moment when the slash collided just now, and a strong life and death crisis was born in his heart. Fortunately, at the last moment, he retreated in time to avoid more impact. Otherwise, Ichimaru Jin even has a strong premonition that his body will in half. If you want to defeat him, you must not fight in close quarters. Ichimaru Jin stared at Liu Yun. His face no longer had the relaxed and freehand expression before, only a strong color of fear. Before this battle, he talked and laughed happily in the stands. Although he kept showing weakness in his mouth, he never thought that he would be suppressed in his heart. It wasn't until the moment they fought against each other just now that he realized how stupid his thoughts were. Although Ichimaru Jin had expected that Liu Yun was hiding his strength, he didn't expect the latter to hide it so deeply that just memorizing ordinary slashes could injure him. What surprised Ichimaru Jin even more was that he vaguely felt that the slash just now was not Liu Yun's full strength. In other words, Liu Yun is still hiding his strength. What a scary guy! Liu Yun, you are as unpredictable a monster as Captain Aizen. Ichimaru Jin stabilized his body and said solemnly as he stepped forward. Shouldn't I say this to you? Liu Yun responded calmly. In his opinion, Ichimaru Jin is more unpredictable. Even at this time, Liu Yun still did not take it lightly, because Ichimaru Jin always gave him a feeling of have to guard against. Oh, really? It's been decades since I think about it, and I haven't tried to be underestimated like this. Ichimaru Jin returned to his original appearance, squinting his eyes like a lion majesty and smiling slyly, his pupils there is a cold glow in the depths. Ask for flowers. Liu Yun, you are right, I do still have some energy left. Ichimaru Jin held Zanpakuto high, and said gloomily, you must also know that Shikai can only be regarded as the initial stage for Zanpakuto. In other words, although Shikai can exert greater power of Zanpakuto, it is not the end, and the one who can unleash the full power of Zanpakuto is Bankai. In fact, for any Zanpakuto, Bankai is the second stage of Zanpakuto's liberation after Zanpakuto's first stage of liberating Shikai, which requires the concretization and submission of Zanpakuto's body. After this liberation, Zanpakuto's abilities will be more thoroughly and fully developed, which is the ultimate liberation of Zanpakuto. Bankai is also one of the prerequisites for Shinigami to become the captain of the Gaudii 13th Division. Ichimaru Jin held Zanpakuto Shinso with his backhand, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his pupils. He paused and said in a deep voice, you must not know, right? Mastering Bankai is one of the necessary conditions to become the captain. And the power of Bankai will be several times that of Shikai. So, are you going to use Bankai to deal with me? Although Liuyun's expression did not change, a strong look of anticipation flashed deep in his pupils. If Ichimaru Jin can be forced to use Bankai, this fight will be without regrets. Tisk tisk tisk, my Bankai has never been seen by anyone except Captain Yamamoto. So, you should be proud to be able to force me to use Bankai, Liu Yun. Ichimaru Jin held Zanpakuto with his backhand, the Ryotsu inside him rioted, and an extremely dazzling fluorescent light shone on the surface of the tiny blade. At this moment, the lingzi hidden in the surrounding air made piercing noises as if boiling. The stands. After seeing this scene, the other 12 captains, including Captain Yamamoto, all showed shocked expressions. They blurted out at the same time, exclaiming in disbelief, Ichimaru Jin, this is, want Bankai. Chapter 64. Ichimaru Jin, he wants to use Bankai. Including Captain Yamamoto, the 12 captains exclaimed in unison, and their hearts turned upside down. Although they had already overestimated Liuyun in their hearts, they didn't expect him to be able to push Ichimaru Jin to such an extent. To be fair, Bankai is a Shinigami's last resort. If forced out of the Bankai, it proves that the Shinigami has been cornered. Only relying on an unawakened sealed state, Liuyun actually pushed Ichimaru Jin into a corner? Everyone was dumbfounded, unwilling to believe this cruel fact from the bottom of their hearts. After all, Ichimaru Jin's identity is there, the captain of the third team. The fact that the once-in-a-century genius captain was cornered by a freshman was so shocking that it could even be called 087 a miracle. No one doubts that once this matter gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar in the Soul Society, and it will completely subvert the concept of Rukonga residence. When did the high-ranking captain fall to this level? Even if Ichimaru Jin can defeat Liuyun with Bankai in the end, to a certain extent, he also lost the duel at the same time. After all, the identities of the two were not equal from the beginning. Ichimaru Jin. Yamamoto's eyes flickered, his brows were tightly frowned, and there seemed to be a hint of displeasure on his face. Long before the duel between the two, he had solemnly told Ichimaru Jin not to kill him. But now in front of countless people, Ichimaru Jin is trying to use Bankai, which undoubtedly ignores his words. As one of the oldest Shinigami in the Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto is well aware of the power behind Zanpakuto Bankai, and it is easy to destroy the entire square, not to mention that the center of the square is already on the verge of collapse and cannot withstand an attack of this level. Captain Yamamoto thought about it, and finally made a decision in his heart: he must stop Ichimaru Jin Bankai. At this time, the figure of Kurako Shunsui suddenly appeared, and he said solemnly, "Master, the seriousness of the situation has exceeded our imagination, Ichimaru Jin Bankai must be stopped. Don't worry, if he is allowed to cast Bankai, I'm afraid the whole square will be turned into ruins." Captain Yamamoto shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "This accident is my mistake. I underestimated both Liu Yun's strength and Ichimaru Jin's aggressiveness. So, this convention? Kiraku Shunsui asked solemnly. In fact, at this point, the conference has no meaning. Captain Yamamoto said decisively, let's stop here. The moment the voice fell, his figure disappeared instantly and reappeared in the center of the square. Enough, Ichimaru Jin. Commander Yamamoto reprimanded in a cold voice with solemn eyes. Not only that, but his old arms stretched out from the sleeve robe, and with a backhand wave, a burst of hot ryotsu burst out like molten lava, unexpectedly forcibly suppressing the burst of ryotsu in Zanpakuto Shinso. The strongest Shinigami of the millennium is angry. Bang 1. The ryotsu rioted, colliding with each other. At this time, Ichimaru Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Captain Yamamoto fearfully, and at Liu Yun unwillingly, with a complex expression. By this time, he was already stuck. If Bankai is used forcefully, it may arouse the wrath of Captain Yamamoto. But if you stop at this point, you will feel unwilling. After all, he was at a disadvantage and was obviously suppressed by Liu Yun. Finally, after some deliberation, Ichimaru Jin finally let go of Zanpakuto. Liu Yun, you are really a formidable opponent. Oh, since the old man is angry, then I will stop now. Ichimaru Jin's expression changed rapidly, the previous dignified look disappeared, replaced by the previous one, a fox-like smirk, always full of mystery. He released the Shinso from the swastika state, and retracted the Zanpakuto into the scabbard. Although the image looks very distressed, there is no major physical injury, so Ichimaru Jin has returned to his previous smiling appearance. He is like a fierce lion majesty, good at disguising, good at dormant, and waiting for the opportunity tightly. And once you seize the opportunity, you will devour yourself in the most violent way. 0. Seeing Ichimaru Jin put away Zanpakuto, the anger in Captain Yamamoto's eyes also dissipated. He turned around, looked back and forth between Liu Yun and Ichimaru Jin, and finally said in a deep voice, "Okay, this duel is over, you are evenly divided, and you won't win." This decision is actually to give Ichimaru Jin a step down. After all, he was obviously at a disadvantage before Bankai was used. After hearing the verdict, Ichimaru Jin shrugged his shoulders, a bitter smile rose from the corner of his mouth, but he did not refute. But Liu Yun nodded calmly, acquiescing to the verdict in his heart. Actually, the result doesn't matter, he has done everything and managed to surpass Ichimaru Jin to become a new legend. That's enough. And after this day, his identity will undergo a new change. No longer an unknown freshman, but a superstar of the Soul Society. From now on, in the star-studded Godii 13, he will reign like a king and be revered by countless people, and all this in just 1 year. What is even more amazing is that due to his outstanding performance, Liu Yun even got the promise of the captain of Yamamoto. Once he graduates from Shenyang Lingyuan Academy, he will have the right to choose any team. This kind of right is unprecedented. Are you finally going to become a Shinigami? It's really exciting. 3.1 Liu Yun looked towards the high platform, and finally stopped on Rukia after passing through many figures. The eyes of the two are intertwined, and they can see the joy in each other's eyes. Since the confession that night, Rukia has decided to follow Liu Yun wholeheartedly, and seeing Liu Yun shine, Rukia is even more happy from the bottom of her heart. In addition, there was another tight-eyed Liu Yun in the stands, and that was Matsumoto Rangiku. When Captain Yamamoto announced the end of the meeting, Matsumoto Rangiku was happy for Liu Yun, but also thought of the promise he made with Liu Yun. Once Liu Yun can shine in the conference, she will promise Liu Yun one thing. That's a sweet kiss. Chapter 65. In the early morning of the next day, the sun rose slowly. For Soul Society, this day was destined to be extraordinary. With the end of the conference, all the dust settled, and Liu Yun's amazing performance at the conference completely convinced everyone. Soon, stories about him spread from Jingling Court to the outside world like a hurricane, and soon swept every corner of Soul Society. Challenged Godii 13 alone, defeated Ziguan strongly, and even suppressed Ichimaru Jin. Not to mention the final result, this courage alone is enough to make everyone praise it. What's more, he strongly suppressed Ichimaru Jin, the captain, and his performance surprised everyone. He deserves to be the most dazzling talent in Seoul society. In Chenghang district, the familiar iron shop opened. As the owner of the iron shop, Uncle Torei still lives in the Inazuri district as a bully. In the early morning of this day, when he just opened the store door, he suddenly learned about the news about the freshman meeting from the Jiangtong newspaper posted on the door. As expected, Liuyun has become the best student. Uncle Torei nodded in satisfaction, with a gratified smile under his fine stubble. As early as a year ago, when he met Liuyun, he had a strong premonition Liuyun would soar into the sky. Although it seemed unrealistic at first. But time flies, after all, it proves everything. Liuyun lived up to expectations and became the most dazzling new star of Seoul society. Well, from now on, maybe we won't have any intersection with each other anymore. Uncle Torei shook his head and sighed heavily. He knew very well that soon Liuyun would become the high-ranking Shinigami, even the chief of the Bantei. But his identity has not changed, just an ordinary iron shop owner in Rukonga. The status of the two is very different, they are already from two worlds. The fate of each other will no longer have any intersection, and the time of meeting in the past will become an indelible memory forever hidden in my heart. I think Liuyun will definitely occupy a very important position in Godai 13 in the future. Uncle Torei prayed silently in his heart, and he was very convinced. Whether it is a team member or an officer, it is not the end. Only becoming the captain of Godai 13 should be Liuyun's home. Gradually, stories about Liuyun spread in almost every corner of the Seoul society, and he truly became a supernova that everyone was looking forward to. In addition, Liuyun also broke history and became one of the only one-year freshmen in history. He took off his trainee's robe, put on a black death suit, and officially became a Shinigami. Not only that, because of the promise of Captain Yamamoto, he also has the opportunity to join any team, and even because he defeated Madarame Ikeku strongly, so as long as he is willing, he is very likely to become the seat officer of any seat. All in all, from this day on, Liuyun has completely cast aside his past monster identity and turned into the most dazzling talent of Seoul society. As night falls, the stars are shining brightly. The Runlinen neighborhood is bustling and lively as always, with people coming and going in the spacious aisles. Among the complicated figures, there are two figures that are particularly eye-catching. Liuyun, Matsumoto Rangiku. The two walked side by side, lingering in the crowd. It has been more than half a year since the two of them came to the Runlinen neighborhood together last time. Over time, everything has changed dramatically. Yet, looking back now, it's really emotional. Matsumoto Rangiku shook his head, and said with sincere emotion, "At that time in the noodle restaurant, Yun suddenly imposed ryotsu on you. Fortunately, I stopped 540's behavior. At that time, he was the high-ranking team leader, but it's just an unknown newcomer. But I didn't expect that after only 1 year, you would be able to suppress him in front of everyone and force him to use Bankai. I have to say, your talent is too powerful." Matsumoto Rangiku felt gratified for Liuyun from the bottom of her heart. After all, besides being the vice-captain of the 10th Division, she is also Liuyun's mentor. And being able to see the students she taught ascend to the sky in one step, she even felt more satisfied than receiving honors herself. "It's nothing, I don't care about these honors." Liuyun responded absently. Indeed, he doesn't need any genius halo, all he cares about is gaining the respect and care of his partners. Being able to have all of this now, Liuyun already feels very satisfied. Chapter 66. Under the hazy moonlight, the two figures leaned on each other. The most touching thing is not the soft moonlight, nor the shining stars in the sky, nor the secluded woods. But that sweet kiss. A kiss blended into the expression, poured into Liuyun's heart like a warm current. At the moment when Matsumoto Rangiku's red lips were on his forehead, Liuyun's heart finally felt a wave of waves. He seemed to feel a feeling that he had never had before, just like the ripples on the surface of a lake. The outside world spread and gradually enveloped his heart. At this moment, the iceberg deep in my heart melted instantly, and all the severe cold and loneliness were dispelled, and the dark memory of the past also dissipated like passing clouds. This passionate kiss is like a lighthouse standing on the long voyage road. It not only dispels the endless darkness, but also guides an unprecedented road, so that the future road is full of hope. There was silence all around, and even time seemed to stand still at this moment, only two figures who were closely dependent on each other. Feeling the fragrance from his forehead, Liu Yun was taken aback for a moment, and after hesitating for a moment, he immediately stretched out his arms and hugged Matsumoto Ranjiku's back. Everything comes naturally. Suddenly being embraced by Liu Yun, Matsumoto Ranjiku was taken aback for a moment, but did not resist, letting Liu Yun's arm rest on her back. Just like that, the distance between the two narrowed again, and the two figures cuddled up to each other, and they could even clearly feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. The two looked at each other and were silent, but Matsumoto Ranjiku's eyes flashed a gleam. Her face was flushed, she lowered her head shyly and kept avoiding Liu Yun's gaze. It's not because you can avoid it, but because you can't know how to face it, so you choose to avoid it. In the past dozen years, there has never been anyone who can make Matsumoto Ranjiku's heart beat. If I had to name one person, it would be Ichimaru Jin. It's just that since Ichimaru Jin became the third seat of the fifth team, Matsumoto Ranjiku felt that there was a gap between himself and him. Over time, the relationship between the two has gradually become estranged from the original closeness. On the other hand, perhaps seeing the same shadow in Liu Yun, coupled with a year of company day and night, under the subtle influence, even Matsumoto Ranjiku himself did not realize that Liu Yun had quietly walked into her heart. It may just be a feeling of ignorance, but once it sprouts, it will become unstoppable. The two of them hugged each other in silence in this warm and peaceful atmosphere, and the already very close relationship took a step further. Perhaps after this night, the two of them will break through the original relationship. Finally, Liu Yun let go of his arms, and his body took the initiative to retreat, stepping aside in a little embarrassment. And Matsumoto Ranjiku's face was flushed, and he still didn't dare to look up into Liu Yun's eyes. I'm sorry just now, I didn't mean to. Liu Yun was the first to break the silence. Nothing. Matsumoto Ranjiku raised his eyebrows and smiled, and said kindly, after all, we made an agreement before. As your mentor, I can't break my promise, right? Besides. Her voice became low, and she finally sighed reluctantly, with the strength you showed at the conference, there is no need to stay in the Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy. You will participate in the graduation ceremony tomorrow morning. After the ceremony, you will graduate and become a member of Godai 13. At that time, I will no longer be your mentor. Matsumoto Ranjiku's words contained both reluctance and hope. Whenever she recalls the time she spent with Liu Yun this year, her heart is filled with happiness. It's just that once Liu Yun joins the Hutting 13th team, unless he chooses the 10th team, the two of them won't be able to get along day and night like they are now. This is what Matsumoto Ranjiku really regrets. Similarly, she also looks forward to Liu Yun's amazing performance after becoming a member of Godai 13, and even when she will become the captain of the fan team. Liu Yun smiled slightly, and a hearty smile appeared on his delicate face. Instead, he took the initiative to comfort Matsumoto Ranjiku, saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Ranjiku, I just changed my identity, and I will still stay in Soul Society. It's not about life and death. Don't be so sad. Let it be as it is." Matsumoto Ranjiku nodded, and asked back, "By the way, Liu Yun, do you have an idea about which team to join? You got the promise from Captain Yamamoto. In the past, ordinary newcomers did not have the right to choose a team, and most of them could not even join Godai 13, only Liu Yun is the only exception." "Well, I don't have too many thoughts." Liu Yun shrugged and said calmly. "For him, there is no difference in which team, after all, except for the captain, other Shinigami are hot chickens in his eyes. And with Liu Yun's strength, even if he stays in the weakest medical team, he can stand out. Therefore, he didn't deliberately choose the fan team. It's also, with your strength, I'm afraid it doesn't make much difference which team you go to. Looking at the entire Soul Society, the only one who can become your opponent is the captain of the 13th team. Matsumoto Rangiku sighed again. Obviously it was himself. She is a student, but possesses the strength of heaven-defying. This huge contrast made her unable to adapt for a while. But she thought for a while, and then suggested, you must also know that each team has different strengths and responsibilities. Although any team, with Lee's, is suitable based on your strength, I still suggest you choose the 11th team. Team 11? Why? Liu Yun asked. Matsumoto Rangiku explained patiently, because the 11th squad is the most powerful fighting squad, especially the captain of the 11th squad Zaraki Kenpei, who is an out-and-out combat fanatic. If you want to join the 11th squad, he must be very excited about the team. That guy almost has immortality in the eyes of ordinary people. Immortal. The corner of Liu Yun's mouth raised, and he said with great interest, that is to say, no matter how you chop this guy, he won't fall down? In this case, joining the 11th team seems to be a very interesting thing. Although Liu Yun is very clear that the so-called immortality is just an exaggeration. But the title of Kenpei carried by Zaraki Kenpei has already attracted Liu Yun deeply. Chapter 67. In the early morning of the next day, the scorching sun was shining brightly, and everything was shining brightly. For the Soul Society as a whole, this may not be an ordinary day. But for Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy, this day is of great significance. Because the best student Soul Society has ever had is finally graduating. Not only did Liu Yun break the one-year graduation record, but he also overwhelmed the chief executives of each team to show off at the conference, and became a popular figure among the students for a while. In the spacious corridor, discussions about Liu Yun can be heard everywhere. Did you know? Liu Yun will be attending the graduation ceremony today. He is the best student Mao has ever had, if only I had his talent. It's a pity. I wanted to see more of his demeanor. It's a pity that starting tomorrow, he will be separated from us. No matter what, he will be Mao's pride, and it is said that he is quite handsome. Really? Let's go to the square to have a look. Many girls who have just entered school are blushing, and their minds are full of beautiful longings. They walked towards the square in the center of the campus in groups, just to witness Liu Yun's demeanor. Mu Liuxia any regrets. As the 600 news spread, almost every student learned about this matter. They all had the same idea, that is to witness Liu Yun's demeanor at the last moment. After all, with Liu Yun's talent and strength, the future is destined to be extraordinary, and Ichimaru Jin is the best example. In the center of the college, there is a huge square. At this time, the surrounding area of the square was densely packed with crowds of people. Almost everyone gathered on the square. In addition to the students, all the instructors gathered here, including Matsumoto Rangiku, of course. And among the crowd, there were three inconspicuous figures, their eyes fixed on Liu Yun tightly, with complex expressions in their eyes. Rukia, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru. Back when the four of them came to Zhenyang Lingyuan together, they became new students together and practiced together, but now their encounters are very different. Although they emerged at this conference and showed a strong side, they did not attract much attention after all. After all, no matter how strong a freshman is, he is still not a true Shinigami. In addition, because Liu Yun's limelight is too strong, he also attracted most people's attention. Well, although I had a premonition in my heart a long time ago. But when this day really comes, I still can't believe it all in my heart. Abarai Renji changed his usual heroic appearance and sighed in a low voice. Even though the conference has ended, his thoughts still remain on that day, and Liu Yun's performance seems to be vivid in his memory. In fact, we have known the result for a long time, but we have been unwilling to accept it in our hearts. 11. Kira Izuru shook his head and said regretfully, from the half-year special training, I felt that Liu Yun was different. With his unremitting patience, he was destined to become famous all over the world. What's more, with the help, the three of us have also made progress beyond imagination. Although we are not yet qualified to graduate, we have become the best among freshmen. If we are given a few more years, we will definitely become Mao's best students. Kira Izuru's eyes are burning, and her heart is full of confidence. He was originally a low-key person, constantly accumulating, waiting for the day to take off. That's right, what Kira said is right, we should correct our mentality and stop comparing ourselves with Liu Yun. Rukia encouraged, from the very beginning, he was destined to become the star of the public's attention, and after all, we are just the people who accompanied them on the initial road. Among the three, only Rukia was filled with relief. Since she confessed her love to Liu Yun that day, she decided to follow Liu Yun wholeheartedly. And when she saw Liu Yun's success, Rukia was also ecstatic. There was a moving smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes were always gazing at the figure that made her proud. No matter what, I will continue to work hard, and I will definitely catch up with you. Rukia looked determined, and made a silent oath in her heart. In the center of the square, Liu Yun enjoys everyone's respect like the stars and the moon, and countless admiring eyes gather on him. For the freshmen of Shenyang Lingyuan Academy, Liu Yun is like an unattainable mountain, and will be their lifelong admiration. Even Liu Yun's deeds are so shocking that it gives people a dreamlike illusion. And Liu Yun, who is the person involved, remained calm in his heart when faced with countless gazes. Since showing his strength, he has long been accustomed to this phenomenon. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps not far away. Liu Yun looked around, but found 4 old figures. The 4 Shinigami in black death suits were expressionless, with a look of indifference. They are the real masters of the academy, aside from Captain Yamamoto. Back then, when Liu Yun blew up the classroom with a punch, the 4 of them secretly expressed shock and dissatisfaction, but since that incident, Liu Yun has never done similar things again, so this incident gradually faded away. But this time it was different. As one of the audience, the 4 of them witnessed Liu Yun's demeanor with their own eyes. Even Captain Yamamoto recognized Liu Yun's talent, which meant he was qualified for graduation. Reasonably, if ordinary students graduate, these 4 old Shinigami will not show up, and the ceremony will be completed by the student's mentor. However, since Liu Yun is the most outstanding student in Mao's history, the 4 of them had to appear at the ceremony in person. They stepped up to Liu Yun, and said in a solemn voice with complicated expressions, "Liu Yun, everyone must have noticed your performance at the conference. Since Captain Yamamoto has recognized your strength, you also have the qualifications to graduate qualifications." The old man at the head was holding a neatly folded black deadly costume in both hands, and solemnly handed it to Liu Yun's hand, and said, "From now on, once you wear this deadly costume, it means you have a new identity, Shinigami. Shinigami shoulders the responsibility of defending human beings, guiding and purifying the virtual and then returning to the soul society. You will always remember it in your heart at any time, forever." Chapter 68. The news of Liu Yun's graduation not only caused an uproar in the Shenyang Academy, but also caused a huge sensation in Godai 13. All those who have witnessed Liu Yun's demeanor with their own eyes are all moved by that powerful talent. For this reason, everyone is most concerned about which team Liu Yun will choose. After all, he is a genius who comes out once in a century. No matter which team he chooses, he will change the pattern of Godai 13 virtually. No one doubts Liu Yun's future, because he is destined to be the captain in the future. First team building, team affairs room. Captain Yamamoto stood alone in front of the window, with a dignified look on his brows, and a bit of anticipation. He turned around and said in a deep voice to the rear, "Kojiro Sasakaibe, how are you doing? Have you got any news about Liu Yun?" Deputy Captain Kojiro Sasakaibe shook his head, and said regretfully, "Sorry, Captain. I have sent people to inquire before this, but I still don't know what choice Liu Yun will make. But according to Matsumoto Rangiku, Liu Yun seems to be more interested in the 11th team. Squad 11. Captain Yamamoto frowned slightly, and immediately thought of Zaraki Kenpeki in his mind. As early as the day of the meeting, he could see that Zaraki Kenpeki was eager to fight Liu Yun. That's why he immediately agreed to Liu Yun's request to avoid Zaraki Kenpeki from participating in the duel. Otherwise, with the character of this lunatic, the entire square will definitely be destroyed. That's right, Liu Yun seems to be very interested in joining the 11th team, especially when he heard the title Kenpeki. He was deeply attracted by it. Sasakibujiro said earnestly. Captain Yamamoto nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, "So, I understand. The reason why he wants to join the 11th team must be to challenge Zaraki Kenpeki and compete for the title of Kenpeki. But in this way, it is not good for the whole team. It's a loss for Godi 13. Although Captain Yamamoto did not object to Liu Yun's decision, there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. As we all know, only the most powerful fighters of the Soul Society are eligible to bear the title of Kenpeki. It's just that only one Kenpeki can exist at a time. Therefore, if Liu Yun really wants to take away the honor of Kenpeki, he will not only simply defeat Zaraki Kenpeki, but even take his life with his own hands. Both Liu Yun and Zaraki Kenpeki, both from Rukonga, are shocking talents. No matter who gets into an accident, it is a huge loss for the entire Godi 13. Anyway, let's just wait and see what happens." Commander Yamamoto sighed heavily, hesitating for the first time in his eyes that had always been immaculate. Immediately afterwards, Kojiro Sasaki reminded, "Captain, the time is about the same. I think the captains of other teams are ready to go to the gate of Jingling Court to wait for Liu Yun." 17. "Well, let's set off together." The old man wants to see with his own eyes what choice he will make. A gleam of expectation flashed deep in Captain Yamamoto's eyes. On the other side, the 2nd Division team building. As the vice-captain, Omadame Rekio stood respectfully in front of the wooden table, and said cautiously, "Captain, it's getting late, I think Liu Yun should be coming to Jingling Court soon. Why don't we prepare in advance?" Sui Feng nodded first, and then solemnly urged, "Go ahead, put aside the mystery about his identity. With his combat skills and Shunpo accomplishments, he is fully qualified for the position of stealth maneuvering. In this way talented people must recruit him to the 2nd team. As a fan team who is good at stealth and assassination, Sui Feng hopes that Liu Yun can join the 2nd team. After all, even she was shocked by her performance at the meeting that day." "Yes, Captain." Following Sui Feng's order, Omadame Rekio ran out of the house in a hurry, and immediately issued an order, calling on all the officers of the 2nd Division to go to the 4 gates of Jingling Court to wait. 5th team building. Different from the rush of other teams, this place is as calm as usual, and has not changed because of Liu Yun's coming. The team affairs room was brightly lit, and the door was closed tightly. No one knew exactly what Captain Aizen was doing inside. Inside the room, Ichimaru Jin's voice was heard. "Oh, Captain Aizen, you don't even intend to recruit that brat." Ichimaru Jin folded his hands and leaned lazily against the wall. After a day of recuperation, all the injuries on his body healed. "Aren't you too? Silver?" Aizen glanced at him, and said calmly, "Since this morning, there has been no movement in the 3rd team. It seems that you don't plan to recruit him, or are you afraid that things in the conference will repeat the same mistakes?" 0 for flowers, 0. "Hey, I didn't say that, Captain Aizen." Ichimaru Jin waved his hands, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, "I originally wanted to recruit him, but it was just an order from Captain Aizen." "Silver, don't worry about it." Aizen stood up, her usual gentle smile was gone. He said coldly with a blank face, "It doesn't matter which team he joins, even the 1st team. In our eyes, he is just an interesting experimental subject after all." "Oh, I thought so too." 0. A fox-like smirk appeared on Ichimaru Jin's face, and he said coldly, "With his physical strength, he must be able to withstand the strength of Hollow, right? That is the long-awaited experimental subject of Captain Aizen. Even compared to Hirako Shinji and they are perfect. Yes, let us wait and see." The corners of Aizen's mouth rose, setting off a sinister arc, as if everything was under control. At this time, after leaving the Zhenyangling Academy, Liu Yun walked along the spacious street all the way, and finally crossed the Run Linen block and arrived in front of Jingling Court. "Is the Jingling Court inside? It's really exciting." Liu Yun stopped, he looked up, and what he saw was a towering wall. This is a wall made of murderous stone. Not only by being able to block spiritual power, It can also release the wave of decomposing spiritual power to produce a spherical protective cover to protect Siritii from the air to the ground. As long as you cross this wall, you can reach the Jingling Court smoothly. Not only that, if you want to enter Siritii from Rukonga safely, you must pass through one of the 4th gates. And they are Baidao, Qingliu, Hailang, Zuo respectively. Since Runlinen is the first street in West Rukonga, Liuyun also came to Baidaomen. Little did he know that all members of Godii 13 would be waiting for his arrival. In other words, under inexplicable circumstances, he became a hot seller. Chapter 69. Even Liuyun himself didn't realize it, and somehow became a hot commodity. His arrival caused a sensation among all members of Godii 13, including Captain Yamamoto, and everyone came to Baidaomen to wait for his arrival. Huh? What's going on? Why can't I see the legendary guard? Seeing that the front of the Baidao gate was empty and there was no one, Liuyun pondered in doubt. In fact, on weekdays, the 4 gates are guarded by guards, and the guards are guarded by heroes selected from the Soul Society, so the guards bear very important responsibilities. But this day was different, because if you want to go from Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy to Jingling Ting, the Runlinen block is a must-pass, so everyone has been waiting at Baidaomen early, and the guards here have temporarily left. It's really a matter of 750 love. Liuyun frowned slightly. If there were no guards to open the door for him, how would he go to the Jingling Court? Could it be that he wanted to destroy the door with brute force? Thinking of this, a look of hesitation appeared in Liuyun's eyes, and after thinking twice, he still gave up this idea. Indeed, as long as he is willing to punch through Baidaomen, no matter how strong the suppression effect of the killing stone is, it cannot stop the power of a punch. But once this gate is broken, it will undoubtedly cause a strong commotion in the Soul Society. After all, this gate has always existed since the birth of Godii 13. In desperation, Liuyun had no choice but to give up this idea and went straight to the front of Baidaomen. The moment he came to the gate, with a loud bang, the huge Baidao gate opened automatically. Bang! As if affected by a force, the heavy gate rose slowly, gradually revealing a gap. Through this gap, Liuyun could vaguely see the scene in Jingling Court. In addition to the majestic buildings, the first thing that catches the eye is the familiar Godii 13. To his surprise, almost half of the captains and chief officers came to Baidao, and he even found the figure of Captain Yamamoto among the crowd. And when Liuyun glanced around, their eyes quickly focused on Liuyun. Eye contact, which contains different emotions. Liuyun's eyes were filled with surprise. Originally, he thought he would pass through the Baidao gate alone, but he didn't expect many figures to appear here. The captains of Godii 13 were full of anticipation and fiery eyes, as if they regarded Liuyun as a baby who was about to be looted. Isn't this formation too exaggerated? Am I so popular? Liuyun scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Obviously not long ago he slapped Godii 13 in the face at the freshman meeting. It's only been a few days, and these are enthusiastic, as if they have forgotten the gap in the past. First team, second team, 6th team, 8th team, 10th team, 13th team. While counting, Liuyun said with emotion, almost half of the team captains have come here, but it seems that the 11th team is missing. Am I not welcome by the fighting team? Thinking of this, a trace of regret flashed in Liuyun's eyes. To be reasonable, if he insisted on choosing a team, I am afraid he would prefer the 11th team. After all, it is the team that shoulders the responsibility of fighting, and it also bears the honor of Kenpeki. No matter how you look at it, the first team is the most attractive. As for the other teams, although they are not weak, but in Liuyun's eyes, they are all weaklings, so they don't have much interest. Look, Liuyun is here. Accompanied by a sound, the audience suddenly boiled, and everyone moved forward in unison, blocking the entire Baidao gate. For a moment, Liuyun seemed to be surrounded by crowds. Liuyun, you are finally here. Captain Yamamoto stepped out of the crowd and came in front of Liuyun, and said in a relieved voice, after you put on this black death suit, your identity will officially change. However, before that, you have the right to choose the team. He turned his body slightly, pointed at the huge crowd behind, and said in a deep voice, "You also saw that more than half of the captains appeared here, and they came here just for you. As long as you want, you can leave immediately with them and become the leader of the team. A new member of the fan team. Of course, I also promised you before that you have the right to choose 13 fan teams. Therefore, even if the other captains do not show up, you still have the right to join their fan teams." After the captain briefly said something, he took the initiative to step aside. He is very clear that the next thing has nothing to do with him, it depends on Liuyun's personal wishes and the efforts of several captains. Sure enough, when Captain Yamamoto retreated, several captains couldn't wait to step forward. Captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng. Captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kokaki. Captain of the 8th Division, Kurako Shunsui. The Captain of the 13th Division, Jushiro 13 Lang. As for the Juban team, due to special reasons, the captain was not present and was replaced by Matsumoto Rangiku. They're all familiar faces, but that guy is here anyway. Liu Yun looked at them and murmured helplessly. The only thing that surprised him was the arrival of Byakuya Kokaki. He has no intersection with Byakuya Kokaki, and the latter always has a cold and paralyzed face, which makes Liu Yun feel that he deserves to be beaten. To be fair, Byakuya Kokaki shouldn't be here. What was the real reason? Liu Yun didn't know very well either. At this time, Kurako Shunsui took the lead, and with enthusiasm, he smiled generously at Liu Yun. "Liu Yun, speaking of it, I should be the first person to invite you in Godi 13 at 2.2. Do you remember half a year ago? In Runlinen at the izakaya, you were just an ordinary student at that time, and I offered an invitation. If I invite you again now, you will not refuse me again, will you?" Kurako Shunsui is very smart, he recalls the past first, draws the relationship between the two closer, and then sets up a pit for Liu Yun to jump. After all, he is one of the most qualified century-old captains. If he is rejected in public again, it will be tantamount to a real slap in the face. Secondly, when Liu Yun just crossed over, the first person he came into contact with was Kurako Shunsui. Among all the captains, the two had the deepest friendship. Kurako Shunsui's voice fell, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Liu Yun, eagerly anticipating his choice. For a time, the atmosphere became extremely heavy. Chapter 70. For a moment the atmosphere became extremely solemn, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Liu Yun, expecting what choice he would make. Did Liu Yun choose to join the 8th squad because of his old relationship with Kurako Shunsui, or did he refuse cruelly and not give the century-old captain any face? Does Kurako Shunsui's emotion card really work? No one knows. Kurako Shunsui stared at Liu Yun intently, his heart was complicated, he was expecting and worried. As the century-old captain, he was also a student of the first Xinyang Spiritual Academy. Although he looks frivolous on the outside, he has a calm personality and has always taken care of the overall situation. And the reason why he came here today was not a momentary impulse, but a sincere desire to win over Liu Yun. Although the strength of the 8th Division has never been weak, there is no famous genius in the team, and it only relies on Kurako Shunsui to support it alone. So he is eager to train Liu Yun as his successor. However, although Kurako Shunsui's idea is beautiful, the reality is cruel. That's right, Nian has a unique advantage in terms of old love. To a certain extent, he rescued Liu Yun and brought him 20 to the hanging area, and everything happened later. Unfortunately, the reality is cruel. After some thought, Liu Yun finally gave his answer. The leader of the Beijing band. Liu Yun raised his head, hesitated for a moment, and finally refused cruelly, "I'm sorry, although I am very grateful for your warm invitation, but I have to refuse." He said with a little embarrassment, "I know that the 8th Division is an intelligence team, and its duty is to collect intelligence, so I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this duty." Liu Yun euphemistically expressed his thoughts. In fact, from the very beginning, he did not intend to choose the 8th team. Although his duty was to collect information, it was only a soy sauce team after all. When Liu Yun responded, the chief officers of the 8th Division sighed with regret. They thought that Kurako Shunsui would win after playing the emotional card, but they didn't expect to be brutally rejected. For a while, the atmosphere became extremely awkward, and everyone fell silent. At this time, Kurako Shunsui spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and he said with a hearty smile, "It's okay, Liu Yun. You're right, with your talent and strength, I'm afraid it's a bit overqualified just to take on the job of intelligence collection. Even if you don't become a part of it, you will always be welcome in the 8th squad." Afterwards, he took the initiative to return to the crowd, leaving room for the next dream chaser. Among the crowd, Nanao Ise, the deputy captain of the 8th division, comforted, "Captain, don't be discouraged. Even we were rejected, and I'm afraid the other divisions are not sure." "That's right." Kurako Shunsui nodded and said, "Actually, I guessed the result from the very beginning." When Liuyun stepped into Bidaemon, his eyes only stayed on us for a moment and then looked around, as if looking for someone's figure. "I think that person is most likely the Zaraki sword." "What?" Ise Nanao exclaimed, "Do you think he will join the 11th team?" "That's right, I'm afraid that except for me, the other captains present will be rejected." Kurako Shunsui smiled with interest, as if expecting a good show to be released. Sure enough, just after Kurako Shunsui stepped aside, Sui Feng and Omida Merekio stepped forward at the same time. The two have huge differences in body size and expressions. One is as cold as an iceberg, and the other is submissive, and seems to have a hint of tact. "Liu Yun, I am the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of stealth maneuvers. I would like to invite you to join the 2nd Division." Sui Feng was cold and arrogant as always, and didn't say too many words, even her eyes didn't want to. Kurako Shunsui is so passionate. "The 2nd team." Liu Yun murmured in a low voice, with a hesitant expression. Liu Yun is very clear about the duty of the 2nd Division, which is the criminal army. They are mainly responsible for executions, assassinations, and secret infiltration investigation tasks. Although this is a good team, it is not attractive to Liu Yun. "Just kidding, with the power of One Punch Man, he doesn't need stealth assassination at all, as long as he is tough, he can kill with one blow. Therefore, the 2nd team is a superfluous choice for Liu Yun." "I'm sorry, I refuse." Without much thought, Liu Yun refused without hesitation. "You." Being rejected in front of the crowd, Omida Merekio was furious. Before he could continue speaking, Sui Feng scolded him coldly. "Go back, it's a disgrace here." Sui Feng left the crowd without turning back. "But, Captain, this kid." Omida stared at Sui Feng's back in fear, then glared at Liu Yun fiercely, finally gritted his teeth, and ran after Sui Feng all the way. Ever since, another dream chaser failed. There are only 3 teams left, the 6th team, the 10th team, and the 13th team. At this time, Byakuya Kokaki, who has always been taciturn, took the initiative to step forward. Unexpectedly, he did not immediately invite Liu Yun, but instead asked, "What is your relationship with that woman named Rukia?" "Rukia?" Liu Yun was taken aback, and asked in surprise, "Why do you ask this question?" Byakuya Kokaki had no expression on his face, and said in a frosty voice, 990. "You just answer. Best friends who depend on each other for life." Liu Yun responded. Byakuya Kokaki frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "For that woman, I invite you to join the 6th Division, do you want to?" From the beginning to the end, Byakuya Kokaki's tone contained a kind of arrogance, as if he had the right to despise others because of the noble blood flowing in his body. It is true that he has always been aloof and admired by countless people, but this method does not work in front of Liu Yun, and instead makes him feel disgusted. "I refuse." Liu Yun refused without hesitation, without even looking at Byakuya Kokaki again. "Interesting guy. I'll come back to you again for women." After throwing out an inexplicable sentence, Byakuya Kokaki led the 6th team's chief executive to leave without looking back. The atmosphere became awkward for a while, and more than half of the people left in a blink of an eye. Just as Jushiro Shisenlang, the captain of the 13th Division, was about to walk forward, there was a sudden commotion from behind. Everyone turned around, but saw and heard an arrogant voice not far away. What are you doing? You guys also want to steal someone from Laozi? Looking along the source of the sound, everyone was shocked, because the person who should not have appeared finally came. Team 11 Captain, Zaraki Kenpeke. Chapter 71. What are you doing? You want to rob Laozi too? The figure of Zaraki Kenpeke suddenly appeared in the aisle. He was tall and straight, with a fierce aura, holding Zanpakuto with one hand and leaning on his shoulder, walking like a bully. The long-awaited captain of the 11th squad finally appeared. Different from the powerful formations of other teams, Zaraki Kenpeke only followed two figures behind him. Madarame Ikeku, Ayaskawa Yumichika. As people who have followed Zaraki Kenpeke wholeheartedly since the Rukonga period, Madarame Ikeku and Ayaskawa Koki are Zaraki Kenpeke's confidants, and they are also the important combat power of Jujubani. Captain, the situation doesn't seem to be good. The other teams have already arrived. Ayaskawa said with a little worry as he looked at the densely packed figures in front of him. Don't worry, didn't you see that guy Byakuya Kokiki left dejectedly just now? You don't need to think about it and guess that they failed. Madarame Ikeku smiled confidently. His shiny head gleamed under the scorching sun, which was particularly eye-catching. At this time, the cute Kuzujishi Yachiru emerged from Zaraki Kenpeke's back, and complained dissatisfiedly with his small mouth. It's all because Xiaojian is a road idiot. I have been in Jingling for so many years, and I still get lost. Ha! These are irrelevant. As long as Laozi comes here, then Liuyun is destined to be a member of the 11th team. Zaraki Kenpeke laughed wildly, arrogant, as if he never paid attention to other teams. It's no wonder that he has a bad temper and a maverick style, and he is not bound by the rules when he comes back. Zaraki Kenpeke is the first captain of Soul Society who doesn't understand Bankai. He can become the captain because of his fearless character and powerful Ryutsu. At the same time, he is the only one among the 13 captains who has not joined the team. Even Central 46 is afraid of his unfettered characteristics and terrifying strength. Ferocious face, powerful aura, coupled with that arrogant tone. Those who don't know the character of Zaraki Kenpeke will immediately mistake him for an out-and-out villain. In fact, Zaraki Kenpeke is a pure and passionate man, in his eyes only fighting. Fighting is like food and drinking water to him. He exists for fighting, and he regards fighting as more important than anything else, even ignoring the overall situation. Only fighting is the source of happiness. Because he enjoys the process of fighting, he will encounter strong is strong. Da-da-da. The three of them walked forward all the way, rampant and domineering. Wherever they went, the other Shinigami retreated one after another, for fear of offending the god of death. The arrival of Zaraki Kenpeke surprised everyone. After all, half of the captains had failed and left, and Zaraki Kenpeke didn't appear until the end. This guy is finally here. In the corner beside him, Captain Yamamoto looked at the figure of Zaraki Kenpeke and nodded with satisfaction. He had already guessed that Zaraki Kenpeke would come here. After all, Liu Yun had suppressed Ichimaru Jin abruptly, and the strong strength he showed was the reason why Zaraki Kenpeke was attracted. The man who regards fighting as everything, the only thing he needs is a man who can please him, and Liu Yun is the most suitable candidate. Finally, Zaraki Kenpeke jumped over the crowd and came in front of Liu Yun. When he saw the figure of Jushiro Yukitake, he said dissatisfiedly, "Captain Jushiro, you are going too far." "What?" Jushiro Yukitake was stunned, and asked in surprise, "Why is it too much?" Facing such an outstanding rookie, every captain would be moved, not to mention that this is a fair act. The voice fell, he coughed lightly, and his body seemed to be a little unwell. As the captain of the 13th Division, Jushiro Yukitake is also one of the oldest century-old captains. Like Kiraku Shunsui, he is the first student of the Shinyang Academy and possesses great strength. Captain Jushiro is kind and has a good temper, so he has a lot of popularity in Soul Society. But there is one thing that has always troubled him, and that is his weak body. Although he possesses great strength, due to his weak body, he is often unable to exert his full strength, let alone handle a busy team for a long time. Therefore, Jushiro Yukitake is eager to recruit Liuyun to plan for the future of the 13th Division. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Zaraki Kenpeiga suddenly appeared. Captain Jushiro, don't forget that there is another genius Shiba-Kyan in Team 13. With the talent he has shown, he will definitely be able to be the captain in the future, so why do you need to do anything extra? Zaraki Kenpeiga did not give Jushiro Yukitake didn't save face, but said mercilessly. Mentioning Shiba-Kyan, Jushiro Yukitake was taken aback for a moment, then sighed, and did not refute Zaraki Kenpeiga's words. Indeed, Jushiro personally visited Shiba-Kyan, the patriarch of the fallen nobleman, and invited him to become the vice-captain of the 13th Division. In the following years, he gradually handed over team affairs to Shiba-Kyan, while he rested and recuperated. He has been grooming Shiba-Kyan as a future captain for the past few decades. In fact, with the existence of Shiba-Kyan, recruiting Liuyun is really superfluous. After all, there is only one captain position, and another genius will undoubtedly be sacrificed. Captain Zaraki, you are right, I think Liuyun is more suitable to join the 11th team than the 13th team. Jushiro Yukitake finally voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Ever since, in addition to the 11th team, there is still the 10th team. As the representative of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Rangiku also voluntarily withdrew from the competition without any hesitation. In fact, as early as last night, he already knew what Liuyun was thinking, and he came here to stop him just to fulfill the captain's wishes. Zhao, it's just that once Zaraki Kenpeiga appears, there is no need for competition. In this way, the first 6 teams all failed, except for the 11th team. As a combat team, the 11th team has a higher status in Jingling Ting, and the number of people is also the largest among all the teams. Because of the advocacy of chopping techniques, most of the team members are pure physics department Zanpakuto. Looking at it this way, the 11th team is indeed tailor-made for Liuyun. After all, what Liuyun is holding in his hand is not a Zanpakuto, but an ordinary sealed state. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeiga came in front of Liuyun and said loudly, "Little ghost, are you willing to join the Kai Rightward Arrow fan team? The original intention of my coming to you is very simple. It's nothing, I just want to fight with you." Chapter 72. It's nothing, I just came to fight with you. Zaraki Kenpeiga raised the Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and stared at Liuyun firmly, as if a hunter was staring at a prey. This look is creepy, and hides a kind of bloodthirsty chill. Zaraki Kenpeiga's blood boiled with enthusiasm, as if the long-sleeping fighting spirit in his body had awakened again. Veins surged all over his body, and a shocking killing intent emerged in his body. The momentum is like a rainbow, straight to the sky. As a man who pleases himself with fighting and killing, in the eyes of Zaraki Kenpeiga, power, status, and titles are all unimportant, only power is everything. When he saw Liuyun's formidable strength, besides being shocked, he was more interested. The challenge between him and the chief officer kept burning his heart. The fighting spirit is soaring, it cannot be contained. At the end, Zaraki Kenpeiga couldn't wait to rush to Bidaemon at the first moment, but unfortunately because of Lu Qi, he became the last captain to appear on the stage. "Captain, it doesn't seem right for you to be so direct." Madarame Ikeku stared at Liuyun solemnly, feeling embarrassed involuntarily. Reasonably speaking, if the reason for joining the fan team is to fight against Zaraki Kenpeiga, a madman like 250, then I am afraid that no one will be willing to join the 11th fan team from now on, because that will cost their lives. Ayasukawa Yumichika agreed and said, "Captain, you will scare him like this. After all, he is still a newcomer." A team. The 3 mavericks immediately greeted the dissatisfaction of the other team chiefs. In their view, Liuyun's identity is no ordinary rookie, but the most outstanding talent Seoul society has ever seen. Treating such a genius should be treated with the highest treatment, let alone provocative. Many people watched with cold eyes. They thought that Zaraki Kenpeiga was doing something, and such a frivolous attitude was absolutely impossible to get Liuyun's approval. For a while, the atmosphere fell into embarrassment, and everyone talked about it. If you don't agree with someone, you will find someone to fight. Isn't Zaraki Kenpeiga too arrogant? It's clearly here to spoil the situation. Even the leader of the Beijing band and Kukaki were rejected. Just because of that lunatic, he must be rejected by Liu Yun. If I were Liu Yun, it would be absolutely impossible to join the 11th team. Most people are cynicizing around, and they are not optimistic about Zaraki Kenpei. After all, he advocates violence and will kill people if he disagrees with him, which makes his popularity in Jingling Court not very good. But the final result still depends on Liu Yun's choice. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Liu Yun, expecting what kind of response he would make. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the atmosphere gradually became dignified. Not only those habits, but even the hearts of several captains were raised. They held their breath and stared at Liu Yun, expecting his choice. Once Liu Yun chooses to join the 11th team, it will undoubtedly increase the strength of the 11th team leader, and it will be more in line with the name of fighting team. If Liu Yun rejects Zaraki Kenpei's invitation, there are not many choices left. So no matter what choice he makes, it will have a huge impact on Godai 13. When the atmosphere of the audience climbed to the top, Liu Yun finally spoke. Captain Zaraki, you said you came to find me for a fight? Is that why you want me to join the 11th team? Immediately afterwards, his next sentence left everyone dumbfounded. Aren't you afraid of being cut down by me? Calf, Liu Yun's eyes were burning, and Zaraki Kenpei confronted each other. The auras of the two are constantly confronting and impacting each other. Cut me down? Why do you make such a conclusion? You dare to talk nonsense before you fight me? Zaraki Kenpei laughed loudly, the long sword in his hand was already hungry and thirsty. If it wasn't for the presence of Captain Yamamoto, he would have rushed towards Liu Yun, and had a great fight. Actually, I'm also looking forward to the fight with you, Captain Zaraki. Although Liu Yun didn't answer directly, his words showed his willingness. He agreed to join the team. There is only one purpose, and that is to fight the man who bears the honor of Kenpei. As Liu Yun's words fell, the audience was in an uproar. How is this possible? Such a rude and vulgar invitation can even impress Liu Yun. I haven't heard of it, have I? Liu Yun means to choose the 11th team leader. My god, I'm afraid the sky is about to change for Godai 13. A talent who can stand up to Captain Ichimaru joins the 11th division, and the future of the 11th division is unimaginable. Those cynics were stunned and slapped in the face. In any case, they did not expect Liu Yun to make such a choice. After all, Zaraki Kenpei didn't show any sincerity from the beginning to the end, instead he just wanted to fight Liu Yun. Facing the provocation of a lunatic, he took the initiative to throw himself into his arms. It can only be said that Liu Yun still does not follow the usual path. Captain, you guessed it! Ise Nanao exclaimed in disbelief. She originally had the same idea, but the result was beyond her expectations. Xiao Kigzu, let me just say it. Kiraku Shunsui said with a hearty smile, Liu Yun is not an easy guy. From the moment he took the initiative to challenge Captain Ichimaru in the meeting, I knew what he was pursuing in his heart, and only the 11th team is the most suitable for him. Place! Ha ha ha! Zaraki Kenpei laughed wildly in the sky, and roared ecstatically, great, no matter what you say, as long as you can join the 11th team, that's enough. Because then, I can fight with you happily. Finally, the things that had attracted countless people came to an end, and finally made his own choice, to join the third team. Henceforth, his identity is no longer that of a freshman Shinigami. And it will be, the strongest executive ever in the Soul Society. Chapter 73. The uproar of Liu Yun joining Godai 13 is finally over. And since his choice was within reason, it was also unexpected. From the perspective of combat power, Liu Yun is indeed the most suitable for the 11th team. After all, the team's duty is to protect the safety of Jingling Ting, and it happens to be able to display Liu Yun's almost heaven-defying strength. However, many people were also surprised. After all, Zaraki Kenpei, the captain of the 11th team, is a notorious lunatic, and he even opened his mouth to fight Liu Yun. Faced with the provocation of a lunatic, it was indeed unexpected to choose the fan team, even though he might pay a heavy price at any time. Several families were happy and some were sad. As for those team captains who failed to get Liu Yun, they returned to their respective teams with dejected faces. In short, from this day on, Liu Yun has officially become a member of Team 11. However, here comes the problem. According to the rules of the Soul Society, with Liu Yun's strength, he should replace Madara as the new third seat after defeating Madara in public. And Madara Ikeku himself is also willing to give up the position of the third seat. However, Liu Yun is not willing to be the third seat. 11th team building. Although it was early in the morning, there was a commotion in the 11th team. Noisy disputes sounded, and many voices of dissuasion came out. Although I didn't see the scene with my own eyes, whenever someone passed by the door of the 11th team's dormitory, they would always pass by in a hurry, for fear of being implicated. After all, the owner of the most violent voice was Zaraki Kenpei. What an outrageous thing to do! Captain, don't be impatient, Liu Yun has just arrived in the 11th team, and he hasn't even completed the oath ceremony. If you fight with him at this time, I'm afraid it will arouse the anger of Captain Yamamoto. That's right, don't be impulsive, Captain. Your duel will destroy the entire team building. Captain, bear with me a little bit, the issue of the seats has not been arranged yet. At this time, openly fighting, if it gets out, I'm afraid it will make other teams laugh. The members of the 11th team tried their best to dissuade him, for fear that Zaraki Kenpei would not be able to restrain his excitement from enjoying the fun of fighting. However, Zaraki Kenpei, carrying the slender Zanpakuto on his shoulder, paid no attention to the members of the 11th squad. He said impatiently, "Don't buzz like flies, you all step aside quickly, I can't wait to have a fight with him." Due to Zaraki Kenpei's hideous appearance and his strong body, which is 2 meters tall, he has a deterrent force virtually, making the members of the 11th team bow their heads and dare not speak anymore. At this time, a big bald head appeared in the crowd. Madara Ikeku came in front of Zaraki Kenpei and dissuaded him, "Captain, you can put aside the matter of fighting for the time being, let's arrange the seats first. You also know that Liu Yun defeated me with his own hands, and he should replace me as the new 3. However, he resolutely refused, only willing to become the 4th seat that has been vacant. What should we do?" He turned around, looked at Liu Yun who was standing not far away, and sighed helplessly. On one side is Zaraki Kenpei who is unreasonable and just wants to enjoy the fun of fighting, and on the other side is Liu Yun who refuses to be the 3rd seat and just wants to stay in the 11th team silently. The two of them made trouble together, which immediately caused the 11th team to explode. Even the always optimistic handsome man Ayase Chuan shook his head distressedly, expressing his helplessness. "Seats don't matter at all." Zaraki Kenpei waved his hand abruptly, and said as a matter of course, "For you guys, what's the point of the seat? Isn't everything for enjoying the battle? Let alone the seat officer, as long as Liu Yun can cut me down, he can even become the captain of the 11th team." Zaraki Kenpei's eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit was rising. He tightly grasped Zanpakuto's handle, staring at Liu Yun intently, longing for a hearty fight. It's just that when other people heard his words, cold sweat broke out on their backs. Cut down Zaraki Kenpei and replace him as the new captain of the 11th squad? If it was anyone else, they would just think it was a joke. But on Liu Yun it may not be impossible. 0 for flowers. If Zaraki Kenpei is really knocked down in the duel, then the fate of the 11th team may change. How is it possible? No matter how powerful Liu Yun is, he will never be able to defeat the captain, you are Kenpei. The members of the 11th team said solemnly. In their conception, Zaraki Kenpei is almost immortal and can never be knocked down. If Zaraki Kenpei is really that easy to defeat, then he is not worthy of the title of Gen 8. Zaraki Kenpei stared at Liu Yun and shouted with burning eyes, "What do you know? Before I became the captain, I was also a bully in Rukonga. Since he and I come from the same neighborhood with the worst law and order, then Liu Yun can kill me. What's so strange? Don't forget, even Ichimaru-jin was suppressed by him." 0. Zaraki Kenpei could no longer restrain the prehistoric power in his body, even though the team members still tried to dissuade him, he ignored them all. At this moment, in his eyes, there is only Liu Yun alone. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely dignified, and there seemed to be a suffocating silence hidden in the air. At this time, Liu Yun, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. "Oh, there's really no way." Liu Yun shrugged helplessly, and countless black question marks appeared on his face, expressing his innocence. He obviously just wanted to stay in the 11th team quietly, but he didn't expect that a major event would be caused as soon as he came. Although Liu Yun had already made mental preparations before coming to the 11th team's team building. But he underestimated Zaraki Kenpaku's dedication to fighting, and Liu Yun was shocked by his madness. But in Zaraki Kenpaku, Liu Yun seemed to see himself in the past to pursue strength and persevere. Perhaps for this reason, even though Zaraki Kenpaku's outrageous and unreasonable provocations, Liu Yun didn't feel the slightest disgust, but instead had a good feeling in his heart. "Captain Zaraki, since you insist on fighting with me, then I will warm up with you." Chapter 74. Captain Zaraki, since you insist on fighting with me, I'll warm up with you. Liu Yun took a step forward, took the initiative to pull out the sealed state worn on his waist, and said calmly. From the eyes of Zaraki Kenpaku, he can clearly feel a strong desire, not only the desire for fighting, but also the pursuit of power, which is very similar to him at the beginning. Suddenly, Liu Yun saw his shadow on Zaraki Kenpaku. At the beginning, he also persevered and was extremely persistent in pursuit of strength. Although the ending of controlling the power in the end is not perfect, and instead makes him shrouded in the shadow of loneliness, it is always beautiful. It is with the power of One Punch Man that he mastered back then that he was able to discover a new dawn in Soul Society. That being the case, why refuse 223 Zaraki Kenpaku's request? This persistence alone is worthy of others. Liu Yun, don't be impulsive, the captain is not as simple as you think. Madarame Ikeku persuaded with a sad face, only me and my father have seen his true face. Back in Rukonga, the captain he killed like hemp, almost beheaded all the local bullies, and finally he was able to dominate the Kala district. Once he was immersed in a battle, unless one side falls, the fight will never end. With lingering fear in his heart, he said in a deep voice, "This is the scariest thing about the captain. He is a beast without sense of pain. The more he is bathed in blood, the more exciting he will be. Will never fall." Despite Madarame Ikeku's repeated persuasion, Liu Yun remained unmoved, as if he had no fear in his heart. However, the calmer he is, the more anxious Madarame Ikeku becomes. Madarame Ikeku's face changed slightly, and he persuaded him earnestly, "You must know it too? There are 3 ways to become the captain of Godai 13. The first method is to pass the captain's exam under the witness of 3 or more captains including the chief captain, and then deliberately and logically assume the position of captain. The second method is to receive the joint recommendation of more than 6 captains, and get the approval of the other 3 or more captains among the remaining 7 captains, then you will be able to pass the assessment logically and take up the position. Actually, these 2 methods have a common condition, that is, you must master Bankai. Only by mastering Bankai can you control the most powerful power that Shinigami possesses. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to convince other captains." Madarame Ikeku took a deep breath, and a look of longing appeared in his eyes. Every dead Shindu has a captain dream, and he is no exception. It's just because of the oath made at the beginning, Madarame Ikeku may not be destined to be the captain for life, he will only follow Zaraki Kenpaku wholeheartedly, until he dies in battle. And then? Liu Yun asked calmly, "Are you afraid that I will fall under Captain Zaraki's Bankai?" "No, quite the opposite." Madarame Ikeku shook his head, then said in a deep voice, "You are wrong, Captain Zaraki doesn't know Bankai at all." When these words came out of his mouth, Liu Yun was completely stunned. Zaraki Kenpaku won't Bankai? How can that be? Although Liu Yun often heard the name of Zaraki Kenpaku when he was in Rukonga, he only knew that the other party was the captain of the 11th team, and he didn't know the specific strength of Zaraki Kenpaku. But according to Liu Yun's thinking, since he is the captain, he must awaken Bankai. Otherwise, it is impossible to have a convincing powerful force. However, his mother method is wrong. Not only did Zaraki Kenpei not awaken Bankai, even Shikai didn't realize it. In other words, what he is holding in his hand is also an ordinary sealed state. How can that be? Liuyun shook his head, expressing his doubts. As the captain of the combat team, he can't even know Bankai? I don't think this is possible. Besides, according to the two methods you mentioned, he should also know Bankai. No, I'm not pretending. Madarame Ikeku interrupted Liuyun and said in a deep voice, in addition to those two methods, there is a third method, and Captain Zaraki became the captain of the 11th team through this method. That's it. Liuyun frowned slightly, curious inside zero. Madarame Ikeku said with a serious expression, the so-called third method is to kill the opponent one-on-one under the witness of more than 200 active team members. You mean? Liuyun's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help looking at Zaraki Kenpei. That's right. Madarame Ikeku seemed to recall that scene back then, and said with pride and admiration, back then, Zaraki Kenpei was here, and in front of everyone in the 11th squad, he personally beheaded the previous captain, Ogre Rock City Kenpei. Liuyun didn't say a word, but there were waves in his heart. Born in Rukonga, he has never been trained by the Xinyang Academy since he was a child, but he can kill the previous captain in a one-on-one duel with just an ordinary sealed state. This kind of deed is called a miracle. No wonder he can bear the honor of Kenpei. Liuyun pondered thoughtfully. At this moment, he understood why the members of the 11th team worshipped Zaraki Kenpei fanatically and why the 11th team was called the bigger team. All because of a man named Zaraki Kenpei. But after hearing the news, not only did Liuyun not have the slightest intention to back down, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said with a hearty smile, since it's 1.0, I have even more reason to fight Captain Zaraki. What? Madarame Ikeku asked in surprise. Even if you know the truth, are you going to risk your life to fight Captain Zaraki? Although he vaguely guessed the result, Madarame Ikeku was still unwilling to give up the last glimmer of hope. He didn't want to witness the tragedy happen. Zaraki Kenpei doesn't know Shikai or Bankai, and he is holding an ordinary sealed state. Then this fight is fair. If so, why should I refuse? Liuyun raised his arm, held up the sealed state, and pointed the sharp sword tip at Zaraki Kenpei, with a high voice. Come on, fight with all your might, Zaraki Kenpei. Chapter 75. Come on, fight with all your might, Zaraki Kenpei. Liuyun raised his arm, held up the sealed state, and pointed the sharp sword tip at Zaraki Kenpei, with a high voice. In his calm water-like eyes, there was rarely a trace of seriousness. This means, Liuyun really sees Zaraki Kenpei as an equal opponent. Ha ha ha. Zaraki Kenpei laughed wildly in the sky, and roared ecstatically, I've been waiting for your words for a long time, Liuyun. Come on, let's throw away all the shackles, regardless of status or status. Let's fight quickly. The blood in his body boiled, and the long-lost battle was ignited, spreading like a spark to every corner of his body. Everyone in Zaraki Kenpei seemed to be screaming with excitement, seeming to be inspiring for the upcoming duel. Only fighting can please Zaraki Kenpei, and the appearance of Liuyun makes him feel unprecedentedly excited. Liuyun, listen up. Zaraki Kenpei held up Zanpakuto, a ferocious smile appeared on his ferocious face, and he roared excitedly, every time we give up our dignity, we take a step closer to the beast. Every time we kill a heart, we take a step away from the beast. And to end this cycle the only way to fight is to fight. So, use all your strength until we fall. Zanpakuto slashed sideways, a seemingly insignificant movement, but in an instant the ground split open. At the same time, a majestic ryotsu surged out of Zaraki Kenpei's body like an ocean, sweeping around in a mighty way, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if they were under the pressure of a huge ryotsu. After many years of silence, Zaraki Kenpei is finally showing his wildest side. Feeling the oppression of the oncoming ryotsu, Madarame Ikeku sighed helplessly and stepped aside consciously. He knew very well that by now, no matter what he said, it would be useless. Once Zaraki Kenpei released the ryotsu in his body, it meant that this battle was inevitable. Well, I hope they don't lose both. In desperation, the only thing Madarame Ikeku could do was to pray silently. In fact, out of recognition of Zaraki Kenpeika's strength, he actually felt that Liuyun's situation was more dangerous. At this moment, Kuzujishi Yachiru jumped into the air and stepped lightly on Madarame Ikeku's shoulder. She murmured and said cutely, "Don't worry, Ajiao. Xiaoyun is very strong, you don't underestimate him." Whoever said that I underestimated him? How can someone who can suppress Captain Ichimaru Jin be a simple character? Madarame Ikeku said solemnly, "What I'm afraid of is, what if the captain is really defeated? Then the 11th team will be in chaos. After all, the 11th team is known as the Zaraki team, and Zaraki Kenpeiki is the strongest that everyone is chasing. Once the strong fall, it is undoubtedly tantamount to the collapse of faith, and then the 11th team will become a mess. Also, how many times have I told you that my name is not Achiao?" Unable to drive away the lovely Kuzujishi Yachiru, Madarame Ikeku had no choice but to let the little lowly stand on his shoulders. But when Kuzujishi Yachiru's hands kept patting his bald head, Madarame Ikeku finally couldn't bear it anymore and complained, Hey, you're enough, little guy." Madarame Ikeku roared helplessly. He tried to drive the little lowly away, but Kuzujishi Yachiru stuck to him like nougat. Ayasukawa Yumichika on the side covered his mouth with a smile and said, "You two, stop fighting, and just concentrate on enjoying this duel. I believe the captain will not fall down." "That's right. He is the man who bears the honor of Kenpeiki." Madarame Ikeku stared deeply at the back of Zaraki Kenpeiki, and there was a strange flash in the depths of his pupils. This monster-like man is probably the only one who can make him follow him wholeheartedly. Under the signal of Zaraki Kenpeiki, the members of the 11th team retreated to the side, leaving only the empty field in the middle of the team building. In the center of the venue, Liu Yun and Zaraki Jianmu looked at each other. Neither of them said a word, and the atmosphere gradually became dignified. Although this duel did not attract as much attention as the General Assembly, it also touched the hearts of all the 10th Division teams. As time went by, the aura of the two continued to rise, and finally reached the peak. In the end, Zaraki Kenpeika took the lead. "Come on, let's fight. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." He roared to the sky, and the majestic Ryotsu erupted like a storm. At this moment, his aura climbed to the peak, and even the surrounding space was somewhat distorted, as if he was oppressed by Ryotsu. Zaraki Kenpeika slashed down with a sword, and a huge crack burst open in the solid field, and the powerful force brought Ryotsu into the ground continuously. Click! Countless small cracks appeared on the ground, shocking like spider webs. Such a result was caused by momentum alone, which shows how powerful Zaraki Kenpeiki is. At this time, an unexpected scene appeared. Zaraki Kenpeika's arm suddenly dropped 830, making an unexpected move. I saw him inserting Zanpakuto into the ground, tearing off the clothes on his upper body with both hands, revealing his strong chest. "Huh? Isn't he going to attack?" Liuyun was at a loss and couldn't understand Zaraki Kenpeika's move at all. On the side, watching Zaraki Kenpeika's move, Madarame Ikeku and Ayase Chuan looked at each other, their faces changed, and they exclaimed at the same time, "Oops, the captain's bad taste has come again," but his opponent this time is Liuyun. Cold sweat continued to break out on the foreheads of the two, and they were worried about Zaraki Kenpeika's move. For a long time, Zaraki Kenpeika has had a habit, whenever he meets an enemy, he will always take the initiative to show his chest and let the enemy slash a few times. This almost pervert hobby has also become his bad taste. However, perhaps due to underestimating Liuyun's strength, Zaraki Kenpeika is still the same when facing this genius. "Come on Liuyun, I'll let you slash me a few times first," Zaraki Kenpeika said excitedly, tearing up his domineering costume. "What?" Liuyun looked confused, and gradually let go of the palm holding the sealed state, and looked at Zaraki Kenpeika helplessly. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Is this guy a snake maniac? Chapter 76. Is this guy a snake maniac? Liuyun expressed helplessness, he couldn't understand Zaraki Kenpei's behavior at all. It was obviously a passionate fight. Why did the style of painting change, and it suddenly became a free slashing giveaway? Let you cut a few knives on my body first? Captain Zaraki, are you kidding me? When I make a move, even I am afraid of myself. Liuyun put down Zanpakuto, and ran through 10,000 grass mud horses in his heart. Originally, he was already prepared and ready to go, waiting for Zaraki Kenpei's attack, but he didn't expect that Zaraki Kenpei would not take the usual path, but would make trouble. What, Liuyun, I'm serious. Zaraki Kenpei tore off the deadly costume with both hands, and provocatively said, come on, swing the blade at me with all your strength. It doesn't matter which part of the body, even the eyeballs, as long as you can cut me down. Zaraki Kenpei raised a serene smile at the corner of his mouth, full of confidence, not afraid of his life being in danger at all. Before he became the captain of the 11th squad, whenever he encountered a prey, he liked to use this method to treat the enemy. In his view, this is a way to add fun to combat. Otherwise, once it's his turn to act, the enemy will soon be in a pool of blood, and then he will not be able to experience the fun of it. Liuyun's expression was dull, and he was speechless for a moment. He originally thought that Zaraki Kenpei was just a crazy man who was keen on fighting, but he didn't expect that he was also a pervert maniac with special hobbies. Take the initiative to let the enemy cut him, what kind of mentality is this? Liuyun expressed helplessness. At this time, Kuzujishi Yachiru, who had been standing on the shoulder of Madarame Ikeku, pouted, stepped on his big bald head and jumped lightly, and came to Zaraki Kenpei's shoulder. Great, little sword is really heroic. Kuzujishi Yachiru danced and laughed, looking very cute. Is that right? Zaraki Kenpei grinned, this is a bloody gift for new players. Hey, Xiaojian, Ayun seems to be scared by you. Kuzujishi Yachiru pouted, pointing at Liuyun and said cutely. Stupid, how could he be scared in the face of such a good thing? Zaraki Kenpei grinned. Kuzujishi Yachiru turned his face away, and snorted coquettishly, humph, the guy who calls others stupid, he is the stupid himself. Yes. Zaraki Kenpei tore off the deadly costume, and said in a deep voice, you just hide behind and watch, 8,000 streams. At this moment, Liuyun couldn't bear it anymore, he waved his hand abruptly, and shouted loudly, are you kidding? It was obviously a fair fight, why did you let me slash first? It's a shame to attack someone who has no defense. I don't bother to do that kind of thing. Liuyun's face was full of disgust, and he didn't make a move for a long time. Zaraki waved his hand and said with a little disappointment, what, didn't I say that? This is a bloody gift for new players. Come on, let's chop with all your strength. It doesn't matter whether it's the neck, the stomach, or the eyeballs. No matter which part of the body, as long as you are willing to swing the blade. Zaraki Kenpei's eyes were fixed, and he said in a deep voice, whether it's killing or being killed, it's just a game to pass the time after all. What's the difference? So, hurry up and do it, Liuyun. Zaraki Kenpei roared vigorously, as if he was looking forward to Liuyun's blow. Damn, UBD. Liuyun frowned and clenched his fists. Since coming to Soul Society, he has never been underestimated so much, even in the case of hiding his strength. He's the one with the power of One Punch Man and his opponents let him slash for free. This kind of thing is simply killing me. Captain Zaraki, do you really insist on letting me slash first? Liuyun's eyes flickered, and he tightened his grip on the sealed state. No one noticed that his expression had changed from being calm before to becoming a little more serious. This means that the next slash will be a serious blow. Come on, don't waste time. If you can kill me with one blow, that would be even better. Zaraki Kenpei smiled ferociously, and pulled hard, exposing the whole chest of Han serve in front of Liuyun. Really? Liuyun shrugged helplessly, and murmured inexplicably, I have never seen such a weird request. But since you insist on this, I will naturally not show mercy. At this moment, the favor left by Zaraki Kenpei in his heart was gone, only the anger in his stomach. Liuyun can no longer control the primordial power in his body. He raised the sealed state and came to Zaraki Kenpeiga step by step, and his aura would gradually increase with each step he took. In the end, the Ryotsu emanating from his body almost condensed into substance, like a sea of Ryotsu floating in midair. This Ryotsu. After feeling this majestic Ryotsu, even the faces of Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Koki, who are the third seats, changed in surprise at the same time. Especially for Madarame Ikeku, a strong crisis emerged in his heart. He had fought against Liuyun before, but the danger brought to him at that time was far less than it is now. Is he angry? Madarame Ikeku took a deep breath, unable to believe the consequences. All in all, he had a bad feeling. Perhaps this move by Zaraki Kenpeiga will cause a big event. Pat. With the sound of heavy footsteps, Liuyun finally came to Zaraki Kenpeiga. He stared at Zaraki Kenpeiga coldly, then suddenly grabbed the handle of the sealed state knife, aiming the sharp blade at Zaraki Kenpeiga. Come on, let's cut it down with one knife, Zhao's good, Liuyun. Zaraki Kenpeiga smiled ferociously, and when he felt the Ryotsu in Liuyun's body, the smile on his face became brighter. Captain Zaraki, don't blame me then. After saying this, Liuyun's eyes turned cold, he raised the sealed state to the top of his head, and slammed it down. RJ. Contains a serious blow, unreservedly chopped on Zaraki Kenpeiga. In an instant, Ryotsu rioted, sweeping around like a storm. At this time, something unbelievable happened. When the sealed state was split, Zaraki Kenpeiga had a serious scar on his body. This scar spread all over his body, and the bones inside could even be seen through the wound. The snowflakes withered, and blood spewed out like mosquitoes from a fountain. At this time, Liuyun put away the sealed state, and said in a cold voice with no expression on his face. I'm sorry, I've hit hard. Chapter 77. I'm sorry, I'm being serious. Liuyun put away the sealed state, and said in a cold voice with no expression on his face. A sharp scar appeared on Zaraki Kenpeiga's body. This scar spread all over his body, and the bones inside could even be seen through the wound. The snowflakes withered, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Seriously slashing, Zaraki Kenpeiga was seriously injured in an instant. Although he was still merciless, the power poured into the slash still broke through the layer of Ryotsu covering Zaraki Kenpeiga's body surface. Zaraki Kenpeiga's aura plummeted, and a lot of blood gushed out along the wound. Terrible. Wow. Zaraki Kenpeiga suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, his body swayed, the scarlet blood dripped continuously, staining the ground red. The skin was broken, the flesh was bloody, and the blood flowed bit by bit, along his abdomen and into the ground. Tick. Tick-tock. At this time, the audience was silent, but the sound of the blood falling was so ear-piercing. Except for Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa, the other 11th team members were speechless and could not even believe this scene. In their eyes, Zaraki Kenpeiga, who was so lofty, was almost stabbed to death by Liu Yun. This is too exaggerated 980. But even though they didn't want to believe it anymore, when the facts were in front of them, everyone still felt unacceptable. The only fortunate thing is that Zaraki Kenpeiga did not die and is still tenacious. Captain Zaraki, this is the result you want. Liuyun put away the sealed state, his face was expressionless, and he didn't feel any pity because of Zaraki Kenpeiga's appearance. Reasonably, even Ichimaru-jin did not dare to take it lightly when facing him, and was forced to almost use Bankai. What's more, Zaraki Kenpeiga also took the initiative to let Liuyun slash him. In essence, the collision between slash and slash is also the confrontation between Ryotsu. It is precisely because of the unimaginable terrifying power contained in Liuyun's body that he can easily break the layer of Ryotsu covering Zaraki Kenpeiga's body, thus severely wounding him. Team Leader. The members of the 11th team rushed forward, but when they stretched out their arms to help Zaraki Kenpeiga, they were suddenly knocked away by Ryotsu from his body. Go away. Zaraki Kenpeiga panted heavily, waved his hands, kaeb, and stood upright. What was shocking was that there was no sign of pain on his face, but a horribly excited smile on his face. Ha! That's it, come on, swing your blade at me as much as you want. Zaraki Kenpeke, like a madman, tore up his upper body clothes and roared violently. At this time, his whole body was bathed in blood, but there was a ferocious smile on his face, which made people shudder like a monster. Not enough, Liu Yun. Zaraki Kenpeke roared excitedly, from that one knife, I feel that you are showing mercy, that would be too boring. Come on, try your best to cut me, no matter one knife or two knife, as long as you can cut me that's enough. Although the breath is sluggish, Zaraki Kenpeke's fighting spirit has become stronger. He is tall and straight, with black hair dancing, and the bell tied on his hair keeps ringing. Jingle bell jingle bell. Every sound can help him feel the powerful Ryotsu from Liu Yun's body, only in this way will he be more excited. On the other side, seeing Zaraki Kenpeke provoking like a madman, Liu Yun was taken aback. Is this guy really a lunatic? Liu Yun's eyes flickered, and his heart was extremely shocked. To be reasonable, he did have spare strength when he made the slash just now, because he was afraid of taking Zaraki Kenpeke's life with a single blow. However, he underestimated Zaraki Kenpeke's dedication to fighting. If you meet the strong, you will be strong, the more your life is in danger, the stronger your strength will be. Why, don't you want to continue working? Seeing that Liu Yun was unmoved, Zaraki Kenpeke roared displeased, then it's my turn, Liu Yun. Zaraki Kenpeke bared his teeth, his burly body seemed to burst out with a huge energy, he leaped into the air, and Zanpakuto slashed at Liu Yun's head sharply. Although the blood looks so terrifying, even creepy. Although the wound is broken, it doesn't mean that the battle is over, but it means that the original animal nature will erupt unreservedly, because only blood can stimulate the animal nature hidden in the body. When the beast broke out, Zaraki Kenpeke launched a fierce attack on Liu. It's really tough. Liu Yun's pupils shrank suddenly, and he waved the sealed state with his backhand, suddenly blocking Zaraki Kenpeke's slash. Boom! Despite the huge impact, his figure is still as stable as a rock. It's just that a huge deep pit appeared on the ground under his feet. No way, I can only be serious. Liu Yun's eyes were fixed, and he raised his arms high again, and chopped down in the air. Swipe swipe. 1, 2, 3. More and more scars appeared on Zaraki Kenpeke's body, and bloodline fell like raindrops, not only staining his clothes red, but also staining the ground of the 11th team building red. The scarlet blood flowed continuously along the ground, and even condensed into a river of blood. Ha, it's not enough, come on, use a more brutal slash to slash me, this level is not enough to slash me. Although his body was covered with cuts and bruises, Zaraki Kenpeke's fighting spirit became more vigorous, like a warrior who would never fall down. Hateful. Liu Yun felt tricky for the first time, not because of Zaraki Kenpeke's strength, but also because of his almost crazy character. Perhaps, as Zaraki Kenpeke said, the battle will only end if he is beheaded. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeke wiped the wound with his palm, immediately licked the blood on his palm, swallowed it hard, and roared ecstatically, it's great, that's the feeling, the taste of blood is really exciting. After many years, he once again experienced the taste of life and death. Behind, Kuzujishi Yachiru also showed a smile, seeing Zaraki Kenpeke dying, she still didn't have any worries. Great, I haven't seen Xiaojian so happy for a long time. Maybe Liu Yun is really the person Xiaojian has been waiting for many years. Chapter 78. It's been a long time since I saw Xiaojian so happy. Kuzujishi Yachiru squatted on the eaves, propped his chin with his hands, and a cute smile appeared on his pink face. But in this way, the little sword is very likely to die. But she soon curled her lips with a sad face. As a person who depends on Zaraki Kenpeke, she knows Zaraki Kenpeke's limit very well. Although Zaraki Kenpeke looks ferocious now, this one is only inspired by the long silent beast nature. And once that momentum wears off, Zaraki Kenpeke goes down with an injury too severe. This guy. Liu Yun frowned and had to take a step back, putting down the sealed state in his hand. Although he swung the blade again and again, not only failed to cut Zaraki Kenpeke, but made him even crazier. Confronted with this almost madman-like behavior, Even Liuyun himself felt the creeps. Zaraki Kenpeke. No wonder he is known as a man with immortality. It seems that it is not easy to compete with him. Liuyun sighed sadly. In fact, it is not impossible to chop Zaraki Kenpeke. Liuyun only needs to use the power of One Punch Man, and he can easily kill Zaraki Kenpeke in seconds. It's just that in that case, it will be premised on paying Zaraki Kenpeke's life. Liuyun didn't want to bear such a heavy price. Facing the provocation of Zaraki Kenpeke, he is helpless. When he saw Liuyun stop again, Zaraki Kenpeke was taken aback, and immediately roared dissatisfied, "Why, keep going, Liuyun. I just enjoyed the fun of fighting, why did you stop again?" Zaraki Kenpeke held up the sealed state and roared, "If you don't want to make a move, then don't blame me." As the voice fell, the figure of Zaraki Kenpeke surged out again, holding Zanpakuto in his hand and slashing at Liuyun. It's really no fun. This time Liuyun was really angry. A simple sentence, but it contains a terrifying ryotsu that makes people tremble. Liuyun raised his arm high, grasped the sealed state tightly, and then slammed it down. In an instant, a slash like a stream of light streaked across the air, slashing forward aggressively. Wherever the slash went, all the ground collapsed. Brush! Even though the slash was gradually enlarged in his eyes, Zaraki Kenpeke still didn't have the slightest fear, and the blood in his body seemed to become more boiling. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he feels, and the more violent the ryotsu inside him. As expected, you didn't use all your strength at all. You're really a monster, no wonder Captain Yamamoto valued it. Only falling down in this way is the most enjoyable ending to enjoy the battle. Zaraki Kenpeke roared to the sky, a terrifying ryotsu vented like a tsunami. At this moment, he unreservedly released all the power in his body to fight Songwei. "Come on, let's make the final blow with all our strength." Not only did Zaraki Kenpeke not flinch, but he held up the Zanpakuto, rushing towards the slash with joy. Boom! There was a violent collision between ryotsu, and countless cracks centered on the two of them, spreading to the surroundings, covering the entire 11th team building densely in just a moment. All around, the members of the 11th squad panicked. They fled towards the surroundings with pale faces, for fear of being swallowed by this terrifying energy storm. The ground shattered, houses collapsed, and countless sawdust flew across. When the two forces sublimated to ultimate, a 10-meter-high ryotsu beam of light exploded, enveloping the figures of Zaraki Kenpeke and Liuyun. Boom! The riots destroyed everything they went. Even Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Kauji had to flee far away to avoid being affected by the energy storm. Small sword. Kuzujishi Yachiru's expression also became disappointed. Since she has followed Zaraki Kenpeke since she was a baby, she has always known Zaraki Kenpeke's strength. Even in the most brutal Zaraki district, almost no one is a match for Zaraki Kenpeke. But this was the first time Kuzujishi Yachiru met someone who could push Zaraki Kenpeke into a corner, and she even felt that Liuyun's strength seemed to be more than that. "Xiaojian, don't die." At this moment, the only thing Kuzujishi Yachiru can do is to pray that a miracle will happen and Zaraki Kenpeke will survive. 0 for flowers. 0. On the collapsed ground, Zaraki Kenpeke fell to the ground dying. His clothes were in tatters, and he was wearing a bloodline Madara. If it wasn't for that arm that was still only holding the long sword, they might have mistakenly thought that he was dead. This brutal and bloody fight was finally won by Liuyun. Although Zaraki Kenpeke didn't die, he was unconscious and nearly fell into a coma. It is clear to all that Zaraki Kenpeke lost. What's more serious is that with the spread of the ryotsu storm, the 11th team's team building was almost destroyed and became desolate. Ugh! Madarame Ikeku first looked at Zaraki Kenpeke who fell to the ground, and then looked at Liuyun with a gloomy face, and sighed helplessly. 0. In fact, he had already guessed that this would be the result. No matter who falls, Liuyun or Zaraki Kenpeke, the 11th team building will be destroyed because of the battle between them. The only good thing is, Zaraki Kenpeke is still alive. Liuyun, under the witness of all the team members, you defeated the captain. Madarame Ikeku came in front of Liu Yun and said with mixed feelings, although I don't want to admit it, but the facts are in front of my eyes. According to the old rules of Godai 13, you are qualified to be the new captain. Duty as captain, to be the new Kenpeki. Liu Yun murmured in a low voice, and immediately said without hesitation, no, I refuse. Whether it is the position of captain or the honor of Kenpeki, I am not interested. From the beginning, I just want to stay quietly in Shifen team, just to be your partner. What? Madarame Ikeku was taken aback, and asked in surprise, you really intend to only serve as the 4th member of the 11th team? That's right. Liu Yun raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly, I'm just a newcomer, wouldn't it be more perfect to blend in with you without breaking the original pattern? What's more, through this battle, I seem to have touched the edge of awakening Zanpakuto. Liu Yun knows very well that the only thing he can do to awaken Zanpakuto is to do sword meditation. Chapter 79. Liu Yun has an intuition, he seems to have touched the edge of Shikai. Through this battle, he released the Ryutsu in his body to his heart's content. In the past, because the power of One Punch Man in the body was too great, Ryutsu, which existed in the body itself, was suppressed. Over time, the transmission between Ryutsu and Zanpakuto also became slow and even stagnant. This is why Liu Yun always holds the sealed state in his hand, not Zanpakuto. As we all know, Zanpakuto's shape and abilities are based on the Shinigami's own soul. A Shinigami gains power by knowing the name of the Zanpakuto given to them, and by having a spiritual dialogue with it. Born with the Shinigami, died with the Shinigami, this is Zanpakuto. Due to the suppression of Ryutsu, the Flow 290 cloud has been unable to communicate with Zanpakuto in depth, and thus has not been able to learn Zanpakuto's name. More importantly, when his sealed state collided with Zaraki Kenpeki's Zanpakuto, there was a faint resonance. It was the vibe of a longing to break free from the sealed state. This shows. Zanpakuto of Zaraki is crying. I seem to hear its knife screaming. Liu Yun was stunned for a moment, he looked at Zaraki Kenpeki, and pondered in surprise, obviously he has an extremely powerful Ryutsu, but he still can't exert his full strength. This may be the reason for the Zanpakuto Yuanming in his hand. He vaguely remembered what the Shinigami teacher had said when he first enrolled. Once Zanpakuto fights with people who cannot trust each other, not only will they not be able to exert their full strength, but they will even offset each other's strengths. This matter will never be understood by those who only believe in their own strength. And Zaraki Kenpeki is such a person, so he is the only person in Godai 13 who can't be Shikai. Am I also such a person? Liu Yun's eyes flickered and he pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, from entering the Zhenyang Ling Academy to obtaining the sealed state, he has always relied on the power of One Punch Man to fight, but he has never really understood the sealed state in his hands. Weapons to use. Perhaps for Liu Yun, the power of Shinigami is dispensable and not important at all. After all, as long as he is willing, he has the ability to kill the enemy with one punch. However, his identity has changed now. Leaving everything behind, he is now a Shinigami. Now that it has become a Shinigami, it must be inseparable from Zanpakuto, so the awakening of Shikai is inevitable, but it is long overdue after all. No matter what, let's wait until the moment of Saber Zen. Liu Yun made up his mind, as long as the opportunity comes, he will use the Saber Zen to awaken Shikai. Every dead Shendu has a unique space in his own spiritual world, and he gains power by talking to a part of his soul, that is, Zanpakuto. This is the so-called Knife Zen. Sword Zen is the easiest known method to communicate with the soul of Zanpakuto. Once successfully entered into the soul space of Zanpakuto, most of them successfully awaken Shikai. On the other side, as the battle came to an end, members of the 11th team hurriedly cleaned up the ruins. Due to the battle between Liu Yun and Zaraki Kenpeki, the entire 11th team building was almost destroyed, more than half of the buildings collapsed, and there were ruins everywhere as far as the eye could see, as if they had experienced a natural disaster. Hurry up and lift the rubble away and clean the ground again. Madarame Ikeku sighed helplessly while commanding in an orderly manner. At the same time, under his order, several members of the 11th squad lifted the unconscious Zaraki Kenpeikigo back to the team room. "Oh, what a headache." Madarame Ikeku patted his head and said helplessly, "Although both of them are safe and sound, this team building was almost destroyed. Once the captain blames me, I will be the one to blame." Madarame Ikeku shudders whenever he thinks of Captain Yamamoto's majestic face. Although Zaraki Kenpeiki is the captain of the 11th team, he always does his own thing and is not bound by the rules. As the vice-captain, Kuzujishi Yachiru is Zaraki Kenpeiki's little follower, and he also doesn't like to deal with team affairs. Ever since, the heavy responsibility fell on Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Komi personally and once the captain of Yamamoto blames it, the first to bear the brunt is Madarame Ikeku, who is the third seat. At this time, Liu Yun came to Madarame Ikeku, looked at his frowning face, and asked, "Madara Musingzi, what's wrong with you? Is there any problem that cannot be solved? If there is a need, I will also can help." "Ugh!" Madarame Ikeku said helplessly, "The destruction of the team building will definitely arouse the anger of Captain Yamamoto. After all, Jingling has always been a peaceful place. Besides, when the captain falls into a coma, I will definitely be reprimanded. So it's just a trivial matter." Liu Yun raised his head and said with a hearty smile, "It was because of my battle with Zaraki Kenpeiki that the team building was destroyed, so I will take the blame for this." "Liu Yun, you..." Madarame Ikeku wanted to say something more, but finally gave up. After all, Liu Yun was recognized by Captain Yamamoto, so it is understandable to be forgiven. On the other side, earlier, the Ryotsu storm caused by the confrontation between Zaraki Kenpeiki and Liu Yun had already swept the entire Jingling Court along the 11th team building. Almost everyone felt this terrifying Ryotsu, and some the team is no exception. First team building, Chief Captain 5.9 Team Affairs Room. "Old man. Let me just say, Liu Yun joining the 11th team may not be a good thing." Kurako Shunsui kept fiddling with the straw hat in his hand, gloating. "Humph." Captain Yamamoto looked serious, and snorted displeasedly, "You actually violated the rules and openly engaged in a life-and-death duel in Jingling Court. That guy Zaraki Kenpeiki really couldn't control his desire to fight." "Sir, I heard that Zaraki Kenpeiki was seriously injured." Kurako Shunsui said in a deep voice, "With such a serious injury, I am afraid that only Captain Anohanaretsu can heal him in a short time. I think it is better to let Captain Anohanaretsu go to the 11th team. I heard that she has been very interested in Liu Yun for a long time." Chapter 80. I heard that Captain Anohanaretsu has long been interested in Liu Yun. Kurako Shunsui said with great interest. "Anohanaretsu is also interested in Liu Yun." Captain Yamamoto's eyes were fixed, and he said in a deep voice, "It's no wonder. I think it's because Liu Yun showed his talent in cutting skills at the conference, right?" "That's right, old man, you think the same as I do." Kurako Shunsui reminisces about the past, and sincerely said, "After all, Anohanaretsu was the first-generation Kenpeiki back then. Although she has served as the captain of the medical team these years, I think her nature has not changed. She is still interested in fighting and fighting. Slashing has a persistent pursuit. Anohanaretsu, although he is the captain of the 10th squad now, is also one of the 4 captains who have served the longest. But, thousands of years ago, everything was different. Anohanaretsu, who had a gentle and elegant appearance, was not like what he is now. Before he joined Godai 13, he was an unprecedented villain in history. Later, he was accepted by the captain of Yamamoto and became the captain of the 11th team in first-generation Godai 13. First-generation Kenpeiki, Anohanaretsu Yachiru. Once upon a time, she boasted that she mastered all schools and knife styles in the world, and named herself 8,000 styles. Afterwards, Anohana learned Kido from Kylin Temple 10's hero, in order to enjoy the fun of fighting more. She went to Rukonga in the name of fighting against Rukonga gangsters to find her favorite warrior. As a result, she encountered Zaraki Kenpeiki in the grass deer area, and the two sides fought desperately. In the end, Anohanaretsu lost. Since then, everything about Zaraki Kenpeiki has been buried in Anohanaretsu's heart. And when the news of the duel between Liuyun and Zaraki Kenpeka came out, it touched Anohanaretsu's heart instantly. The quarters of the fourth team. The atmosphere here is quiet and the environment is elegant, which is in stark contrast with the 11th team that has been turned into ruins. Because it is a special medical team, the members of the fourth team do not have strong strength, but have mastered superb medical skills. Team room. Anohanaretsu stood alone in front of the window, looking out of the window without saying a word, seeming to be preoccupied. She has a gentle and peaceful appearance, with long black hair parted in the middle. Because I want to cover up the scars from the fight with Zaraki Kenpeki, I usually wear my hair in a braid and hang it in front. Zaraki Kenpeki was actually defeated. Anohanaretsu murmured in a low voice, seemingly unbelievable in his words. Although she had witnessed Liuyun's strength in the conference, but when Zaraki Kenpeki also fell, she couldn't accept this huge psychological shock for a while. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Da-da-da. Anohanaretsu turned around, only to see Deputy Captain Katetsu Eizen walk into the room with a look of haste. Team leader. Katetsu Eizen said solemnly, I just received an order from Captain Yamamoto. He hopes that you can go to the 11th place to treat Captain Zaraki's injury. Why? An order from the captain? Anohanaretsu froze, feeling very surprised. After all, for hundreds of years, Captain Yamamoto has rarely given orders, and Anohanaretsu, as one of the oldest Shinigami, has always been independent and unrestrained. Although the duel between Liuyun and Zaraki Kenpeki this time caused a huge commotion, everyone knew that with Zaraki Kenpeki's almost pervert body, even if he didn't deliberately treat it, he would recover quickly. So what is the purpose of the captain's order this time? Could it be for Liuyun? Anohanaretsu frowned slightly. She vaguely guessed Captain Yamamoto's thoughts, and only the talented Liuyun could win the favor of Captain Yamamoto. From Liuyun, Anohanaretsu also seems to see himself thousands of years ago, possessing strong strength, but easily hurting the people around him. Captain, are you going to the 11th team? Katetsu Eizen asked suspiciously. Let's go, since the captain gave the order deliberately, let's go to the 11th team. It just so happens that I am also very interested in Liuyun. Anohanaretsu smiled softly and charmingly. Yes, Captain. Katetsu Eizen nodded slightly, followed her footsteps and left the 4th Division team building. On the other side, the 11th team building. After a whole morning of cleaning and sweeping, the broken walls and ruins in the ruins have been swept away. There are many dying buildings on the empty site, and the 11th team has returned to its original appearance. Team room. You should have received the news, right? I heard that Captain Anohanaretsu is coming to treat Captain Zaraki's injury soon. Madarame Ikeku said ecstatically. In his opinion, once Anohanaretsu, who possesses superb medical skills, makes a shot himself, Zaraki Kenpeki's injuries will definitely heal quickly. Hee, that's really great. Xiaojian has been in a coma for a long time. Kuzujishi Yachiru said with his mouth covered, frowning. She jumped up and easily landed on Liuyun's shoulders, and comforted her cutely. Yun, you don't have to blame yourself. Although Xiaojian was seriously injured, he found unprecedented happiness. Instead, I should help him. Thank you for that. Liuyun smiled slightly, stretched out his palm and pinched Kuzujishi Yachiru's pink face, and said with a hearty smile, I'm sorry, as the 4th seat of the fan team, Zhao Wangzhao, was not able to do so in this accident. How can I help you? It's nothing. Just leave these things to the little ones. Ayase Chuan waved his hand and said nonchalantly to Lu. At this moment, there was a sound of steady footsteps outside the door. Everyone turned around quickly and stared at the door tightly. Squeak! When the door opened, a graceful figure came into view. It was Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division. Captain Anohanaretsu, you are here. Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika bowed slightly and said respectfully. Don't worry, I will treat the injury of the bigger captain. Anohanaretsu signaled with a smile, and at the same time shifted her gaze to Liuyun, and took the initiative to cast a kind and moving smile at Liuyun. Are you Liuyun? I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Chapter 81. You are Liu Yun, right? I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Anohanaretsu took the initiative to throw a kind smile at Liu Yun. She has an outstanding temperament, gentle and elegant, and will bring people a unique sense of intimacy invisibly. Want to know me for a long time? Liu Yun was taken aback, feeling very surprised. To be reasonable, apart from meeting Anohanaretsu once at the conference, the two had almost no interaction, not even a conversation. Why did Anohanaretsu suddenly want to know him? Liu Yun was confused and couldn't think of a reason. Is it because I performed too well at the conference? Liu Yun frowned slightly, he thought about it but gave up the idea. If this is the reason, then Anohanaretsu would have come to the door when he arrived at the Bidaemon, but Liu Yun did not find her in the crowd that day. Or, because of Captain Zaraki. Liu Yun looked hesitantly, he turned around and stared at Zaraki Kenpeka lying on the bed, with many doubts in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that there might be some special connection between Anohanaretsu and Zaraki Sword 9078. That's right, don't forget that you are the most outstanding talent that Soul Society has ever seen, so I naturally want to know you. Anohanaretsu smiled beautifully. It's a great honor. I've known you for a long time, Captain Anohanaretsu. Liu Yun bowed slightly and said modestly and politely. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, Anohanaretsu is perfect, almost impeccable. Being able to be valued by such a perfect woman is a pleasing thing in itself, and naturally Liu Yun will not reject this secret. What's more, after becoming a member of Godai 13, it is always a good thing to have an extra staff. On the side, Madarame Ikeku asked, Captain Anohanaretsu, are you here to heal Captain Zaraki under the order of Captain Yamamoto? That's right. Anohanaretsu nodded and said, I heard that Zaraki Kenpeki was seriously injured in the duel with Liu Yun, so I came here to heal it. But, what happened to make him look like this? In Anohanaretsu's vision, Zaraki Kenpeki lay dying on the bed, bloody all over, his dark skin was covered with layers of blood scabs, it looks horrible as if it's not human. She turned around and stared at Liu Yun solemnly, as if waiting for an answer. This. Stared at by Anohanaretsu, Liu Yun lowered his head in embarrassment, and said, Zaraki Kenpeki was seriously injured because of a slash I made when I was a little serious. What? Although he was prepared in his heart, Anohanaretsu's pupils contracted suddenly when he heard it with his own ears, and he was still very shocked. Just a little seriousness can bring Zaraki Kenpeki to the brink of death. Then if it is taken very seriously, how terrifying will Liu Yun's chopping be? Anohanaretsu was shocked and couldn't imagine. Although this statement is exaggerated, unexpectedly, she did not doubt what Liu Yun said. However, Anohanaretsu thinks so, but her adjutant doesn't think so. A little serious. Katetsu Aizen didn't change his face on the surface, but secretly sneered with disdain. I'm afraid he said that deliberately in order to steal the limelight in front of the captain, right? That's Zaraki Kenpeki, one of the most powerful Shinigami in Godai 13, who would be killed by him knocked down by a slightly serious slash. Don't be kidding. Katetsu Aizen's impression of Liu Yun was more on his performance at the conference, although Liu Yun's performance was amazing, able, to suppress many seats. But she didn't think Liu Yun had the strength to challenge Zaraki Kenpeki. If Katetsu Aizen knew that Liu Yun slashed Zaraki Kenpeki mercilessly for fear of killing Zaraki Kenpeki by mistake, he would be completely stunned. In fact, Liu Yun didn't even use 1% of his strength. On the other side, Anohanaretsu came to the edge of the bed. She looked at the injury on Zaraki Kenpeki, frowned, and said solemnly, such a serious injury, in other people's words. I'm afraid he's dying. That is to say, Zaraki Kenpeki's special physique can resist it. At the end, she said in a deep voice, Liu Yun, you've hit hard. That. I have already shown mercy. Liu Yun shrugged helplessly, expressing his innocence. Even a slash with 1% power is considered too heavy, he really has no choice. This feeling of being misunderstood is really uncomfortable. After all, his power has already broken through the sky, and it is not easy to perfectly control his own power. Anohanaretsu seemed to see Liuyun's embarrassment, waved her jade hand, and a touching smile appeared on her beautiful face again, but it's okay, under the healing of my Kido, Zaraki Kenpaku's injury should heal soon. Kido? Liuyun asked in surprise. You just joined Godai 13, so you probably don't know much about Kido. Anohanaretsu explained patiently, Kido is a kind of Kido, and its effect is healing. The difference from Bakudo and Heido is that not all dead Shendu know Kido, and only the fourth team members are good at Kido. Although the other team members have a few people can use Kido, but they are not very grandmaster, it is a medical method after all. I see. No wonder I don't know Kido. Liuyun nodded, having a general understanding of Kido. Indeed, as a special medical method, only the members of the fourth squad will go to special practice. And when he was still practicing at Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy, his mentor never even mentioned information about Kido. As one can imagine, this is a kind of unpopular Kido hate. It seems that my understanding of Shinigami is not thorough enough. Liuyun's eyes flickered, and he murmured in a low voice. At this moment, Anohanaretsu placed both hands on Zaraki Kenpaku's wound, and green fluorescence emerged from the palm, constantly moisturizing the wound. Afterwards, Anohanaretsu turned sideways, and when she found Liuyun staring intently at the fluorescent light, she asked with interest, Liuyun, you seem to be very interested in Kido. That's right. Liuyun nodded irrefutably. If you want, I think I can teach you myself. Anohanaretsu showed a charming smile at Liuyun, and asked softly, would you like to learn from Kido? Chapter 82. Do you want to learn Kido? If you want, I can teach you personally. Anohanaretsu smiled kindly and invited Liuyun in front of everyone. What? After hearing this sentence, Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa bowed their hands, and the expressions of the two changed, and they were extremely shocked. Captain Anohanaretsu actually wants to teach Liuyun Kido himself? Oh my god, isn't that true? The two looked at each other, and they both looked at each other in dismay. As veteran players who have been in Jingling for decades, the two of them are very aware of Anohanaretsu's position in Godai 13. As one of the few hundred-year-old captains, Anohanaretsu has a high status and is respected by countless people. Although she is the captain of the 4th Division, she teaches Kido to the 4th Division members in line with the captain's duty. Although this kind of large-scale teaching has a certain effect, it cannot really reach a person. And since 100 years ago, looking at the entire Soul Society, there is no one who can let Anohanaretsu teach Kido hand in hand. Therefore, it is a shock that Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa personally. Compared with the two of them, Kitetsu Aizen has a dull expression, a blank mind, and is completely messed up. Why, a newcomer who has never met before, how can Captain Anohanaretsu willingly teach Kido? Kitetsu Aizen kept murmuring in a low voice, extremely shocked in his heart, obviously did not accept this fact. As the vice-captain of the 4th Division, she has followed Anohanaretsu for decades. But even so, she failed to make Anohanaretsu willingly teach her Kido, and it was more of a convenient teaching when she was trained as a future captain. Before coming to the 11th team, Anohanaretsu didn't even have any intersection with Liu Yun, and the two were almost strangers. Just a one-sided relationship has changed the bottom line of the past few decades. Who the hell is Liu Yun? Damn it, this guy! Kitetsu Aizen gritted his teeth fiercely, aggrieved like a child who lost his mother's love. Following Anohanaretsu for so many years, she has long regarded Anohanaretsu as a dependent relative, and even regarded herself as her future successor. However, the appearance of Liu Yun not only stole the limelight in front of Anohanaretsu, but also easily achieved what she had longed for decades. This huge contrast made Kitetsu Aizen's mood plummet. Why? Is it because he is a genius who comes out once in 100 years? Che Yanjian bit his lower lip, lowered his head unwillingly, and a burning fire of jealousy ignited in his heart. It's a pity that Anohanaretsu didn't notice her changes from the beginning until now, and her eyes always stayed on Liu Yun. She smiled kindly and said, although Kido is not a must-have skill for every dead Shendu. But it can produce unexpected effects at critical moments. If you want, I can teach you personally. Anohanaretsu stared at Liu Yun intently, expecting his response. In fact, she did not want to teach Liu Yun Kido on a whim, but after careful consideration. On the one hand, Liu Yun himself has extraordinary talent, a peerless talent that comes out of the Soul Society once in a century. As long as he puts his heart into it, mastering Kido is not difficult. On the other hand, Anohanaretsu sees himself in Liu Yun. Back then, she was the most vicious villain in the Soul Society, her hands were covered with blood, and she once took countless lives. Only by following Captain Yamamoto can this viciousness be restrained. Later, with the help of Kylin Temple Tianshiro, a member of Team Zero, Anohanaretsu cultivated his mind and nature, and learned the superb Kido technique. Then he resigned from Team 11 and became the captain of Team 4, truly abandoning evil Kongliang. He saw similarities in Liu Yun. Extremely powerful power, but unable to control this power as one likes, often causing injuries to partners around him. It is precisely because of this that Anohanaretsu wants to teach Liu Yun Kido from the bottom of his heart. Study Kido. Liu Yun's eyes flickered, and he looked at Anohanaretsu calmly. From the other party's beautiful eyes, he felt a trace of genuine care, which poured into his heart like a warm current. Zero looking for flowers. So, Liu Yun nodded happily, and responded, I am very honored to be favored by Captain Anohanaretsu. To be honest, I also really want to learn Kido, after all, it is also one of the important skills of Shinigami. But... Liu Yun turned around, looked at Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa in embarrassment, and said hesitantly, my current identity is the 4th seat of the 11th team, and you are the captain of the 4th team. According to the regulations of the Soul Society, without the approval of the original team captain, I have no right to practice with other captains. Liu Yun was confused. He wanted to follow Anohanaretsu to learn Kido, but he was afraid of breaking the rules of the Soul Society, which would cause dissatisfaction among the members of the 11th team. 0. After all, it is the behavior of cross-fan teams, which will inevitably cause some gaps. You don't have to worry about that. A touching smile appeared on Anohanaretsu's beautiful face, and she said understandingly, you are right, there is indeed a rule in the Soul Society, which clearly stipulates that members of Godei 13 are not allowed to cross teams. Practice is to avoid chaos. But, the 4th team is a special team as a medical team. It is mainly responsible for the first aid of the wounded, medical treatment and daily cleaning tasks of Siridae. Therefore, it is closely related to the major teams and is inseparable. What's more, practicing Kido is an act of icing on the cake, and it will not bring any gap between the two teams. Anohanaretsu looked at Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa and asked kindly, what's more, it's a good thing that Liu Yun can master Kido, I don't think you will object, right? No. It is a great thing to be able to master Kido, and of course we will not object. Madarame Ikeku nodded quickly. Ayasukawa echoed, Captain Anohanaretsu, I think even the larger captain would be very happy to see Liu Yun practice Taoism with you. Really? That would be great. Anohanaretsu smiled slightly, and said softly to Liu Yun, in order for you to master Kido as soon as possible, then the practice starts tonight. Chapter 83. At night, the night is shrouded, and the stars are hanging high in the hazy night sky. Every night, the bustling Jingling Court will become extraordinarily quiet. In the spacious aisle, there are no more people coming and going, and everyone stays in their respective teams behind closed doors. The same goes for the 4th division. As a special logistics team, the team building of the 4th team has a beautiful environment. In addition to the ordinary buildings, there is also a comprehensive treatment center to treat the personnel of other teams. After a tiring day, most of the team members fell asleep early. However, the team affairs room in the center of the team building is still brightly lit with 320. The 4th team, the team doctor's house. Although the doors and windows were closed, the howling of the cold wind could still be heard outside the window. The team affairs room was brightly lit, clean and tidy, and there was a kind of fragrance permeating the air. In the center of the room, Liu Yun sat cross-legged, and Anohanaretsu sat facing him. Liu Yun, from today onwards I will personally teach you the Kido technique, I hope you can master it as soon as possible. Anohanaretsu took the initiative to speak, and said, I think you are also very clear, as one of the important combat skills of Shinigami, Bakudo and Heido have a stricter level system, and the requirements for Ryutsu are also very strict, and they can be easily mastered only by virtue of talent. However, Kido is different. Anohanaretsu explained inwardly, because there are very few people who have mastered Kido in the Soul Society over the years, Kido has not been widely spread in Godei 13, so the threshold for practicing Kido is not high, which is why I insist on personally to teach you. Anohanaretsu continued, actually, I have known about your deeds for a long time. It is said that when you first joined the Shinyang Academy, you have already shown extremely powerful talents in Heido and Bakudo. According to your performance at the conference, and it is true. As one of the Kido systems, the principle of Kido art is similar, and its essence is the transformation of Ryutsu. Anohanaretsu said earnestly. Ryutsu's conversion. Liuyun fixed his eyes and asked in surprise. That's right, the essence of Heido is to use Kido to attack. By agglomerating Ryutsu, it turns into a powerful move. Bakudo is the process of turning Ryutsu into a means of banning. It's just that Kido is different from the two of them. You don't need a high concentration of condensed Ryutsu, just a stable Ryutsu. Then what should I do? Although hearing Anohanaretsu's patient explanation, Liuyun was still at a loss. When fighting the enemy in the past, he often killed the opponent with one punch, never leaving any chance to heal, so naturally he is not very grandmaster in this respect. First, try to control the Ryutsu in your body and gather them in the palm of your hand. Anohanaretsu solemnly exhorted, because when performing Kido, the best way is to heal the wound closely. Therefore, it is the most fundamental condition to gather Ryutsu in the palm of your hand. It's that simple. Liuyun said lightly. Immediately afterwards, with a thought in his mind, the huge Ryutsu buried in his body flowed rapidly, and finally condensed in his palm like a torrent. In an instant, Liuyun's palms radiated bright blue fluorescence, illuminating the entire room in an instant. The blue light is shining, bright and moving. The whole room seemed to be shrouded in a misty blue ocean. This Ryutsu is really scary. After feeling the oncoming Ryutsu, Anohanaretsu was startled and instinctively exclaimed. The Ryutsu emanating from Liuyun's hands gave her an extremely unique feeling. It is the same as ordinary Ryutsu, but it seems to be integrated with another kind of power. Especially that kind of thick feeling, as if condensed into substance, it is amazing. There is no doubt that this is a terrifying Ryutsu that rivals the captain-level Shinigami. And this level of Ryutsu will appear on a newcomer Shinigami, it has to be said that it is an incredible problem. It seems that I still underestimated your potential. Anohanaretsu shook her head mockingly. Until this moment she finally understood why Ichimaru-jin was suppressed, and Zaraki Kenpeki was knocked down again. Because, with this terrifying Ryutsu alone, Liuyun will not be afraid of anyone. 3.9 It's a pity, no matter what, Anohanaretsu would never have imagined that this huge Ryutsu is only 1% of the power in Liuyun's body, that's all. If it wasn't for Liuyun's deliberate restraint, once all the Ryutsu in his body were released, that coercion alone would have caused countless Shinigami to fall to the ground. He doesn't want to hurt innocent people. Okay, let's let you experience how Ryutsu transforms first. Before Liuyun could react, Anohanaretsu made an unexpected movement. Chapter 84. Accidentally took advantage of it. Liuyun expressed his innocence, although he had forced himself to concentrate, but when he felt the softness of Anohanaretsu's fingertips, Liuyun was still distracted. Ever since, there was an embarrassing scene. Liuyun came back to his senses, suddenly withdrew his hands, and smiled apologetically. It's just that when he came to his senses, he happened to meet Anohanaretsu's eyes. Liuyun and Anohanaretsu's eyes met, because the distance between them was too close. Even if he wanted to dodge Anohanaretsu's gaze, it was too late. But when Liuyun stared carefully at the beautiful face in front of him, he suddenly realized Anohanaretsu is really beautiful. Anohanaretsu has exquisite and perfect facial features. Those big clear and transparent eyes contained agility and charm, and there was a sense of heroism between the brows, and the high bridge of the nose was even more enviable. In addition, the white and tender skin is even more rosy, like suet jade, which makes people love it. Whether it is appearance or temperament, Anohanaretsu is perfect. The most attractive thing is the gentle smile that always fills the corner of her mouth. Just like the afternoon sun warms the heart, making people feel comfortable physically and mentally. Anohanaretsu just sat there, but formed a pleasing picture. No matter who sees this scene, they can't help but be intoxicated by the gentleness and cannot extricate themselves. Compared to Rukia and Matsumoto Rangiku, Anohanaretsu is more attractive. Liuyun, what's the matter with you? Anohanaretsu smiled and said softly, seeing Liuyun lost his voice. At this time, Liuyun suddenly came back to his senses, and he responded awkwardly, I'm sorry, Captain Anohanaretsu, I didn't mean it just now, it's just that the ryotsu coming from me is so special that I lost for a while. It's okay. Anohanaretsu raised his eyebrows and smiled, and said dignifiedly and generously, being able to experience that feeling, you must have a certain understanding of Kido, right? That's right, I seem to have realized something. Liuyun stretched out his hands, and with a thought, the ryotsu in his body flowed quickly. The next moment, a dark green fluorescence appeared on the surface of his palm, calm and gentle, as if with a healing ability. Liuyun actually succeeded. It's an amazing talent. Anohanaretsu was still surprised even though she was prepared in her heart. A strange light flashed in the depths of her pupils, and she sighed with relief. Thank you Captain Anohanaretsu for your teaching. Liuyun stood up and said sincerely. It's nothing, being able to comprehend Kido so quickly depends entirely on your own talent. From now on, you follow me to practice the middle way every day. Anohanaretsu said. I see. Looking at the hazy night outside the window, Liuyun hurriedly said in order to ease the embarrassment caused by shaking hands, it's getting late, I'll go back to the 11th squad first. Go. Anohanaretsu nodded in agreement, and did not continue to persuade her to stay. It's just that when Liuyun left the room, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, as if she was touched. In the early morning of the next day, the morning sun rose slowly, and the dazzling sunlight shone on the earth, casting a layer of afterglow on the surface of everything. At this rare and quiet moment, Liuyun did not attend the regular team meeting, but sat alone in the center of the team building. He placed the sealed state on top of his legs with full anticipation, and put his hands flat on the knife. The slender and white blade is cold to the touch, conveying an indescribable feeling. This moment is divine. After all, for every Shinigami, the sealed state is just a prototype, not the real Zanpakuto. A Zanpakuto cannot be the only Zanpakuto unless it is imbued with its own spirit and belief by its owner. As long as you have a sealed state, you can inject your own soul. With the accumulation of time, the power of the soul will continue to increase, until one day you can call out the name of Zanpakuto, which means that Zanpakuto is truly awakened. I don't know what kind of ability the awakened Shunpo has. Liuyun rarely had a serious expression on his face. At this moment, his heart was heavy, as if he had returned to the state of mind when he was still a weak person. Fire Zanpakuto? Ice Zanpakuto? Water Zanpakuto? Pure physics Zanpakuto? What kind of power the awakened Zanpakuto has, even Liuyun himself doesn't know. During the battle with Zaraki Kenpeki a day ago, perhaps because Zaraki Kenpeki has similarities with him, I felt a special resonance. Zanpakuto of the Zaraki people is in Yun. Because they don't believe in Zanpakuto's power, they only use Zanpakuto as an ordinary sharp weapon to fight, which invisibly makes each other's strength wear away, so that Zanpakuto cannot display the true strength of Zanpakuto. This feeling is familiar. Because Liuyun is doing the same thing. While owning Ryotsu, Master Kido. But when fighting the enemy, Liuyun didn't deliberately use Kido, and even the seemingly incomprehensible Shunpo was his original power. Because of this, he was slow to awaken Zanpakuto. On the one hand, it is because the power of Zanpakuto is suppressed, and on the other hand, it is because Lugo did not engrave Chapter 010 at all to awaken Zanpakuto. Actually, he doesn't need to. However, over time, although everything seemed perfect, Liuyun always felt that something was missing. What's more, whenever he holds the sealed state to fight, he even feels a sense of resistance from the sealed state. This made Liuyun realize that he underestimated the seriousness of the matter. Anyway, let's do knife meditation first and try to enter the soul space of Zanpakuto. Liuyun smiled bitterly, suppressing the complicated thoughts in his heart. With a thought in his mind, an indescribable terror erupted like a volcano, sweeping across the surroundings. By the end, the entire room was enveloped in an extremely massive ryotsu. Under Liuyun's control, all ryotsu condensed into a blue beam pouring into the sealed state. Call out! When the ryotsu beam completely disappeared, the surface of the sealed state flashed a light blue luster. At this time, Liuyun closed his eyes tightly, pouring the ryotsu in his body into the sealed state continuously. With the infusion of ryotsu, there seems to be an unknown resonance. This feeling is very mysterious, as if entering another spiritual space. The moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly found himself in another mysterious space. That is the soul space of Zanpakuto. Chapter 85. The moment Liuyun opened his eyes, he suddenly found himself in another mysterious space. That is the soul space of Zanpakuto. Liuyun opened his eyes in confusion, and what came into view was the blue sky. Looking up, the scorching sun hangs high, the sky is cloudless, and the warm sunshine pours down on the earth. However, what surprised Liuyun was that when he looked around, he suddenly found that there were no familiar buildings around him. Here is. Looking around, there are towering high-rise buildings all around. The original quaint Rukonga disappeared, replaced by a bustling city. There are no more 320 blocks, no more Rukonga residents, and no Jingling Ting. Everything has changed. This place seems to be a world that is both strange and familiar, but Liuyun in it seems out of place. Did I go back again? Liuyun frowned, thoughts surged, and long-lost memories once again surfaced in his mind. Before crossing over to the Soul Society, he was originally an ordinary person with the power of One Punch Man. Compared with the quaint Soul Society, the world he lives in is the same as the present world, with not only high-rise buildings, but also a large population and prosperity. And the first feeling that Zanpakuto space brings to Liuyun is familiarity. Everything around seems familiar, but there is a sense of strangeness. Why did I come here? Could this be my true thoughts? Liuyun frowned and kept looking around. He was surprised to find that there was no one on the empty street. There was no sound, no figure, no bird or beast. It was as if he was the only one in the whole world. Naturally, a sense of loneliness enveloped his heart. Liuyun seems to have gone back to the past, with innocent companions all day long, no companions, no family ties, and alone. AJ. Liuyun's eyes were fixed, and his figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared on another street. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, there was no trace of anyone. In the endless city, there was no sound other than his own footsteps. He seemed to be abandoned by the whole world once again. Why did this happen? Didn't I get rid of loneliness this year? Why did I go back to the original point? Liuyun was full of doubts. Although this feeling is too real, he still maintains his rationality and keeps telling himself in his heart everything is false, this is just the soul of Zanpakuto. However, no matter how firm your heart is, if you immerse yourself in this lonely and hopeless atmosphere for a long time, you will eventually lose yourself. Liuyun looked dignified. The only thing to be thankful for was that he was still holding the sealed state in his hand. This shows that the experience of this year is real and not just a dream. With a thought in his mind, the majestic ryotsu burst out of his body, sweeping around like a storm. Under Liuyun's control, ryotsu turned into trickles, pouring into every corner of the city. Before long, ryotsu was on every street. Unfortunately, the result is still disappointing. No matter how Liuyun sensed it, he still couldn't detect anyone's breath. The city seemed like an empty city, desolate and uninhabited. The atmosphere is dignified, and there is a desperate silence in the air. At this time, Liuyun couldn't help recalling what teacher Shinigami had said in his mind. To be able to call out the name of Zanpakuto one day means that Zanpakuto has truly awakened. The only way to get Zanpakuto is to break it and let him say his name himself. Beat him personally. Liuyun murmured in a low voice. He suddenly realized something, and his eyes burst out with a flash of light. Since the condition for awakening Shikai is to enter the soul space of Zanpakuto and defeat him personally. That also means the soul of Zanpakuto is hidden somewhere in this city. Otherwise, Liu Yun would have no chance to defeat him, let alone awaken Shikai. This is not an empty city. However, here comes the problem. How to find out the spirit of Zanpakuto hidden in the city? Liu Yun expressed helplessness. Just now, he had used his whole body Ryutsu to search almost the whole city, not even sparing any corner. Even so, it is still impossible to find out where Zanpakuto's soul is. Could it be that the soul of Zanpakuto is able to evade Ryutsu's induction? Liu Yun was startled. As far as he knew, even Captain Yamamoto, known as the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, could not avoid Ryutsu's induction, so why did his own Zanpakuto soul have this ability? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Liu Yun's heart sank. In his impression, there is only one way to avoid Ryutsu's induction, and that is not having Ryutsu himself, let alone relying on Ryutsu to fight. This is very similar to myself. Maybe my Zanpakuto soul also has the power of One Punch Man. Thinking of this, Liu Yun vaguely had the answer in his heart, and he already guessed what he was about to face. A monster with the power of One Punch Man. Only by defeating him can Zanpakuto be truly awakened. Just when he was lost in thought, suddenly there was a loud noise in the blue sky. Bang! The deafening bang was as shocking as the roar of thunder. The moment the sound came out, the clouds in the sky disappeared, and even the blue sky gradually changed color. The sky was blushing one after another until it finally turned into a dark red that made people despair. The sky fluctuated violently, the earth shook suddenly, everything seemed to be the end of the world. What's going on? Liu Yun stared at the sky in doubt, with a strong sense of crisis emerging in his heart. Not long after, he saw a scene that took him by surprise. Boom! I saw that the entire sky was covered, and a huge shadow slowly descended from the clouds. Not only that, just the destructive momentum alone makes people despair. Meteorites. Chapter 86. Liu Yun looked up and saw a scene of astonishment. Sure enough, not long after, a piercing roar broke the silence. Boom! I saw that the entire sky was covered, and a huge shadow slowly descended from the clouds. Not only that, just the destructive momentum alone makes people despair. Meteorites. What's going on here? Even though Liu Yun was always calm in his heart, he was still extremely shocked when he saw the meteorite that almost occupied the entire sky. Although the entire meteorite is just a huge shadow and does not reveal its true appearance, but according to Liu Yun's estimation, its volume can almost cover the entire city. In other words, once this falling star falls, it will destroy the entire city in an instant. This is an almost unstoppable disaster. In the sky, a huge meteorite crashed down from the sky. Over time, it gradually revealed its entire face. This is a huge meteorite that cannot be described by the naked eye. Its surface is rugged, and it even ignited raging flames. It is as unstoppable as a natural disaster. 440. Is this the reincarnation of fate? Liu Yun's eyes flickered, and he murmured in a low voice. When he came to the Soul Society back then, just because of one punch, he had created an illusion similar to a natural disaster. So much so that for a long time, both Kiraku Shunsui and Captain Yamamoto mistakenly believed that it was a natural disaster. Now that he came to Zanpakuto's soul space, he actually witnessed an Amaterasu catastrophe with his own eyes. It has to be said that it is an inexplicable coincidence. What should I do? Stop this disaster. Liu Yun's eyes flickered, but he didn't make a move. Although he only needs to hold the sealed state high, he can easily shatter the meteorite with a single slash. But Liu Yun is very clear that this is just Zanpakuto's soul space city, and the so-called disaster is just an illusion. Even if the entire city is eventually destroyed by this huge meteorite, once he leaves Zanpakuto's soul space, everything will be back to normal. It can be said, this is a natural disaster that has no effect on Liu Yun. However, even so, Liu Yun still does not intend to stand idly by. A natural disaster of this magnitude would destroy the entire city in an instant, but then I would no longer be able to find the Zanpakuto spirit hidden in the city. So, I must act. Liu Yun's eyes burst out with a burst of brilliance, and finally decided to take action himself. Under the sky, Liu Yun stood tall and straight, staring at the sky coldly. Compared with the huge meteorite, he is as small as an insignificant ant. There is a huge difference in size between the two, as if their strength is completely out of proportion. However, the opposite is true. Liu Yun held the sealed state with one hand, his eyes were firm, his heart was calm, and he didn't feel the slightest fear because of the gradual decline of the fall. Instead, he took the initiative to take a step forward, releasing the Ryotsu inside him. This time, without the presence of Godei 13 personnel, the Empress finally fully released the calendar area in her body. Bang! The riot instantly condensed into substance, turning into hundreds of streamers of light shining in all directions. Tens of thousands of streamers shot out, dispelling the deep red color of the sky in a blink of an eye, and replacing it. The entire sky turned into azure blue, which was extremely spectacular. To be fair, this is the first time that Liu Yun has released all the Ryotsu in his body since he came to Soul Society. Since Ryotsu has been suppressed for a long time, once released, it is unstoppable. Those hundreds of streamers of light, each of which is condensed by Ryotsu, almost turned into substance, contains unimaginable terrifying power. If it was in the Soul Society, I am afraid that the entire Rukonga will be destroyed because they cannot bear this horrible Ryotsu. Call. After releasing all the power in his body, Liu Yun's aura rose steadily. After many years, I'm afraid this is the first time I'm serious. Liu Yun said with an intriguing arc on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking himself. Indeed, before crossing, he didn't dare to use all his strength. Because he was afraid that if he disagreed with each other, the whole city would be destroyed. After coming to the Soul Society, Lu Mi is also afraid of destroying the entire Soul Society. Therefore, no one has ever seen his true strength. Let's end this natural disaster. After saying this, Liu Yun's eyes turned cold, he raised the sealed state to the top of his head, and slammed it down. A blow that contains seriousness. All the strength in the body is unreservedly poured into this slash. In an instant, Ryotsu rioted, sweeping around like a storm. At this moment, time seems to freeze. The sky, the clouds, even the clouds in the sky are still. The whole world seemed to be left with only that bright and moving slash, like a flower of dawn blooming in the darkness. This slash like a stream of light rushed straight into the sky, and slashed straight at the meteorite in the sky. That was the slash that Liu Yun launched in the full serious state. Even looking at the entire Soul Society, it can be called the world's #1 slashing attack. If he was directly hit by this slash, everything in the world would be wiped out. The blazing light illuminated the entire sky, and it unexpectedly forcibly dispersed all the red light. With the passage of time, the slash gradually increased, and finally slashed at the meteorite under the gaze of Liu Yun's eyes. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the meteorite, which was as blazing as the sun, could not withstand the blow and shattered. Click click click! The huge meteorite was torn apart and turned into countless tiny fragments in an instant. It flew across the sky like a meteor and fell to the ground continuously. Sky riot, Ryotsu disorder. For a time, the sky seemed to have a dazzling meteor shower. The natural disaster is finally resolved. Then, Zanpakuto's soul should also appear. Liu Yun murmured in a low voice, full of expectation. Sure enough, not long after, a lazy voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence around. You can smash the meteorite with a single knife and solve this crisis. It seems that you are still a weird dot. Liu Yun, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that I have been waiting for you here for a long time. After hearing this lazy voice, Liu Yun was stunned, as if he was facing a big enemy. And at the end of his field of vision, a loose and thin figure appeared. Chapter 87. Liu Yun, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that I have been waiting for you here for a long time." After hearing this lazy voice, Liu Yun was stunned, as if he was facing a big enemy. And at the end of his field of vision, a loose and thin figure appeared. A casual face came into view. It was an unpretentious face, without the slightest eye-catching features. It could even be described as a dragon face. And the iconic big bald head can reflect the bright sun. Strictly speaking, even if the person in front of him is thrown into the crowd, no one will notice his existence immediately. After all, no one will care about an inconspicuous bald head. Even Liu Yun had the same idea. "Who are you?" Liu Yun's expression was solemn, his eyes fixed on the mysterious bald man in front of him, as if he was facing an enemy. For some reason, although the first impression of the bald man in front of him was that he was weak, he didn't have the demeanor of a strong man at all. He has neither the noble and cold temperament of Byakuya Kukaki. There is no domineering and fierce temperament of Zaraki Kenpeki, nor the cunning and mysterious temperament of Ichimaru Jin. There are almost no bright spots on him, of course, except for the big bald head like a light bulb. However, it was such an inconspicuous man that actually made Liu Yun feel a long-lost sense of crisis in his heart. You must know that since mastering the power of One Punch Man, no one can bring him such feelings no matter which world he goes to, and the bald man is the only exception. That is to say, peer-to-peer. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself." The bald man scratched his head loosely, with a look of doing whatever he wanted, as if he had no energy to fight. Under the light bulb-like bald head, he was wearing a yellow uniform with a cloak, adding a sense of humor to the bald man. No matter in terms of appearance, aura, or even clothing, the word vegetable chicken seems to be written on his face. The bald man shrugged his shoulders. He looked around, looked at the empty street, and curled his lips helplessly. "My name is Kido, and I am an ordinary person hidden in this space." "Kido?" Liu Yun raised his eyebrows, still maintaining vigilance, not daring to be careless. After all, this fact is too weird, and even now Liu Yun can't see through Saitama's strength. Chi-Yu doesn't have the slightest aura of a strong man, but looks ordinary instead. But no one would have imagined that there was an unbelievably terrifying king of power hidden in Kang's thin and small body. At this time, facing Liu Yun's cold gaze, Teacher Kido was stunned. "Oh, don't stare at me with such terrible eyes, I'm not a bad person." Teacher Kido looked around again, and murmured helplessly, "I have been living in seclusion in this deserted city for a long time. The only thing I have to do every day is to exercise regularly. To tell you the truth, my dream is to be a hero. Exercise and become a hero." Liu Yun's face was startled, and he was completely relieved. At this moment, he was finally able to confirm that the mysterious bald man in front of him was his Zanpakuto soul. Because when Liu Yun was not a strong person before time travel, he also exercised with the same idea and obsession, and finally mastered the power of One Punch Man. So from this point of view, the two are exactly the same. But Kido touched his smooth head, and sighed with a sad face, "Although I have become stronger, I have also become bald. The gain is not worth the loss. What bothers me even more is that when I lose my hair, I also lose my passion for fighting. So everyday life is really boring." "Then why are you waiting for me here?" Liu Yun interrupted Saitama's words and asked in bewilderment. "Well, it's a long story." Saitama-sensei curled his lips and said casually, "You must also know that this is Zanpakuto's soul space, right?" Liu Yun nodded irrefutably. "I was born because we had the same dream and the same power. Have you forgotten? Zanpakuto and Shinigami were born and died together, and the two are inseparable. Zero looking for flowers. So, the moment you become a Shinigami, I already exist." After listening to Teacher Kido's words, Liu Yun's expression became more dignified, and he murmured in a low voice, "Have the same power? You mean?" "That's right." Teacher Saitama lazily said, "As long as I want to, I can beat anyone with one punch." He is not proud of his own strength, but has a kind of calmness that is taken for granted. As expected, Liu Yun's mind once again recalled what Teacher Shinigami said back then. Awakening Zanpakuto is a long process, only when Shinigami continuously pours Ryutsu into Zanpakuto, will it gradually have its own soul, character, and even ability. 00. It is precisely because Liu Yun himself has the power of One Punch Man that Saitama-sensei was born. Seeming to see Liu Yun's troubles, Saitama teacher continued, Liu Yun, look at this city, the empty streets, the surroundings are silent and deserted, it is completely a dead city. Do you know why it is like this? Liu Yun frowned slightly and shook his head, he also wanted to know the truth. That's because our two strengths are mutually exclusive. Saitama teacher curled his lips and said casually, the power I possess is not only a part of the power in your body, but also independent, but my power is essentially a part of Zanpakuto. It is precisely because you deliberately suppress the power of Zanpakuto because of this, the world has become like this. Before that, the world was bustling and bustling, with a large population. It used to be a bustling metropolis, but now I'm the only one left alone, alas. Teacher Saitama sighed helplessly, as if he felt uncomfortable with this boring life. Bored? Is that why you waited for me? Liu Yun asked thoughtfully. That's right. I'm tired of this kind of life. Teacher Kyu's expression changed, and he said seriously, Liu Yun, only by defeating me can our two strengths be completely integrated. So, let's fight with all our strength. Chapter 88. That's right. I'm tired of this kind of life. Teacher Kyu's expression changed, and he said seriously, Liu Yun, only by defeating me can our two strengths be completely integrated. So, let's fight with all our strength. Although Saitama-sensei's expression became serious, but, still makes people feel weak. This can't be blamed on him, after all, after becoming bald, his appearance looks too ordinary, like a dragon. Even if he was serious, he still didn't exude a strong aura. Does this guy really have the same ability as me? Liu Yun shrugged, expressing his doubts. No matter how you look at it, Mr. Saitama doesn't look like a strong man, but Takumi gives people a feeling of vegetable chicken. Facing such an opponent, Liu Yun couldn't cheer up at all. Why, you don't want to make a move? Seeing that Liu Yun hadn't made a move for a long time, Teacher Kyo frowned slightly, as if he was not in a happy mood. All of a sudden, a powerful aura surged out of his body, pressing down on Liu Yun like an invisible sea. It was the invisible murderous aura that had made countless monsters terrified. When this murderous aura enveloped the air, Liu Yun's face changed in shock, feeling a heavy pressure on his shoulders, and even his breathing was affected. So he didn't take it seriously until now. Liu Yun's face was serious, if he could still maintain his composure when facing Captain Yamamoto. Then Saitama-sensei gave him a feeling of invincibility. It was as if the ugly bald man in front of him couldn't be defeated. Under the black hair, Liu Yun's face was filled with a smile full of interest. Mr. Saitama, who was going all out, finally forced him to be serious. When he was in Soul Society, whether he was fighting Ichimaru-jin or Zaraki Kenpei, Liu Yun always restrained his own strength and did not dare to attack easily. Because he was afraid that they would be beheaded if he didn't pay attention, which would cause tragedy. But when facing Teacher Kyo, Liu Yun seemed to have an illusion that the shackles on his body disappeared. Here he can not only go all out to fight, but also thoroughly enjoy the fun of fighting. Only because his opponent is One Punch Supreme. The atmosphere is dignified, and there is a dead silence in the air that makes people breathe heavily. When Teacher Saitama's aura diffused, the whole world stopped, and it seemed that he was the only one left in the world. Although he looks mediocre, his aura is enough to overwhelm the Hong Kong officials. At this time, Liu Yun asked, Saitama, you mean if I can defeat you, then our strengths will merge with each other, right? That's right. Teacher Saitama responded undeniably, as long as you can defeat me, it means that you have gained my approval, and you can learn the name of Zanpakuto from my mouth. From then on, the sealed state in your hand will change become Zanpakuto. Then what do you mean, after Shikai, I can use your power to fight? Liu Yun's eyes flashed a gleam, and he asked deliberately. That's right, the premise is that you beat me. Teacher Kyo looked at Liu Yun calmly, and said, if you don't want to attack, then it's my turn. But you don't have to worry, I will only use ordinary punches with the least power. Perhaps, if the people from Godai 13 were present, when they heard the word ordinary boxing, they would smile disapprovingly and contemptuously, and even think that Mr. Saitama was joking. Who is Liu Yun? Soul Society's once-in-a-century genius was able to suppress Ichimaru-jin and knock down Zaraki Kenpei. Would such a strong man be afraid of a mere ordinary punch? It's ridiculous. Unfortunately, Liu Yun himself didn't think so. He knows just how powerful One Punch Man really is, and can even kill Godai 13's Shinigami with a single punch. Although it was just an ordinary punch, it should not be underestimated. Can I take it? At this moment, Liu Yun kept echoing this sentence in his mind, but even he himself didn't know the answer. After all, this was the first time he faced an enemy of the same strength. As soon as I made a move, even I was afraid. This sentence is not exaggerated. Although there were doubts in his heart, Liu Yun did not retreat, but took the initiative to take a step forward and confronted Teacher Kido resolutely. If he can't bear this punch, he will lose the opportunity to awaken Zanpakuto, which is not worth the candle. Let's shoot. Liu Yun's eyes were burning, and he held Zanpakuto tightly with both hands, and placed it horizontally in front of him, assuming a posture of parrying. He is tall and straight, and the majestic Ryutsu surges out, sweeping all directions like waves. Liu Yun's aura continued to rise and soon reached its peak. At this moment, he didn't hold anything back, the Ryutsu in his body almost poured out. At this moment, in order to deal with Saitama's old punch flow, go show yourself the strongest posture. On the other hand, after feeling this desperate and majestic Ryutsu, Saitama-sensei didn't show any expression. As the One Punch Supreme, he has the power to kill anyone with one punch, so he is naturally easily oppressed. After all, no one has ever been able to withstand a punch from him. As expected of the master of Zanpakuto, he remained calm in the face of a strong opponent. Saitama teacher sincerely praised. However, just relying on courage and determination, Wang Zhao's, can't easily block my fist. Teacher Kido held up his fist with a serious face. At this moment, the atmosphere became extremely heavy. On one side is the owner of Zanpakuto, while on the other side is the soul of Zanpakuto. The two should have a close relationship, but because of special reasons, they have to start a duel here. Let's do it, Kido. Liu Yun's eyes were burning, he held up the sealed state, and his blood was boiling. Finally, under Liu Yun's dignified gaze, Teacher Kido stepped forward and blasted that fist of justice. P.S. I'm sorry, the author's backend exploded just now, I seem to have posted it repeatedly, and it has been deleted now, sorry. By the way, begging for everything, flower evaluation tickets are rewarded, and there are automatic subscriptions. I will maintain 6 updates every day, thank you big brothers for your support. By the way, thank you for the 1888 V-Coin reward in the season of wind and rain, thank you for your support. Chapter 89. Finally, under Liu Yun's dignified gaze, Teacher Kido stepped forward and blasted that fist of justice. A punch for justice. Perhaps for Saitama-sensei, this is just an ordinary punch. However, for Liu Yun, he was facing an unprecedented crisis. If he couldn't block this punch, he might be killed instantly. After all, his opponent is One Punch Supreme. In this world, no one can withstand a punch from Saitama. As the saying goes, there is nothing in the world that cannot be solved with one punch, if there is, then it is 2 punches. Although Liu Yun also has the power of One Punch Man, after using the sealed state, this power is transformed into one sword invincibility, which can easily kill the enemy in seconds with just one slash. However, when the two forces collide with each other, no one knows which is stronger and which is weaker. After all, there have never been 2 one-punch supremes in this world. The atmosphere was dignified, and time fell into a standstill. Only the figures of Teacher Saitama and Liu Yun stood tall in the strong wind. Everything is silent, only the violent ups and downs of the heart 950 times. Bang bang bang! Every time the heart beats, it is like the eve of a storm, and there is a desperate silence everywhere. Heavy, oppressive, suffocating. Just the aura emanating from the two of them is enough to make everything in the world tremble. Go ahead, Saitama. Liu Yun's eyes were hot and his heart was firm. He is tall and straight, holding the sealed state tightly with both hands, with a domineering momentum. The boiling blood in the body and the eyes shining with hope all indicate that Liu Yun's inner fighting spirit is high. He has the confidence to block this punch. Then, I'm going to make a move. Teacher Saitama still had such a casual expression, as if the once-in-a-century genius of the Soul Society in front of him couldn't make him serious. He took a step forward, put his 5 fingers together, clenched into a fist, and immediately punched out. A simple and rough punch, without any fancy, and without any abnormal changes, it seems to be without threat. However, at the moment when the fist was swung out, Liu Yun's expression changed, because he felt a long-lost crisis. I don't know how many people have never had this feeling. He who has always been invincible met a difficult opponent for the first time. Just one punch has such power, it's really scary. Liu Yun's expression was serious, and he tightened his grip on Zanpakuto. He felt a powerful oppression oncoming. This force was invisible and colorless, hidden in the fist. It is not easy for people to notice. This punch seems to be able to crush the sky. Do you have this level of power just by being a little serious? This is very similar to me. The corners of Liu Yun's mouth rose, and he was not afraid of this terrifying fist, but had strong expectations. At the same time, under Liu Yun's gaze, the fist gradually approached. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Finally, the seemingly insignificant fist ruthlessly hit the sword. Boom! The moment the fist collided with the blade, a shocking energy exploded. The deafening sound resounded throughout the city. The terrifying energy formed by the collision between the fist and the blade almost condensed into substance, sweeping around like a tsunami, and the violent wind surged in mid-air. The sky is constantly twisting, the clouds are flying into ashes and disappearing, and even the earth is constantly trembling and falling apart. Suddenly, the whole city seemed to be facing the end of the world once again, and this time the situation became even more serious. Cad. All of this comes from the power of just one punch. At the same time, Liu Yun was in the center of Uzumaki's energy. Although he had been prepared for a long time, when the power of a punch struck, he still felt an unbearable sense of oppression. That was the energy storm caused by Teacher Saitama's punch, the invisible oppression. How can a simple punch be so terrifying? But just this level is not enough to repel me. Liu Yun's eyes were firm, his feet stomped heavily on the ground, and he never took a step back. The blood in his body boiled more and more, and the long-lost fighting spirit was stimulated again. Before he possessed the power of one-punch man, there was already an unyielding spirit flowing in his bones. It's not enough, Saitama. This time, it was Liu Yun's turn to look serious. He roared up to the sky, his momentum soaring into the sky, his voice seemed to penetrate the clouds and reach the top of the sky. Hi! Teacher Kido, who was originally calm, couldn't help but let out a sigh after witnessing Liu Yun's change. Reasonably speaking, although this is just an ordinary punch, it is enough to instantly kill most creatures. However, Liu Yun survived unscathed. What surprised Teacher Kido even more was that Liu Yun's aura became more and more powerful, and he actually crushed him in turn. Brush! The veins on Liu Yun's arm were throbbing. He tightly grasped the handle of the sealed state knife with both hands, and slashed down in the air. Immediately, a slash containing terrifying power surged out along the tip of the knife, and collided with the force from Teacher Saitama's fist. The two forces collided with each other, evenly matched. Not long after, a crisp cracking sound sounded, breaking the silence around. Click! Where the two fought, the sky was distorted, and there were even cracks visible to the naked eye. The fight between the two of them almost broke the space barrier. Well! The two let out a muffled grunt at the same time, and their figures kept retreating, standing on the top of two tall buildings. My fist hurts, Liu Yun. I can barely hold the sealed state, Saitama. Saitama-sensei rubbed his fists, a smile of anticipation finally appeared on his face that had remained calm since the beginning of the battle. Liu Yun flicked his palm, and then held the handle of the sealed state knife. A flash of shock flashed deep in his pupils, and he became very excited immediately. At this moment, both of them had the same thought in their hearts. This guy gave me the urge to go all out. Chapter 90. At this moment, both of them had the same thought in their hearts. This guy gives me the urge to go all out. Compared to those weird guys, you seem to be stronger. Saitama teacher finally got serious. He rubbed his fists, and the pain of force passing through his fists made him frown inadvertently. I don't know how many years, but this is the first time Saitama feels pain after becoming One Punch Man. In the past, no matter the ghost level or even the dragon level weirdo, in front of him, he was just someone who was killed with a single punch. However, when he blasted out the ordinary punch, he was blocked by Liu Yun unscathed. Saitama-sensei was surprised. Aren't you the same? Saitama. Although Liu Yun didn't change his expression, his hands holding the sealed state had become numb. The previous huge energy shock almost made him unable to hold the sealed state. This is the first time he encountered a situation after coming to Soul Society. In the past, no matter whether it was the chairman or the captain of Godai 13, nothing could make him serious. He only needs to make a serious slash, and he can easily defeat any opponent. However, when facing teacher Saitama, Liu Yun experienced the tricky feeling for the first time. It's no wonder I still can't awaken Shunpo. A gleam of light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes, and he was completely enlightened. Although the nameless Zanpakuto in his hand does not show any abnormality on the outside, there is a terrifying powerhouse like Saitama-sensei hidden in the soul space. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would never be able to awaken Zanpakuto for the rest of their lives, because they couldn't control that powerful force, let alone convince Saitama-sensei. And Liu Yun has all the opportunities because he also has the power of One Punch Man. In terms of strength level alone, he is not weaker than teacher Saitama. The only difference between the two is that one uses fists and the other uses sealed state, that's all. So, this is a well-matched duel. Teacher Kido stood on the top of the tall building, looking at Liu Yun with a surprised face, and his calm heart was filled with waves. The strength shown by Liu Yun completely exceeded Saitama's expectations, and even made him feel the long-lost pressure, which has never happened before. Liu Yun, I'm really surprised that you can block my normal punch. But it's not enough to make me recognize you. Teacher Kido's voice fell to the shadow in an instant. The figure disappeared without a sound, even without any sign. What a terrifying speed! Liu Yun's pupils shrank suddenly, and the nerves in his whole body tensed up. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed, and he swung the sealed state with his backhand, slashing back fiercely. With a harsh bang, the battle between Mr. Saitama and Liu Yun broke out again. The two of them still performed the same moves, and when the fists and blades collided with each other, a terrifying energy centered on them and swept towards the surroundings. The clouds in the sky collapsed, and all the surrounding buildings collapsed, completely unable to withstand this powerful force. Just because of the blow they fought against each other, half of the big city collapsed and turned into ruins. Brush! The figures of the two intersected each other in mid-air, fists and sealed states collided constantly, each collision would cause the distortion of space. Ha, that's the fun! That's right, the weirdo I met before was too weak, only you can make me serious. The voices of the two kept echoing, both excited and excited. It was another collision of fist and slash, this time an invisible deep pit appeared in the center of the city. Call! The two stood on the ruined walls, panting. Even though he got serious, he still didn't know the outcome. On the one hand, Saitama-sensei realized that if this continues, it is absolutely possible to win or lose in a short time. Just normal punches are not enough. If you want to defeat Liu Yun, you have to beat him seriously. Are you forcing me to use serious beating? Teacher Kido's eyes flashed a strange light. Even he himself did not expect that after using ordinary punches and two-handed ordinary punches in succession, he would still be evenly divided with Liu Yun. Zero looking for flowers. This made him realize how powerful Liu Yun is. But on the other side, Liu Yun had the same idea. When facing the captain of Godai 13, he only needs to remember slightly serious slash to knock them down easily. But when he made dozens of such slashes, he still couldn't hurt a hair of Saitama's teacher. Only then did he realize, such an opponent is simply too powerful. The two stared at each other again, as if they could see each other's thoughts. Liu Yun, you also know that if this continues, we will never be able to tell the winner. Yet, being a little serious isn't enough, Saitama. So, what are you going to do? Why don't you use all your strength to decide the outcome with one strike? A few simple conversations, but the two have the same thoughts. Instead of continuing to entangle, it is better to use all your strength to fight to the death. Whoever can stand to the end in this attack is the winner. If Liu Yun wins, then he will get the approval of Saitama teacher, so as to learn the name of Zanpakuto, and truly awaken Zanpakuto. If it fails, the consciousness will return to reality, and there is only waiting for the next opportunity to enter the soul space. Then, it's a deal. The two looked at each other, with a strong fighting intent in their eyes. The same power, different identities, will eventually decide the outcome in this special space. Who will win the deer, even they themselves don't know. Saitama-sensei took a step forward, put his 5 fingers together, clenched into a fist, and immediately punched out. Liu Yun also took a step forward, he raised his arms high, gripped the sealed state tightly, and immediately slashed down in the air. The supreme punch, the invincible knife. At the moment when two indescribably terrifying punches and slashes collided with each other, the whole world seemed to cease to exist. Everything is over. Chapter 91. The Supreme Punch, the Invincible Knife. At the moment when two indescribably terrifying punches and slashes collided with each other, the whole world seemed to cease to exist. A terrifying energy centered on the bodies of the two, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in midair, like a storm sweeping around, eating away at the world bit by bit. Wherever the energy storm went, no matter if it was a towering building or a spacious street, it was all reduced to ashes the moment it touched the energy storm, not even debris left behind. The sky twisted, the ground trembled, and the clouds shattered. It seemed that everything in the world could not withstand the bombardment of this punch and knife. If this level of energy collision is placed in the soul society, it may cause an unimaginable disaster. That terrifying energy storm alone can take the lives of 667 and everyone, even Captain Shinigami. No exception. No one can withstand this powerful force that can crush the sky. The light is shining, blazing, and blinding. The figures of Liu Yun and teacher Kido were completely submerged in it, as if they disappeared together with the city. It's all over. The energy storm continued to spread, and eventually enveloped every corner of the entire city, completely submerging everything. After the hustle and bustle, the whole space returned to calm again. There was no sound, no figure, no bird or beast. Suddenly, an astonishing wave erupted from the sky above the city, and a powerful beam of Ryotsu light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire city once again. Strangely, it seems that under the beam of Ryotsu's light, everything that disappeared before reappeared. The towering buildings, the floating white clouds, and the cold wind blowing slightly. Looking around, the surrounding environment seemed to have returned to its original appearance, as if that earth-shattering battle had never happened. There seemed to be an intriguing dull atmosphere hidden in the air. The loneliness in it is even more depressing. Suddenly, a tired voice sounded, completely breaking the silence. "You are so strong, Liu Yun, you can push me to this extent." That's Saitama-sensei's voice. On the top of one of the high-rise buildings, Mr. Saitama was lying on the roof in a state of embarrassment. At this time, he was weak and pale, and the yellow windbreaker he was wearing was incomplete and damaged. For the first time in history, Mr. Saitama was beaten so hard that he couldn't move. Saitama-sensei was lying on the floor of the rooftop, staring at the sky closely, with complicated thoughts. As One Punch Man, he will fight absent-mindedly every time he faces any monster. It's not that he doesn't want to enjoy the fun of fighting, but the enemy is too weak, so that he feels that fighting is boring. As time goes by, Saitama-sensei has not experienced the joy of fighting for a long time. Until the battle with Liu Yun, that long-lost feeling finally resurfaced in my heart. Finally someone let me try the taste of failure. A long-lost smile appeared on Saitama's usually calm face. Although he was collapsed on the ground now, this smile came from his heart, just because after so many years he finally met a comparable opponent. At this time, Liu Yun's voice sounded. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Kido, I seem to have taken it too seriously." On another building not far from teacher Kido, Liu Yun held the handle of the sealed state knife with one hand, leaning on the barb on the ground barely standing. His breath was out of order, and the death tyrant outfit on his body was incomplete, and he also looked very embarrassed. It's just that compared to teacher Kitama, Liu Yun's situation is more optimistic. After all, he can barely stand, but teacher Kido can't move. The duel between one punch and one knife finally decided the winner. The same power, different people, but it ended in Liu Yun's victory. A little too serious? Ha ha ha. Saitama teacher looked at Liu Yun who was not far away with a weak face and laughed at himself. At this moment, Liu Yun appeared next to teacher Kido, looked at him and said, "Thank you for allowing me to enjoy this battle, Kido. But since the victory and defeat have been decided, I must be able to get your approval." Bar. Kido looked into Liu Yun's eyes and nodded undeniably, but there was a trace of unwillingness deep in his pupils. 0. "Oh, don't look at me with such aggrieved eyes, Saitama." Liu Yun comforted naturally, "Saitama, you are very strong. When Soul Society faced Godi 13, all the officers couldn't resist my strike, even the captain. Only you can make me serious. How about we fight again when you are fully recovered?" "Ha ha ha, am I the only one who made you serious?" Saitama-sensei resisted the severe pain in his body, and smiled helplessly. He has the same idea. Maybe only Liu Yun can make him feel better in this world. Feel the fun of fighting. "You're is really strong, Liu Yun, it's far stronger than I expected." Teacher Saitama closed his eyes and said sincerely. If anyone heard what Saitama-sensei said, their jaws would drop in shock. The One-Punch Man, who has always been invincible, would actually admire a person from the bottom of his heart. This is simply an unbelievable thing. When will One-Punch Man be wowed too? Hey, although I don't want to admit it, I did lose this battle. Saitama-sensei closed his eyes tightly, as if using all his strength to say these words. Until this moment, he truly recognized the history of Liu Hui. In other words, with the end of the battle between the two, Liu Yun is about to face the most important moment after he became a Shinigami awakening Zanpakuto. 5.8 Then, can you tell me the real name of Zanpakuto? Liu Yun stood up, stretched out his arms to Saitama teacher full of expectation. Zanpakuto is truly awakened only when the name is known and called out. My power is also a part of you. Hence this is our common Zanpakuto. Saitama-sensei opened his eyes suddenly, the depths of his eyes glowed brightly, and he said solemnly in Japan, its name is invincible. Chapter 92. The moment Saitama-sensei said Zanpakuto's name, a majestic column of spiritual light suddenly erupted from the surface of his body, and centered on him and Liu Yun. It spread rapidly to the surroundings. Wherever Ryotsu's beam of light goes, everything is annihilated and completely disappeared. Since you already know Zanpakuto's name, then I should disappear too. Teacher Saitama said with a kind smile on his face, looking at the blue sky reluctantly. Is there any chance for us to meet again? Liu Yun asked with a complicated expression. Of course. Teacher Kido turned sideways with all his strength, smiled at Liu Yun, and said, Liu Yun, you are so strong that you beat me so hard that I couldn't move. I just disappeared temporarily when I lost a lot of Ryotsu. I will reappear when you need my strength. Shikai. Liu Yun's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but grip Zanpakuto's handle tightly. The moment he learned the name of Zanpakuto from Saitama-sensei, the liberation language of Zanpakuto also appeared in his mind. It's just that Liu Yun doesn't know what the post-Shikai's ability is and how powerful it is. 20. Gradually, the Ryotsu beam of light has enveloped most of the city. It's time to say goodbye. Teacher Kido raised his hands and rubbed his fists with difficulty, and looked at Liu Yun with burning eyes, with a fighting spirit rising in his heart, eager to fight Liu Yun again. Remember, be careful when you come here next time, because I will become stronger than you. Saitama-sensei finally closed his eyes, with an expectant smile on his face. His body became blurred and dim until transparent, and finally turned into countless tiny fluorescent lights floating in mid-air, dissipating with the wind. In the blink of an eye, only Liuyun was left in the center of the big city. Will it become stronger than me? Liuyun stretched out his arm to hold the fluorescent light floating in mid-air in his palm, and there was an arc of interest in the corner of his mouth. He shook his head seriously and said in a low voice, "That's not enough, Saitama. I didn't give my all in that fight just now." His voice gradually spread around like a ripple. "It's a pity that Saitama-sensei is no longer here. Otherwise, you will definitely be shocked by his words. He still beat himself immobile while retaining his strength? What are you kidding? That's One Punch Man. Then it's time for me to leave here." Liuyun held Zanpakuto tightly. He could clearly feel a wonderful feeling coming from the blade. This feeling was completely different from before. The original vague repulsion disappeared. On the contrary, there is a kind of close affinity. Under the black hair was a satisfied hearty smile. Liuyun finally closed his eyes and left the Zanpakuto soul space. In the early morning, the morning sun rises slowly, the dazzling sunlight shines on the earth, and the surface of all things is covered with a layer of afterglow. There was a lively commotion in the 11th team dormitory. It was the time for the Q meeting, and all the team members were concentrating on their practice. Only Liuyun was missing from the dense crowd. In the room that belonged to Liuyun himself, he sat cross-legged in the center of the room with his eyes closed and his hands placed flat on the Zanpakuto. Since the spirit entered Zanpakuto's soul space, he has maintained this posture, with Ryutsu surging all over his body, pouring into it continuously along the surface of Zanpakuto. Suddenly, Liuyun opened his eyes, and his consciousness returned to reality. "Hi! I finally awakened Zanpakuto. To be honest, I don't want to leave there. After all, only Saitama can make me serious," Liuyun said with regret and nostalgia on his face. Liuyun tried to hold Zanpakuto's handle tightly, but suddenly something happened at this moment. The moment his palm touched Zanpakuto, the Ryutsu that had been pouring into it poured out like a torrent without reservation. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the majestic Ryutsu turned into streams, sweeping all directions with great momentum. Because the density of Ryutsu is too exaggerated, the space is continuously distorted, as if it can't bear this powerful coercion. The reason why Liuyun's Ryutsu has undergone a qualitative change is because after gaining the approval of Saitama-sensei, the strength of the two of them was completely fused, and the previously suppressed Ryutsu was released. The combination of the two has such power. The Ryutsu continued to gather, and soon a circular Ryutsu beam of light was formed around Liuyun. With a loud bang, Ryutsu's beam of light broke through the roof, and even soared into the sky like a rainbow. Outside the house, everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. What happened? What happened to this beam of Ryutsu light? Could it be that Captain Zaraki has awakened? But I once felt Captain Zaraki's Ryutsu, but it didn't even have 1/10 of the intensity of this beam of light. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? This density of Ryutsu is probably beyond the reach of Captain Yamamoto, right? The faces of the 11th team members were pale. When the Ryutsu beam of light hit them, all of them couldn't bear the powerful Ryutsu oppression and fell to the ground with a plop. Wow! Everyone groaned palely, because the Ryutsu surrounding 323 was so thick that they couldn't even breathe. Many people even rolled their eyes and passed out directly. Not only the ordinary team members and chief executives, but also Ayasukawa and Madarame Ikeku fell to the ground because they couldn't bear the powerful Ryutsu. Damn it! Maybe this is Ryutsu from Liuyun's body. Madarame Ikeku's face was ferocious. Even though he was struggling hard, he still couldn't get up, and the strength of Ryutsu alone was enough to make him lose the experience of struggling. The Ryutsu in his body is not at the same level as this Ryutsu. I'm afraid only Liuyun can cause such a big commotion. Ayase Chuan collapsed on the ground, looking at the house belonging to Liuyun with a bitter smile. At this time, the door of the house was suddenly opened, and Liuyun's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Hey, why did they all fall to the ground? Is the training method of the 11th team so special? Looking at the messy 11th team building where all the members fell to the ground, Liu Yun seemed to realize something. He said seriously and awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I just inadvertently exuded a trace of Ryotsu, but I didn't expect it would cause such a result." A trace of Ryotsu. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and they were speechless for a while. Chapter 93. Just a trace of Ryotsu. Although they have long been used to Liu Yun's fearfulness, when they heard these words, Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Komi still sighed helplessly. Just a trace of Ryotsu is so scary, how terrible is it when you go all out? The two dare not imagine. What made them even more helpless was that maybe other people would doubt what Liu Yun said, but Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Komi would not doubt it at all, because they had witnessed the battle between Liu Yun and Zaraki Kenpeiga that day. Indeed, from the beginning to the end, Liu Yun did not use his full strength at all, otherwise, his current status would not only be the 4th member of the 11th team, but the new Kenpeiga. "I'm so sorry, I didn't control the Ryotsu in my body," Liu Yun said awkwardly. He looked around and found that all the members of the 11th team were prostrate on the ground, but they were still unable to get up despite struggling hard. Their faces flushed, their breathing was difficult, and they collapsed to the ground like a salted fish. All this is just because of an ordinary Ryotsu released by Liu Yun. "Hey Liu Yun, don't bother apologizing, get rid of Ryotsu quickly. If this continues, I'm afraid I will suffocate to death." Madarame Ikeku held his head up, as if exhausting all his strength and said with difficulty. "Yeah, I'm about to faint." Ayase Chuan said intermittently while panting. As the 3rd seat and 5th seat of the fighting team, the two were so oppressed by Liu Yun's inadvertent Ryotsu that they couldn't breathe. Even the two of them are so downcast, let alone the other team members. In just a few minutes, some fat players lost consciousness. "I'm really sorry, I'll pay attention next time." Liu Yun shrugged, expressing his innocence. Actually his Ryotsu wasn't that powerful before awakening Zanpakuto. It's only after the fusion of Saitama's teacher's power that his Ryotsu will undergo a qualitative change. Since it was the first time to release the fused Ryotsu, even Liu Yun himself didn't realize how powerful Zanpakuto could be. Brush. Under Liu Yun's control, the beam of Ryotsu light visible to the naked eye gradually dissipated and returned to his body. In an instant, the ocean of Ryotsu covering the sky disappeared, and the heavy and suffocating feeling in the air also dissipated. "Hi!" Madarame Ikeku opened his mouth forcefully, breathing desperately. He kept panting, his face flushed. Only a short period of Ryotsu oppression made his body almost lose consciousness, his bones were soft and his eyes were darkened. This is the scariest Ryotsu he has faced in decades as a Shinigami. Even 10 times stronger than Captain Yamamoto. It's really scary, such a monster is only the 4th seat of the team. Recalling the scene just happened, Madarame Ikeku said with lingering fear. "This is just an inadvertent situation, if Liu Yun is really angry, I am afraid that the high concentration of Ryotsu can easily crush them. Oh, it's troublesome now. Compared with the entire Godai 13, you can feel such a terrifying Ryotsu oppression. This also violates the rule of you can't deliberately release Ryotsu. I'm afraid Captain Yamamoto will blame it. The two of us I'm going to suffer again." Ayase Chuan shook his head and said distressedly. With Zaraki Kenpeiga in a coma and Kuzujishi Yachiru not in charge, the team affairs of the entire team are basically handled by the two of them. Once something happens, the two of them will be the first to take the blame. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being careless. I'm afraid." Liu Yun looked at the surrounding buildings and said awkwardly. "Afraid of what?" Madarame Ikeku was startled, he had a bad premonition faintly in his heart. Sure enough, when he followed Liu Yun's gaze, his face changed in surprise, and his expression became stunned. Because Liu Yun's Ryotsu is too huge, it inadvertently caused the surrounding buildings to be under great pressure as well. As a result, the roof of the house was damaged, the doors and windows were broken, and the whole house was crumbling. "You know, this is a new house that was just built 2 days ago. This is too bad. I'm afraid the 11th team's funds are not enough." Madarame Ikeku patted his head in distress, and said hopelessly. On the other side, there is a team building. When Liuyun released Ryotsu, not only the 11th team was affected, but this strong oppression also spread to the first team's dormitory. Team room. Huh? This Ryotsu. At the moment when he felt this Ryotsu, Captain Yamamoto pondered solemnly, could there be an enemy attack? Just then, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Kojiro Sasaki hurriedly came to Captain Yamamoto, panting and said, "Captain, just now a Ryotsu beam of light burst out from the 11th Division, Godai 13, except those with higher seats except for the chief executive, everyone else was affected to varying degrees, and many people even lost consciousness and completely fell into a coma. The situation is so serious." Captain Yamamoto's face gradually became gloomy. "According to my induction, the owner of this Ryotsu is very likely to be Liuyun, so what should we do?" Kojiro Sasaki said in shock. "Sure enough, it's that guy Liuyun, and he's the only one who can have this level of Ryotsu." Captain Yamamoto immediately thought of Liuyun, but he still underestimated Liuyun's power, which surprised him very much. "Danyo Zhao, as for the punishment, there is no need, he is just a newcomer, and it is normal for him not to understand the rules of Godai 13. Without too much consideration, Captain Yamamoto said calmly. He didn't mean to blame and punish Liuyun. But Kojiro Sasaki was startled. It was the first time he saw that the majestic captain would easily forgive someone. He originally wanted to say something, but when he saw the captain's frown slightly, he immediately closed his mouth consciously. On the other hand, Liuyun was unaware of the chaos created by Godai 13. Because of the awakening of Zanpakuto, he felt particularly comfortable, and immediately wanted to rush to the Zhenyang Academy to find Rukia and share this happiness with him. It's just that he didn't know that during this time, Lu Qi became very troubled by the appearance of a certain person. Chapter 94. Liuyun didn't know, Rukia has been troubled by the presence of someone. Since the end of the conference, Rukia didn't know that she was being targeted by Byakuya Kokaki because of her amazing performance and too similar appearance. Byakuya Kokaki, besides being the captain of the 6th Division of Godai 13, has another special identity, that is, the 28th generation head of the Kokaki family, one of the 4 nobles. He has everything that countless people expect: power, status, power. From the very beginning, Byakuya Kokaki has the oldest blood of the Soul Society flowing through his body. As such, possesses an extremely powerful talent, and is one of those geniuses who can stand alongside Ichimaru Jin. In addition to his noble status, Byakuya Kokaki also has a flawless handsome face. He has a handsome appearance, outstanding temperament, long black hair, and a particularly outstanding image. What's more important is that pair of light purple pupils. Because of the cold light from time to time, the expression seems cold, repelling people thousands of miles away. Whenever Byakuya Kokaki goes to Rukonga, it always causes chaos because there are so many girls chasing his footsteps that they disturb the order of Rukonga. It's a pity that no matter how these civilians cheered and shouted, what they greeted was nothing but a frosty look. It can be said that Byakuya Kokaki has everything he dreams of, just like the tall, rich, and handsome of Soul Society. Reasonably speaking, such a perfect person would never pay attention to some unknown things, not to mention that Rukia's identity is just an ordinary student who has not yet graduated from the Zhenyang Ling Academy. But fate is so wonderful. The two people, who were supposed to have no intersection, were connected because of a woman who had passed away. It's as if 2 straight lines parallel to each other end up colliding with each other because of some accident. Surprisingly, the person who can make Byakuya Kokaki put down his body to approach Rukia is not the famous nobleman in Soul Society, nor the strong man in Godai 13, but an unknown woman with ordinary birth. This woman's name is Kokaki Fuijin. Kokaki Fuijin, a low-key woman, not many people really know her even in Soul Society. She was born in poverty, and the reason why people know her existence is only because of her special status, Byakuya Kokaki's wife. Kokaki Hima originally lived in the neighborhood, Kadb, with the worst environment in Rukonga, but met Byakuya Kokaki by accident for some reason. Ever since, under the guidance of the goddess of fate, the two not only met, but also fell in love together. This incident caused a huge sensation at the time, not only subverting everyone's ideas, but even received strong opposition from the former number 6 team captain Kokaki Yunling. It is unbelievable that the next head of the dignified Kokaki nobles will marry a down-and-out girl from Rukonga. At that time, no matter who heard the news, they would only treat it as a joke, and did not think that Byakuya Kokaki would really marry Hima. However, the more you take things for granted, the more likely accidents will happen. In order to pursue love, Byakuya Kokaki disregarded his status as the son of aristocrats, and under the eyes of ignoring the world, he openly married Hima, who was born in Rukonga, rewriting the history of the Soul Society and making countless people drop their jaws. After marrying into the Kokaki noble, Fuijin modified Kokaki and became a new member of the Kokaki noble. Although Kokaki's family is not popular, but Kokaki Fuijin finally convinced everyone with her gentle and introverted character and outstanding temperament. This should have been a happy marriage. However, perhaps because God no longer cares about this marriage, this time the goddess of fate never helped Kokaki Fuijin again. Not long after marrying into the Kokaki nobles, Kokaki Hima, who was already weak, finally suffered from a terminal illness, and any means were useless. For this, Byakuya Kokaki blamed himself deeply and often regretted his own powerlessness. In the end, Kokaki Fuijin became ill from overwork and died of illness, and this beautiful marriage also came to an end. But before he died, Kokaki Fuijin revealed the secret that he had abandoned his sister, and begged Byakuya Kokaki to find and protect his sister. To commemorate his wife's forgetfulness, Byakuya Kokaki has always kept Hyjin's long-cherished wish in his heart. It's a pity that even if he used all the strength of the 6th Division and the Kokaki nobles during this year, he still couldn't find the mysterious sister. Just when Byakuya Kokaki was disheartened and was about to give up, the freshman meeting that shocked Soul Society gave him a ray of hope. When he first saw Rukia on the stage, Byakuya Kokaki's cold heart like an iceberg actually stirred up strong waves, as if he had been greatly stimulated. Why is it so similar? Who is she? At that time, he even kept repeating this sentence because he was too emotional. At that time, Byakuya Kokaki, who had a stern face with a paralyzed face, finally showed a slight change in expression. His thoughts couldn't help recalling the past, and Kokaki's face appeared in his mind. When Byakuya Kokaki saw Rukia, he was stunned, because Rukia's appearance was so similar to Fuijin, except for the difference in temperament, they were almost the same person. This near-impossible similarity caught Byakuya Kokaki's attention instantly. Since then, Byakuya Kokaki has made up his mind to find out the truth no matter what method is used in order to unravel the doubts in his heart. On the road leading to Zhenyang Liuyun Academy, Liu Yun walked alone. Along the familiar road, he soon came to a familiar place. After stepping into the gate of the academy, Liu Yun didn't have too many thoughts, but went straight to the student dormitory to find Rukia. But when he arrived at the door of the student dormitory, he saw a scene that surprised him. In front of the supposedly empty student dormitory, more than a dozen figures appeared. They were dressed in black death suits, and they were Shinigami from Godei 13. What attracted Liu Yun's attention the most was the leader's figure. Handsome appearance, outstanding temperament, black hair loose behind him, and a captain's haori on top of a black deadly costume. The character 6 is engraved on the feather weave. Byakuya Kokaki. This paralyzed face that deserves to be beaten again. When seeing Byakuya Kokaki's figure, Liu Yun frowned slightly, and his heart burst into an unknown anger. Chapter 95. Is this paralyzed face again? The moment Liu Yun saw Byakuya Kokaki's figure, an unknown fire rose in Liu Yun's heart. Although he is also Godei 13's Shinigami, he doesn't want to see Byakuya Kokaki for no other reason, just because Byakuya Kokaki has that cold and paralyzed face all the time, which makes people feel unfavorable. What Liu Yun dislikes the most is the coldness of Byakuya Kokaki that repels others thousands of miles away. After all, before he came to Soul Society, he was plagued by loneliness, and now he feels this coldness again, which will make him inadvertently recall the past. Secondly, when they met at Baidayaman that day, although there was not much communication between the two, they did not leave a good impression on each other. From the beginning to the end, Byakuya Kokaki's tone contained a kind of arrogance, as if he had the right to despise others because of the noble blood flowing in his body. He has always been aloof and admired by countless people, but this trick doesn't work in front of Liu Yun, and instead makes him feel disgusted. So the moment Liu Yun saw Byakuya Kokaki, Liu Yun had the urge to beat him up. What does he want with a paralyzed face? Liu Yun suppressed the anger in his heart and stared ahead curiously. He suddenly found that Byakuya Kokaki seemed to be prepared. In addition to himself, he was accompanied by the chief officer of the 6th Division, as if he had come here specifically for something. Could it be that he values a certain school in the academy? Liu Yun kept guessing in his heart. After all, only those students with outstanding talents could attract Captain Godi I-13 to Zhenyangling Academy. After all, every team leader has the right to invite students to join the team, just like when Kurako Shunsui invited him in Lin An's izakaya. But, besides me, there are other guys in Zhenyangling Yuan Academy who can make a paralyzed face look good. Liu Yun was puzzled. It's not that he is narcissistic, but because when Byakuya Kokaki invited him, the reason was also for Rukia, not because of his great talent and strength. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Liu Yun's eyes burst out with a flash of light, and he realized instantly. Looking at the entire Maling Academy, there is only one person who can attract the attention of Byakuya Kokaki, and that is Rukia. He's still trying to get Rukia's attention. Since that day when Byakuya Kokaki approached the door, Liu Yun has been wary of him getting close to Rukia. Although Liu Yun doesn't know Byakuya Kokaki's motivation and purpose, but because he doesn't like Byakuya Kokaki, he still rejects him in his heart. So, unable to hold back his anger, Liu Yun took a big step and went straight to the gate of the students' dormitory. It's you. When seeing Liu Yun appear, Byakuya Kokaki didn't change his expression, but a hint of surprise flashed in his purple pupils, as if he didn't want Liu Yun to appear. Is it strange? I used to be Mao's student. Isn't it common to go back to the academy in my spare time? Liu Yun stared at Byakuya Kokaki's face and said coldly. I see. Byakuya Kokaki just responded coldly, and didn't take Liu Yun's words to heart. His gaze automatically skipped over Liu Yun's body, but instead he stared at the gate closely, as if he was expecting something. After feeling the eyes of Byakuya Kokaki, Liu Yun strengthened his previous guess. There is no doubt that Byakuya Kokaki came for Rukia. Why are you here, Byakuya Kokaki? Liu Yun asked coldly. For that woman, Rukia. Byakuya Kokaki's voice was cold, and he responded coldly without too much explanation. Hateful. After hearing this sentence, Liu Yun's heart was burning with anger, and he said in a high voice, I come to you again and again, no matter what your purpose is, I advise you not to make any crooked ideas, and please stay away from Rukia. Liu Yun solemnly warned Byakuya Kokaki, and did not give him a good face for half a year because he was the head of the Kokaki nobles. Please stay away, Rukia. Although Liu Yun's voice was not loud, it contained an undeniable coercion, as if a strong will was integrated into it. As the person involved, Byakuya Kokaki felt an oncoming coercion instantly. Obviously Liu Yun didn't release any ryotsu from his body, but he felt uneasy in his heart. 04 flowers. This weird feeling finally changed Byakuya Kokaki's paralyzed face. Why should I leave? The reason why I came to her is naturally my purpose, so you don't have to meddle in your own business. After only showing a slightly surprised expression, Byakuya Kokaki didn't say a word. It's cold thousands of miles away. Liu Yun, if I were you, I would walk away on my own initiative. What qualifications do you have to order the captain to leave? Isn't it just to show up at the conference? Really think that you can do whatever you want if you win the favor of the captain? The captain is the master of the Kokaki nobles, and even the captain of Yamamoto is courteous to him, not to mention you are just a 4 seats. In terms of seats alone, you are not qualified to make loud noises in front of the captain. 0. That is, no matter how much you ask, you can't change the captain's mind. I advise you to give up your mind and leave consciously. All around, the chief executives of the 6th Division were sneering and sarcastic. Although they are afraid of Liu Yun's strength, relying on Byakuya Kokaki's power, they are not afraid of Liuyun at all. Indeed, in terms of seats alone, Liuyun is not qualified to dictate to Byakuya Kokaki, let alone order him to leave. It's just that everyone seems to have overlooked one point: the seat they value is worthless in Liuyun's eyes. If Liuyun really cares about fame and status, then he can replace Zaraki Kenpeki when he knocks down Zaraki Kenpeki, and he will take the position logically. 10th second generation Kenpeki. But Liuyun finally gave up and was willing to take the 4th seat, just because he didn't want to destroy everything in the 11th team. However, this kind of low-key is not a reason to be ridiculed. The ridicule from the chief of the 6th team completely angered Liuyun. Are you reasonable with me? Liuyun stepped forward, his eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, if you don't want to leave, then I have no choice but to beat you up, Byakuya Kokaki. Chapter 96. Liuyun stepped forward, his eyes were cold, and he said seriously, if you don't want to leave, then I have no choice but to beat you up, Byakuya Kokaki. When Liuyun said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Doesn't this guy know the identity of Captain Kokaki? It's impossible. Captain Kokaki personally recruited him at Bidaemen that day, but he was rejected. When no Urushihara, the 7th member of the 6th team, opened his mouth wide open. How to express inner emotions. This is the first time he has seen someone threaten to beat Byakuya Kokaki since he joined the 6th team. This guy is crazy. Captain Kokaki is equal to Captain Ichimaru. Even if Captain Ichimaru is suppressed in Shikai state, once Bankai is used, it is not certain who will get down. 717 Yudita, the 5th member of the team, said in a cold voice. Because Liuyun was very close to them, apart from Yudita and Urushihara, the rest of the officers could clearly hear what Liuyun said. Liuyun, 4 seats are not kidding, are they? Could it be that I have auditory hallucinations? I want to beat Captain Kokaki to the ground. I'm afraid the 4th seat Liuyun dared to say such big words because he has never seen the strength of Captain Kokaki. No, he suppressed Captain Ichimaru in front of everyone at the freshman meeting. Maybe he really has that strength. In addition to the chief officer of the 6th team, even the students who were watching expressed their disbelief. After all, Byakuya Kokaki represents perfection in their hearts. And a perfect thing will never have any flaws, just like Byakuya Kokaki will never fail. For a while, the atmosphere became dignified and awkward. The reason is that the quiet and peaceful academy became hot because of the confrontation between Byakuya Kokaki and Liuyun. After all, one of them is the head of the Kokaki nobles and the current captain of the 6th team, and has always had a very high reputation and status in the Soul Society. And the other one is in the limelight recently, and has been hailed as the most outstanding talent in the history of Soul Society. The duel between the two is comparable to a blockbuster drama. However, everyone is not clear. Liuyun didn't just talk, he really wanted to beat Byakuya Kokaki to the ground and drive him out of Mao's gate so that he wouldn't come near Rukia. On the other side, after clearly hearing what Liuyun said, even Byakuya Kokaki, who was always as cold as ice, showed a sneer indifferently at this moment. Although in his heart he thought that Liuyun was just talking big, he didn't want to pay attention to him. But the arrogance in his heart made him couldn't help but say, "You said you want to beat me to the ground." At this moment, Byakuya Kokaki couldn't help shaking his head coldly, and cast a cold gaze towards Liuyun. From the day he was born, the noble blood flowing in his body did not allow him to bow his head. Even though he had witnessed the fight between Liuyun and Ichimaru Jin, the arrogance in his heart still kept Byakuya Kokaki aloof. "What are you so proud of? With your strength, do you think you can surpass me? Who gave you this confidence?" In front of everyone, Byakuya Kokaki said loudly. "Since you don't realize the gap between us, then I'll let you witness it with your own eyes." The moment Byakuya Kokaki's voice fell, his figure disappeared instantly. He didn't even raise his hand, but a bright stream of light appeared in the midair, which was the visual effect caused by Zanpakuto's rapid passing through the midair. Brush! When Byakuya Kokaki reappeared, he had already appeared behind Liuyun's body, and that stream-like slash came as expected. At this time, Byakuya Kokaki was expressionless and indifferent, and was not disturbed by Liuyun's words. Although due to his age and experience, his strength is not as good as Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake and other 100-year captains, but in terms of Shunpo, Byakuya Kokaki has absolute confidence. Decades ago, Shihaorin and Kokaki, both of the four nobles, had a close relationship. In his youth, Byakuya Kokaki was personally taught by Shihaorin Yoryuaki, so he has a very high talent and accomplishment in Shunpo. You must know that Shihaorin Yoryuaki was carrying the title of Snapshot at that time, and her speed was almost above the entire Soul Society. It can be seen how difficult it is to be taught by her personally. After many years, Byakuya Kokaki's Shunpo is even more proficient, so he has absolute confidence that he can crush Liuyun with Shunpo. At this time, all eyes were on Liuyun. No matter how powerful his Ryutsu is, he will always suffer when faced with incomprehensible speed. Yet, there are definitely only a handful of people in the entire Soul Society who can surpass Captain Kokaki on Shunpo. I think Liuyun's fourth place is really careless. After seeing the streamer flashing in midair, the chief officers of the number 6 team gave Liuyun a pitiful look. From their point of view, Liuyun had already been defeated. However, in the next second, 10 scenes that shocked everyone appeared. When the streamer flashed across the air, Liuyun, who should have been injured, was unscathed, while Byakuya Kokaki, who had the upper hand, suddenly had a bloodstain on his arm. PK. A tear was torn on the black Shiba suit, and through this gap, one could clearly see a wound on Byakuya Kokaki's arm, from which thick blood continued to ooze. This strange scene immediately caused an uproar in the audience. 5.0 How is this possible? Could it be that I misunderstood it? Captain Kokaki was the first to launch the slash, why was he the one who was injured? I clearly didn't see Liuyun 6e making any movements, not even moving his feet. What's going on here? What the hell, Captain Kokaki is injured? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene in front of them at all. Not only them, but even Byakuya Kokaki's expression changed instantly, and the usually indifferent eyes finally showed a strong shock. Only he knows that it's not that Liuyun hasn't moved, but has already moved. At this time Liuyun turned around, looked at Captain Kokaki and said naturally, the legendary leader of Kokaki seems to be very weak. Chapter 97. The head of Kokaki seems to be very weak. Liuyun turned around and said calmly and naturally. When they heard his words, the hearts of those who hadn't recovered from their confusion suddenly sank, especially the faces of the officers of the 6th Division were even more gloomy. Now that Liuyun has said so, it means that Byakuya Kokaki is indeed injured. Obviously it was Byakuya Kokaki who launched the attack, while Liuyun was unscathed, but he was the one who was injured? Isn't this too weird? How did Liuyun do it? Obviously Captain Kokaki has the upper hand, why is he the one who got injured? Am I hallucinating? Oh my god, it seems that I didn't sleep well yesterday, I must be delusional. Everyone is dumbfounded. Even if intuition and senses can deceive people, vision does not. But from the beginning to the end, they didn't see any movement of Liuyun, and they didn't even dodge the oncoming slash. What the hell is going on with all this? All the onlookers were going crazy, they couldn't imagine how Liuyun did all this, they could only focus on Liuyun and Byakuya Kokaki in desperation. This speed. Byakuya Kokaki didn't pay attention to the amazement around him. At this moment, he could no longer keep his eyes indifferent, and his face gradually became serious. Maybe others didn't see it, but he clearly sensed everything at that moment. Just now it's not that Liuyun didn't exist, but he had already moved. Because Liuyun's moving speed is so fast that before they can react visually, Liuyun has already completed the whole process of pulling out Zanpakuto and stabbing Byakuya Kokaki. This heaven-defying speed makes him look as if never moved in place. It's just a random step, but it's faster than my Shunpo. Byakuya Kokaki's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he was unwilling or even repulsed, he had to admit this cruel fact. That's right, Liuyun took a random step, but his speed surpassed Shunpo's. Liuyun, you are strong. Byakuya Kokaki finally let go of his haughty attitude and acknowledged Liuyun's strength. And through this short fight, his cognition of strength is also one step closer in his heart. In the past, his understanding of the flow was limited to the few battles he fought against the various chiefs and Ichimaru Jin. Therefore, although Liuyun is very strong, he is not strong enough to make Byakuya Kokaki afraid or even succumb. But after this confrontation, everything changed. As long as someone observes carefully, you can feel the deep fear in Byakuya Kokaki's eyes. At this moment, Kokaki-bai finally understood why Captain Yamamoto and Kurako Shunsui had reminded him, "Don't provoke Liuyun easily, he is stronger than you can imagine." At that time, Byakuya Kokaki thought that this sentence was just nonsense. How could a mere rookie be so strong? It is a pity that he was assigned because of contempt. It's rumored that Kokaki, the head of the Soul Society on Shunpo, is nothing more than that. I can't take it seriously at all. Liuyun said seriously and disappointed. He didn't just say it casually, but thought so from the bottom of his heart. After all, half a day ago, he had fought to the death with Saitama-sensei in the soul space of Zanpakuto. Compared with that level of fighting, the fight with Byakuya Kokaki made Liuyun feel very boring, and he couldn't arouse the energy of fighting at all. Does it make you not serious at all? Byakuya Kokaki smiled angrily, his haughty heart was stimulated. Without too many words, Byakuya Kokaki disappeared again after a disagreement. Perhaps because of being irritated, this time Byakuya Kokaki showed no mercy and tried his best to cast Shunpo, so his speed was several times faster than before. FJ. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, the figure of Byakuya Kokaki appeared behind Liuyun in an instant. He swung Zanpakuto suddenly and stabbed Liuyun in the back. I've said it all, your speed is really slow, Kokaki is the master. Liuyun still raised his head in disappointment, and then under the shocking eyes of everyone, Liuyun turned around calmly, so he didn't worry, slowly pull out the Zanpakuto. The collision between the blades immediately triggered a strong wind, and the berserk ryotsu continued to spread around the two of them like ripples. Wow! Byakuya Kokaki's body was impacted by the ryotsu storm, and he suddenly backed up and landed in embarrassment. The seemingly even match ended in the defeat of Byakuya Kokaki. Just relying on Shunpo and chopping is not enough, Kokaki is the master. Your strength doesn't seem to match your reputation. In fact, Liuyun didn't mean any sarcasm, it was just his inner instinct. Kokaki white without Shikai is too weak for him. Liuyun said calmly and earnestly, if there are only these two methods, then I will still say that, 380, please stay away from Rukia. Liuyun's expression gradually became serious. No matter what purpose Byakuya Kokaki had, he didn't want Rukia to suffer any harm. Since being confessed that day, Ryami has regarded Rukia as the third most important person in his life. Except for Byakuya Kokaki himself, including the chief officer of the 6th Division, even the onlookers all had the same expressions. They opened their mouths desperately, with a frightened expression. I thought it would be a well-matched duel, but I didn't expect Liuyun to occupy an overwhelming advantage. Byakuya Kokaki was out of breath with a dignified expression, while Liuyun was calm and composed, as if he didn't take this battle to heart. Such a huge contrast stunned everyone. Liuyun's fourth seat is really too strong. Everyone gasped involuntarily, and this idea popped up in their minds at the same time. Are you saying that I couldn't make you serious from the beginning to the end? It's ridiculous. Byakuya Kokaki took a deep breath, held up Zanpakuto, and said in a cold and ruthless voice, that's because you haven't seen my full strength. How dare you say such big words? His eyes were blazing, ryotsu burst out inside his body, and he held Zanpakuto with both hands. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Chapter 98. Scatter, Senbonzakura. As the Shikai language fell, Zanpakuto Senbonzakura in the hands of Byakuya Kokaki erupted with a dazzling light. This ray of light is not an ordinary light blue, but a soft pink. The dazzling light gradually covered the blade. Gradually, the blade continues to twist, and finally turns into countless small blades, floating around Byakuya Kokaki like sakura flowers, beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The blade in Byakuya Kokaki's hand completely disappeared, turning into countless tiny blades. At the same time, a majestic riot surged out, as if it was about to evolve into a flurry of sakura flowers all over the sky. The sky is full of sakura flowers, just like a fascinating scenery. But those who are familiar with Byakuya Kokeki felt a strong crisis in their hearts when they saw this scene. They know very well that the beautiful sakura flower is actually composed of thousands of tiny blades. Once they are involved in it, they will be strangled like 1,000 pieces. Is this the ability of Zanpakuto Senbonzakura? It looks very gorgeous. Liuyun raised his head and looked at the sakura flowers in the sky, with pink lights flashing in his eyes, and said calmly, "Blooming in the midst of killing, as well as flowers in the dawn, this is Senbonzakura's Shikai ability. As you can see, each sakura flower is a tiny blade." Byakuya Kokeki stretched out his arm, held one of the sakura flowers in his palm, and said indifferently, "If you still have enough time to prepare when facing Ichimaru Jin's Shinso, then when you are surrounded by countless blades, you have no chance of winning if you are in a hurry." The moment the voice fell, Byakuya Kokeki didn't make any movements, but the sakura flowers floating in the sky spun rapidly as if they were spiritual, and then turned into a fierce wave, rolling towards Liuyun menacingly. This is also one of the special abilities of Senbonzakura. As long as the eyes can touch the place, the sakura flower will naturally wither, thus strangling the opponent. This time Byakuya Kokeki didn't hold back. With his gaze resting on Liuyun's body, all over the sky, sakura flowers rolled towards Liuyun from all directions, trying to strangle him. Swipe swipe. Wherever sakura goes, the space is distorted, and the sound of breaking wind keeps ringing. Whether it was the chief officer of Division 6 or the Mao students who were watching, a strong sense of crisis arose in the heart at the moment when sakura fluttered. They backed away quickly for fear of being caught up in it. Captain Kokeki really deserves to be a person with noble blood on his back. Shikai alone has such power. If Bankai could easily destroy this place. Yet, how can anyone who can become the captain of Godai 13 be mediocre? Although Liuyun is also very strong in the 4th seat, I don't think he can suppress the captain of Kokeki. Yet, after all, Captain Kokeki is a genius, not to mention he has been famous for a long time. Although the scene that happened just now raised everyone's impression of Liuyun several notches. But, after witnessing Senbonzakura's power, they still think that Byakuya Kokeki will. There is no other reason than the influence that Byakuya Kokeki has established in Seoul society for a long time. The atmosphere is dignified, and there is no sound around, only the scattered sakura flowers in the sky. In the end, under everyone's attention, countless sakura flowers swept down from the air, condensed continuously, and turned into a circular barrier to completely cover Liuyun's figure. At the same time, Byakuya Kokeki raised his palm and shook it with cold eyes. Click! Sakura riots, scattered everywhere, tens of thousands of sakura flowers seemed to be enough to run through everything. The place where Liuyun was completely collapsed and instantly turned into ruins, and his figure was also submerged in the thick fog. All of a sudden, the audience was silent, and everyone held their breath, not daring to take a breath. "I'm afraid, the 4 seats of Liuyun are already lying in a pool of blood. I think so. If it were me, I'm afraid I'd be killed by now. Will Captain Kokeki be too harsh? After all, Liuyun is only the 4th seat and a member of Godai 13. I'm afraid it's not good to let Captain Yamamoto know. With the character of Captain Kokeki, he will never show mercy. The only one to blame is Liuyun, who is too confident." Everyone shook their heads regretfully, and didn't hold much hope for Liuyun. After all, even a powerful captain could hardly withstand the encirclement and suppression of tens of thousands of blades, not to mention that Liuyun didn't know the ability of Zanpakuto Senbonzakura at all. In their view, the battle is over. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the dense fog disappeared. An unexpected scene appeared. Liuyun, who was supposed to be lying in a pool of blood, still stood majestically, even unscathed, except for a few mutilated damages on the Death Fighter costume on his body. At this moment, time seems to stand still. How is it possible? Everyone seemed to have forgotten their surprise, and even their speech became intermittent. They opened their mouths wide in surprise, their hearts were full of turmoil, and their minds went blank. Whether it is the chief officer of the 6th Division or the students of the Xinyang Academy, at this moment they finally understood why Liu Yun dared to threaten to beat Byakuya Kokaki, not because of his arrogance, but because it was a matter of course. After witnessing this scene with their own eyes, no one dared to doubt the Wang Hao, Liu Yun's strength. It turns out that we are the ones who have been living in the dream. The officers of the 6th team lowered their heads speechlessly, their inner emotions complicated to the point of ultimate. Not long ago, they were openly mocking Liu Yun in front of everyone, but now they are being slapped in the face. Even Senbonzakura in Shikai state couldn't hurt a single hair of Liu Yun, which really left them speechless. It seems that this is your post-Shikai ability, that's all. Liu Yun shook his head in disappointment, and said, although your Shikai is gorgeous, it can't make me serious at all. It's not even comparable to Ichimaru Jin's Shinso. Liu Yun's words from the heart completely angered Byakuya Kokaki. Chapter 99. Your Zanpakuto is nothing more than that, even weaker than Ichimaru Jin's Shinso. Liu Yun's words instantly angered Byakuya Kokaki. My Zanpakuto is not as good as Shinso. Byakuya Kokaki's face gradually became gloomy, and he said in a deep voice. Long ago, he was on par with Ichimaru Jin, and together they were hailed as two of the best talents in the Soul Society. The two are about the same age, equally talented, the only difference is their identity. One is the eldest son of the 4 great nobles, destined to have an extraordinary fate from the moment he was born. Another from one of Rukonga's worst neighborhoods, a meteoric rise with great talent. The two serve as captains at the same time, with the same position and equal shares. In the eyes of others, Byakuya Kokaki and Ichimaru Jin are on par with each other in strength, possessing awe-inspiring strength. Even Byakuya Kokaki himself thinks so, he doesn't think Ichimaru Jin will be better than him. It is also natural to think that Senbonzakura and Shinso are evenly divided. However, in front of countless people, Liu Yun actually said that his Zanpakuto Senbonzakura is not as good as Shinso, which completely angered Byakuya Kokaki. From the moment of awakening Zanpakuto, Byakuya Kokaki takes pride in Senbonzakura and will never allow anyone to desecrate its nobility. Liu Yun just touched the mold. My Zanpakuto is not as good as Shinso? What on earth do you rely on to say such a thing? Byakuya Kokaki said indifferently, the high cold aura exuding from him makes him as terrifying as an iceberg. At least when facing Shinso, I still feel dangerous. But no matter how many Senbonzakura there are, their power is nothing more than that. Liu Yun said calmly. The reason why he was able to stand unscathed was not because he was too fast, but because Liu Yun didn't try to dodge at all. As early as the moment Zanpakuto turned into tens of thousands of blades, Liu Yun had already seen through the essence of Senbonzakura. The so-called blades were only condensed from high-concentration Ryotsu. Since the essence of the blade is Ryotsu, what is there to be afraid of? Because Liu Yun has a terrifying Ryotsu in his body that is stronger than Captain Yamamoto. Furthermore, the moment when 10,000 blades stabbed him, it was actually the equivalent of Byakuya Kokaki's Ryotsu versus his Ryotsu, and the results were obvious. In front of the overwhelming Ryotsu, no matter how many blades there are, nothing will help. As expected of a man recognized by Captain Yamamoto, he really has the capital to challenge Captain Kokaki. Ueno Urushihara changed his opinion and said with emotion from the bottom of his heart. It's embarrassing now. With Shikai useless, the only way to defeat Liu Yun is to rely on Bankai. But in this way, Yudita, the 5th member of the 6th team, looked around. When I saw a towering building, I couldn't help swallowing hard, unable to believe the consequences. Once Senbonzakura Bankai, its power will be more than 10 times stronger than it is now. The blade formed at that time was enough to destroy the entire academy. On the other side, Liu Yun and Byakuya Kokaki are still facing each other. Liu Yun didn't know that his words from the heart would anger Byakuya Kokaki. He stared at Byakuya Kokaki's face and asked calmly, is there any other way? If not, please leave. I don't care about such a fight. I can't cheer up. Liu Yun sighed helplessly. He had heard that Byakuya Kokaki was a very powerful guy, but he didn't feel any pressure when they fought. Oh, it's so late. It's better to end this boring battle early, don't waste, my date with Rukia. Liu Yun looked up at the gradually blackening sky, curled his lips helplessly. He doesn't want to have too much trouble with Byakuya Kokaki, but just hopes that he will stop pestering Rukia. But Byakuya Kokaki didn't think so. He vowed to get back the stage with his always proud heart. I see, have you always been so arrogant? Byakuya Kokaki's face was cold and he was anxious. No matter what Lu Wei said, it sounded so harsh to him. Arrogance? I'm just telling the truth. Liu Yun shrugged, expressing his innocence. Senbonzakura did make him feel weak, it was just the truth. It seems that only violence can completely wash away your inner arrogance from the inside out. Byakuya Kokaki thought it through thoroughly, and only by knocking down Liu Yun completely can the inner anger be calmed down. Otherwise, he will only get angrier. It's not exciting to fight you. Don't waste my time with such a boring fight, I'm in a hurry to date Rukia. Your Zanpakuto is not even as good as Ichimaru Jin's Shinso. Kokaki's master is nothing more than that. Every word Liu Yun said hit Byakuya Kokaki's heart like a heavy hammer, making him so angry that his blood, cells, and even his soul became extremely irritable. Invisibly, Byakuya Kokaki even felt shame. As the leader of Kokaki, when has he been so underestimated? What's more, Liu Yun is just a newcomer who just joined Godai 13. Why should a newcomer speak wild words in front of him? This bad breath is unbearable. When the anger in the heart accumulates to a certain level, no matter how calm Byakuya Kokaki's mind is, he can't suppress the outburst of anger after all. Impulse finally overcomes reason. Byakuya Kokaki held Zanpakuto with his backhand, and said in a deep voice, I think the reason why you utter wild words here today is because you failed to see the power of Bankai when you fought Ichimaru Jin last time. So, are you going to use Bankai to deal with me? Hearing the word Bankai, Liu Yun finally showed a hint of interest. If we can play against Bankai, it might be something worth looking forward to. You should be proud to force me to use Bankai. Byakuya Kokaki held Zanpakuto with his backhand, the Ryotsu inside him rioted, and the surface of Zanpakuto burst into an extremely dazzling light. At this moment, even the air boiled. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Chapter 100. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. With the utterance of liberation, the Zanpakuto and Byakuya Kokaki's hand burst into a blazing light. The spiritual power sealed in Zanpakuto surged out unreservedly, sweeping all directions like an abyssal tsunami. Because the spiritual power was too thick, it actually condensed into substance, converging into a sea of spiritual power visible to the naked eye. A torrential rain formed by the gathering of spiritual power fell in the sky, and the terrifying spiritual power turned into countless raindrops and sprinkled on the ground. In an instant, everyone had difficulty breathing and felt an indescribable coercion. Except for a few 6th-rank team chiefs, the other onlookers kept panting, feeling a sense of suffocation. Because the distance between each other is so close that they don't even have the courage to look up at the ocean of spiritual power. Because they can't move at all, being suppressed by strong Ryotsu. Is this the power behind Bankai? Compared with Shikai, it is completely different. No wonder he is so confident. Liu Yun's eyes flickered, and a serious expression finally appeared on his originally calm face. The Ryotsu oppression brought on after Senbonzakura Bankai finally got him serious. Look out, Liu Yun! This is the true power of Senbonzakura. As Byakuya Kokaki's voice fell, the ocean of spiritual power hovering in midair instantly disappeared, replaced by an ocean of sakura flowers that shone countless times brighter than before. The color of the sky changed, and the sakura flowers circled around, as if the entire space was occupied by sakura flowers. The first stage of his Zanpakuto Bankai is still Ryotsu's transformed sakura flower blade, although on the surface there is almost no difference. But it is far stronger than Shikai in terms of scale and power. In fact, Senbonzakura's Shikai is only the blade part of the blade into a thin blade, while Bankai is a Zanpakuto including the blade, guard, and handle, all of which are reduced to a thin blade. The two are not the same level of offensive. Oh my god, is this Senbonzakura's Bankai? It's so strong, I'm afraid that the huge ocean of sakura flowers can flood the entire academy in an instant, right? As expected of the real power of Zanpakuto, just this aura makes me want to surrender. Look, even though Captain Kokaki has Bankai, the fourth seat Liuyun still doesn't change his face, and he doesn't even use Shikai. What kind of confidence does he have? Did you forget? He doesn't know Shikai. All eyes were once again on Byakuya Kokaki and Liuyun. Feeling the power of Senbonzakura Bankai head-on, many people panicked and trembled. For a while, except for the chief officer of the 6th Division, everyone stayed away from this area for fear of being involved. After Bankai, Byakuya Kokaki was imposing, with a confident smile on his handsome face, adding a bit of elegance to this perfect face. Indifferent eyes, elegant temperament, and powerful breath, Byakuya Kokaki after Bankai seems to have the certainty of victory. Why, after seeing my Bankai, do you regret it? Byakuya Kokaki looked at Liuyun and said coldly. He saw a hesitant expression on Liuyun's face, so he mistook Liuyun for being afraid. Actually, not so. Liuyun's next answer angered Byakuya Kokaki again. Is this your Bankai? Although its power and scale are 10 times stronger than Shikai's, it is still very weak. This level is not enough to make me serious. Liuyun sighed helplessly, expressing deep regret. He thought that Senbonzakura Bankai would bring him unexpected surprises and even force him to be serious. However, are you still uttering wild words? I really don't know whether to say you are stupid or naive. Perhaps because he is used to Liuyun's character, Byakuya Kokaki did not get angry this time. He took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice with cold eyes, even in the face of Bankai, are you still unwilling to use Shikai? As early as when Liuyun awakened Zanpakuto, Byakuya Kokaki had sensed that huge riot Su. Shikai. Liuyun frowned, as if thinking carefully. Not long after, he shook his head and said seriously, I want to deal with your Bankai, and I don't really need a Shikai. I only need one knife to resolve an offensive of this level. Ask for flowers. Ha 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 ha. This time, Byakuya Kokaki couldn't control his emotions anymore, and laughed wildly, can you dissolve my Bankai with a single knife? Where did you get your confidence, or, you don't understand what power is? In the end, Byakuya Kokaki's inner anger had reached ultimate, he no longer had the patience to talk to Liuyun, and the only thought in his mind was to cut Liuyun into pieces to vent his hatred. Obviously the truth, why go crazy? Liuyun shrugged, expressing his innocence. He didn't intend to provoke Byakuya Kokaki, but because he really only needed to swing a knife casually to end the fight. Well, let's stop this funny farce. Byakuya Kokaki fixed his eyes, raised his palm and shook Liuyun's body suddenly. In an instant, the ocean of stick flowers hovering in midair moved rapidly like a riot. The momentum is huge and the momentum is like a rainbow. Under the control of Byakuya Kokaki, the ocean of sakura flowers turned into majestic waves and rolled towards Liuyun layer by layer, making people desperate like black clouds overwhelming the city. If it were someone else, they would definitely die in the face of this attack. Unfortunately, Liuyun is different. Oh, I can't help it. If I don't get serious, I'm afraid my clothes will be smashed. Surprisingly, even at this time, what Liuyun cared about was not the safety of his life, but the death costume he was wearing. Then, I have to be serious. This time, it was Liuyun's turn to look serious. He stepped out, the imposing barrier climbed up, and Ryotsu surged, as if piercing through the clouds. Brush! The veins on Liuyun's arm were throbbing, he tightly grasped the handle of the sealed state knife with both hands, and slashed down in the air. Immediately, a slash containing terrifying power surged out along the tip of the knife, colliding with the thin ocean of sakura flowers. Invincible. Chapter 101. In the end, Zanpo, which contains terrifying power, surged out along the tip of the knife and collided with the majestic sakura flower ocean. In a serious state, Liuyun once again slashed with an invincible knife. When the slash and the sakura flower ocean collide with each other, time seems to be frozen. A terrifying energy centered on the bodies of the two, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in midair, like a storm sweeping around. Numerous small cracks appeared on the ground under the two of them, densely packed, spreading towards the surroundings like a spider web. The earth crumbled, houses collapsed, and people dispersed. This blow almost swept across most of the Zhenyang Liuyun Academy, and all the buildings collapsed wherever it went. In the blink of an eye, the place where the two of them were was turned into ruins, with no grass really growing. 260. It's just that although it looks powerful, the power of the energy explosion is not as terrifying as when Liuyun and teacher Kido fought against each other. After all, when they fought in the Zanpakuto space, they could even smash the clouds in the sky. In comparison, Byakuya Kokaki seems a bit inferior. Wow, escape here quickly! Everyone's face changed in shock, their bodies backed up uncontrollably, and the oncoming strong wind continued to stab their faces like sharp knives. For those students who have just stepped into the Xinyang Academy, this is simply a disaster, not only makes them tremble, but also leaves an indelible impression in their hearts. It is too strong. Not to mention standing in the center of the energy storm, even if one is swept by the outermost wave of Ryotsu, one will be seriously injured instantly. Riots, sakura flowers flurry, blazing and dazzling. The figures of Liuyun and Byakuya Kokaki were completely submerged in it and disappeared. Is the winner decided? No one knows. Everyone was watching from a distance, holding their breath, staring at that area intently, because their hearts were full of expectations. Whether Byakuya Kokaki won after using Bankai, or Liuyun who relied only on normal slashes won, no matter who wins is very meaningful. If Byakuya Kokaki can stand to the end, then he will undoubtedly defend the dignity of the Kokaki nobles, and at the same time prove his strength, and his reputation is not in vain. If Liuyun wins, it means that he has created a miracle again. Since Byakuya Kokaki is equal to Ichimaru Jin, defeating Byakuya Kokaki who used Bankai proves that Liuyun also has the strength to defeat Ichimaru Jin. Whoever gets the last laugh will cause an uproar in the Soul Society. However, after waiting for a long time, the Ryotsu storm still did not dissipate, and everyone's hearts seemed to hang in the air. Who really won? I think it should be the captain of Kokaki. After all, it is Senbonzakura's Bankai. If even Bankai fails, then the strength of Liuyun's fourth seat is too terrible. However, the power contained in Liuyun's slash just now is almost no worse than that of Bankai. It's hard to say who will win. No matter what, today's battle will definitely spread throughout the Soul Society, and I'm afraid it will alarm Central 46. Everyone is talking about it. Some people are optimistic about Byakuya Kokaki, and some people are optimistic about Liuyun's victory. They are waiting anxiously, eager to see the result as soon as possible. Time passed by every minute and every second, and when many people had lost patience, the Ryotsu storm that swept across the sky finally disappeared. Look, the Ryotsu storm is gone. Someone in the crowd spoke first, and then countless people looked at the center of the ruins, and they were horrified to find that the place had been razed to the ground. Hey, there seems to be a figure. In the haze, everyone vaguely saw a figure still standing, and what surprised them the most was that another figure half-kneeled in front of him. Obviously, the battle between Byakuya Kokaki and Liuyun finally came to a close. When the thick fog dissipated, the true face of the place was finally revealed. When everyone saw the situation there, they all screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? The panicked voice kept echoing, and everyone's expressions were dull, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The standing figure is Liuyun, and the half-kneeling figure is Byakuya Kokaki. This shocking scene is lingering in everyone's mind. 0. Even with Bankai, Byakuya Kokaki failed. At this time, he was half-kneeling on the ground, with blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. The captain's haori draped over his body was almost destroyed, and even the Black Death Tyrant outfit he was wearing was seriously damaged. His breath was sluggish, his face was pale, and he was very embarrassed. He was completely different from his noble appearance before. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Kokaki, who has always been high and dazzling like stars, has become so downcast, and lost to a fourth member who just joined Godi 13 when using Bankai. If this matter gets out, it may cause an uproar in the entire Soul Society. You must know that Byakuya Kokaki is not an ordinary Shinigami. To some extent, he even represents the four nobles of the Soul Society. However, he failed miserably in this battle, which also meant that the nobles of the Soul Society, who had always been aloof, had finally fallen. Born in the Chenghang district where the law and order is the most chaotic, but can strongly defeat the Kokaki aristocratic head. Once this matter gets out, it will undoubtedly have a huge impact, and even change the mentality of most Rukonga 4.3 residents. Because counterattack will no longer be a dream. You lost, Captain Kokaki. Liu Yun put away Zanpakuto and looked at Byakuya Kokaki with a calm face. In fact, he already knew this would be the result. No matter how powerful Senbonzakura's Bankai is, it can't make him completely serious after all. Breaking the offensive is just a matter of one blow. Byakuya Kokaki half knelt on the ground, he was able to maintain his balance with the support of Zanpakuto. Although the arrogance in his bones and the noble blood flowing in his body did not allow him to admit defeat. But the severe pain in his body made him have to admit this cruel fact. Not only was he defeated, but he was defeated completely. Even if he used the situation that had been resolved, he was still easily defeated. This is a battle of great disparity. Chapter 102. In this battle, Byakuya Kokaki lost, completely. Although he is noble and bears the glory of the Kokaki nobility on his body, he has to bow his head in the face of overwhelming power. Even though he tried his best to use Bankai, he was still defeated. Even a little scar on Liuyun's body can't be done. Such a disparity in strength instantly crushed Byakuya Kokaki's heart, and that always noble heart finally fell silent. Fortunately, I didn't destroy the domineering equipment, otherwise Madara's third seat will blame me again. After all, the 11th team has been short of funds due to the frequent construction of houses recently. Alas, speaking of which, I leaked it unintentionally because of Ryotsu. Liu Yun ignored Byakuya Kokaki, but looked at the complete death costume on his body, and said to himself. If it were someone else, after defeating the Kokaki noble family, they would definitely be emotional and puff up. But Liu Yun didn't take it seriously from the beginning to the end. It seems that defeating Byakuya Kokaki is a matter of course. It's just that he didn't notice that what he said to himself just now was heard by Byakuya Kokaki. The Ryotsu that enveloped the entire Jingling Court is actually just a trace of Ryotsu that he inadvertently revealed. Byakuya Kokaki murmured in disbelief with a dull expression. If he had heard this sentence before the two fought, Byakuya Kokaki would have ridiculed Liu Yun for his outrageous words. But after this battle, not only will he not laugh at Liu Yun, but he will believe this sentence. Because he was still crushed ruthlessly even when using Bankai, which shows how terrifying power Liu Yun has in his body. Okay, Captain Kokaki. Liu Yun came back to his senses, stared at Byakuya Kokaki who was half kneeling on the ground, and said, although I don't know why you are looking for Rukia, but you lost this battle, so you should fulfill your promise and stay away from Rukia, right? Liu Yun regained his calm appearance again, and the original aura that could crush the sky was gone. In fact, he was unwilling to fight against Byakuya Kokaki from the very beginning. After all, it is such a boring thing to fight against someone who can't make himself serious. Indeed, I lost. I am convinced that I lost this battle. Byakuya Kokaki rarely let go of his arrogant attitude, and even took the initiative to admit defeat. He raised his head, and his expression changed. There was no arrogance and coldness on his handsome face, but a sincerity that had never been seen before. Byakuya Kokaki asked solemnly, I think you have misunderstood me. The reason why I want to find Rukia is not to have any thoughts about her, nor to recruit her to be a member of the 6th Division. I just want to confirm her identity. When he said the last few words, Byakuya Kokaki's emotions became extremely agitated, and there were strong waves in his always cold heart. Whenever Rukia is mentioned, Byakuya Kokaki will always inadvertently think of the woman he once loved, Kokaki Fuijin. If it is the only person in this world who can disturb Byakuya Kokaki's state of mind, it must be Kokaki Fuijin. Since Kokaki Hima passed away due to illness, Byakuya Kokaki has been living with self-blame and trouble all the time. On the one hand, he resented his inability to save his wife's life, and on the other hand, he was distressed that he could not fulfill Kokaki Fyugen's last wish and find that mysterious sister. Therefore, he came to the door many times, just to confirm Rukia's identity. Byakuya Kokaki always believes that no two things are the same in this world. But when he saw Rukia's face, he had to deny the idea. The two are so much alike. Except for the difference in temperament, Rukia is exactly the same as Kokaki Fyugen. Under such circumstances, Byakuya Kokaki has every reason to believe that Rukia is the mysterious sister he was looking for. Confirm her identity? Liuyun asked in bewilderment. That's right. Byakuya Kokaki said solemnly, since you are a newcomer, I think you don't know much about my past. Liuyun nodded irrefutably. Besides being a newcomer, Liuyun is also a time traveler. The reason why I came to the Soul Society was also because I accidentally punched through the space barrier, and then I came to the Soul Society inexplicably. Of course, no one knew the secret, everyone thought Liuyun was just an ordinary resident in Rukonga. Before I became the captain of the 6th Division, I hadn't succeeded as the head of the Kokaki family. At that time, the previous head of the Kokaki nobles, Kokaki Yinling, who was my grandfather, hoped that I could marry other nobles in order to maintain the power and status of the nobility. Nobles and commoners of Rukonga can never get married. This has always been one of the oldest rules of the Soul Society. Even hundreds of years have passed, and no one has ever violated this rule. Until my appearance. When Byakuya Kokaki mentioned this rule, strong disgust appeared in the depths of his eyes. At that time, he was constrained by this rule, which caused him to be discriminated against and pressured by the secular eyes. You mean, despite everyone's dissuasion, 633 still chose to marry a commoner from Rukonga? Liuyun asked in surprise. Having lived in the Soul Society for a year, he is naturally very aware of the gap between nobles and ordinary residents. To put it bluntly, there will be no intersection between them at all. That's right. As the eldest son of a Kokaki nobleman, I chose to marry an ordinary woman born in Rukonga, and gave her the noble surname Kokaki. This incident caused a huge sensation at the time, and even it shocked Central 46, and despite everyone's opposition, I love her as much as I do. Recalling the past experience, Byakuya Kokaki's eyes, which were always icy, showed a rare tenderness. Could it be that your wife has something to do with Rukia? Liuyun finally understood why Byakuya Kokaki would find Rukia many times, maybe it was related to the dead wife. Byakuya Kokaki said sadly, a year ago, my wife Kokaki Fyugen died of illness. Before she died, she once told me a secret, that is, when she was young, she abandoned her sister in a bush. That said, I suspect that Rukia is Hima's younger sister, so I beg to meet Rukia. Chapter 103. That is to say, I suspect that Rukia is Fyugen's younger sister, so I beg to meet Rukia. Byakuya Kokaki looked at Liuyun emotionally, and pleaded sincerely and solemnly. What, you suspect that Rukia is inextricably related to you? Liuyun said in surprise. That's right, if according to Fyugen's last words before her death, if I can find the sister who has been lost for many years, then I will not only recognize her, but also become her elder brother and give her the surname of Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki said with a firm gaze. Even though he is well aware of the special meaning of the word Kokaki in Soul Society, he still insists on doing so in order to fulfill his late wife's long-cherished wish. Everything I did was to commemorate the love I once had. Become her elder brother and give her the surname Kokaki. Liuyun opened his eyes wide in surprise, startled by this sentence. The Kokaki family is one of the 4 oldest nobles in the Soul Society, and it is the dream of countless people to become a member of the Kokaki nobles. Every day in Rukonga and even Jingling Court, there are countless people who try their best to curry favor, which shows how high the status of Kokaki nobles is. However, just because of a word from Byakuya Kokaki, Rukia Kokaki can obtain a noble identity and status? This is too dreamy. But Liuyun looked back and thought, this seemed to be a good thing for him. After all, he has a close relationship with Rukia. If Byakuya Kokaki becomes Rukia's elder brother? Wouldn't he have an extra brother-in-law for no reason? Byakuya Kokaki, who is famous in Soul Society, turned out to be his brother-in-law? Liuyun pouted, expressing that it was difficult to accept this fact for a while. To be reasonable, he beat Byakuya Kokaki to the ground not long ago, but he became a brother-in-law in a blink of an eye. The transformation of this relationship is too fast. Liuyun took a deep breath, trying to adjust his emotions. He put away the Zanpakuto, looked at Byakuya Kokaki with a solemn face, and his inner emotions became extremely complicated. Why, do you doubt what I said? Seeing the embarrassed expression on Liuyun's face, Byakuya Kokaki frowned slightly and said displeasedly. His personality is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and he seldom speaks out on his own initiative. He only shows his tender side when it comes to the people he values most. When he told all the secrets, he didn't expect a hesitant look on Liuyun's face, which shocked Byakuya Kokaki a lot. No, I didn't doubt what you said. As if feeling the cold gaze of Byakuya Kokaki, Liuyun quickly waved his hands and explained, just now I was thinking about Rukia's birth. Oh? I was just about to ask this. As her closest partner, I think you should know her background, right? Byakuya Kokaki's pupils contracted, and his heart was full of anticipation. That's right, Rukia once told me everything about her past. Liuyun nodded undeniably. Really? Do you know what happened to her when she was a baby? Byakuya Kokaki's eyes burst out with a gleam of light, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Because he was too emotional, he even took the initiative to grab Liuyun's arm, and the cold temperament he had before disappeared. I remember Rukia once mentioned this to me. Liuyun thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, from the moment she had the memory, she saw herself abandoned in an abandoned jungle. What? Before Liuyun finished speaking, Byakuya Kokaki exclaimed uncontrollably. His eyes unexpectedly showed ecstasy that had never been seen before. Say it again, Liuyun. Byakuya Kokaki couldn't keep his composure anymore, and he said, holding Liuyun's arm tightly. Don't be so excited, you're going to tear my deadly domineering costume off. Liuyun complained helplessly. I'm sorry, because this matter is too important to me, so I lost control of my emotions. Byakuya Kokaki came back to his senses, and when he looked down at his behavior, he couldn't help laughing awkwardly. It has been countless years, and Byakuya Kokaki has never lost control of his emotions like today, which shows how important Keikakiheim is in his heart. I mean, Rukia has been abandoned somewhere in the grass in Rukonga since I can remember. Liuyun looked at Byakuya Kokaki's appearance, and couldn't help feeling a little good in his heart. He clearly has everything, but he loves an ordinary Rukonga woman deeply without hesitation. This courage and persistence alone is worthy of admiration. To be reasonable, although this paralyzed face deserves a beating, he is a good man. Sure enough, my guess was not wrong. Byakuya Kokaki breathed a sigh of relief, and now he has absolute certainty that Rukia is Kokaki's sister. In addition to the almost identical appearance, there is also the exact same birth. Such a coincidence will never happen in the world. Byakuya Kokaki closed his eyes in relief, the words Kokakiheim had said in his mind vaguely emerged. Byakuya, because I couldn't support myself, I had to abandon my sister in a bush. After so many years, the biggest regret in my life is that I did this wrong. I hope that after my death, you can help me find her, and become her big brother, protecting her forever. Everything in the past came to mind again. Byakuya Kokaki closed his eyes tightly, and there seemed to be a teardrop falling from the corner of his eyes. After all, his beloved wife could not come back to him, but he was able to fulfill his wife's, Qian Lizao, last wish, become Rukia's eldest brother, and continue to devote his true love to Fate to Rukia. Call. Byakuya Kokaki took a deep breath and tried to adjust his emotions. Then he opened his eyes and said impatiently, Liuyun, take me to see her. With what you said just now, I can already confirm 100% that Rukia is Fei Zhen's back then abandoned sister. Really? Liuyun was taken aback, speechless for a while. He is well aware of Rukia's past, abandoned and suffering. If I hadn't met Abarai Renji, I'm afraid even survival would be a problem. Anyway, it is always a good thing to meet Byakuya Kokaki now. Let's go, I think Rukia will be very happy to meet you. Liuyun had a kind smile on his face, and he was sincerely happy for Rukia. Chapter 104. Although the riots storm created when Liuyun and Byakuya Kokaki fought destroyed many buildings. However, due to the long distance, the house where Rukia lived was lucky enough to escape the fate of being destroyed. At this time, the chief officers of the 6th Division guarded this unremarkable house and forbade anyone from entering. In the house. The whole house is not big, with quaint decoration and outdated furniture, it looks almost the same as other houses on the surface. During the year Rukia lives alone in the small house. No one expected that one day Byakuya Kokaki, the head of Kokaki, would come here. There is a small wooden table in the center of the house, and Liu Yun, Byakuya Kokaki, and Rukia are sitting around one side of the wooden table. For a while, the atmosphere became tense and awkward. From the moment he stepped through the door of the house, Byakuya Kokaki's gaze stayed on Rukia's face. It's not that he deliberately wanted to do this, but that Rukia's face was so similar that he couldn't help but want to look at it a few more times, as if this face in front of him could evoke endless memories. Captain Kokaki, why did you come here? Rukia lowered her head shyly, being stared at by Byakuya Kokaki all the time, not daring to meet his gaze. In fact, Lu 867 Kia's mentality is the same as that of everyone else. She thinks that Byakuya Kokaki is superior. She is not only the captain of the 6th team, but also the leader of the Kokaki nobles. No matter in terms of strength or status, she is definitely not someone she can climb up to. But Byakuya Kokaki came here out of nowhere, and from his eyes Rukia could clearly feel that Byakuya Kokaki was coming for her. What exactly is going on? For you. Byakuya Kokaki responded simply, without too many words. Perhaps it is because he misses Kokaki Fuijin too much, at this time he is still immersed in the memories of the past and cannot extricate himself. Ah! For me. Rukia was at a loss, unable to understand the meaning of this sentence. She even thought she made a mistake, which is why she offended Byakuya Kokaki. But when she inadvertently looked into Byakuya Kokaki's eyes, she couldn't see any anger, but a rare tenderness. Captain Kokaki, who has always been aloof and cold as ice, actually has a tender side? Rukia's eyes widened in surprise, and her heart was turned upside down. In her impression, Byakuya, Kabf, has always rejected people thousands of miles away. Because of his cold personality, he never even has a smile on his face. Could it be? Captain Kokaki wants me to join Team 6. Rukia thought for a while, and quickly denied this idea. If Byakuya Kokaki really liked her strength, then he should have raised this idea as early as after the meeting. Please, why wait until now? So, what's going on with all this? Countless thoughts flashed through Rukia's mind, but she rejected them one by one. She almost went crazy. Liuyun, what's going on? In desperation, Rukia turned her eyes to Liuyun beside her, and gave him a look for help. Fear not, Byakuya Kokaki meant no harm. 11. Liuyun stroked Rukia's head affectionately, and said, the reason why he came here is indeed for you. I still remember that you told me before that you were an abandoned orphan, and you never embraced Rukia. There is hope of finding loved ones, right? Rukia's eyes were sad, and she lamented, yes, at least after so many years, I still can't find any clues. I think I may never find my lost relatives in this life. Do not. Liuyun interrupted Rukia, pointed to Byakuya Kokaki, and said, from today onwards, you don't have to look for it anymore, because your loved ones are right in front of you. What? Rukia turned her head to the side and stared blankly at Byakuya Kokaki, amazed in disbelief. You mean? Captain Kokaki is my relative. Rukia shook her head violently, expressing her disbelief. Are you kidding? The whole Soul Society knows the identity of Byakuya Kokaki, and I am just an ordinary Rukonga resident. How can I get involved with the noble Kokaki clan? That's right, my wife, Kokaki Fuijin, is the one who abandoned you in the grass, and she is your sister. Byakuya Kokaki looked at Rukia Kokaki tenderly, and finally told the truth. My sister. Rukia's eyes were dull, and her thoughts couldn't help but go back to decades ago. From the moment she opened her eyes, she saw a weeping face. It was a weak woman. The hesitant and unwilling eyes on her left an indelible impression on Rukia's heart. Indeed, the person who abandoned me in the grass was my sister. Rukia sighed helplessly, as if unwilling to recall that unbearable memory. Rukia, Fiajin has passed away. In fact, she has not forgotten, but has been looking for you, but unfortunately she still did not find you until the day she died of illness. Today, I am to fulfill her long-cherished wish and bring you back noble Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki said solemnly. Has my sister passed away? Although she was prepared in her heart, Rukia still felt inexplicable heartache when she heard the news. Although I don't have any blood relationship with you, but, in order to fulfill Masaka's long-cherished wish, I will become your elder brother and give you the surname of Kokaki, would you like it? When mentioning this matter, Byakuya Kokaki asked returned to serious expression. Become my elder brother? Give me the last name of Kokaki. Rukia's expression was dull, and his heart was greatly shocked. She has been displaced since she was a child and cannot even survive in Rukonga. And after wandering with Abarai Renji for many years, she already knows everything about soul society, and naturally knows the meaning of the word Kokaki. No matter who it is, as long as these two words are crowned, it means that life will undergo a huge change, and destiny will also change from then on. Is all this my sister's last wish? Rukia asked again as if she had made up her mind. That's right. Byakuya Kokaki nodded. Then, I am willing to grant your request. Rukia readily accepted without refusing. Very good. Byakuya Kokaki nodded in satisfaction, and said in a deep voice, from now on, you will have a new name Rukia Kokaki. Chapter 105. When all the dust settled, Rukia finally met Byakuya Kokaki and was given a new name. Rukia Kokaki. From then on, her identity will change, no longer an unknown college freshman, but a member of the Kokaki nobles. And Byakuya Kokaki will also become her older brother, silently guarding her behind her back. Although Byakuya Kokaki returned to his original cold appearance after meeting each other, Rukia could feel a hint of subtle tenderness from his eyes. It is clear that Byakuya Kokaki, who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, will not express his feelings easily. And the reason why he lost his composure that time was largely because he recalled Kokaki Fiajin. At night, the stars twinkle in the hazy night sky. When Byakuya Kokaki left, only Liuyun and Rukia were left in the empty room. I didn't expect that, Liuyun. Rukia recalled what happened during the day, and said thoughtfully, at first, I thought that I would never find my loved ones in this life, but I didn't expect to finally meet Captain Kokaki. Although he already regards Byakuya Kokaki as the big brother in his heart, Rukia Kokaki can't change his words for a while, and still calls him Captain Kokaki. It doesn't matter, everything will have a process of getting used to, as long as you work hard to adapt. What's more, it's just a change of identity, and it doesn't have much impact on your current life. Liuyun comforted Rukia Kokaki, while touching his stomach. Grunt. Suddenly, his stomach made a hungry sound, which made Rukia smile. Are you hungry? Rukia laughed. Oh, it's all because of that paralyzed face that delayed too many events. I was able to date you alone earlier. Liuyun said helplessly, rubbing his belly. Wait, I'm going to cook by myself. It seems that you haven't tasted my cooking for a long time, right? Rukia stood up, turned and walked to the kitchen, determined to cook by herself. A year ago, Liuyun and Rukia often shared dinner in this room when they first came to Xinyang Academy. Looking back now, it is full of memories. The floor is neat and clean, the square wooden table has been cleaned up spotlessly, and the chandelier on the roof is still shining brightly. Everything familiar, the familiar past. The difference is that Liuyun has risen like a comet, even overwhelming the captain of Godi I-13. And Rukia Kokaki is still an unknown girl in the Xinyang Academy. The only thing that remains the same is the relationship between the two, which has not faded with the passage of time, but has become more mellow like old wine. Liuyun turned around and looked at the back of Rukia who was busy in the kitchen, and couldn't help feeling a warm current in his heart. Time passed slowly, not long after. On the wooden table, delicious meals are neatly arranged. Although the amount of food is not much, it is very well presented and looks delicious. The aroma wafts to every corner of the house and whets the appetite. As if the same as before, Liuyun and Rukia sat in different directions of the wooden table. Rukia, I didn't expect your cooking skills to become stronger during the time we were apart. Liuyun looked at the food on the wooden table, and said with full expectation, just the appearance of this food makes people appetite. He was the first to pick up the chopsticks to pick up the food, as if enjoying this quiet moment. How, does it taste good? Rukia said confidently. It's 100 times more delicious than the dinner cooked by those guys at Shifan. Liuyun sincerely sighed. Since joining Godi 13, he has felt that eating is a problem. After all, the 11th team is a group of big bosses who advocate force, so it is naturally unsightly in terms of cooking skills. Then eat it while it's hot. Rukia rested her chin on both hands, and looked at Liuyun closely, her beautiful eyes sparkling abnormally. Soon, Liuyun ate up all the food like a storm. Only then did he realize that Rukia had been staring at him silently. Liuyun came to Rukia's side with a slight smile, and said, Rukia, why are you staring at me? Do you have any special thoughts? The voice fell, and the outstretched arm stretched out, touching Rukia's head affectionately, and once again resorted to touch the head to kill. Zero looking for flowers. Under the black hair is that handsome face, coupled with the smile on the corner of the mouth, making Liuyun look extraordinary. Before they knew it, the two looked at each other. Feeling Liuyun's gaze, Rukia lowered her head shyly, her face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look at him at all. Just when Rukia wanted to turn her head to avoid Liuyun's gaze, something unexpected happened to her. Liuyun suddenly stretched out his hands to hold Rukia's cheeks, stared at her affectionately, and said, Why are you avoiding my gaze? Don't you want to see me, Rukia? It's not. After feeling the warmth from Liuyun's hands, Rukia's cheeks flushed red, and she tried to break free from Liuyun's hands, but the strength on her arms made her helpless. 0. Finally, Rukia gave up struggling and let Liuyun hold her cheek. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer, and they can even feel each other's breath. Meanwhile, Rukia's heart was beating violently. In this special ambiguous atmosphere, her inner deer bumped wildly. Bang bang! Spray bang! There was no sound in the room, except for the constant echoing heartbeat from Rukia's body. Rukia, I have always been really grateful to you. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I'm still in Rukonga in obscurity, not to mention becoming a Shinigami, and I don't even have Ryutsu. Liuyun recalled the past, sincerely thank you. I have been in Jingling for so long, and there are not many people who I can care about all the time, and you are the most important one. Liuyun stared at Rukia's face and said seriously. Am I the most important person? After hearing this sentence, Rukia raised her head moved, but before she could recover, Liuyun suddenly raised her chin. Rukia, I hope you will always be by my side. Under Rukia's surprised gaze, the front of Liuyun's body actually kissed Rukia's lips. This is Rukia's first kiss ed. Chapter 106. That kiss turned out to be Rukia's first kiss. The sudden kiss caught Rukia by surprise. Before she could even react, Liuyun had already kissed her lips. Liuyun, you. Rukia's face was flushed, and there was a blush on both sides of her cheeks, which looked as red as a red apple, which invisibly added a different kind of temperament to her. Rukia originally wanted to break free from Liuyun's embrace, but she dismissed the idea before raising her hands. Instead, she took the initiative to embrace Liuyun with both hands, snuggling tightly in Liuyun's arms, enjoying this rare tender moment. The two leaned on each other and kissed each other, like lovers who had been reunited for a long time, embracing tightly. At this moment, the two threw away all distracting thoughts and immersed themselves in a sweet kiss. The two hearts seemed to melt into each other and fall in love together. The night passed away quietly. It was a special day for Rukia, who not only became a new member of the Kokaki nobility, but fell in love completely and became Liuyun's woman. She was once poor and homeless, and she could barely survive only by relying on others. But after meeting Liu Yun, Rukia's fate changed. The family, friendship, and love that were once out of reach are all tightly held by Rukia. In the early morning of the next day, the scorching sun shone brightly and everything recovered. For the Soul Society as a whole, this may not be an ordinary day. But for Jingling, it was like an earthquake. Although the Shenyang Liuyun Academy tried its best to block the news, the battle between Byakuya Kokaki and Liuyun still spread throughout the Jingling. The dignified captain of the 6th Division, the head of the Kokaki nobles, lost? Even Senbonzakura's Bankai can't stop Liuyun's slashing blow? Is this too exaggerated? No matter who heard the news, they would show extremely shocked expressions. After all, everyone knows that Bankai is the true power of Zanpakuto, far more powerful than Shikai. At the conference, even if Liuyun was able to suppress Ichimaru Jin, it was only when the opponent used Shikai. Now that even Bankai was defeated, one can imagine how shocked they were. Godi 13, the team building of the first team. That guy Liuyun actually defeated Byakuya Kokaki. Yamamoto's majestic voice broke the silence of the room. At this time, the dazzling sunlight entered the room through the windows, not only illuminating the dark corners, but also illuminating the face of Captain Yamamoto. His eyes stared out of the window, deep and majestic. That's right, the two seemed to have a dispute over something. Then Byakuya Kokaki took the lead, but was suppressed by Liuyun under Shikai's clear, and finally forced out of Bankai, but still lost. Kojiro Sasaki said incredulously. When he heard the news for the first time, he was almost speechless in shock. As one of the oldest Shinigami of the Soul Society, although Kojiro Sasaki's strength is not outstanding, he followed the captain's side thousands of years ago, and he has seen all the changes of the Soul Society. Therefore, Kojiro Sasaki is very aware of Byakuya Kokaki's talent and strength. Even if he looks at the entire Soul Society, he is one of the few strong ones. However, Liuyun is more in the spotlight. What did Liuyun defeat him, Shikai? Yamamoto asked solemnly. No, according to the information I got, it seems to be only relying on G/. When Kojiro Sasaki said this, cold sweat broke out on his back involuntarily. It is just an ordinary slash that can crush Senbonzakura's Bankai, so what kind of Zanpakuto is Liuyun holding in his hand? Kojiro Sasaki can't believe it. I'm afraid. Only Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, the strongest fire element, can compare with it, right? One more thing, Captain. Kojiro Sasaki's face became serious, and he said in a deep voice, because the energy storm generated by the two of them fighting was so violent that most of the Shenyang Academy was destroyed, and even affected the normal operation of the Academy. If Central 46 knows about this, I'm afraid. Kojiro Sasaki didn't say the latter sentence, obviously he is very afraid of Central 46. You actually destroyed half of Mao. The captain frowned slightly, as if he was angry. But considering Liuyun's special nature, he finally suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, since things have gone so far as we get older, we probably won't be able to cover up this matter anymore. As for how the situation will develop, we can only leave it to fate. Those pedantic guys in the 46 room, but even the old man has no right to interfere. Indeed, such a pedantic guy has always been stubborn. Once he has made a decision, it is difficult to change his mind. But considering Byakuya Kokaki's identity, I think the 46 room will not blame him too much. After all, he represents the four nobles. As for Liuyun, I'm afraid he will suffer. Kojiro Sasaki shook his head helplessly, expressing concern. Okay, since we have no right to interfere, let's stop here. Captain Yamamoto's voice changed, and he asked in a deep voice, by the way, have you arranged the location for Mao's training this time? Kojiro Sasaki nodded, and responded, originally, the location of this experience will be set in the academy, but because of the battle between Byakuya Kokaki and Liuyun, the original venue has been destroyed, so we have to change our minds before we die. The site was set on the most fringe block of Rukonga. Oh? Since you chose that place? Captain Yamamoto 3.6 raised his eyebrows, seemingly surprised. That's right, This is the result of unanimous discussions between the 4 college instructors. They believe that only in the worst environment can the potential of the students be stimulated. Of course, the spiritual power in that place is thin, and even the space is not stable. There may be an unexpected crisis. Kojiro Sasaki said, slightly worried. Don't worry about this. Since it was Liuyun who destroyed the academy, let him go with the members of the 11th team, so as to ensure the safety of the students. Captain Yamamoto's eyes are majestic, and finally made a decision. He will give Liuyun a new task. Chapter 107. As Captain Yamamoto said, the match between Byakuya Kukiki and Liuyun not only spread throughout Soul Society, but also shocked Central 46. Central 46, composed of 40 sages and 6 judges gathered throughout the Central Soul Society, is the highest judicial organ of the Soul Society. As we all know, crimes committed in the Soul Society or in this world will be judged in the 46 chambers. If it is determined that force must be dispatched, an order will be given to the 13th Division or other execution forces through a secret message tunnel with a secret order symbol. In Soul Society, the orders of the Central 60 room mean everything, not even Captain Yamamoto has the right to interfere. Central 46 would not leave a bad impression on the minds of Rukonga residents if it were simply an order. What makes everyone hate the most is the form of their approval. Whether it is the approval process or the extremely rigid methods, the judges in room 46 give people a feeling of going their own way. And for so many years, their trial lacks human touch,